Chapter 8:18 Such a path. The Ice Queen was wreathed in cold. Her dress was an ice blue. Her eyes and hair shared the same frosty white color. Even the icicles around her had formed a crown of halos above her head, completing the patented look of the Ice Queen race. There was no mistaking it. A true Demon King had appeared. And this wasn't a normal Demon King either. It was an 11th Order Demon King with the power to overturn mountains and suppress waves. Ryu smiled, a hint of pride hidden within the depths of his gaze. This was an emotion he showed rarely, as most people had no ability to impress him, and even those that could wouldn't warrant him being proud of them. But this case was definitely different. Elsa didn't draw on Ryu's help even once. And, despite her lack of experience, she had managed to bring a Demon King under her control. Ryu could tell at a glance that the Ice Queen was ready to act at Elsa's beck and call. Stepping through the air, Ryu appeared by Elsa's side. His wife had a sheen of sweat covering her forehead, but the smile on her face could light up the world. As beautiful as the Ice Queen was, Ryu felt that it couldn't compare to even a single hair on his wife's head. Proudly sticking her ample chest out and threatening to rip her dress at the seams, Elsa delicately pointed a finger forward. "Kill them all." The Ice Queen gazed toward Elsa for a moment and immediately vanished in shards of ice. When she appeared again, she stood in the middle of the griffins and the martial gods, the haughty expression between her brows. "Demon King, you dare?" Roshu, the current leader of this expedition for the Griffin clan, was instantly infuriated. So what if it was a Demon King? Could a single Demon King do anything to him? The heavens favored were the ancestral beasts, not the demons. Did these fools really believe a single Demon King could change anything? Roshu's brows raised, his gemstone lighting up as the world seemed to solidify. The elders of the martial gods were equally furious. However, Ryu was indifferent, not doing a single thing despite the fact they had now gained the ire of both sides. He had felt something special when this Ice Queen was manifested, and he was content to see how things would play out. Regardless, it would end in their favor. Ice Queens weren't actually tangible beings, they were more like wraiths than they were like normal demons. The apparent solidity of their bodies was only caused by the perpetual layer of ice that covered them, making them look as though they had tangible forms when in reality they were nothing more than flickering souls. It could be said that Ice Queens were the incarnation of an ice soul nature manifested into reality, but without the weight of a body holding them down. Their entire race was made up of women for reasons believed to relate to the fairer sex's proclivity for een. Regardless of what the true reason was, they were the lowest in population among the Demon Kings. But they were also notoriously difficult to kill. According to legend, they were immortal. Several sword strikes erupted through the Ice Queen's body, leaving shards of ice falling through the skies and her body riddled with holes. From every vantage point, it looked as though the battle was over. A single Ice Queen couldn't hope to accomplish anything. Although it was of the 11th Order, there were equivalent experts on both opposing sides. In addition, even though Demon Kings had the great combat prowess among demons and could be considered the equivalent of extraordinary human geniuses, what did that matter in front of ancestral beasts and martial gods, each which was a race that could be said to be at the pinnacle of battle prowess as well? However, they say that at the deepest layer of the nether realm, the dream wraiths control the memories of all those who flow by, wiping them clean before assuring them on to their new life. I had always believed that this cycle of reincarnation was a closed circuit. If the death of Shrine Mountain would mean that all those born in this world would lose their right to reincarnate, then wouldn't that only prove the point all the more? But there's another way to look at things. What if the death of Shrine Mountain doesn't represent the destruction of reincarnation and the disrupting of a closed circuit, but rather represent the break in a chain of events, leaving everything else completely unimpeded? What if Shrine Mountain's only job is to bring souls to their next destination, passing it off to something much larger and grander than itself? Ryu mused as he watched the indifferent Ice Queen continue to raise its hands as though nothing had happened. At that moment, a surge of cold chi rushed in all directions, forming countless blades of ice in the air, each radiating with a mighty aura of its own. The air itself crackled and space froze over, running countless webs across the wind until it seemed like the world itself might shatter like glass. If this second assumption is true, then that would mean that the netherworld is connected to something more grand than even I could understand, something that maybe even the heavens of Sacrum itself must lower its head to. And if that's the case, then the demon kings that rule over it, and the enigmatic legends of demon emperors never before seen to the populace of the world, sitting upon their lofty thrones and looking down from above, how could their strength be limited to the insights we have in this small world? How could their battle prowess be so meager? The grin on Ryu's face widened, his aura billowing. You found such a path, didn't you? Father, you have your fun then. Leave Mom to me. The swords of the Ice Queen fell, an avalanche of icy hell enveloping the battlefield. Chapter 819 The Reason for a Name. The Ice Queen's blades tore through everything in sight. No, it couldn't be described in this way at all. It rather felt like a touch of death had gently kissed the figures of those in its path. Just the presence of the ice blades alone froze everything within their domain. The air, space, and even chi halted, frosting over beneath an undeniable strength. There was no doubt about it. The Ice Queen was the embodiment of all that was cold. They had no tangible figures, no tangible lifespan. It was even difficult to tell if they had the will normal living things did. They only lived to eliminate all that was heat. When things were placed into this sort of frame, it was easy to see how the demon kings played roles maybe even more important than the ancestral beasts themselves. Unusable energy and heat death was a problem all worlds faced. However, it was the Ice Queens who could slow this process, settling down unusable chi until it could be reined under control once more. While it was obvious that such a cycle couldn't continue indefinitely, what was clear enough was the fact that as important as a representation of life, death or rebirth, or any other enigmatic concept ruled by ancestral beasts, there were other fundamental tenets of existence that weren't under the rulership of their race. Ryu had never had such in-depth thoughts before, but the more he delved into the world of his Tao, not to mention benefited from the strengthening of his pupils, the more of the world he understood. In addition, thanks to the origin flame, things he had learned long ago clicked into place one after another, forming a cohesive understanding of the heavens themselves. A battle of epic proportions erupted in the sky. Ailsa watched on with great focus, her cherry lips mumbling intelligible words and her pupils flickering back and forth. It was clear that she was commanding the Ice Queen, even living vicariously through it. She felt a thrill that she hadn't in a very long time. The invulnerability of the Ice Queen evened out the battlefield, making the martial gods and the griffins quite helpless to do much other than to defend. Ryu smiled as he looked toward Ailsa's side profile. She seemed to be having the time of her life. Her battle style was actually quite poor, and it was clear that her battle sense was severely lacking in comparison to Ryu's, but just seeing her like this made his feel quite gratified. If this was what she wanted to do, why would he ever hold her back? Of course, as a husband, he would prefer to have his wife protected to his back. But there was no way that he would stop her from following her own wants and dreams. Bang! 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 The Ice Queen fluttered through the air. Several holes riddled her body, but she moved unfettered. With every delicate swipe of her hand, another ice blade would form, jetting outward and freezing everything in its path. The more time she spent in existence, the more the temperature seemed to plummet. The griffins and martial gods found it harder and harder to control atmospheric chi, resulting in their own battle prowess slowly becoming weaker over time. What an amazing application of ice chi! Ryu's gaze glowed. His Ice Phoenix bloodline didn't take this path at all. In fact, it followed a completely different path entirely, focusing on both defense and life. However, the Ice Queen focused on area of effect control and attacks. Ice wasn't known for having these latter two abilities, and yet the Ice Queen was clearly incredibly adept at this. It resulted in a broadening of Ryu's horizons. How fascinating! Ryu found this extraordinarily interesting because right now, his Tao, at least when applied to blacksmithing, was tailored toward finding the best path for use of an organ. In this situation, the analogous example would be ice with defense. Ice was well known to be an element perfect for forming defenses, and it was because of this that it melded so well with Ryu's technique. Even the Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns had a multiplicative effect with it. However, Did Ryu dare to say that the path of the Ice Queen was wrong? Seeing it battle now, who would have the courage to say such a thing? Plus, understanding the heavens was only one part of Ryu's Tao. The other part was surpassing the heavens. To fuse both a comprehension of what is to forge a path toward what could be. That was what he wanted his Tao to be. Ryu's aura shifted once again, his Tao blossoming. Ailsa and Yana had already become numb to this. Ryu seemed to make a significant breakthrough once every few hours at this point. If they got shocked every time, they wouldn't have the emotions to spare for anything else. But Ryza was different. She almost fell out of the skies, her sensitivity as a sky god nearly shaking her out of her wits entirely. To Ryu, though, this was only to be expected. Before he unsealed his pupils completely, he had the awareness of an immortal ring realm expert. Then, due to a sweeping hint of fortune, he suddenly gained himself the ability to see through things even sky gods could not. He had a better pair of eyes right now than any other sky god in the whole of Sacrum. His fast improvement was inevitable. The subtleties he could see through were on a whole different level. Right now, though, this wasn't what Ryu was thinking about. Rather, he was organizing his new thoughts and adjusting his future path. Understanding the main path of an element is important. But the main path isn't all I should focus on. Anything taken to an extremity has the potential to be powerful. In addition, the world is formed of balance. Wherever one extreme is present, there will always be the other extreme. Extreme yin gives birth to extreme yang, and the vice versa is also true. If you take one matter down its logical path, toward what could be considered its extreme, who's to say that there isn't another extreme lying in wait along an opposing path? And isn't that what I'm seeing right here? Who would think that ice could be used to form such potent and powerful attacks? And yet that's exactly what this Ice Queen is doing. Its strength is a completely different extreme than the one I'm used to, and yet, it's flourishing. Bang! A martial god fell from the skies, his leg and arm cracking and falling like shards of ice as the rest of his body was frozen completely over. There's something odd here. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Those two griffins that ran away aren't here. Does that mean there's another group of griffins somewhere? Who else would they report to? Ryu had been waiting for the pursuit of Little Gem, somewhat eager to get into another battle to test his blade once more. But unfortunately nothing came. Now that Ryu thought about it, no one about the 11th Order had ever appeared for the Griffins. If things were like that, it likely meant that there was another more monstrous group elsewhere. Though Ryu's gaze flickered, he didn't worry much about this. Very soon, no one would be able to step onto this world without his permission. As though to reassure the world that Ryu never spoke lies, the dome of white that had covered the awoken moon sect suddenly began to glow with a fiercer light before a subtle crack began to rise across its surface. And then, bang! Motes of light and shards of glass imploded in all directions. And what was left beneath astonished all those that laid eyes on it. The awoken moon sect was already a beautiful wonderland. But now it was like a paradise carved into being by an ice goddess herself. The buildings were formed together with delicate sky blue phoenix patterns. The shingling of roofs were carved phoenix feathers, and a majestic sort of aura towered over the establishment, washing over everything with peace and prosperity. However, these were just the most superficial changes. What no one could take their eyes off of was the delicately sculpted moon that now hung in the skies above their head. It portrayed a beauty that was beyond words and a calm scenery that plucked at the heart. The Awoken Moon portion of the Awoken Moon sect's name wasn't just an empty title. Unfortunately, after years of being suppressed and being on the run from the enemies of the Ice Phoenix clan, maybe even the current elders of the sect had no idea where their moniker truly originated from. Now, though, after being given the ring by the current sect matriarch, and allowing it to awaken thanks to the treasures left behind by his grandmother, Ryu could finally allow them to remember just why it was this was the moon world and why they of all sects was chosen to lead it. Chapter 820 Awoken Moon. It was one thing to invest in a Ninth Order sect where a Tao pedestal ancestor would be the best you could hope to find if said sect was in your world. However, it was a completely different matter to invest in an entirely separate world. So the question was, why? The obvious answer was for resources. Having a large source of lower-level resources was important for any clan or sect. There was only so much you could find in a single world. Having many subordinates you could pool resources from was ideal for a superpower. And, considering the Moon World was a world of extreme ease, it made even more sense that the Ice Phoenix clan would place such great emphasis on it. This reason was enough for most to accept. It was even enough for Ryu to accept as well. This was what he had believed for the longest time, and he hadn't thought much of it. But what he didn't know was that there was a deeper underlying reason. The two Phoenix clans of the Shrine Plane had been struggling with their bloodlines for a very long time. It was impossible that clans that had reached this state wouldn't be doing everything in their power to reverse the tides. In any other situation, both the Ice and Fire Phoenix clans would have begun to be disrespected and disregarded among the top clans of the Shrine World. However, it was thanks to their close ties with the Qilin and Tatsuya clans that they were not. The marriage alliances between these behemoths is what had protected them for so long. How much longer would such a system have lasted for, though? After a single marriage alliance, then a union of their grandchildren, how much further was there to go? Would they have to make another marriage alliance? What would happen after Ryu's grandparents passed away? There was always Ryu and his parents, which represented all four bloodlines, but they were all tied to that Tatsuya clan. Ryu was their scion. His father was their patriarch, and his mother had married into their clan. Even if the ties of the clans would be infinitely close thanks to this, it would also make the Phoenix clans faintly inferior. Over generations, it might even reach a point where instead of being considered equals, they would be nothing more than subordinates who could only attach themselves at the hip of the Tatsuya. Things might be fine for 1 or 2 generations while their sentiments were still kind and their bones were still strong, but what about after 3, 4, 10, 100? How long would it take for close ties to become rife with disdain? How long before their bloodlines became second-class, only fit to subordinate themselves? How long until they had no right to the shrines any longer? How long until they were no longer even fit to have a place on the shrine plane at all? These were matters that Ryu had in the back of his mind as well. One of his goals in his first life wasn't just to help his parents become stronger, but it was also to help the Phoenix clans rise again. It was because of this that he had put so much effort into finding the location of the Death Shrine. He believed that a part of the reason the Ice and Fire Phoenixes were declining was because they were missing their third and final piece, the balance that helped them all to maintain that perfect cycle. With the Tatsuya clan, there was always their rival Qilin clan. The push and pull of dragons versus Qilins would always keep them in top form. In fact, if not by such a roundabout manner, it would have been impossible for the Qilin and dragon bloodlines to merge as they had. The Phoenix clans weren't incompetent. They would have tried their best to find a path out of this inevitable end. It made perfect sense that Ryu wouldn't know anything about their true efforts. He was ultimately the scion of the Tatsuya clan. He was 2 generations removed from exceptionally close ties with the Ice and Fire Phoenix clans, and both of the individuals that gave him his strongest connections with them, his grandmothers, had married into other clans. Though Ryu's grandmothers still wielded great power over their clans, out of respect for certain proprieties, they could only remain silent about many things. It was in part due to this that Ryu's grandma Qilin was so shocked that Ryu had actually been trying to help by finding the Death Shrine and clues about the Dark Phoenixes. By now, it was all too obvious. The Moon World was the resting place of the final bouts of strength the Ice Phoenix clan had left. In fact, it was a land that the Fire Phoenixes had placed great emphasis in as well. Ryu had never known why this was. Even after he gained the treasures of the Ice Phoenix clan and learned of the importance they placed on this world, he still hadn't had any clue. That was until he saw these floating islands and the secrets that lay beneath them. Now that Ryu thought about it, why was it that his mother would take him traveling to this world of all places? It seemed like any normal trip he might usually take with this father, just another important lesson in their subordinate clans and territories. But the clans his father brought him to were subordinate to the Tatsuya clan. He was the scion of the Tatsuya clan. It was his responsibility to look over them once his father retired to focus on his cultivation. However, what did the Moon World have to do with him? Now it all made sense. Ryu had thought that his people were too incompetent. The martial gods had only been here a fraction of the time, and yet they had already learned of the Chaos Plane, so what had they been doing for all these trillions of years? There was only so much that he could accomplish in 1,000 years. He couldn't possibly dip his foot in every pot, and without an ability to cultivate and a deep understanding of the world's chi, he wouldn't have been able to deduce the existence of this plane either. So it turned out that things were like this. Finally, it felt like they were one step ahead of the martial gods. What did the Awoken Moon sect represent? Well, when you found a world that was such a great treasure, wouldn't you find a way to protect it? It seems I'm going to have to cut off your fun a bit early. Ryu spoke to Ailsa. Ailsa pouted, her lips pursing. She was definitely still having fun. But in that moment her figure suddenly swayed. Ryu reached out and caught her waist before she fell. Look at you, you're already on the verge of collapse. You're too stubborn, you could have relied on my soul at least a small bit. Even if you want to fight, why do you have to do it on your own if I'm here? Ailsa still stubbornly pursed her lips, but her eyes flickered with an undisguised warmth. It did feel comfortable being in her husband's arms like this. In the skies, the Ice Queen suddenly found itself shattered from all sides, its figure flickering in and out of existence. The raging attacks of the griffins and martial gods had become more frantic under the assault of the cold. They could feel that if things continued like this, they would end up dying, their bodies frozen over completely outside of their control. It seems that it's time to end this, Ryu said lightly. He entrusted Ailsa to Yana and the safety of them both to Ryza. With a step, he appeared above the Awoken Moon sect, the shimmering light of its moon reflecting in his irises. Ryu could see it quite well. The complex runes that made up this moon reminded him a lot of what he had seen in the Silver Star visualization. But, aside from a slight similarity, they couldn't be compared in complexity at all. The difference was akin to heaven and earth. Still, when Ryu laid eyes on it, he couldn't help but exhale a long breath. If he wanted to reveal all the secrets of this moon, even with his current eyes, it would take him several months at least. He could imagine how many billions to trillions of years his Ice Phoenix clan had put into this plan. He stood above it, his smile curving. This probably means that this was Serial's real goal? HM? I have to hand it to her. To manage to put these pieces together before I could. She's quite the clever woman. Ryu's head suddenly snapped in a particular direction. It was subtle, but the air in the region rippled almost imperceptibly. Unfortunately, it wasn't subtle enough to escape Ryu's detection. A grin spread across his face, his lips mouthing several words before he waved. Bang! The entire moon world quaked, its very foundations suddenly falling under Ryu's control. And just like that, Ryu kicked everyone he didn't want to be here out. Serial stood in the depths of space in a daze, her haughty expression finally giving way to a different sort of emotion, bafflement. And then, she roared into the skies. That son of a bitch! I'm going to kill him. Chapter 821 Pettiness. To make matters worse, because of the weaknesses of the moon world, it couldn't produce any outstanding treasures that could have helped her cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. So, she had to stay in this cultivation wasteland without anything to supplement her, more than having what could have been her true cultivation speed, all for it to mean nothing in the end. She had done so much work, so much research. She found the connection between the Awoken Moon sect and the Moonlight Blossom sect. She found the lingering trump cards the Ice Phoenix clan had left behind. She found that these trump cards were eerily similar to the construction of the Ice Devil Legacy world and made the appropriate connection. Out of all of this, the only coincidence was that she had run into Ryu. But this coincidence had only ended up making things easier on her, as that fool actually gained some tender emotions from her. If her pride wasn't so deep, she could have continued to use it and she would have still been there when the most important step of her plan was meant to be taken. But, instead, she was stuck out here without anywhere to go, and it left her infuriated to an extreme. Normally, she wouldn't lose her composure like this, but it was all so important. Without this, she would be stuck in this world and wouldn't be able to leave like she had wanted to. In the end, her future plans would have been ruined. Ruined. What she had done to Ryu could only be considered to be a small setback. But what Ryu had done to her felt like her heart was being ripped out. To make matters worse, that bastard had actually mouthed those words to her in the end. Your lips tasted good. How dare he say something like that to her? She swore that when next she saw him, she would rip his mouth from his face and stuff his tongue down his throat. Then she would see if he still had the gall to say such bullshit. Scram! Serial shrieked, her palm slamming out in a particular direction. Without even being able to react, a griffin who had been expelled from the moon world, having strength well into the 10th order, shattered into a bloody rain of bone, flesh and blood. They had all been thrust above the dome of the moon world, forced to look down upon it through a barrier they were all well aware couldn't be broken in a short time. Even if they brought their sky gods here, it would last an innumerable number of years. The ice phoenixes were all world-renowned for the defensive abilities. Even a seal Ryu's mother had formed with the help of the ice shrine on a whim, had lasted 9 cycles of 100,000 years. So, how could a seal that the Ice Phoenix clan had prepared over the course of billions of years possibly be casually broken by just anyone? This reality only made Serial more infuriated, though. So, when she saw that some bastard was actually spying on her, she lashed out instantly, shattering their very being with a palm. So weak. This world is so weak. Even your champions are so weak. Look at me again and I swear I'll slaughter you all. Scram for me. Now! Serial's temper flared uncontrollably, lashing out at any and all things. Those within the 11th Order and World Sea Realm watched on with narrowed eyes. They didn't know who this girl was, but that sudden strike was enough for them to be put off. Something like that wouldn't necessarily be easy even for them to do. At that moment, a chuckle suddenly rang in Serial's ears that made her expression turn a frightening shade of cold. It seems you're very angry. Serial's warped expression froze over. Almost instantly, she had returned to her normal baseline. With her pride, there was no way she would allow Ryu to see her throwing a tantrum, nor would she demand anything from him. Since this method had failed, she would just have to find another way. It had only taken her about 1,000 years before, wasting another 1,000 years was nothing. This was only one of her clues. She could easily find another. Since this easier path had failed, she would just have to go to the netherworld next. If Ryu expected her to beg and plead, he could rot in hell. Coming to this conclusion, Serial turned and stepped into the distance. The turbid and violent chi of space didn't seem to bother her in the slightest. In fact, with her control, it only made her stronger. In a place like this, she wouldn't even fear Pinnacle World Sea Realm experts. Seeing this scene, Ryu smiled. What are you all still loitering around here for? You heard the lady scram. A harsh and cold pressure surged, whipping against the bodies of those who still remained and sending them flying off for thousands of miles. Those that were lucky managed to keep their lives. Those that were unlucky froze over into bits and pieces of glass, shattering beneath the violent chi of space. Serial shot through the depths of space, her expression dark. But she suddenly came to a grinding halt, her gaze narrowing. Up ahead, Ryu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. It was very clearly just a projection, something Serial could easily see through with her eyes. This was likely an ability given to the one that controlled the core of the formation that now protected the moon world. There were various use cases for a controller of a formation to be able to send eyes anywhere quickly within the territory they controlled. Clearly this was one of the more petty cases. Serial didn't say a word and attempted to step by Ryu. A projection like this would have a small bit of power behind it, but not enough for Serial to fear. She would rather die than stand here and be humiliated. If Ryu pushed her too far, she would most definitely find a way for revenge he wouldn't like. After all, she was well aware that Ryu wouldn't stay in the moon world forever. Ryu shook his head and chuckled, vanishing and appearing before Serial again. Normal territories range maybe a few hundred to a few thousand miles from the barrier. But I can tell you that this one extends for hundreds of thousands of miles. So, if you want to fly out of the range, you'll have a long way to go. Want to test it out? Serial's expression went colder. Are you trying to make an enemy out of me? Aren't we already enemies? Oh my. Don't tell me that you're trying to kill me before was just your love language. You've grown more annoying. Your words aren't as funny as you think they are, and I can say with great certainty that you were far more attractive before. This wordplay and teasing game you like to play now is annoying, and makes you look more like a boy than a man. Ryu chuckled. Is that so? I think this is just perfect for a woman like you, though. You're the last person who should be complaining about another's change in personality. Don't you think? Ryu's smile seemed filled with a meaningful light, but it only made Serial's expression colder. You know, I was wondering why it was that the Serial I met was so different from the real you. In fact, I even wondered at one point if it was that Serial that was real and it was you that's fake. But, after so long, I guess it's quite clear that you're the dominant. I've never heard of a cultivation technique that can change one's frame of mind and manipulate you into being a completely different person. But who would have thought that such a thing actually existed? Ryu looked Serial up and down. It's fascinating. It makes me feel that maybe you were right and that this world truly is too insignificant. How about it, young miss? Tell me about your cultivation method and then we can discuss terms regarding the chaos plane. You won't be prostituting yourself, you'll just be prostituting your mind and the information stored with. So? Ryu smiled. Serial's cultivation technique left him more intrigued than anything else ever had. He had never come across something so fascinating. Serial was simply a well of knowledge that Ryu had to tap into. While it would feel good to simply boot her out and get his payback, having to stumble about and figure out things that this woman apparently already knew would be annoying. Ryu didn't have time to waste, especially not for petty squabbles. Chapter 822 An Enormous Gap. There was no doubt that asking about someone else's cultivation technique was rude and could be considered a taboo within the martial world. Ryu was aware of this, and obviously so was Serial. However, neither of them would get anywhere without compromises. In truth, Ryu wanted to see the cultivation technique itself, but there was no way that Serial would allow that, so he could be considered to have taken a step back, albeit a small one. At the same time, considering what was at stake, Serial was forced to think about it. While she was willing to waste another 1,000 years for nothing other than her pride, she also wasn't stupid. The ask wasn't large. The only problem was that Ryu had also said that this would be the beginning. What other things would he ask of her after she agreed to this? And, most importantly, she hated seeing that smug look on his face. In this world, the 4 pillars of a cultivator are the spiritual foundation, the Meridians, the bone structure, and one's bloodlines. However, there's a 5th one that's too often neglected, the soul. Ryu frowned. The soul was obviously deemed as important, but what Serial said was true. It was never really considered a pillar. It also didn't help that Ryu's Tatsuya clan had had such a large influence on it falling into obscurity. However, now that Ryu thought about it, it was more odd than not that the soul wasn't considered one of the pillars of cultivation. The Meridians and the spiritual foundation both accounted for Chi realm cultivation. Bone structure and bloodlines both accounted for body realm cultivation. But what of mental realm cultivation? Ryu's pupils constricted. The more obvious and widely accepted the flaw, the more difficult it was to pick up and see. The 4 pillars of cultivation were so widely accepted that no one wasted any time questioning them. But there was such an obvious problem with them all. Ryu almost wanted to kick himself for not seeing it previously. The soul and the Tao and the 5th and 6th pillars of cultivation, each just as important as the first 4, and it's often a weakness of cultivators. Most grasp their Tao too late to use it as a foundation for their cultivation, while with the soul it spend much of its time idle until you reach the immortal ring realm and can unleash its true potential. But, in wasting all that time idle, many make the mistake of believing that the soul has nothing else to offer when in reality, it's an indispensable part of having a powerful Tao. My cultivation technique homes in on all 6 pillars, but has a great focus on the Tao and the soul as they are the ones that need the most support. Each stage of my cultivation technique is separated into peaks and valleys. During the peaks, I am myself. During the valleys, I lose my sense of self and conform to whatever personality type the technique deems fit for my future. These valleys are tribulations my soul undergoes, making it stronger and sturdier. Every time I come out, my soul undergoes a qualitative change and my Tao is reaffirmed, becoming stronger. The more tribulations I surpass, the more perfect my technique becomes and the faster my cultivation speed becomes as well. Enough! Ryu's brows remained furrowed. Such a cultivation technique seemed almost too magical. And, though Serial was purposely vague, Ryu could grasp one very important point from all of this. Her chi realm, body realm and mental realm cultivation were all handled by a single technique. No, maybe he had jumped to that conclusion too forcefully. That wasn't necessarily true. But what was undeniable was the fact that the three so-called realms of cultivation had become so blurred that they may as well have been one. And that felt like the natural state they should have been in. Ryu realized at that point that he was too ignorant of a lot of things. The complexity of this technique, even from such a vague explanation, was beyond anything he could wrap his mind around. Just the idea that a cultivation technique could help you speed up your cultivation speed was absolutely unheard of. In Ryu's world, cultivation speed was entirely reliant on your own talent. How could a cultivation technique help with that? Sure, there were more efficient cultivation methods and even better cultivation methods, but none that could exchange comprehension for speed. Even the idea of having to comprehend a cultivation technique was baffling was Ryu. A cultivation technique was just a formula to follow, a pathway to guide energy down or a method to manipulate said energy under a unique set of circumstances. What was there to comprehend? It was either you could do it or you couldn't. There wasn't the normal gradient scale one should expect from something you had to comprehend. That was when something else dawned on Ryu. If the difference was so large now, what about later down the line? Could it be for this reason that his intuition had told him not to cultivate any further? He had guessed before that it might be because his cultivation technique was lacking, but he didn't think that it would be this exaggerated. Ryu had thought it was because his approach to chi realm cultivation was too bland and simple. He had originally chosen his cultivation techniques to take advantage of the sturdiness of his meridians, but his chaotic silk meridians were obviously far more than just this now. What he hadn't expected was that it wouldn't just be his cultivation technique that was too bland and simple, but every cultivation technique in the whole of Sacrum as well. The gap was so enormous that Ryu had trouble even fathoming it. What else didn't he know? What else was he missing? What other mysteries were there? And, even more poignantly, how did Serial know about all of this, and was her goal really as simple as just taking advantage of the resources of the Chaos Plane? Something told Ryu that her scope was far larger. Chapter 823 The Truth. Since you've held up your end of the bargain, then we can begin to negotiate. I'm sure you've put a lot of effort into making sure that you lay your hands on the moon world, and I'm also sure that you had a very good reason for teleporting me there of all places despite knowing that it might put you at a disadvantage in the end. There's no getting around the fact that you need my cooperation just the same way I need yours. So, as a sign of good faith, why don't you tell me why it is that you're so eager to enter the Chaos Plane? Serial's expression darkened. Was explaining my cultivation technique to you not a great enough sign of good faith? Maybe. About as good a sign as handing over a few coins to a homeless man would be. You hardly explained anything, you kept most of the more important details to yourself, and you know well that I have no method of replicating your technique. What did you expect from me, exactly? For me to hand over to you everything my Ice Phoenix clan has been working on for billions of years, just because you gave me a few sentences of explanation? Ryu's tone no longer carried its joking tone. In fact, his gaze was as cold as Serial remembered. This was the man who had looked down at her pitiful expression without the slightest fluctuation. Her beauty meant next to nothing to him and would have no impact on swaying him one way or another. Serial knew that Ryu's words made sense, but her internal rage toward the situation didn't allow her to set down her pride easily. It made Ryu realize that even during her so-called peaks, Serial's cultivation technique was still having a great effect on her. Who knew how long she had spent suppressed as the previous Serial Ryu had known? Now, she was finally herself once again, and it likely meant that what had been repressed was suddenly unleashed in full force. If things were looked at in this way, Serial's soul was actually under a constant tribulation, not just one some of the time. When Ryu thought back to it, Serial's arrogance was a large part of the reason she had lost to him the first time. She had disdained to use her full strength. But, no matter how you looked at it, that wasn't a smart choice, and definitely not the choice someone who was so good at plotting and scheming would make either. It was very likely that it was Serial's cultivation technique that had made her react like that. Whenever she reverted back to her original, haughty self, it would be amplified several times over. As a result, she would find herself acting out even more so than she originally would. Due to this, she risked over 1,000 years of planning just so that she could fuel her own arrogance, and in the end, she lost because of it. However, this didn't make Ryu pity Serial, nor did he feel like the cultivation technique was flawed. Rather, Ryu could only think that the day Serial managed to rein in her demeanor and achieve true serenity in who and what she was, she would become a monster Ryu very much wanted to battle. And if that was just her, then what about all the others who would presumably have cultivation techniques on that level? Ryu wanted to meet them all, he wanted to fight against them all, he wanted to defeat them all and use their corpses as the stepping stones to his greatest heights. Allowing them to be the foundation to his ascension would be their greatest honor. Serial took several deep breaths to calm herself down. Just as Ryu had concluded, her cultivation method was, indeed, causing her to act like this. But she had long since learned to control it. It was just that today was special compared to most others. Today was supposed to be the day a millennia of hard work finally paid off, but she was instead slapped in the face. The fact that she was only this enraged was a testament to how well she usually controlled herself. Deep into the Sky God realm, Chaos Chi becomes even more important than essence. Disorder must be taken to an extreme before you can once again find order. The chaos plane of this world is unexplored and untouched, allowing it to have some of the purest stores of Chaos Chi in all of existence. Gathering some of it now and using it during my breakthrough into the Sky God realm will be of great benefit to my future cultivation. Ryu was shocked once again. It felt like every time this woman spoke, another shocking revelation would fall onto his lap. He had never heard of Chaos Chi needing to be used like this, at least not from the Sky God realms he was aware of. That meant that there was more he had no idea about. The Sky God realm? How many divisions are there? Ryu's gaze couldn't help but become sharp. The fragmented Sky God, the false Sky God, the true Sky God, the perfect Sky God, the transcended Sky God, the omniscient Sky God, the Sky God of order, the Sky God of chaos, and finally the Sky God of origin. Each name was like another clap of thunder to Ryu's mind, each one thrumming his heart to its rhythm. For a long time he couldn't steady his breathing, his thoughts racing out of control. That's enough now, right? Or don't tell me you want to squeeze more out of me. Ryu took deep breaths and locked gazes with Serial. I am a man of my word. I will allow you in. But I'm also not a fool. You've only told me a part of the reason. I can see through you. Right then, you tried to use your deception on me. So, how about you tell me the truth? What is the real reason you want to enter the chaos plane? Serial's pupils trembled and she bit her cherry lips hard, her long ears drooping somewhat adorably. The chaos plane is likely the only place with a gate to the rest of existence. It's a path away from here. An explosion resounded in Ryu's mind. Important announcement below. Chapter 824 discussed. Ryu had never really considered how to leave this world. How could he even think of doing such a thing until he ripped the martial gods out from their roots and slaughtered them to the last man? His only real epiphany about the matter came with relation to the netherworld, and he had concluded that if there was anywhere with such an entrance, door or gate, it would likely be that place. However, never could he have expected that the gateway would be located in the chaos plane. Or maybe it was just one of the many gateways for all he knew. Ryu's heart couldn't help but beat erratically. He suddenly felt an undying will to go toward that gate now. If it wasn't for the fact he had already knew that he had used his last intuition, he would have thought that it was another instant of it pulling him in that direction. But he knew better than to think that. This wasn't intuition. It was his own selfish desire screaming at him and echoing through his mind. It was a constant hammer on his heart and thoughts, rushing him toward that inevitable end. He wanted it all so badly, to see what that true mountain peak was. Ryu took several more deep breaths. Compared to this information, the names of the 9 Sky God realms meant next to nothing to Ryu. Those were just markers for his future accomplishments. Whetstone he would eventually use and marbled stairs he would eventually step upon. But this was different. He wanted to feel what it meant to battle geniuses no weaker than himself. He wanted to experience vast lands and powers that dwarfed his Tatsuya clan. He wanted to see a mountain peak grander and taller than Shrine Mountain. And then, he wanted to trample it all beneath his feet. By the time Ryu regained his bearings, several minutes had already passed. But he didn't pay Serial any mind. In the face of these dreams of his, beauty was simply too fleeting. Let's return. Ryu took a step forward past Serial, leading her away. Though she didn't show it, she inwardly sighed a breath of relief. There was definitely a potential future where Ryu could have taken all of this information from her and then vanished. If he had chosen to do that, there was very little she could have done. But it seemed that he knew how to keep his word. It wasn't long before the pair had returned to the barrier. By now, all the martial gods and ancestral beasts had completely dispersed. There was nothing they could do but report these matters back to their superiors. If they stayed here, they would only be asking for death. Ryu's avatar vanished and a small whirlpool swallowed Serial up, bringing her inside. Ryu wasn't very afraid of Serial in the slightest. In fact, the only reason he had kicked her out was for a little bit of payback and laughs. The truth was that while the formation was activated, he who controlled it was practically invincible even among sky gods. He could have let her be, but he decided to knock her down a peg first. If Serial knew this, she would probably fall into another rage. But at this point she didn't really have much of a choice in the matter. So long as they entered the Chaos Plane, the control Ryu had would vanish and she would be able to do as she pleased. Of course, Ryu was aware of this as well. That was why he would get all the information he needed out of her first, then consider letting her do as she wanted later. Ah, little Serial. You've changed so much. Elsa pouted, looking Serial up and down. Serial replied with a cold stare. She wouldn't forget that it was partly because of this woman that her personality shift ended up falling into Ryu's hands so thoroughly. What kind of wife was so intent on finding other women for her husband? Even now Serial had no idea how she had fallen so pathetically. She had had terrible soul tribulations before. She even remembered having a lustful personality shift back when she was still in the spiritual severing realm. Considering how weak she had been back then, it would have been very easy for someone to take advantage of her. And yet, she had still managed to weather that tribulation without doing anything she would be embarrassed about. But, somehow, a shy personality shift had caused her to be taken advantage of. It was ridiculous. If she had her way, she'd use her blade to slice off those damned lips Ryu kept reminding her of. Seeing Serial's reaction, Elsa only giggled. With her connection with Ryu, she knew everything that he knew. So she, of course, understood everything now. Hello. Yana politely greeted Serial as well. But, when Serial's gaze landed on Yana, an uncontrollable wave of disgust overcame her. It was obvious why, looking at Yana now, she was reminded of her last soul tribulation and she felt her stomach heave. Serial shot out a palm completely without warning. She wanted nothing more than for Yana to vanish from her sight, even if that meant killing her on the spot. She didn't even consider nor care what Yana's identity was. Bang! Serial's brow furrowed. Her palm shot through space, erupting on a floating island that acted as their backdrop. By a sweep of bad luck, it was actually the Moonlight Blossom sect that suffered the blow. Yana, however, had flickered and reappeared, her brows knit into a tight frown. What the hell do you think you're doing? The biting cold of Ryu's voice caused Serial's heart to freeze over. She didn't even need to look over and meet his eye for her to know that he was furious. Chapter 8:25 Choose Wisely. Ryu had already appeared before her, his stature towering and his gaze a biting cold. His own chest was just a mere centimeter from Serial's ample bosom, one as sturdy and broad as a rock face and that other as curved, delicate and soft as the clouds, and yet both just as unyielding. The two felt almost like mirror images of each other, their murderous intent rising into the skies. It seems I didn't teach you enough of a lesson the first time. Ryu sneered, his canines glistening beneath the high sun and fluttering snow. There was nothing laughing or joking about his demeanor. He carried with him the same air of arrogance he did when facing an enemy. The moment these words entered Serial's ears, it was as though she had been greatly provoked. Shying, shying, shying. A violent tempest of sword chi whipped around her wildly. Ryu could almost hear her blade clambering within her spatial ring, ready to tear through the fabric of reality to make it hear and cut out Ryu's tongue for his impudence. Do you really think an ant like you stands any real chance against me? Serial's words were just as bitingly cold. Those who knew a lot about Ryu but very little about Serial couldn't help but be stunned. Those here had already witnessed Ryu's battle prowess, but even while she was within the Moonlight Blossom sect, not only had Serial hidden her true face, but she had hidden her true strength as well. No one here was aware of her true capabilities. At that moment, just when it seemed like something was about to erupt, Ailsa lightly cleared her throat. All right, you two, let's take a breath. Serial's gaze swept toward Ailsa. Piss off. Ailsa's gaze remained placid. I would suggest you watch your tone, little girl. You can consider this me doing you a favor, or else considering my husband's temperament. The fact you would deem to attack to kill his wife would be enough for him to sever all ties with you. Ailsa knew Ryu too well. He was already on the verge of killing Serial. In fact, if it was anyone else, he would have already attacked. But there were two reasons he hadn't done so yet. The first was because he still needed the information Serial had, and it was tied to his greatest ambition. The second was because the Serial he had grown to have feelings for, the shy and reserved Serial, shared the same face as this woman here now. Even as decisive as Ryu was, he still needed a moment to clear that barrier. However, Ailsa knew that neither of these two reasons would be enough to stop Ryu. Between his ambition and his loved ones, he would always choose the latter. And between a fa. Ade of a woman and his real woman, there was likewise even less of a choice to make between the two. Given even a split second more, Serial would be nothing but a corpse already. A favor. Serial laughed coldly. Do you think I need your pity? It seems that you're intent on throwing this tantrum, but it seems you've forgotten the situation you're in. Ailsa replied without the slightest waver in her gaze. You're currently standing within a formation that even sky gods can't break through, and you've infuriated the man who controls it. No matter how powerful you are outside, in here, you're nothing more than the ant you claim others to be. Serial's expression flickered, but she still said nothing. I can tell why you're so infuriated. You've spotted a weakness in yourself and want to cut it away, seemingly not realizing that it's not possible. Your cultivation technique is beyond anything I've ever laid my eyes on, but I can tell you with great certainty that there's no changing someone's soul. All of these tribulations you've undergone are only showing you different shades of yourself. You still haven't settled down and accepted this yet. That is why your emotions are still so agitated even after digging your way out of your so-called valley. Serial's expression turned dark. The ignorant truly dare to say anything. You're the mere inferior heel of my superior race, but you want to guide me? Worse yet, you want to guide me in a level of technique that your impoverished lands haven't even laid eyes on before? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Know your limits. What do you expect me to learn from a cowardly fairy who only knows how to rest on the shoulders of a man? Your race is nothing but a legion of dogs and pets on leashes, wagging their tails and hanging out their tongues in hopes you might earn yourselves a piece of meat. I'm disgusted by you and everything that you represent. Never deign to instruct me again. The harsh cold of Ryu's gaze increased. The murderous intent of his irises snapped into place. The oppressive might of his Tao subtly leaking from his aura. His demeanor seemed to change entirely. He didn't care about anything Serial had to provide any longer. She could just die. Just as Ryu was about to act, a palm flattened against his chest and gently pushed him away. Ailsa pushed him to the side and stepped forward to face Serial, both of their ample bosoms competing for space within the air. If it was anyone other than his wife who had stepped forward to do this, Ryu would have already disregarded everything. But right now all he could do was frown. Ailsa coldly looked Serial up and down, his crimson irises deadpan and unmoved. You see yourself as a lofty being ready to transcend the heavens, but all I see is a little girl who happens to have a little bit more information than everyone else. In fact, you also remind me of a particular little boy who feared nothing and yet was somehow angry at everything. Deep inside, you know that I'm perfectly correct. That shy, lovable little girl you were just a year ago is still inside you somewhere. You just don't want to accept it because that also means accepting that the actions she committed weren't as separate from yourself as you'd love to believe. Regardless, I do not care. As you've said, I'm just a woman who's quite content with sitting on the shoulders of my husband and basking in his success. But that also means that I'm greatly invested in ensuring that he does succeed. Even if you die now, I have many methods of extracting your soul and snatching the memories you hold so dear to yourself. So, the choice is yours, really. Rein in your attitude and control yourself as an adult should. Or you can die and make your contributions to this aimless, lowly woman here after you've long since passed. Choose wisely. Chapter 8:26 Final Attempt. This serial woman was even more stubborn than he was. Coupling that with what he assumed was the backlash of her technique, and it was a miracle that she had even held it together for this long to begin with. Ryu released a chuckle beside himself. But that much earned him the glare of two ferocious lionesses, Serial on one side and Ailsa on the other. Ryu could only be baffled as to the reason why Ailsa was giving him such a look now. Toward such a thing, he could only put his hands up in defeat and turn toward the only woman who was always good to him. Are you okay? Yana blinked and nodded, a light smile on her face. Someone else might have already died beneath Serial's strike. But it was clear that, for one, Serial hadn't used nearly as much strength as she had against the previous 10th Order beast, and Yana herself was in a unique position to deal with Serial's blow. As a part fairy, Yana was in a unique position and was granted a far stronger mental realm than most humans. When it came to matters of the soul, it was rare for her to fight a match, and as such, her senses were especially sensitive. On top of this, Yana was probably the strongest at her given cultivation realm when it came to evasion, even better than Ryu when he was using his Lightning Divine Mark technique or the Silver Star visualization. None of this even mentioned the fact that Yana's spiritual sense worked differently than others did. Rather than seeing and reacting like most people did, Yana could feel and react. She could use the space around her like a blanket to touch upon information that sight alone couldn't match. In some regard, this ability to sense was even better than Ryu's third perspective, which gave him a perfect and bird's-eye view of everything. With all of these compiled together, even while being a lesser cultivation than Serial, Yana didn't sweat dodging her attack in the slightest. In fact, it had been easy even though she had been caught somewhat off guard. It could be said that none of Ryu's wives were pushovers, and thinking that they were so would end in your shooting yourself in the foot. I'm fine, really. Yana didn't have much of a temper usually, and this was especially so when she was around Ryu. So, she didn't feel like it was necessary to pursue this matter. At the same time, Yana was very intelligent in her own right. She could tell how important Serial's information was to Ryu. Barring something catastrophic, she didn't want to be the reason that these matters fell through. Ryu lightly grasped her hand and gave her a small pulse and a reassuring sort of warmth. Let's go. I believe we have a lot of things to discuss that can't be done out in the open like this. As for everything else, I'll deal with it later. Soon, Five sat in an immortal abode cut off from everyone else. Ryu sat with Yana in his lap. Ryza sat at the head of the table looking particularly out of place. And, finally, Ailsa and Serial, clearly by choice, sat across from one another, still glaring. Ryu sighed. More women really did mean more problems. Luckily his Yana didn't want to make enemies with anyone. Serial was definitely a troublemaker. As for Ryza, she was still wondering why it was she hadn't gotten even the slightest bit of respect a sky god should in the face of so many juniors. She was fine with Ryu not acknowledging her presence because he was an overly arrogant brat. But what about everyone else? Even the soft and dainty Yana had hardly spared her a glance. Was her imposing aura and majesty not enough? Let's start from the beginning. Tell us the truth. Are you from the past? Did you Fey race enter seclusion like the ancestral beasts had? Or did you come from another world? Serial frowned, finally looking away from Ailsa. Why do you need to know all of these things? I think it's pretty obvious why I might have use for this information. What's not obvious is what reason you'd have for trying to hide them. It seems like your only reason for pushing back is because you don't want to talk about those matters, but given the situation and my needs, that's not a good enough reason. Ryu explained his position unhurriedly. As things stood now, time was on his side. No one could interfere with this world for the foreseeable future. The ancestral beasts were embroiled in war with the martial gods, and the pause in Ryu's cultivation due to his intuition meant he didn't need to worry about such things at all. His only goal right now was to slowly become stronger by experiencing life and tempering his Tao, and he was confident that he would soon one day have the strength to make the martial gods pay for their actions. Serial's expression darkened, but she had no way of refuting. There really was no other reason to keep these matters hidden outside of her own unwillingness to talk about it. If it really was a secret she had to take to the grave, she wouldn't have even given Ryu so many hints to begin with. Why would she want to talk about her eradicated clan? But now it seems she didn't have a choice. My clan is gone just like I told you. I'm the product of a final attempt at survival and was sent here from a distant past. Chapter 827 Unprepared. This was all to say that Ailsa's words were easily acceptable. If there was anything to raise an eyebrow about, it was that the universe was still in its infancy when the Fae were around, as were their cultivation methods. To deduce a formation capable of sending Serial so far into the future was an impressive feat beyond measure considering their poor foundations at the time. But, as soon as Ryu had this thought, he grew skeptical. If they really were so primitive, where had Serial's technique come from? And, was it even right to think of them as primitive to begin with? Sure, it was the case that the cultivation system as known now was actually created by humans while Fae and ancestral beasts used more crude and unrefined methods to raise their strength. But, was that the truth, or was it an image painted by the eventual victors? History could easily become warped. This was something Ryu was well aware of as an origin-grade ruin master. There were actually many falsehoods that he had stumbled across, even things that had destroyed the karma of extraordinarily powerful individuals of the past, and yet as many as he found, he knew that there were many more to come. Unfortunately, much like in even the mortal world, perception was reality and the truth didn't matter much in the grand scheme of things. All that mattered was that enough people believed it to be true. Ryu took in a breath that was slightly sharper than usual, his gaze narrowing. This thought was an interesting conundrum from his Tao. For the first time in a while, rather than taking a step forward, he paused. It was a fascinating thought. His Tao was split into comprehending the heavens and then forging the heavens. This was what it meant to divide judgment and subsequently divide karma. But what about the influence of others? What if enough people believed something that was wrong? Or, could it be that the heavens themselves was just the amalgamation of the opinions of the many? Something about that conclusion felt wrong. It seemed he would have to consider this a lot more. Is that all? Ryu asked, suddenly realizing that Serial had suddenly stopped speaking. Though he had gone through a lot of thoughts just now, with his cultivation and the strength of his soul, not to mention a passive boost from his pupils and the origin flame, his thinking and processing speed wasn't on a level more even far above his cultivation level could compare to. What else could there possibly be? Serial asked. Ryu smiled, but it was decidedly cold. It seemed that getting information out of this woman would be like pulling teeth. Everything. I could very well ask you about each and everything, but I don't think you want me to do that. If you're smart about it, you can avoid the questions and even manage to keep some secrets for yourself. If not, then I'll just have to ask very intimate questions of you, and it may not be up to your discretion what to and what to not keep a secret at that point. Serial rolled her eyes. This man always knew exactly what to say to piss her off. Before my clan realized we had lost the war thanks to a certain set of useless descendants, we had already delved into a lot of research. The fairies didn't need the resources of the real plane, but we most definitely did. However, we also realized that too many races were reliant on it at the same time. Even if we won the war, what was left wouldn't be enough to sustain us through the generations. For all intents and purposes, my Fae race is made up of humanoids. The way we see and interact with the world is fundamentally different from the way beasts do. We invested far more into research than those dumb animals. In the end, we ended up finding the Chaos Plane long before anyone else. Ryu frowned slightly. That didn't make any sense. If the Fae found the Chaos Plane, their resources should be on a completely different level. There was simply no way they would have lost the war for Heaven's favor. However, Serial's next words explained this all too well. Unfortunately, the Chaos Plane isn't a free lunch. It's counter to everything we know, and the dangers found on its lands put to shame even the Nether Plane. Just breathing in that place is toxic, and it only become more so the higher your cultivation level. Chaos Chi is the antithesis of life itself. Ryu raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Why is it that he never felt that way, then? It seemed like he had quite the advantage. My clan was now stuck in a position where we had a wealth of resources only we had access to, and yet none of us could touch them. Well, maybe this was an exaggeration. We could. It was just that the price to do so was much too heavy. So, we began to invest in methods that could counter Chaos Chi, and the only answers we came up with was essence. As a result, we could only use the exceptionally crude method of sending in those undergoing a breakthrough process into the Chaos Plane. This placed a great burden on the younger generation, but we were happy to do whatever we could to help the clan, even if it was a pitiful amount. Ryu's gaze narrowed. He could imagine young Faye breaking into the imposed realm for the first time and being forced to use the essence that should have helped to boost their cultivation instead of helping the clan accumulate resources. It was easy to see how such a system could be abused, because it was very unlikely that the child that helped would get a larger share of the resources brought back beneath their power. Still, nothing could have prepared Ryu for what Serial would say next. However, even with all our precaution, we were still wrong about what the Chaos Plane represented. None of us could have imagined that it was actually the front line of a battle between the heavens and the rest of existence. Important announcements below. Chapter 828 Me. Yes. Serial's gaze lost focus. Just because you're ignorant of the outside world doesn't mean that the outside world is ignorant of you. In the world of cultivation, there's no such thing as pity. There's only benefits and more benefits. If someone finds an infantile world like this one, especially when it can only be ranked barely among the middling levels, they see it as a free opportunity to earn big. The idea that the Chaos Plane is full of treasures is true, but it is more likely that outsiders have partaken more in their spoils than we can ever imagine. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Are you saying that others have found entry into our world through the Chaos Plane? Is that where the martial gods came from? And who's fighting these people? Isn't it obvious? The heavens are fighting against them. It's the only protection you get in this life. But there's only so much the heavens of a middling world can do. And, just when it seemed that there would be able to be a resurgence, traders foolishly allowed the martial gods to take root here, as though it would help them in the long run. Ryu's brows only seemed to become more furrowed with passing time. He was finding it difficult to reconcile all of this information at once. We didn't know what we were getting ourselves into, but it could be said that we lucked out. One of the invaders happened to be a Fae who contacted us before being hunted down by the heavens and forced into fleeing. This allowed us to establish a connection with the outside world. It was pretty clear that this person simply wanted to use us, but the things they brought were unlike anything we had ever experienced before. By that point, it was already clear that the Chaos Plane wouldn't be enough for us to turn the tide of the war, and many had resigned to our fate. But this became a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, our actions infuriated the heavens. With how things were, even if we had somehow managed to turn the tide of war, it wouldn't have mattered in the slightest. There's little to nothing that can be hidden beneath their gazes, and we lost any support we might have originally had, causing us to decline even faster. Our so-called savior seemed to have already guessed that such a thing would happen, as they returned not long after we had lost any semblance of favor with Moore. Ryu didn't know how to accept this sort of information. From the way Serial was speaking about it, it sounded like these invaders could come and go as they pleased. It probably wasn't as simple as it sounded, but this was the image being conjured into his mind nonetheless. And it was unfortunately difficult to reconcile. They came to us with a chance. It was quite obvious that what they wanted was fresh blood. Even to far higher level worlds, the decline of bloodline was inevitable. It seemed that heavens were the only entities capable of birthing and reigniting bloodlines to what they once were. But, as you can probably tell, there was a problem with that. By the time we had most definitely lost the war, our bloodlines had already declined. Not only had fairies been created and diverged into weaker, diluted forms of us, but less and less true Fae were beginning to be born. With things as they were, how could we possibly reinvigorate the bloodlines of Fae that were already far stronger than we were? This fault was obvious and it was as bold as you could get. But we thought we were clever. They had only ever met with the few that could manage to stave off the corrosion of chaos chi. So we thought that their understanding of our race was quite small. We thought that since we had already lost the favor of the heavens for trading with these people, we could continue to take advantage of them, and when it came time to hold up our end of the bargain, we would simply not do so. What could they do to us? After all, even being in our world was dangerous for them, and they couldn't step foot into the real plane anyway. However, we were far too naive. The means of an expert of such caliber was far beyond our understanding. What they needed us for was far more sinister. The creation of every complex race into a new world comes with it a special set of fundamental runes. These fundamental runes are the blueprint for the creation of a race and can be reactivated under very special circumstances, allowing both its observation and a benefit related to cultivating in its presence. We thought they needed us for our blood, when in reality, they wanted to bring our race to the brink of extinction just so that these fundamental runes would show themselves. When a race borders on extinction, these fundamental runes will become especially sensitive, allowing them to be manipulated. It's quite laughable when you think about it. A fundamental rule of cultivation is that petty tricks are meaningless before absolute power. We thought that we could pull the wool over their eyes when the truth of the matter was that what tricks we had in store never mattered to begin with. From the start, we were nothing but pigs they were slowly fattening up for a slaughter. And then it happened. We were killed down to almost the last man. It was very difficult. There were many of us left to begin with. The only good news was that while our bloodlines had declined, our cultivation methods had improved by leaps and bounds, resulting in our fighting force ironically being stronger than it had ever been. But that wasn't worth much of anything at all. We were still slaughtered. The only thing that knowledge gave us was a chance. Serial's gaze turned cold. And that chance was me. Chapter 829. Fair enough. Tell me, why are the truth pupils locked in at the 7th rank? It's related to all of this, isn't it? Ryu had always been curious about this. Of all the heavenly pupils, the truth pupils were the only one to have never gone up or down in rank. No, maybe it wasn't accurate to say this, as Ryu couldn't confirm with any certainty. But what he could say is that within the last 5 eras, the truth pupils had never moved upward nor downward. One might think that this was because of Serial. Obviously, if she moved through time, then the ranking of her pupils would be stalled. This was, of course, under the assumption that a pair of heavenly pupils could only appear once at a time. However, there were 2 issues with. Firstly, there was no guarantee that this was true. 2 pairs of the same heavenly pupils had never appeared at the same time before, but given how rare heavenly pupils were to begin with, it was impossible to tell if this was because they were hardly born at all or if there was truly a ban on 2 appearing at the same time. And secondly, if Serial's rank had been frozen, because she traveled deep into the future, then the truth pupils should have been ranked last, not 7th. With the birth of every pair of heavenly pupils, the deeds of its owner would add to its faith and prestige. As this occurred, a pair would move up the rankings. However, whether or not it could close the gap with those above it would depend on how great its owner was and what they accomplished. Just like with Ryu, who had vanished for so long even after being the first owner of his pupils in countless epochs, others should have long since closed in on Serial. But that wasn't what had happened. Instead, she was perpetually stuck at 7. In that time, some had leapfrogged her, others were forced beneath her, but it was always in equal parts. It was either a pair would manage to jump from 8 to 6 and force another down from 6 to 8, or no movement would occur whatsoever. Ryu had read many theories about this, and many of the popular ones surrounded the deception abilities of the truth pupils. While Ryu's heavenly pupils and Serial's truth pupils started out with abilities that were very similar, the former diverged to focus on absolute truth while the latter learned to trick the mind and play with the heart. Knowing this, some speculated that at its highest levels, the truth pupils could even fool the heavens. This would be the perfect explanation for how and why they had managed to remain at the 7th rank all this time. Ryu was inclined to believe these theories. If sky gods could pass on legacies through generations, This sort of deception across eras could be the truth pupils' form of passing on a legacy. Without ever knowing exactly how powerful these pupils were, it would be possible for many to underestimate it. In fact, very little was known about the truth pupils compared to others. While Ryu's abilities could all be listed one after another, aside from the mutated ones of course, the same couldn't be said for Serial. Didn't you say you wouldn't ask me any questions so long as I told you the full story? Ryu smiled when he heard this. Serial wasn't wrong, but her response had confirmed his thoughts. This matter did relate to her family and these matters. It was very likely that among what Serial had hidden, the truth of her heavenly pupils was among what she had wanted to protect. That made her reactions far more believable. Fair enough. Let's eat. Serial's pupils constricted when she heard Ryu's words. He let it go, just like that. Her eyes couldn't help but narrow. Somehow, despite the fact he was keeping his word, this still managed to annoy her. Why was this man so good at pissing people off? Riza, who had been very much focused on Serial's words and enthralled by the story, snapped awake. Realizing that Ryu's gaze was on her, Riza's reaction made perfect sense. She, much like everyone else, had thought that the Fae were extinct, only to realize that there was one right here before them all. How could she not be shocked? But now, she just wanted to know why Ryu was looking at her like that. She suddenly felt a strong urge to slap him. Ryu's smile widened. Since Yana was on his lap, he couldn't very well get up, right? But someone had to prepare dinner, after all. With a wave of his hand, an enormous griffin corpse appeared. You're probably a great cook, right, Riza? Riza's lip twitched. The answer to that for most sky gods who had experienced so much life was yes. Oftentimes, living for so long, many would pick up hobbies. There was only so much continuous cultivation you could do. In fact, Riza, who had never tasted ancestral beast meat, very much wanted to try this. But she still very much wanted to slap Ryu. Ah! I will help you, big sister Riza. To Ryu's dismay, Yana excitedly jumped from his lap. What a joke. She had spent years preparing to be the perfect wife and had refined those skills countless times over. Now that she had an opportunity to cook for her husband, how could she not take it? Under Yana's enthusiasm, and after being called Big Sister, for the first time in what must have been billions of years, Riza found her heart becoming too soft to refuse. Gritting her teeth, she sent Ryu a death glare before trudging off under Yana's pull. Important announcement below. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow. Everyone. Chapter 830 Sepher. She had grown like a blooming white rose, her delicate sort of beauty blossoming to its full potential. The little girl from back then had already formed a line of admirers for herself, even after coming to the more powerful moon world. However, the way she was acting now was completely unlike herself. The elders and sisters of the Awoken Moon sect couldn't help but be baffled. Was this really their inheritor? Wasn't she always going around confidently, stirring up trouble and giving those who worried about her a headache? Maybe the only time she would ever be even remotely serious was when she sat down to concoct a batch of pills. Now, that girl who was always bouncing off walls didn't even know what to do with herself. Castle Master Toria and some elders couldn't help but smile meaningfully. Sepher wasn't the only one acting like this. There were many young women in their sect that couldn't seem to get a particular shadow of a man out of their heart. They were a female-only sect and many of their techniques worked best with virgins, especially since their sect was so strongly Yin-based. As such, it could be said that the looming shadow of Ryu was both a blessing and a curse. The good news was that with such a shadow over them, the odds that they'd stumble and fall into the bed of another man was nearly nil. The bad news, however, was that if Ryu wanted to be that sort of man, causing the downfall of all her best disciples would be as easy as flipping over a hand. Luckily, Toria had quite some faith in Ryu's character, and most of these feelings of infatuation her disciples had were more like what one would feel for a celebrity rather than what one might feel for a man they truly loved. As such, she didn't see this matter to be too bad at all. The only difference among them was Sepher, whose relationship with Ryu was a bit more special than that. However, Sepher's feelings weren't romantic either. Her current thoughts were a mixture of anticipation and nervousness, because she was worried about letting Ryu down. As much as everyone had always praised her for her talent, the more she learned about the martial world, the more she realized just how much of a monster Ryu was. Ryu had been the one to set her on the path of alchemy, and his expectations were likely lofty. If she wasn't good enough and disappointed him, she wouldn't know what to do with herself. At that moment, the doors to the throne room suddenly opened, and as though compelled by some power, even Toria herself, stood. Ryu, with a light smile on his face and a full stomach, strolled into the room, his robes having been replaced by another pristinely white set. He truly looked like a deity having come down to take the form of a mortal. There wasn't a single flaw to find on him. "It seems that you're all doing well." Ryu smiled, his gaze sweeping through the room until he landed on Sepher. As though a startled rabbit, Sepher's heart almost leapt out of her throat as Ryu reached the base of the throne, his pace not seeming hurried, but somehow still being far too fast for Sepher to handle. Ryu laughed. "What's wrong? You don't recognize your big brother anymore?"
"I'm hurt."
Hearing such words, something within Sepher snapped into place. She couldn't help but remember how cold Ryu's expressions always were until that moment he sat down to teach her. Then, as though all of that had melted away, he had smiled the most beautiful smile she had ever seen. Beside herself, Sepher found herself diving into Ryu's arms, rubbing her forehead into his chest as though a spoiled little child. The resonating boom of Ryu's laughter made the erratic beating of her heart feel far more at ease. Sepher's fellow disciples, or at least the ones with high enough standing to be in this room currently, couldn't help but look on with jealousy between their brows. But it was unfortunate that none of them had relationships with Ryu that were nearly as close. The likes of Mei and Amy, who had greeted Ryu when he first stepped foot into their sect, were the closest to having this sort of relationship, and yet they were still very much far away. They could only smile. All of them treated Sepher like a little sister, and she had done all of them proud. Ironically, though Sepher was supposed to be a genius to replace Melody, capable of matching up to the level of their sect and not exceeding it too much, Sepher still ended up being as if not more so of a genius than Melody herself. It had to be remembered that having too great a genius under your wing as a weaker sect was no longer a blessing, but could even be considered to be a curse. However, the Awoken Moon sect's inheritor, Sepher, crushed all expectations for what one might expect from a Fifth Order sect. After a few hundred years, the little one had already grown into being the most powerful warrior within their sect. Toria had long since wanted to give up her throne to Sepher, but the little girl stubbornly remained a disciple. It had to be remembered that in order to be a Fifth Order sect, one needed 10 Divine Vessel Realm experts and 1 Connecting Heaven Realm ancestor. That meant that in order to be the most powerful, Sepher would either have to have already entered the Connecting Heaven Realm, or she would need to have that level of strength, of which she had done both. To accomplish such a feat in just a few hundred years placed Sepher among the best geniuses of Sacrum, especially since she had done so on the weakest immortal plane. So, seeing her act like this, even if the others were jealous, that was as far as it went. Ryu rubbed Sepher's head lightly with a smile still on his face. "Where is your ancestor? I would like to speak with everyone for a moment." Ryu had hardly finished these words, though, when the change in atmosphere made his expression darken. Chapter 831, One Strike Too Many. However, things were different now. Not only had Ryu long since surpassed such an ancestor in combat prowess, even his cultivation was leagues beyond. Let alone him calling her out personally. She should have been among the first to greet him. The only really Ryu hadn't made a fuss about it was because he was in a good mood meeting Sepher again and learning about the Chaos Plane, not to mention having a nice meal made by his wife. Plus, technically, as a throne, he was still somewhat equal in status with the ancestor of the Awoken Moon sect. Even with all of these reasons he knew about, there were also likely reasons he wasn't aware of. For example, the ancestor could be stalled or heavily injured, and, of these, it seemed that he just hadn't gone far enough. "She was killed?" Ryu asked. His demeanor seemed strikingly different. Even for the members of the Awoken Moon sect who were very much used to being extremely cold couldn't help but shiver as the temperature continued to plummet. Ryu didn't particularly care about this ancestor. She was someone he had never met personally, and even if he had, they wouldn't have had a deep relationship. However, He was the throne of the Awoken Moon sect, not to mention the current sole heir of the Ice Phoenix clan. A slight against them was a slap to his face. He really wanted to see who was so bold. The first person Ryu thought of was Patriarch Ember. But if it was really him, he would feel far too stifled. He had already killed that man. If he had known that he had gone this far, he would have given him a far more terrible death. Toria took a deep breath and settled herself. During our escape from the pedestal plane, we had to stall for the formation to fully activate. In that time, Ancestor used the help of our protective formation to stave off enemies and give us time to escape. She managed to make it through the ordeal, but she was heavily injured. In her old age, though it wasn't quite lethal, it would still take her quite some time to recover. Unfortunately, we met more hostility upon coming to the moon world. Before Ancestor could recover, she was forced into a battle with the 3 Pupil Eclipse sect and died as a result. Following this, we were forced to come to this place to help fight their battles. We've lost many promising disciples. In the time since Ryu had left the Awoken Moon sect, the influx of talent they had experienced was astronomical. If given time to grow, it would only be a matter of time before they returned to their former glory as a Ninth Order sect. However, this war felt like an enormous setback to them. Without a care for the weakness of their sect compared to the other behemoths, they were forced to fight. In fact, it was because of their weakness especially that they found themselves in the role of cannon fodder. If it wasn't for Gaiet learning of their plight and recognizing them even after so long, their situation would have only been made worse. Let alone just losing their lives. As a female-only sect, they may very well have ended up being humiliated in ways Toria didn't even want to describe. All she could feel was weak. Even after breaking into the connecting heaven realm from the divine vessel realm after so long, in large part thanks to the faith Ryu's exploits had blessed them all with, she still felt like she couldn't accomplish anything. Their backbone all this time had been little Sephair until Ryu's sudden and triumphant return. Ryu's dark expression seemed to make the atmosphere countless times heavier. The oppression weighed on the heart and ripped at the soul. It didn't take a genius to understand that he was pissed. He had been taking his time dealing with the 3 Pupils Eclipse sect and the others, not because he was planning on taking it easy on them, but rather because he wanted them to stew in their own fear. Beneath this formation, there was nowhere they could hide and there was nowhere for them to run. All of their lives ran on the palm of Ryu's hand and at his whims. But, since the 3 Pupil Eclipse sect wanted to play games, he would play along with them as well. "I'll be back," Ryu said coldly. He gave Sephair's hair one more ruffle before vanishing. The atmosphere in the throne room seemed to lighten instantly and a faint sort of excitement colored their features. They had all been slowly building up their confidence over the years, returning to form. However, this blow had set them right back to step one. Having a backer again, and one so powerful, made them feel as though they were walking on clouds. Ryu appeared in the skies, his expression as cold as ice. He didn't believe for a single moment that the 3 Pupil Eclipse sect had forgotten about the Awoken Moon sect. It had to be remembered that absolute geniuses took 100 million years to become cosmic seed realm experts. What did this mean? It meant that many took far longer to step into this stage. Even though the cap in cultivation of this world was the Tao pedestal realm, logic dictated that for anyone to even have a chance at entering the cosmic seed realm, the previous realm had to give at least that much lifespan. Simply put, the 900 million years since Ryu had vanished from this world wasn't nearly enough time for the 3 Pupil Eclipse sect to forget who their true overlords were. And that didn't even mention the fact that the martial gods had helped them to raise experts surpassing this level. Not only had they touched his bottom line, they had done so knowing full well what they were doing. Ryu wasn't a fan of 3 strikes, just one was enough. And this one was already at 2. Bang! Ryu's aura descended like an endless torrent. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow. Everyone, Chapter 832 Ancestral Grade Formation. The enormous gates of the 3 Pupil Eclipse sect palace shattered into shards of flying wood. Such wood could be considered to be maybe among the most valuable capable of being found on the moon world, but beneath Ryu's aura, it became nothing more than fragile paper. The shards fell around him as he took unhurried steps before him. His aura was cold and his expression gave nothing away. However, his actions alone spoke for themselves. The destruction of a sect's nameplate and gate were both among the most humiliating things you could force them to endure, and this was especially so for the three-pupil Eclipse sect that had gotten very much used to being a hegemon. Even back when the Ice Phoenix clan controlled this moon world in its entirety, they had never been humiliated to this extent. Not to mention the fact that Ryu's Ice Phoenix clan treated their subordinates with dignity. Even when there was an iron fist approach needed, it would be done behind closed doors and definitely not in the face of so many spectators. If Ryu wanted to be a good ruler, maybe he would take this approach as well. However, since long ago, he had already realized that he wasn't cut out for leading large groups of people. If people wanted to follow him, they would do so at their own detriment. The best he could do for them was hand-share resources. As for actually leading, he simply wasn't cut out for it. His temper was too fiery. His patience was too thin. And his acceptance of incompetence was whatever was less than rock bottom. At that moment, the protective formations of the three-pupil Eclipse sect roared to life. A mighty triangular formation of pupils appeared in the skies, each with irises rotating about with complex runes. Ryu smiled a cold smile. The wood that made the gate of the three-pupil Eclipse sect was known as Fire Breach Wood. It was a heaven-grade treasure and was definitely a grand display of fortune for a sect in a world with a cap at the Tao pedestal realm. This was definitely within the means of what the three-pupil Eclipse sect that Ryu knew could accomplish, and he wasn't too surprised by it at all. However, this formation, not only was it a unique formation Ryu had never studied before, it was deep into the ancestral grade. An ancestral grade formation found in a sect where the highest-ranked expert should be within the Tao pedestal realm felt like nothing more than a comical joke. If you told such a thing to anyone who knew anything about the martial world, they'd probably roll their eyes and say that you had a great imagination. Ancestral grade formations were used to protect sects and clans of the 11th order. Maybe if you were among the stronger 10th order sects, you might be able to cobble together several generations of accumulation to invite an expert to lay a weaker ancestral grade formation. However, not only was this large-scale formation solidly within the middle ancestral grade, it was found in a mere 9th order sect. One had to also take into consideration that a 9th order sect here wasn't worth the same as it would be elsewhere. The three-pupil Eclipse sect had always been under the jurisdiction of the Awoken Moon sect, yet another 9th order sect. For one 9th order sect to oversee another, it was clear and obvious that there was still a large power divide between them, whether that be in quality of warrior or quantity. And, in fact, the deficiencies were in both. Seeing a middle ancestral grade formation here, Ryu couldn't help but chuckle. It was obvious that whoever had laid this formation had helped the three-pupil Eclipse sect to forget their roots and betray his Ice Phoenix clan. There was nothing in this world that Ryu abhorred more than backstabbers and spineless betrayers. As far as Ryu was concerned, as a subordinate who had gained all the benefits that came with such a thing when the Ice Phoenix clan was still alive, it was the duty of the three-pupil Eclipse sect to fight to their last man when their rulers had fallen. But, obviously, they hadn't chosen to do such a thing. In fact, it may even be quite likely that the three-pupil Eclipse sect had betrayed them long ago. And now, in the face of the scion of their rulers, there was actually such a formation deployed. A middle ancestral grade formation. It was a monstrosity capable of slaughtering and protecting against even pinnacle world sea realm experts. Up against someone who had just stepped into the path extinction realm like Ryu, it shouldn't have been enough to slaughter him dozens of times over. In fact, that explanation couldn't even begin to do the truth justice. Faced with such a large-scale formation, it would take at least 50 to 100 peak world sea realm experts, each with above-average strength, to break. Not only could it withstand the bombardment at such a level, it would likely kill at least half the number that came. And now, Ryu was standing right in the middle of it. Unfortunately for the three-pupil Eclipse sect, though, they were now within the territory Ryu controlled. The formation that now enveloped this entire world was not only on a far larger scale than this formation, giving it far more power to draw on, but its level was, at Ryu's best estimations, at the quasi-origin grade. Let alone slaughtering peak world sea realm experts, it could slaughter sky gods. However, even though destroying this formation was a thought away for Ryu, the actual approach he too was very different. Sure, he could shatter this formation with a wave of the hand, But would that send the message that he wanted to send? Would it instill the sort of fear he wanted them to feel? The sort of horror he wanted to be etched deep within their bones? A cold, vicious grin spread across Ryu's face. He took a step forward, his figure seeming to flicker. Right that moment, a strong beam of light descended from the skies, landing right where he had just been. Bang! Ryu appeared again, his gait just the same and pace unhurried. He clasped his hands behind his back, the coldness in his gaze receding to dance with a playful, arrogant sort of light. He stepped forward again, his figure vanishing as yet another beam descended. Ryu whipped a hand forward from his back, flicking his finger. A beam of ice tore through the skies, appearing before the 3 floating pupils in the blink of an eye. However, just before it could collide, a second pupil glowed, resulting in a wide barrier forming. Ryu's attack fizzled out. Still, he only nodded in response, taking another step forward and vanishing before a beam of light could hit him. Ryu continued to do this. His steps were leisurely and unhurried, and every so often, he would release a piercing attack. Despite how these attacks all fizzled out without much fanfare, each one was of the exact same strength, the exact power you would need to blast a Tao pedestal realm expert's head to pieces. Ryu's every strike was like a drop in the middle of an ocean, but it was a drop capable of threatening the heart and forcing it to beat out of rhythm. By this point, those of the Black Wind's kingdom, Nightingale Mansion and Moonlight Blossom sect all found themselves watching, their hearts palpitating. Each one of Ryu's strikes was like a piercing spear through their hearts. The more he did it, neither using any less or any more power, it was as though they were being reminded more and more of the kind of monster this young man was. Zulfikar of the Moonlight Blossom sect stood completely drenched in cold sweat. He had already tried to run, but there was simply nowhere to go in this world. Even leaving felt impossible. He still hadn't realized the fact that the good man he had pierced through the heart all those years ago was actually Ryu. All he remembered was trying to kill Ryu in front of the Moonlight Blossom sect. If he knew he had actually attempted such a thing twice instead of once, who knew how bad his situation would be now? Ryu somehow had the ability to place an oppressive pressure on everyone around him, even though all he looked like he was doing was running for his life. His every movement was filled with an unhurried grace, and his every action seemed to carry the weight of the world. It almost felt like it wasn't the formation chasing him, but rather, him chasing the formation. So that's how it is. He spoke leisurely, taking another step forward and vanishing. This time, he appeared amidst the 3 floating eyes, his palm stretched out. Break for me. A formless pressure descended from the skies, concentrated to a very fine point. And then, bang! Chapter 833. Not a single hair. Ryu retracted his hand, placing it to his back. He didn't look like he had accomplished anything particularly amazing. However, to those watching, it was as though he was a deity on earth. Every single one of them could tell just how powerful that formation had been. But what was the most shocking part was how Ryu had managed to destroy it. Maybe if Ryu had used the strength of a sky god to shatter the array, it would have been easier to accept. But that wasn't what happened. In fact, they could all tell that Ryu hadn't used strength surpassing the Tao pedestal realm even by the smallest measure. Each and every one of his attacks carried with it the same strength without the slightest deviation. Not only was it a shocking display of chi control, it made one wonder just how in the world he had managed to pull it off. If Ryu had come to make a point, he had most definitely made it. At that moment, before Ryu could even descend from the skies, a flurry of powerful auras surged out of the 3-pupil eclipse sect's depths. But, just when it seemed to everyone that a battle would erupt, dozens of experts fell to their knees, their apprehension suffusing the air. Ryu looked down indifferently, his gaze landing on a particular older man and woman at the helm. From his memory, the older woman was the ancestor of the 3-pupil eclipse sect, and the older man was the acting patriarch. But it seemed that they were now of equivalent status. It was just as Ryu thought, the upper management of the sect was nearly identical to what he remembered. As such, there was simply no way they wouldn't recognize the Awoken Moon sect. If there was any doubt in Ryu's mind before, it had most definitely vanished by this point. These people had touched his bottom line. He also found it amusing that they actually had the face to come out here only after he had destroyed their formation. It was very clear that they were testing him, and such a thing only fueled his fury all the more. There was little he hated more than those that thought themselves to be capable of testing him. To test someone needed a superior figure. If you didn't consider yourself another's better, or at least an authority figure, how could you even begin to test someone? The fact that they waited all this time to come out when they could have closed down the formation with a thought spoke for itself. Oh, so you remember yourselves now? Ancestor 3i? Patriarch 3i. Ryu couldn't be bothered to have learned their names. Toward his words, though, the two couldn't help but tremble. To everyone here they were both ancestors. The fact that Ryu had separated them in this way left whatever lingering doubt they had toward his identity in the shadows. Only the little boy of back then and from that family could possibly know these things. Not only have you seemed to have forgotten, you also had the audacity to allow your formation to attack me. You tell me, have the years filled your heads with water? How dare you? A powerful cultivator who couldn't take Ryu's instigation any longer spoke out in a deafening roar. It only took a moment for Ryu to raise a finger and fill the atmosphere with his own deafening noise. The sound of a head imploding shook the hearts of those that kneeled on the ground. All those that had felt the slightest dissatisfaction instantly buried it deep within their hearts, their head lowering even further to the point some foreheads almost touched the ground. I don't have time for bullshit. Speak it and you'll die just like that one. Speak out of turn and you'll die. Lie and you'll die. Skirt around the issue and you'll die. Simple enough, right? Ryu's gaze swept over those kneeling before him. For those spectating through the shattered gate of the three-pupil eclipse sect, they couldn't quite believe what they were seeing. This was the overlord of their world, a hegemon that had ruled for billions of years. No one had ever come close to usurping the three-pupil eclipse sect. And yet now, all their upper echelons were kneeling at the feet of a single young man. They could feel the warning drums playing in their minds. It was obvious that Ryu had made no effort to hide this from them all at all. He wanted them to see. He wanted them to understand just how large the gap between himself and themselves was. He wanted them to squash any thoughts of rebellion they had before it even came into being. Now, I'll make this nice and simple. Which of you ordered the oppression of the Awoken Moon sect, and which of you hounded their matriarch to the death? Ryu stood in silence, waiting patiently for an answer. And yet, aside from several trembling bodies, he got nothing in return. The fear they all felt toward Ryu was great, but that was exactly why they didn't want to speak. Oh, no one wants to talk? So if I wipe the three-pupil eclipse sect from existence right now, you'll all be fine with that? I'm surprised by your valiance. I have to say, I thought a group of traitorous scum like you all would have jumped at the first chance to clear your names. Of course, there's always the possibility that all of you are involved and are, as such, trying to cover your own ass as opposed to that of someone else. But, regardless of what the truth is, if I don't get an answer within 10 seconds, I'll raise this entire palace to the ground and ensure that you can all die happily in each other's arms. 10. Ryu could see the teeth of those here visibly clenching, their bodies trembling with a cross between hatred, humiliation, and rage. But there was absolutely nothing they could do. From now on, there wouldn't be anyone who could even think of their three-pupil eclipse sect the same as they had in the past. 9. Ryu had only better said the words when the former patriarch, now seemingly turned ancestor, called out. Me! It was I who ordered their oppression. The Awoken Moon sect was no longer what it had been in the past, and I wanted our three-pupil eclipse sect to capitalize on their resources to grow another step and finally stop being the pawn of others. Oh! Ryu looked down. For the first time, he actually looked one of them eye to eye. The amused light in his gaze vanished, replaced by something that was far more difficult to read. Your mentality is one that I might have respected, if it wasn't for the fact you've already long since forgotten your place. If you had fought to the final man like the Awoken Moon sect had and managed to survive in the end, and then proceeded to take such actions, I wouldn't blame you in the slightest. However, given the fact that you still deem it fit to try and hide your cultivation in front of my eyes, I have to ask you, who the hell do you think you are? Do you believe that you can just spend countless generations benefiting from my Ice Phoenix clan, wipe your hands clean when they're no longer of use to you, only to proceed to attack what remained of their loyal subordinates? Are you trying to show off your righteous indignation now? Patriarch Three-Eye grit his teeth, raising his head to meet Ryu's gaze. Only you could say that, trapping us in this cage of a world, not allowing us to surpass the Tao pedestal realm, rearing us like cattle to gather resources for you, and you believe that to be something we should be grateful for. Just kill me and get it over with. I don't want to hear the sob story of someone who was born with everything. I gambled and I lost. That's the end of the story. Right then, Ryu chuckled dryly, something about his laugh seeming particularly dark. I've heard of people fooling themselves into believing their own delusion before, but I have to say, this is the greatest case of it I've ever laid eyes on personally. I can never be bothered to explain myself, but this has nothing to do with me. Instead, it's related to the legacy of my Ice Phoenix clan. So, rather than letting trash like you disparage our name, I'll set the record straight. As much of a cage as you think you've been trapped in, the cage that has been weighing down on my clans is far more than you could possibly imagine. The difference is that while you chose to betray those that fed you, despite the fact my Ice Phoenix clan could have retreated to this safe haven whenever they wanted, safe from the attacks of their enemies, they chose to fight alongside their comrades until their final breaths. You, a coward who only knows how to scheme and kneel down for forgiveness, could never match up to even a single hair on their heads. Ryu's voice boomed. Fallen Apostle ebook should be live in 2-ish hours, or whenever the 24th is for you, I think. If not, it will be sometime tomorrow. Big thanks to you guys for always supporting me. Love, link here. https://linktr/Awespec. October 23, 22. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow. Everyone, Chapter 834 excited. The formation Ryu had just deployed had the strength to expel 11th Order ancestral beasts and bar sky gods from ever entering. Such a powerful existence was enough to leave most in awe, but those that were intelligent would realize a very obvious problem. If the Ice Phoenix clan had such a powerful failsafe, why hadn't they used it in a time of crisis? It might make sense if the Ice Phoenix clan was caught off guard in the beginning, resulting in severe damage. But it couldn't be that even with all of its allied, that the Ice Phoenix clan would have been in such a terrible situation that it couldn't possibly retreat when it wanted to. Not only did the Ice Phoenix clan not retreat, but even the Awoken Moon sect fought doubt to its final man, losing so much of its strength that it fell from the ranks of a 9th Order sect all the way down to a 5th Order sect that could be so brazenly bullied by their former subordinates. This was what true virtue, bravery, and commitment was. For these people of the 3-Pupil Eclipse sect to dare speak to him about such matters, Ryu was so infuriated that he almost laughed. You call this world a cage, but is it the fault of my Phoenix clan that you were born here? And wouldn't a cage imply that you were never allowed to leave? But when did my Ice Phoenix clan ever place such restrictions on you? Whenever one of you reached the threshold of the cosmic seed realm, you were allowed to come to the shrine world. Is it the fault of my Ice Phoenix clan that such a thing was extraordinarily rare for you? Is it the fault of my Ice Phoenix clan that your bloodlines were not strong enough, that your talent wasn't potent enough? What should we have done to make you all feel better? Should we have poured our resources into you for the sake of altruism? Is that what you wanted? Can you even call yourself a cultivator? Ryu's voice was like a relentless sledgehammer. Now you've tucked your tail nicely between your legs, wagging your tongues and dripping saliva for a chance to suck up to invaders to a world you should see as your own. And yet you still have the gall to kneel before me, speaking as though you have some moral superiority in the matter. Ryu's words held nothing but in painting a vivid picture, the kind that made Patriarch Three-Eye green with shame and horror. He had planned on dying with dignity and as a martyr, but it seemed that Ryu was intent on ripping the face of whatever F.A. Ade he was putting up. At that moment, Ryu suddenly stretched out a hand. Feeling a violent tug, Patriarch Three-Eye shot into the air, his throat landing in Ryu's palm as a violent sort of strength bore down on him. He felt all his blood freeze over, none able to ascend to his brain, making his head increase a size and his face turn blue and purple. Ryu coldly looked down. Come on, release your true cultivation. That's your trump card, right? This is the oh-so-gracious and precious present your martial god owners gave you, right? Show it to me. Patriarch 3-Eye grit his teeth, blood soaking through his gums and thick veins of bluish-green pulsing about his forehead. He wanted to roar, but the clamp of Ryu's hand was so devastating that he could even make a single sound. Right then, something within him snapped. The overwhelming humiliation got to his head. Even a dog had their breaking point, a point where they would no longer care about anything else and fight back rabidly. As for whether they would be able to maintain such valiance after their minds cooled was a separate matter entirely. But at least for now, they would be as brave and menacing as any warrior in existence. But, so what? Patriarch 3-Eye's cultivation ripped through its restriction, barreling through the Tao pedestal realm and tearing into the cosmic seed realm. However, even after the avalanche of chi wading into the surroundings like an ocean's flood, nothing changed. Just the same, Patriarch 3-Eye was still locked in place. His feet dangling from the air and his face still growing deeper and deeper shades of purple. After a certain point, it felt like his eyes might pop out of their sockets, the entirety of his body feeling as though it had been frozen in place. At that moment, true fear filled the Patriarch's heart. From start to finish, Ryu didn't seem to have put in any effort. In fact, he hardly moved a single inch. He didn't use any more power, nor did he use any less. He nonchalantly stood in the air, his face expressionless. Is this all? The three words were like a fine drizzle of rain, the kind that preemptively struck before a large storm took over the skies, deep and dark clouds of black suffocating all natural light and beaconing forth a torrential onslaught the likes of which would only appear once a decade. You gave up so much because you thought you were in a cage. But, when you were finally free, even after being given almost 1 billion years, this is all you could accomplish. And yet, you have the audacity to say that it was my Ice Phoenix clan that let you down? Where is your shame? Ryu looked down at Patriarch 3-Eye. He seemed indifferent to the latter's inability to breathe and his difficulty speaking. He simply didn't care what this man had to say.
I'm excited,
Ryu suddenly said, looking up into the skies with a happy expression hidden within his irises. I'm excited to be seen as weak, to not be the best. Only like this will I have an opportunity to show scum like you that the difference between us lies intrinsically.
Bang!
Ryu lightly squeezed his hand, causing Patriarch 3-Eye's body to implode. Chapter 835 A Cage. Truthfully, Ryu didn't plan on spending very long in the Chaos Plane, he just felt like he had to experience it. And, despite how confident he had sounded in his Ice Phoenix clan's protective barrier, his intuition told him that it wouldn't be smart to underestimate the martial gods. There was a very real possibility that while he believed this barrier to be impenetrable, that the martial gods could have a method that he was wholly ignorant of. Why are you following me? Go back, Ryu said, not sparing Serial a glance. Serial brows furrowed. No one is following you. Don't think so highly of yourself. This was my goal to begin with. What does that goal have to do with what you did to the pedestal plane? You understand nothing. The shrine world is the center of Sacrum and its most important hub. Wouldn't I be too stupid to not ensure I had secured a piece of it for myself? A piece? An entire plane is just a piece now. If it was up to me, I would have taken the shrine plane. But, unfortunately, those bastards were lucky enough to be born far earlier than I was. Ryu shook his head. This woman really was just as if not more arrogant than he was. Clearly she was saying that the only advantage the martial gods had on her was their older age. There wasn't even much of a point in arguing against this. You're still skirting around the issue. That's not an explanation. You know more than just that. There obviously has to be more, or else the martial gods and ancestral beasts wouldn't have been so ready to stop you. It seemed that they all had the same goal. Of course they all had the same goal. Very soon, maybe the only place in this world that will be safe is the shrine world. And why's that? Because of the martial god's real enemy. Oh, look at that. Maybe you're not as much of an idiot as you seem. Serial sneered. You know, such a foul mouth on a woman isn't very attractive. Who cares about being attractive to you? Ah, you misunderstand. I was only speaking in generalities. To me, it's actually very, very attractive. Attractive enough that maybe someday I'll have to take another taste. Talk about that again and I'll split your corpse into 6 pieces. Ryu chuckled. This woman was indeed vicious. 6 pieces probably meant chopping off his limbs and then his head. That would indeed make 6. You mean like how I split your body in 2? You want to reenact that? I happen to have some time today. Do you really think you can beat me? Yes. Bang! 2 fists met in the air, causing both parties to flip backward, landing lightly on their feet. But the difference was that Ryu could easily see that Serial's dainty little knuckles had reddened on impact, causing his lip to curl into a smile. Oh my, it seems that my lady's body is a bit weak. I would ask if there was anything I needed to take responsibility for, but when I said split you in 2, I didn't mean it that way. Serial's gaze flickered with rage. She really wanted to bite this man's head off. When the hell had his body managed to become so ridiculously strong? However, even with this being the case, Serial didn't think she needed to use a strong body to beat Ryu. She had a myriad of other methods she could use, each more potent than the last. Eventually, Serial calmed, her chest settling down as she retracted her fist. The martial gods have known for a long time that escaping to this world is just delaying the inevitable, but it's managed to buy them some time. Sealing off the shrine plane was stalled because your mother's seal disrupted their planes. In addition, linking up all the shrines proved to be more difficult than it seemed because of the wild spatial maze that was the highest plane. When Serial said this, Ryu's gaze narrowed. Are such protections not normal across worlds?
No.
It's unique to us. Ryu's gaze narrowed further. Was it a coincidence? Why did he feel like the silver star in his head now and its spatial abilities weren't entirely separate from this apparently unique phenomena? A person that could travel back in time and invest in the future of this world. Not to mention a person having such skill that even Ryu's fully awakened heavenly pupils couldn't see through them. Could it be? The idea was so gripping that Ryu latched on and refused to let go. The shrine plane had always fascinated him. The complexity of its terrain was unlike anything Ryu had ever studied before, and there didn't seem to be a natural cause as to why things were the way they were. But this could be the reason that had eluded everyone for so very long. Serial frowned when she saw Ryu like this, as though he had just figured something out. However, her pride ran far too deep for her to reach out and ask what he was thinking about. And Ryu, who was amused by her display, was obviously content to tease her just like this. So you mean to say that the initial method the martial gods had planned couldn't be used and they had to take this approach as well? Now even the ancestral beasts want a piece. Huh? But you still haven't answered. If this is about safety, but you plan on leaving this world entirely regardless, what is the point? Why is this so hard for you to understand? I plan on leaving, but there will be a day when I come back. When that day comes, I'll purge my world of all invaders and lead it to the pinnacle of existence. No one will stop my blade. Ryu gazed upon Serial deeply when she said this. He suddenly understood that between now and that day Serial spoke so valiantly about, the shrine world would ironically become the very cage Patriarch 3-Eye lamented. But this time, it would be a real cage. Without another thought, Ryu turned and leapt into the hole. What are you doing? Serial shrieked, rushing after him. Chapter 836 Skin Tight. Ryu, though, didn't seem to hear Serial's shout. His robes fluttered, his gaze sharpening as he seemed to fall through reality itself. For a moment, he found it difficult to tell which way was up and which way was down. Even left and right became impossible to decipher. For Ryu of all people to undergo a moment of disorientation to that level, it could only be said that the travel across planes was not a simple one by any measure of the imagination. By the time Ryu's vision cleared, he found himself in a world completely inverted to his views. It was as though he had robbed the world of its color, but he was certain that he hadn't. If he had on such a scale, he would have most definitely felt the drain. To eliminate the chi in an area was like bending the will of the heavens. To do so on such a large scale would require having strength comparable to the vastness of the heavens, a level that Ryu was nowhere near as of yet. Since this was the case, there was only one real explanation. This world was entirely like this naturally. It had nothing to do with anything Ryu had done. The chaos plane was just colorless. At that moment, Serial fell to Ryu's side. Her expression warped and a violent cough leaving her body for a moment until she flipped her palm and slapped her own chest, causing a skin-tight flexible armor separated into hexagonal plates to cover her body. Then, she reached out and grabbed Ryu's forearm firmly, as though fully prepared to pull him out. This son of a bitch. Until I kill you personally, I'm not letting anything else kill you yet. Serial was furious. Her undefeatable spirit was a core part of who she was. It was fine if she lost, but it couldn't be allowed to remain that way. Ryu dying here would annoy her to no end and stall her cultivation path. She refused to allow something like this to happen because he was too stupid to understand the danger he was in. But, before she could succeed in ripping Ryu away from this world, she suddenly found herself frozen in place, looking at Ryu as though he wasn't a real person anymore. You can let go now. Ryu raised an eyebrow, looking at her hand on his wrist. Serial slowly let go, still observing Ryu from head to toe as though to try and find an explanation. At the same time, Ryu observed her as well. This was his first time seeing Serial's figure not hidden behind several elaborate robe layers, and he had to admit it was more than just a little excellent. Her chest was easily a size larger than he had originally thought, her hips were wide, though not as wide as a certain sky god Windhorn, but she made up for it in spades with how long her legs were. There wasn't a single part of her body that wasn't clung onto by this armor. Even if, for just a moment, Ryu felt the need to take a step back and appreciate it. Keep looking at me like that and I'll dig your eyes out. You could find a better way to admit my heavenly pupils are better than yours. How is that what you got out of what I said? Can you be less insufferable? I'm not the one who designed your armor. I'm just appreciating the result. Blame the smith that made it for you. Or, in the case you made it yourself, wouldn't you want me to look? For someone who claims to be so intelligent, you know nothing. The armor needs to be designed like this because any air gaps between my skin and it becomes a potential failure point. Then why is your face exposed? It's not. The moment Serial finished, the flexible armor ran up her neck and over her nose and forehead, even covering her long ears by the end of it all. The only thing that remained exposed were her twinkling violet irises. But it wouldn't be a surprise if heavenly pupils had immunity to such regions. Ryu nodded, still staring at Serial's figure up and down as though he hadn't heard her previous demands. He hadn't cared to hide his gaze even from a sky god. Why would hide it from a woman he had already defeated once before? Bang! Ryu's head tilted back, the toes of Serial's feet just barely missing his nose as the air pressure caused the air to explode. His pupils flickered, his gaze sliding down the length of her long leg to the voluptuous muscle that connected it to the rest of her body. Seeing Ryu's subtle action, Serial grit her teeth. Her combat prowess wasn't what she would like it to be in this region, and it seemed that, for better or worse, that Ryu was actually just fine. That meant that he was at least as powerful, or... Ryu chuckled and finally stopped teasing Serial, mostly because there were much better things to do in this new environment. This world was fascinating. Though it seemed to have been robbed of its chi at first glance, this chi had actually been replaced by something completely different. Ryu was fascinated by just the thought of what kind of spiritual herbs could grow in this place. With a step, he flickered and vanished, landing on a planet that had been right beneath his feet. The gravity threatened to force him to his knees, but with a crack of his bones, he seemed to adjust quickly. He could even feel the compressive effects subtly strengthening him. However, Ryu was entirely focused on a tree he had placed his hands on the bark of. Chapter 837 Game Changing. The Chaos Plane was like the mirror image of the real plane. While on the real plane the volatile stores of chi could be found in the dimensions of space and soft, malleable chi was found on worlds, it was the opposite for the Chaos Plane. Ryu had essentially just dropped into a hotbed of volatile chi and shrugged it off as though nothing at all had happened. It was one part baffling and another part mildly infuriating. Of course, another part of it was that this annoying man that had just been ogling her suddenly completely forgot her existence. He didn't even care that she didn't come down to the planet with him, nor did he ask why. He had already lost himself in his own world, entering a meditation state without the slightest effort. Serial truly believed her own heavenly pupils to be superior to all others. However, if there was one ability she wished she had that was in Ryu's possession, it was most definitely focus. The ability to enter a state of meditation whenever you wanted as a cultivator was absolutely invaluable to the point a price couldn't be placed on it. Yet he was so casually flaunting it in her face. It was annoying. Even for a genius like Serial, she had only experienced 3 states of meditation in her lifetime. Of course, if others heard this number, they would have been astonished to an unimaginable degree. One would usually be lucky to have one such opportunity in a lifetime. Even Old Man Abe was endlessly grateful just for that much, and he had lived for billions of years. Yet Serial, who had only lived for a few thousands, had already experienced 3, and somehow she still had the audacity to be jealous. Ryu, though, wasn't thinking about any of this. He stood frozen before the tree, unmoving, his mind wandering to places unknown. He really wanted to know how a land filled with chaos chi could allow life to flourish. He wouldn't wrap his head around it. Ryu had realized something. He never felt the danger of chaos chi because there was no danger to be found in it. It had to be remembered that chaos chi was the equivalent of essence, a high form of energy that was rare and couldn't be easily called upon. Only Ryu, and presumably others who had unlocked the secret of the chaotic silk meridians, could use it so freely. What did this mean? Well, it meant that what Serial was called chaos chi wasn't exactly chaos chi. Rather, they were derivatives of chaos chi, just like all chi within the real plane were derivatives of essence. And Ryu was intimately familiar with how dangerous derivatives of chaos chi were. After all, he had almost killed himself many times using primordial chaos chi. When Ryu was enlightened by this, he understood that everyone who came to this world simply called everything chaos chi, maybe not realizing that there was a true chaos chi at the end waiting for discovery. The question was there another way to access it? How did one earn essence on the real plane? It was by comprehending inheritances and being blessed by the heavens for your accomplishments. Ultimately, or so Ryu had always thought, cultivation was the pursuit of order. This was how cultivators gave back to the world they took so much from. Everything in the universe tended toward chaos, and it was the presence of cultivators that could reverse this. This give-and-take relationship allowed the life of a universe to be prolonged. The stronger the cultivators, the higher levels they reached, the more a universe would gain in return. This was the understanding Ryu had always had. But Serial's introduction of the sky god of chaos realm threw a wrench in Ryu's comprehension of cultivation as a whole. In fact, it was a massive upheaval. In truth, Ryu didn't expect to unearth the truths behind this now. The Chaos Sky God realm was the 8th of 9 total realms and likely wielded power beyond Ryu's imagination. He wouldn't be surprised if such an existence could wipe Sacrum from existence with a thought, let alone an action. However, it was interesting food for thought and an answer he would likely need to find in order to complete his Tao and raise it to its ultimate levels. If he was wrong about cultivation necessitating order, then it was likely that life didn't necessitate order either. That was an even more fundamental assumption that Ryu had always made. How could life be bred from chaos? It was hard to wrap your head around. In fact, the reason the universe tended toward chaos now was because order had to come first for life to come. But maybe things weren't so simple? This tree, Ryu mumbled under his breath after a while. Its structure was unlike anything Ryu had ever seen before. But this didn't seem to be because it was so special or out of the box. In fact, it was fascinating in how much of it was in line with biology Ryu was well aware of. If Ryu had to describe a tree that was exactly the same as this one even down to the environment, with the only difference being that it had been raised in an environment with ordered chi instead of chaos chi, he would describe exactly this tree. That was to say that there didn't seem to be anything special about this tree that set it aside from other ordered species. If there was any difference at all, it would just be that as an origin-grade herbologist, Ryu had actually never heard of this species of spiritual herb. Wait, that's not right. Ryu's heart skipped a beat. This was absolutely game-changing. Chapter 838 Broken Rules. This tree. It was entirely designed to break rules and shatter convention. How had he not seen it before? It was difficult to describe in just a few words the kind of importance such a thing had. The closest thing Ryu had ever seen in his life were crown herbs and the special abilities they gained along with being as rare as they were. Crown herbs were known for their ability to break the status quo and provide impossible effects that would be otherwise impossible for cultivators to benefit from. The heavens were always fair. If an infant could suddenly swallow an ancestral grade and be graced with the strength of a World Sea Realm expert instantly, this would spit in the face of what it meant to cultivate. The heavens provided resources, but only those who had put in a certain amount of effort could benefit from them. Only cultivators could ingest common-grade spiritual herbs without dying. Only by stepping into the chi refinement and spiritual severing realms could you safely ingest black-grade spiritual herbs, and the pattern went forward and onward. These were hard and faceted rules that couldn't be changed. Until you had an origin-grade treasure like Ryu's that could surpass such limits and allow the easy absorption of spiritual herbs of all grades. And, much like how origin-grade techniques could be used by anyone of any level, so too could this be said for origin-grade spiritual herbs in that they could be ingested by anyone. However, the origin-grade was already a specially reserved title, one that represented the Sky God realm. For a level that described breaking free of the heavens and forming your own rules, it made sense that said level would have such otherworldly abilities. Still, there was one other exception: crown spiritual herbs. Being the king of their respective grades, crown herbs had the strength of a tier beyond but allowed those of a lesser tier to ingest them. If a mortal or an awakening realm cultivator found a common grade crown herb, they would be able to ingest it without worry of imploding. Same with a spiritual severing realm expert and a crown black grade herb. The difference would be that such crown herb would have the equivalent strength of the grade above them. As far as Ryu knew, this was the only example of spiritual herbs breaking the rules they had set, and this made perfect sense. If it was so easy to break a rule, it wouldn't be much of a rule at all, now would it? But what fascinated Ryu about this tree was that it seemed to have the property of breaking rules as well. The difference was that its rule-breaking was a fundamental foundation rather than just a convenient feature. Ryu really didn't know how to describe it outside of those words. Rule-breaking. It functioned in ways that didn't make sense and accomplished things that were even beyond. A tree with this sort of structure born and raised on the real plane would have a very set pattern. It would fall into a very certain family structure, further beneath a subfamily and subspecies structure, so on and so forth. If I had never seen such a tree before and I had to decide what its ability was, I'd be able to do it. This sort of tree doesn't really have any natural predators aside from very small creatures, and it might have a symbiotic relationship with slightly larger creatures like birds, or the occasional cat beast that was fond of having their snacks high up in some branches. As such, like most trees, this one would have longevity, it would have a strength to its bark and trunk, it wouldn't have to adapt to any environments that were too harsh other than being able to burrow into chi-rich soil which tend to be much tougher. The normal, benign route for such a tree like this to take would be like any number of common grade trees you could find in a dense forest filled to the brim. Its body would be strong, its roots would be tough but likely not dig too deep in the soil, and that would limit its height overall. To a higher-level cultivator, it would be useless. However, to an awakening realm or pulse-opening realm youth, it would be great for tempering bodies through a normal striking routine, and if cut down, it could make the body of a rigid polearm. All in all, this is probably the simplest deduction to make. There's no complex layers, no twists, no turns. This should just be a solid tree with no changes at all. Should snap, not bed. And yet, Ryu's palm, which still rested on the tree trunk, suddenly pressed forward. Right then, a tree that should have been as rigid as steel began to bow backward. Ryu went slowly, knowing that with his strength, if he really wanted to, snapping the tree like a twig would be as easy as breathing. But, as he took his time, the tree bent more and more. Eventually, Ryu even took a step forward, walking alongside the tree as he continued to bend it. Soon, the tree managed to make it to parallel with Ryu's waist without showing any signs of whining or groaning. Of course, this was in one part due to how slowly Ryu had taken things. But the fact that it could accomplish a feat like this at all was enough to leave many in shock and awe. Bang! Ryu suddenly let go, causing the tree to snap back and overcorrect itself, smashing against the ground on the opposing side before coming back. It whipped back and forth wildly, Ryu's gaze only growing brighter and brighter. This tree broke all the rules. Chapter 839 Two Paths. Of course, she could tell that Ryu likely had a reason he was acting like this, and likely a profound reason at that, but when had she ever needed an excuse to think of him as an idiot? In fact, it made her feel much better to deal with things like this. Regardless, this matter wasn't just a small deal to Ryu. In fact, it was such an enormous deal that he had to take time to calm himself. This sort of discovery was like finding out steel was chewy, or water was brittle, or even that air was rigid. Of course, it wasn't as exaggerated as that, as these things could often be classified as fundamental elements, while this was just a singular example brought upon by a single spiritual herb. But to Ryu it was no less shocking. Simply put, Ryu had a lot of faith in his analysis. Not only was he a great herbologist, he was likely the best herbologist Sacrum had ever seen, period. He might not have the greatest span of knowledge ever to be found in a single person, but what he did have was an exceptional mind for problem-solving and noticing patterns. Everything about this tree's characteristics, its chemical structure, the environment it grew up in, its ecosystem, everything. It all screamed rigid tree with solid body and poor flexibility. And yet, in practice, it was completely different. There was only one explanation for this. It was chaos chi. The influence of chaos chi had resulted in something that couldn't be easily predicted. The question, though, is this replicable? Is there just a new set of rules I need to learn, or is it that the change will be random and unpredictable? Would I always find a tree meant to be rigid and have flexibility? Would a plant grown in lava always have an ice element? Or could one of these trees be brittle and that plant just as easily form lightning? To Ryu, the latter possibility was far more fascinating. If it was just a new set of rules to learn, Ryu could probably deduce them all without even leaving this region. The greatest reason why this would be less interesting would be because it would just be like looking into a mirror. If both worlds were truly just mirror images of one another, then the reality would be that there wouldn't be anything new to find here. Everything would have an opposite and as such would have a counterpart to be found in the real plane. Though it wouldn't entirely be a loss if this was the case. After all, many spiritual herbs had gone extinct on the real plane. If they had their opposites to be found here, then Ryu could likely find spiritual herbs he had never laid his hands on before on this plane. Still, Ryu very much hoped that it was the latter. If a random chain of events could lead to all sorts of unexpected mutations, this would introduce a whole host of variables that Ryu could lose himself in. When rules aren't followed strictly, or at least not coherently, the world they could have in store would be on a completely different level. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. What if Ryu could take advantage of this? What if, with his own chaos chi, he could cause random mutations in spiritual herbs they would otherwise never experience? It was one thing for him to use his Tao to forge weapons and concoct pills. That was formulaic, and Ryu felt that given time, he would easily become the best. This was a rare case of Ryu not just being arrogant, but rather being realistic. The combination of his Tao and his heavenly pupils, not to mention his talent in chi control, input and output thanks to his bone structure, left him practically untouchable in these fields. If it wasn't because he was so focused on his combat prowess, he would likely have already made leaps and bounds already. However, if Ryu could not only forge and concoct an end product but even do the same with the starting products, just what kind of magical effect would that have? Just imagine a time where a pill that Ryu needed didn't exist. Not only was its formula never created, but the theoretical ingredients that would be needed to even start making a formula also didn't exist. Then imagine Ryu creating the spiritual herbs needed from scratch and concocting a formula from thin air. If he could do this routinely and consistently, unfettered by the laws of the heavens or the restraints of his ancestors, just what kind of monster would he become? I need to know more. Now. Ryu's gaze flickered, looking about. He guessed that the first thing he should do is check a second tree, right? It only made sense that he should. Ryu's steps paused, his head suddenly snapping upward. He found Serial looking off into the distance, a deep frown on her features. Are there really people here? Serial said the heavens were fighting a war and this was the front lines, but for the first time in a long while, Ryu really wasn't in the mood for battle. He just wanted to research like he had back during his first life. In an ironic twist of fate, he kind of missed it. That's fine. I like crushing people beneath my feet too. Ryu's figure flickered, appearing in the skies. His eyes grew piercing, distances of several tens of thousand kilometers away suddenly feeling as though they were right in front of his face. With his current eyes, even zooming into distances thousands of times further was child's play. He essentially had the eyes of a sky god right now. These distances were nothing. It was then that Ryu understood that there wasn't a group of people coming for them. Rather, there was a battle being waged between two parties. On one side, there was a very familiar group of armored heavens warriors. And on the other, well, Ryu didn't immediately know how to describe them. Chapter 848 Pity. Such an odd appearance left Ryu quite baffled. He couldn't decide what he thought about such a thing as he had never seen anything like it before. But, after observing the battle for a small while, he seemed to come to an understanding that these odd and unique armor designs were actually hidden weapons? Ryu's facial expression turned weird, and a hint of disdain colored his eyes. Though there weren't any open rules about hidden weapons, it was generally well accepted amongst cultivator communities that those that dabbled in such arts were very much unworthy. It was very rare throughout history to find experts who proudly proclaimed their usage of hidden weapons, though there were definitely some to be found. However, from what it looked like here, there were a group of almost a dozen individuals all following the same general pattern. It was clear that they were at least a large group if not a clan or sect. Such an existence in Sacrum would never get off the ground because they would be so poorly received by the general public that gathering faith would seem impossible. It almost felt too appropriate that after running into spiritual herbs that didn't listen to convention, that Ryu would actually then run into a group of individuals who likewise didn't follow convention. What Ryu didn't expect, though, was for him to suddenly notice how pale Serial's expression had gotten as she stood in the air, frozen. Most of Serial's face had been covered by her mask, but it was rare for anything to be able to escape Ryu's gaze. He almost instantly realized that there was something wrong with her. Serial wasn't the type of person to feel fear. And true to that, while she was currently as pale as a sheet of paper, her fists were still gripped tightly and her gaze still left a fiery trail in the air. However, what was clear was that this group of people put her on edge. "Who are they?" Ryu asked. "The Hidden Blade Sect." Ryu's expression regained its weird look. It's not enough that they use hidden weapons, but they even flaunt it in their title? Ryu could hardly hide the disdain in his voice. It seemed that his innate aversion to hidden weapons was even deeper than he thought it was. But this wasn't surprising considering the lineage pulsing through his blood. What was surprising, though, was how this Hidden Blade Sect had managed to get away with this. If such a sect was formed on Sacrum, they would have ended up uprooted and thrown into the trash within 2 or 3 generations. This wasn't an exaggeration either. Ryu could name several instances of exactly such a thing happening. Could even be said that in certain respects those that follow hidden weapon paths were even more hated than mental realm masters even during the Golden Era. If you don't want to make an enemy out of a power that could destroy this world 100 times over with just its outer sect alone, I would suggest you hold your tongue. You're lucky that sound doesn't travel well on the chaos plane, or else you would likely already be branded. You're telling me that this lofty outer world you're always bragging about lets scurrying rats like them to have a place in cultivation society? Ryu's expression just couldn't become any more incredulous. He was legitimately baffled. As for Serial's comments about outer sects and 100 times over, he couldn't be bothered to care. He suddenly very much wanted to get to the bottom of this. This is my problem with this world. You're all so ignorant. Ryu laughed. I didn't know you were so cowardly, Serial. Are you only able to be arrogant when you see people you deem as ignorant? What did you say to me? Serial's voice boomed, her reaction akin to a cat's tail being stepped on. Am I wrong? Your skin's as pale as a fish out of water. You're staring at them intently as though you're prepared to run so long as they step foot toward you. And now you're acting defensive. I'm quite disappointed, honestly. I thought you were better than this. Ryu didn't actually mean this as an insult. In fact, if it was Yana acting in this same exact way, his instinct would be to protect, not lambast. It was just that Serial was almost like a celebrity crush to him. He didn't have any real feelings for this version of her, but she still happened to be the kind of woman he liked most. Watching her act like a little rabbit frightened by a loud sound or a bright light left him as disappointed as when a child found out their hero wasn't as heroic as you thought them to be. Despite her beauty, Ryu's attraction towards Serial plummeted. He didn't even feel the same trigger to flirt with her like he usually did. His gaze just drifted back to the hidden Blade sect members in the distance. Serial was even more enraged by Ryu's expression of pity. It's not bravery if it comes from a place of ignorance. And it's not heroism if it saves nothing but your own ego. Serial's words didn't come out in a piercing screech or shout like one might have expected. Instead, they were forceful and even somewhat slow. She enunciated every syllable as though to make sure Ryu understood what she meant. Chapter 841 Faith Spring. Whenever she felt fear, it was because of the weight on her shoulders. If she had nothing to care for but her own life and death, there would be nothing that could make her even flinch in the face of a tall mountain. In this respect, Serial's trauma was even deeper than Ryu's own. Ryu's mother was still sealed in a mountain of ice. His father's whereabouts were still yet unknown, and his great-grandfather was very much still alive and doing just fine. Ryu didn't understand what it meant to be the last. He didn't know what it meant to be the final hope. He didn't understand the weight that came with it. In the cultivation world, it was possible to die just because someone who had lived 100 times longer than your lifespan, let alone the life you had actually lived, just felt like it. A sneeze, a bad day, a casualty in a battle that had nothing to do with you from the beginning. This happened so often that it was mind-numbing. If you asked Ryu how many times he had killed someone who wasn't necessarily the focal point of his rage, he would have probably already lost count of the number, and yet he had only truly been in the cultivation world for how long? Far less than 10 years? Now imagine someone with an even worse temperament than Ryu, someone who still had the backing of their large clan or sect, one from their mother, another from their father, maybe a couple more from their maternal sides of the family too. Just what kind of devastation would they wrought? People might die because they didn't get out of the way fast enough. They might die because they had taken a fancy to the same woman as someone far more powerful than them. They might die because they stumbled onto the same treasure in the middle of nowhere. They might die for reasons far less substantive than even these. For Serial, or any woman as beautiful as she for that matter, these problems were all too real and even more pointed. Much of the preparation time she had spent preparing for this new world was in finding a method to protect herself and hide this beauty of hers. All of these things were constantly swirling in Serial's mind. There were enough things to worry about without actively seeking out enemies for herself right here and now. Now, she felt even more assured in her decision to cast off the emotions she had built up during her soul trial. This kind of man wasn't the kind she should ever give herself to. This kind of pride and arrogance was attractive for but a fleeting moment, until it was suddenly getting you killed. Serial had made a decision. Once it was safe, she would turn back and leave him and this world. It was time for her to go. She had no ties here. When Serial reached this point in her thoughts, she relaxed and limbs loosened. The clarity seemed to snap another barrier within herself, and her cultivation surged before she quickly suppressed it. She wasn't Ryu. She couldn't casually break through in such a world. Ryu turned back towards Serial at that moment, having heard her words. He looked her up and down, somewhat understanding what she had seen. But seeing the staunch light in her eyes and how she had only solidified her stance further, he realized that there was nothing he could say that would possibly change her mind. "We view the world differently," Ryu said simply before turning away to observe the battle once again. Serial's expression flickered. She had expected a more fiery response, something that she would likely not bother to listen to. However, this was also outside her expectations. Ryu could understand where Serial was coming from, but there was one thing she was wrong about. Even if he truly was the last, he wouldn't allow anyone to make him lower his head. Serial might say that she wasn't lowering hers. In fact, she was just proceeding with caution and being aware of pitfalls. However, to Ryu, any time he acted differently than he otherwise would simply because of the power of the person before him was another slap to his own face. He refused to allow it. Was I wrong in my assessment of him? This was the only thought Serial had when hearing Ryu's calm response. Regardless, what was clear was that after Ryu's attraction for Serial had plummeted, he had little desire left to stay by her side. Still, because he could tell that she had every intention of leaving once she got the opportunity, he realized that he needed to understand one more thing before she did. Tell me the truth. How is a sect like this allowed to grow? Serial looked at Ryu's side profile and for once decided to respond without a berating sort of a tone. Sacrum has it wrong. You always frame faith through the lens of goodwill. Your sects are unwilling to enrage the public. Your clans are careful with their underhanded deeds. And you both use this as a leash to keep each other in check, because God forbid mortals you don't even care about to begin with think ill of you. Ryu narrowed his eyes. This was true. In fact, he had relied on this a lot to this point, ironically to protect his own life. Powerful individuals couldn't just kill him out in the open for fear of what that might do to their reputation. But it seemed like Serial thought differently. However, your concept of faith is only half-baked. Just as there is faith through goodwill, there is also faith through infamy. In fact, it is only by combining these two types of faith together can a balance be found and the true foundation of a sect be built. In wider existence, this true state of faith is represented by the faith spring of a sect that holds all their accumulated karma. Only by properly nurturing a faith spring can faith take physical form and help a sect or clan to weather the storm of eternity. There are two major divisions of forces in existence, those with faith springs and those without. I'm sure you know which the Hidden Blade sect is now. Chapter 842 Last Bit of Karma. Infamy and Goodwill. Now that he thought about it, Serial was perfectly correct. If faith was just about notoriety, why did it have to be either good or bad? In fact, it would make sense if it was both. Even taking it a step further, Ryu suddenly remembered back to the Zoo clan. They had been responsible for all sorts of atrocities, but they were still considered one of the most powerful clans in the history of Sacrum. Ryu had always thought that this was a matter of timeline. The Zoo clan should have committed the worst of its acts near the tail end of its dynasty. It was only in this way that they managed to survive. Maybe those acts were even a last effort to recover their waning strength. But now, Ryu suddenly felt that these matters weren't so simple. That man, that very same man that had somehow met all four Zoo ancestors in vastly different timelines, maybe it wasn't such a coincidence after all. Maybe it was the fact that the knowledge he brought back helped such things. But that left the largest elephant in the room. Why? What was special about the Zoo clan? Even now, they were just a shell of their former selves. If not for a debt of gratitude Ryu felt toward his master, they would have died during the collapse of the Ice Devil Legacy world because he had had more than enough strength to kill them all. Ryu shook his head. These were useless thoughts. The scope of that man was far beyond him. If he was going to waste his time trying to understand an existence like that, he might as well focus on the Phoenix Sky God instead. At least that way he could find a way to release himself of this chain that was weighing him down. Ryu very much wanted to connect with his former spiritual foundation. In fact, if he had a choice right now between it and his current one, he wouldn't even hesitate. He knew well that his original spiritual foundation wasn't necessarily of a high grade, but he didn't care. He would rather be in full control of himself. Any weaknesses brought about by poor talent could be more than made up for with not only his other talents, but various other methods. Ryu had done a lot of research into improving spiritual foundations for the sake of his parents during his first life, but much of that effort was put into resurrecting extinct spiritual herbs. If he entered a world where that was no longer a problem, he was confident in his ability. It seems that this is goodbye, Ryu suddenly said. He looked over towards Serial, a calm expression on his face. By now, the battle in the distance had gone away from them enough for Serial to leave undetected as she wished. Though that group had definitely spotted them, it wasn't like Heaven's warriors would just allow them to peel off as they pleased. Plus, they hadn't antagonized them in any way, so there was no need for them to harm themselves in the attempt at getting revenge. It was also obvious to them that they were natives since Heaven's warriors made no attempt to attack them. So, they would also be aware of the suppressive effects they would face. Serial looked over to Ryu, maybe a bit surprised that he didn't seem to care enough to try and stop her. The well of knowledge she had alone was worth maybe more than anything alone. She had fully expected Ryu to be more shameless than this, or at least make her tell him more. And yet, it felt that as soon as Ryu had lost interest in Serial, he had also lost interest in anything she had to offer. He simply didn't care enough. This new world, he wouldn't mind exploring it himself. Or, heck, if he got the chance, maybe he would deal with one of these invaders himself and see what sort of treasures or information they had on them. Good luck on your endeavors. Ryu took a step forward and vanished, appearing back on the very same planet he had been exploring before. Though it didn't seem to have anything valuable on it, he was too fascinated by this new environment. He just wanted to see what it had to offer. Serial frowned lightly. No one liked being rejected. Even if she didn't have feelings for Ryu, she wouldn't like it, let alone considering how complicated their relationship actually was. No matter what, this man was still her first kiss. She could tell that Ryu would likely never bring that up again. In that past, he had only done so because he still felt that lingering attachment to her. But now that it was gone, he felt no need to. To him, she was now no different from the young miss of the Loom clan, a woman he had little to no connection with. He didn't even look up to see her off. He was already immersed in studying another spiritual herb. After a few moments, Serial's brows relaxed. This could be considered her last bit of karma in this world. When next she returned, it would be with the man she had chosen and the blood of her enemies having long since dried on her blade. With a wave of her hand, something within her spatial ring flickered and an orb appeared in her hand. Her wrist flexed and it shot down until it hovered before Ryu. Without looking back, Serial took a step forward, her figure vanishing into the distance. Her mind was set and her goal was clear. Ryu was snapped out of his meditative state, his head tilting as he looked at the hovering orb. He looked up and saw Serial's retreating back in the distance. But, even with his eyes, she would soon vanish for good. Chapter 843 Awakened. To have such a different set of opinions, and yet still leave with this act of kindness. That was the Serial he knew. Her cultivation technique was quite special. But what Ryu was absolutely certain of was that it couldn't manifest personalities from thin air. At best, it could magnify parts of what Serial already was. And, in Ryu's opinion, whenever she regressed back to her real self, she ended up amplifying her core ideals more than she otherwise normally would. Ryu, for example, was an extremely arrogant individual as well. However, he still turned that off when he was facing certain people. Serial, though, couldn't seem to turn hers off at all, likely because she had yet to perfect the comprehension of her technique. Ryu reached out and grabbed the orb. "This favor, I'll remember it." These were the only words he said. However, when it came to the words of Ryu Tatsuya, he never said anything he didn't mean with every fiber of his being. Even if he one day found out that Serial had died before she could achieve her goals, he would make sure to wash her tombstone with the blood of her enemies. Ryu grinned. "I owe you at least that much for taking your first kiss. Now don't I?" While Ryu knew Serial had done this for the sake of tying up loose ends and severing ties of karma, he still smiled, not minding in the slightest. When he, Ryu Tatsuya, did things, the thoughts and feelings of others didn't matter in the slightest. She could hate him to her very bones and he would still follow through on his words. Ryu's fist squeezed and the orb shattered. What he found within was a smooth piece of jade and a high quality on it that. Fascinating. The orb of light that surrounded it was actually a small-scale copying formation. I've never seen a formation capable of copying the information of a red-grade memory jade so quickly and efficiently. It had to be remembered that memory jades were split into 7 ranks. White jade, green jade, blue jade, violet jade, red jade, black jade, and finally crystalline jade. The highest rank was one Ryu was intimately familiar with as one currently rested in his internal world. However, the lower levels were far more common. It took blue grade to be able to hold a mystical grade technique and at least violet jade to hold an origin grade technique. The jades of a higher level than this obviously existed in a league beyond to the point crystalline jade could hold a whole world. This was all to say that the information tallied within a red jade could surpass even the complexity of an origin grade technique, and yet this copying formation had completed it in what? A few seconds. As far as Ryu knew, Jades could only be written into by cultivators and said cultivators had to intimately understand that technique first. For a formation to be able to complete the same task, Ryu was absolutely floored. Taking a breath, Ryu looked into the red jade. The first thing he saw was an organization of maps. The first were of the Chaos Plane, or at least portions of it. There were markers for planets known to hold extremely valuable spiritual herbs, asteroid belts that held extremely valuable ores, but most importantly, the central piece of all these maps was a location at the very edge of the Chaos Plane. In every iteration, it was depicted as a magnificent golden gateway, more elaborate than anything Ryu had ever seen. When Ryu locked eyes with it, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. He knew that that was where Serial had gone. That was the gateway to the rest of existence. Taking a deep breath, Ryu calmed himself. It wasn't yet time to go, as much as he wanted to. He was already very close to dominating this world and being able to cause waves through every corner of Sacrum with a single flip of his palm. Once his family's destroyers were dead and in the dirt, only then would he truly feel relaxed and at ease enough to step upon this new path. Once Ryu calmed himself, he looked through the other maps. Each was given odd names in languages that even Ryu himself had never seen. But, drawing upon his deep well, he was able to compute a lot of their meanings after some observation. The world of Yagnia, the world of Thovis, the world of Saxazuno. There were many more, but these seemed to be the closest. Ryu was almost overwhelmed. If not for the origin flame and his heavenly pupils, he would have already had to retreat from the red jade. He completely forgot about the spiritual herbs around him, immersing himself in an all-new world. Or rather, worlds. Senior brother Leolar, you saw it too, right? Amidst the battle of heaven's warriors and the invaders, a silent conversation began. If these invaders didn't have their own methods of dealing with this situation, they would have never come in the first place. Originally, they had just come to partake in some of the resources on the outside because middle-tier worlds like this one had the perfect balance of talent and ignorance to take advantage of. Their worlds were robust enough to form nice resources, but their cultivators were too stupid to know how to take proper advantage. Unfortunately, they had overstayed their welcome a bit and ended up getting detected. You mean that white hair brat? Yes, I saw it. He didn't have any protection whatsoever yet, he was completely unaffected. You think? I don't know if there's another explanation for it. Did a world like this really produce someone who understands the right path of the chaotic silk meridians? Seniors are always complaining that when they find a bastard lucky enough to be born with a pair in these weak worlds, they always take the stupidest path. I don't know, but if the answer is yes, we've made a big profit. Selling awakened chaotic silk meridians on the black market would be enough to buy us both enough resources to cultivate for the next billion years. By then, we won't just be working disciples. We'd be core disciples. The greed in the eyes of the two secretly conversing disciples glowed. But first, they needed a method to peel away from these annoying heavens warriors. Chapter 844 Erratic Heart. Deep within this endless pile of worlds was one that stood out from the rest and the singular most important location to the whole of the martial world, and the only place that might appropriately earn the capitalization of martial world. Ryu knew almost instantly that the location Serial had been speaking of all this time was this place, and he knew that he didn't care to explore any other world but this one. Everything else was meaningless to him. He didn't care about low-level worlds, middle-level worlds, or higher-level worlds. He only cared about the world. The realization made his spine tingle and his hair stand on end. He almost couldn't control his grin, his chest rising and falling to a deep and steady rhythm. The map Serial had of it was actually quite lacking. At best, it only marked some of the outskirts and its greatest powers, among which was the Hidden Blade sect. However, it still captured Ryu's awe. Despite only such a small segment of it being outlined to begin with, it was impossibly large, so much so that just this segment alone was about 3 times as big as all 6 planes of the Shrine World combined. This Hidden Blade sect that Serial was so apprehensive about is only a middling power of the outskirts of this land. Ha! Ryu's lip curled. What fascinated Ryu the most about this was that Serial had said that the full power of this sect could destroy Sacrum 100 times over, probably assuming the heavens not interfering. was that according to this information, the strongest experts of the Hidden Blade sect were only in the fragmented and false sky god realms. They didn't even have true sky gods. This told Ryu one of a few things. The first possibility was that the cultivation system of Sacrum was inherently flawed, something that was very possible. The potential was there that their understanding of the sky god realm was too riddled with holes to properly label them, and as such, what they thought of as true sky gods weren't really true sky gods at all. The second possibility was that becoming a sky god in the martial world was both worth more and much more difficult. In that case, lower-ranked realms bestowed more power despite their lower grades, and as such, a fragmented sky god in the martial world was more than enough to destroy even a true sky god of Sacrum. There was also the third possibility that it was a combination of these two things, something that Ryu believed was likely true. The fact that he had never heard of a cultivation method like Serial spoke volumes. It was clear that they were on a completely different level. In addition, what Ryu had experienced with mortal chi was another enormous watershed to his understanding. It was likely that this secret of mortal chi and what it represented was well known to the people at the core of existence. And, as such, their realms of cultivation were worth far more per a single step. I see. Ryu nodded to himself. Beyond these maps, there was next a whole host of societal rules and norms that Ryu may very well not be used to. The first was the most obvious, and that was related to faith. Ryu couldn't expect civil and logical treatment just because of a public venue like he had in the past. There were simply certain things that those of lower standing had to be more careful of. And that led to the second odd rule. Rogue cultivators were greatly looked down upon. Ryu had been a rogue cultivator practically the entirety of his second life, and there were even many avenues in Sacrum to facilitate his loner mentality. But, in the martial world, there didn't seem to be anything more important than lineage, and with the true use of faith in action, there was even less turnover when it came to clans and sects. As old as clans and sects were in Sacrum, lineages of several trillions of years was the norm in the martial world. In fact, it was so common that lineages weren't counted in years any longer and rather counted in epochs. An epoch in the martial world was a 10 trillion year period. Lineal, dynasty, sovereign,
Dominion,
hegemony, ancient, founding. Those families and sects that had survived a single epoch were known as lineal clans and sects. Those that had survived 10 were known as dynastic clans and sects, 100 and you could be known as sovereign clans and sects, 1,000 and you'd reach the dominion clan and sect level, being separated into 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star dominions. Beyond this, the jumps were even larger. It took 1,000,000 epochs to touch upon the hegemonic clan and sect level, 1,000,000,000 to be known as ancient clans and sect. And finally, at the greatest and untouchable echelons, there were founding clans and sects sitting at 1,000,000,000,000 epochs. Each of these two penultimate levels, hegemonic and ancient, were broken into 1 to 3 stars, while founding clans and sects had no such division between them. According to a note left behind by Serial, this probably wasn't because there weren't divisions between them, but more likely because there was so little known about these clans and sects that it would be the pinnacle of arrogance to try and parse and categorize them. There doesn't seem to be a division of power between these existences like 1st to 11th order sects, but I would assume that the longer a clan or sect could survive, the more powerful they would be. It was hard for even Ryu to wrap his head around just how long a founding clan or sect would have existed for. In fact, Ryu didn't think Sacrum had history that extended back further than a sovereign clan or sect, let alone a dominion clan or sect or anything beyond. In fact, that was just a guess on Ryu's part. It was hard to tell if they were even at the level of a dynasty. And that was their world as a whole. There most definitely wasn't any single clan or sect that had existed for that long. I wonder, are there old monsters that could live for that long? Could there be any ancestors of a founding clan that had experienced their inception? And just how powerful would such a person be? Ryu suddenly found it difficult to slow his heartbeat down again. He had usually been good at reigning in control over himself, but right now, he couldn't seem to do it no matter how hard he tried. These clans and sect, no, the ancestors that backed and propped them, the disciples they touted as extraordinary geniuses, the leaders that had climbed upon a mountain of corpses of their peers to reach their positions. He wanted to fight them all. A bloodthirsty sort of aura radiated outward from Ryu, his blood boiling. Are you finished observing me yet? Or are the true experts of the martial world only as good as this? Ryu's gaze glowed with a fierce light as his head slowly tilted up to a certain direction. The churning of his blood didn't seem to want to stop, and this seemed like the absolutely perfect target. His canines lengthened and his hair lifted from his back ever so slightly, falling back down in a gentle wisp as the wind caressed it. His dragon soul danced, his skin flickering with subtle scales before receding and reappearing again. At that moment, a pair appeared in the skies, seemingly stepping out of the void. One had an oversized mechanical right arm, while the other had the metallic nose of a bird's beak over their face and a monocle over a single eye. They seemed part surprised that Ryu had actually found them and another part shocked that he would actually dare to say such words. What he said seemed to imply that he knew about the outside world, but if he did, how could he still be so brazen? In their minds, his apprehension should have been no different than Serial's. Only the ignorant should dare to say such things to them. Ryu saw through their cultivations in a single look. Both were within the path extinction realm. One was at Tier 3 and the other was at Tier 4. However, their foundations were firmer than anything Ryu had ever seen. Ryu flipped his palm over, putting away the red jade and sliding 2 knives into his hands. His aura flourished and the roar of a red dragon seemed to rock his chest. Leolar, the Stage 4 Path Extinction Realm expert, gaze sharpened. A fragmented Tao? Chapter 845 Level and Grade. However, the instant Ryu entered a battle stance, it felt as though his entire worldview had been flipped on its head. His cockiness and confidence flew away. His expression turned serious and his heart began to thrum. They had made a mistake. A huge mistake. After a moment, though, Leolar calmed, sighing a breath of relief. He had almost gotten ahead of himself. He had been mistaken. This wasn't a fragmented Tao. If it was, he would truly be finished. At least it wasn't there yet. But, for such an existence to have such a Tao. No, it isn't a fragmented Tao. It's still in the nurturing phase, but it's pressure. I'm afraid that this is at least a hegemonic grade Tao, senior brother. This isn't a joke at all. Leeler's junior brother, Ariad, also had a serious expression on his face. Although they hadn't been correct on their original assumption, their apprehension had hardly lessened at all. If anything, this actually made them all the more cautious. Their hidden blade sect were known for their sensory abilities. When dealing with and designing such small and intricate mechanisms, not only did it require good senses to not mess up, it was also required of them to have enough skill to build such mechanisms in the first place. For them to be fooled, it meant that even if Ryu didn't truly have a fragmented Tao, it was highly likely that he would one day in the future. This meant that this young man, so long as he didn't die early, was practically guaranteed to become a fragmented sky god at the very least. If Ryu heard such a thing, he would have scoffed at it. Fragmented sky god? He didn't ever plan on stepping into such a realm. He planned on becoming a true sky god at worst in a single bound. But this was only because Ryu was ignorant of what the weight of these titles meant in the true martial world. To the section of existence Leolar and Ariad had come from, a genius of Ryu's caliber was great enough to become the inheritor of their sect. They, as 2 middling working disciples, could only take this battle with the utmost seriousness. In the martial world, there were 2 separate categorizations of Tao. The first was its grade and the second was its level. Compared to how casually these matters were dealt with in Sacrum, to wider existence, everything was noted down to the finest detail. As important as the natural order was to cultivators, that was ultimately just a comprehension of what the heavens provided. True cultivators focused not on this, but on themselves. There was no greater foundational strength than one's Tao. This was why the pair had completely disregarded whatever shabby cultivation methods Ryu must have been using up until now. If a sect in their region found out about Ryu's existence, not to mention the fact he had chaotic silk meridians, they would pour everything they had into rebuilding his foundation from the ground up for no other reason than his Tao and that alone. He could be a cripple otherwise for all they cared, they could fix that too. A Tao's level was straightforward. This was the categorization of power it could output and inputs it could negate. It was often tied to certain cultivation levels, though by convention, having a Tao a step or 2 behind your current cultivation realm was considered about average. Daos beneath the sky god realms were all labeled as nurturing phase Daos. They were separated into mortal Daos, immortal Daos, and finally cosmic Daos. Within these three categories, there were degrees of separation. There were 6 levels of mortal Dao, 3 levels of immortal Dao, and there were 2 levels of cosmic Dao. Each of these levels corresponded with a cultivation realm. The reason these were known as nurturing phase Daos was because their existence was known to not only explosively increase power, but they were also known to speed up cultivation to an extraordinary degree. A Dao of a certain level was like an immortal fertilizer, causing a spring of wealth and power to spring forth. This was especially obvious beneath the sky god realms, so it was obvious why this would be more important than what talent Ryu might have. A powerful Dao or a sudden comprehension could make even a common grade talent a monster. Beyond the cosmic Dao were the sky god realms, a level where the weight of Daos became more than just about nurturing and became foundational to strength. At this level, having a Dao beneath your level was impossible as it was a minimum requirement for your cultivation realm. However, having one above your realm also became as rare as phoenix feathers as well. These Daos followed the naming convention of the sky god realms. Fragmented Daos, false Daos, true Daos, perfect Daos, transcended Daos, omniscient Daos, ordered Daos, chaotic Daos, and finally origin Daos. But this was only the tip of the iceberg. Even 2 Daos of the same level weren't necessarily of the same strength. Daos that could be more powerful within level were somewhat more common, but those that could be more powerful across levels were a different monster entirely. Common Daos, true Daos, lineal Daos, dynastic Daos, sovereign Daos, dominion Daos, hegemonic Daos, ancient Daos, and finally founding Daos. Each of these categories carried with it a powerful degree of separation. However, even a lineal or dynastic Dao couldn't just cross levels as it pleased. Even at that level, a cosmic Dao would always be above an immortal Dao. However, once you entered the ranks of Dominion Daos, some of this understanding began to collapse, and upon entering the hegemonic Dao ranks, the rules only seemed to collapse faster. By now, the duo understood. Ryu, despite being born in this backwater world, somehow had formed what seemed to be a hegemonic Dao. Even if their assessment was off by a measure, it was a Dominion Dao at the weakest. It was simply hard for them to tell because they had never interacted with such a high-grade Dao before. Even their sect leaders, old monsters they had never personally laid eyes on, only had lineal Daos. Of course, whether Ryu's Dao could maintain this grade as he improved it was still unknown, but what was certain was that it was exceptionally high level right this very moment. This meant that Ryu had, at worst, a Dominion Dao, and, from what they could tell, it was at the first level of the immortal Dao grade. It had to be remembered that having Daos of a lower grade than your cultivation level was common. Ryu had an immortal ring realm Dao while at the path extinction realm, but they still had 6th level mortal Daos at the very same realm. To make matters worse, their Daos were common Daos while Ryu's seemed to be leagues beyond. This was no joking matter. If they also knew that to Ryu's people, Daos were a matter strictly left for sky gods and he hadn't purposely cultivated his own until he stumbled into its comprehension, who knew how they would react? Hegemonic Dao? That doesn't sound like the highest level. Ryu's knife danced in his palms, spinning through his fingers before settling back down. He had just learned of the ranking system for clans and sects, so he knew well there were 2 levels above. And it seemed that these 2 weren't even sure if he was that high, which meant to a real expert he might only have a Dominion Dao. Ryu chuckled. My Dao is considered so weak to your world? Now I really want to go. Weak. The 2 men looked toward one another. Reflected in their eyes, it seems they both knew they had run into an ignorant madman. The combination was definitely lethal. I'm glad you 2 came to me. I didn't really have a reason to antagonize you, but I really don't like hidden weapons. This gives me just the excuse I needed. I have to thank you for that. The serious expressions of their 2 sect brothers flared with a hint of rage when they heard these words. No one in the martial world would dare to say that. What did you just say? Ryu stretched his neck, tapping his foot. His body seemed to float for a moment before he vanished. When he reappeared, his knife had already appeared at Ariad's throat. Ariad's eyes widened. Reacting quickly, he shot backward, just barely dodging. However, A wisp of blood flowed down Ryu's blade, silently dripping to the ground. Ha! Someone in the Path Extinction realm actually dodged my attack. Ryu suddenly began to laugh beside himself. He hadn't felt like this in a long time, not since he survived at the hands of Leopold and reaped life from the jaws of death. He wanted to understand, he needed to understand, just how far he still had yet to climb. He felt as though his veins had been injected with adrenaline, and his heart beat wildly as his dragon soul finally erupted. Come on! Ryu vanished again, his blades dancing like intertwining snakes. Chapter 846 to say, Ryu's knife clashed against Ariad's enormous metallic arm, his dragon soul flaring outward and giving him the strength of mountains. In that instant, the latter was sent flying like a speeding bullet, cutting through the skies and the wild friction of the air. Ryu's figure flickered. His initial intention was to pursue, but he instead dodged out of the way of slicing wind, appearing to the back of Leolar the instant after the latter had attacked. However, before Ryu could pierce his knife into Leolar's back, the latter's robe split and a long snaking tail threatened to pierce through his throat. A wild grin manifested on Ryu's face, his second blade rising up in a reverse grip and parrying the piercing metallic tail to the side. Seichuyu, Seichuyu, Seichuyu. Ryu's arms became a blur, assaulting the joints of the tail. His eyes were like two blazing stars, able to see through everything. A mechanism created by the geniuses of the martial world. An intricate and novel application of metals he had never personally laid eyes on in his 2 lifetimes. None of it mattered. Before his eyes, before his Tao, it would all be laid bare. Break for me! Bang! Leolar didn't even have time to turn around before his precious tail shattered into crumbling pieces, falling to the planet that sat below them. He felt a piercing pain in his heart. The amount of wealth a member of the Hidden Blade sect burned through was astronomical. Every mechanism they formed had to be done by their own hand. It was the pride of their sect. But, to have such an intricate mechanism severed and dissected right in front of him like this, it felt as though his chest was bleeding. He couldn't understand how a pair of blade-grade weapons had accomplished such a thing. But, the flourishing light that glowed upon them painted a different story. It had nothing to do with the daggers and everything to do with the man wielding them. Ryu was relentless. He had hardly finished dismantling Leolar's tail when he lunged forward again. An illusory coat of red covered him from head to toe, making it seem like his body had been swallowed into the form of a humanoid dragon. A tail formed out of the illusory coat to Ryu's back, suddenly snapping up and slapping at the air. Boom! The harsh sound of wind exploding and space quaking resounded. Not long later, a projectile was rocked out of the air and sent flying back to where it had come from, suddenly appearing before Ariad in the blink of an eye. Take form and conquer the world. Ryu's voice boomed. A strong surge of chaotic chi was suddenly pulled in from all sides. Are you crazy? Leolar almost fainted from shock. Using immortal rings in this place was like asking to die. But then he remembered something that made his heart grow cold. It was a death sentence for them. However, to Ryu it was like being blessed by a god on high. This chaos plane was nothing more than his own backyard, and they had stepped into his territory. It was clear that their greed had caused them to forget this fact. Shit! Leolar felt the oppression come in from all sides, his armor threatening to crack and splinter around him. The volatile energies surged and the chi concentration skyrocketed. Ryu felt as though he was riding atop a cloud, his body being filled with such flourishing vitality that he almost released a moan into the skies. However, he instead roared, releasing a savage and bestial call that seemed to quake the entire plane. Leolar once again realized just how serious the situation was. He couldn't afford to hold back any longer. Doing so would only cause him to give up his life on a silver platter. Ha! He spread his hands outward, the metallic beak that covered much of his face expanding and suddenly encasing his whole face and eventual body. In the blink of an eye, he had become an odd humanoid birdman, his body covered in individual feathers, each intricately handcrafted and pieced together even down the length of a newly formed swaying tail. In that moment, in the distance, Ariad seemed to have come to the same conclusion. faced with the counter of his own projectile, multiplied several times over by Ryu's strength. He too roared, his aura flourishing as he punched outward with his large mechanical arm. Ryu's wrist flickered, a strong surging tide of blade chi appearing before Leolar in the blink of an eye. However, just as quickly as it had appeared, the large pair of wings that now attached themselves to his arms flapped. Leolar's speed was so blinding that they left afterimages in Ryu's spiritual sense. If not for his eyes, he would have lost track of Leolar entirely. The difference between just before and now felt like night and day, as though he had become an entirely different person. In the distance, Ariad's disposition had completely changed as well, shattering Ryu's counterstrike in just a single punch. He balled both fists, facing them up to the sky and bracing his elbows against his hip. A flourishing red aura wafted from his gaze becoming piercing. Ryu could feel the enigmatic air around them, the subtle sort of shift that took place as they carved their own place out in the world. It was as though the heavens had been forced to acknowledge their presence as sentient existences, as though without this step, they were worthless. Das. There was no doubt about it, they had activated their das. Ryu's grin only became more wild, his hair fluttering and his aura piercing the skies as his 13 immortal rings pulsed wildly, each giving off a vicious dark gold glow. This would be the first time he was fighting those who had comprehended their own das. Or, at the very least, the first time someone was using them against him. And he had to say, "So weak." His figure flickered and vanished, appearing before Leolar's humanoid bird form. He would hack them to pieces just the same. Chapter 847 Pathetic. Leolar dodged once more, but to his horror, when he reappeared, Ryu was right before him as though his knife had never left the former's neck. "Your Tao is pathetic. You would have had a better chance at winning if you didn't use it before me at all. The fact you did just signed your death warrant." Ryu seemed to speak in Leolar's soul. In those final moments between life and death, time seemed to dilate and almost grind to a halt. You took a majestic rock as the basis for your Tao, but then you perverted its form by turning yourself into this monstrosity? And you wondered why you were so weak? I don't know why it is you two decided to target me, but I'll be taking your head. Shying. Leolar found himself staring at his own headless corpse. His eyes opened wide in shock. He had never thought that, in using his Tao, he would lose even faster. But he only had himself to blame for not understanding the nature of Leonel's Tao. He controlled karma in one hand and tribulation in the other. Together, he controlled the heavens. If even the secrets of the heavens could be seen through by him in a single glance, what more a pitiful mortal-grade Tao? The gap was so enormous that it bordered on pathetic. Ariad watched this scene from afar and almost immediately understood that he had to run. They didn't just smash their foot into a steel plate. It felt like it had been reinforced by the greatest artisans to ever exist. His heart plummeted and his lungs almost ceased to function. He turned and ran away at his greatest pace, but he could already feel Ryu hot on his trail. You can't kill me. I haven't played this annoying game in a very long while. Are you going to tell me I can't kill you because of your sect? Even if your sect did care about fledgling disciples like you, I've already killed one. Would they spare me if I left you be?
No.
Exactly. Ryu's figure flickered, his blade swinging forward. Ariad seemed to have learned from Leolar. Not relying on his Tao, he managed to put up much more of a fight, his fists pummeling forward. Ryu tilted his head to the side, dodging a solid punch and slicing a blade upward through Ariad's chest. Ariad tried to use his momentum to make a half-spin to the side, but Ryu's blade was just a touch too quick, splitting his skin in two and almost severing bone and guts. Ariad's gaze flashed with resolution and the enormous metallic arm that had gone by Ryu's head unloaded, a large plume of gas suddenly releasing. Ariad's expression lit up with excitement, but he just as quickly flipped a palm to reveal a bottle of pills he swallowed down to the last. In order to ensure Ryu couldn't dodge, he had unloaded his whole cartridge. Usually, the range would be small enough to not affect him, but Ryu was simply too powerful. He wanted to make certain that nothing unexpected would happen, so he had ended up infecting himself in the process. Though he had antidotes, he most definitely wouldn't be able to live normally for at least the next few months. Still, it was worth it. Without being able to take the antidote directly, the poison was far too potent. Even if Ryu found an antidote within the next few minutes, it would already be too late. Poison? Not an unexpected tactic from a pathetic bunch like you. Shying. Ariad's expression froze, his body collapsing. Ryu stretched out a hand. In that moment, the souls of both Ariad and Leolar fell into his palms. They struggled wildly, but it hardly mattered at all. Poison? Ryu had a little griffin princess by his side. And, even if he hadn't, he had just eaten an enormous meal from a high-order griffin. It had to be remembered that the feathers of a griffin could cure any poison, curse, or afflicted disease. Ariad had picked quite literally the worst time to even think of trying to poison Ryu. Plus, beyond that, when facing someone with a spirit body, you had to pick out a very special kind of poison. By virtue of his body's composition, expelling poison was almost too easy, especially after the evolution of his bone structure. And, since he now had a perfect spirit body extending to his soul, even soul poisons couldn't easily target him either. Petty tricks in the face of absolute strength were all worthless. Ryu was almost disappointed that these two were actually so pathetic and inept. If you shatter our souls, you'll be marked by the Hidden Blade sect. I can see how ambitious you are. It might not matter if you stay here, but a brand from the Hidden Blade sect to anyone just entering the true martial world is as good as a death sentence. Leolar finally displayed some qualities worthy of a senior brother as he quickly stated his points. It was as though he had already forgotten about Ryu's earlier insults. All he cared about was survival. But to Ryu this only made sense. A sect built upon hidden weapons. How could they have any backbone to speak of? Luckily for Leolar, though, Ryu might very well need them for something. Rather than explaining, Ryu reached out and caused their corpses to fly over to him. With a thought, he extracted every single spatial device out of their bodies, even the ones Leolar and Ariad never thought he would be able to find without their help. Their expressions sunk. They had been hoping to be able to negotiate some more with this, but they lost even that much. Chapter 848 Purity. Unfortunately, though, even after looking through their numerous rings, Ryu's found that they were quite poor. Of course, this wasn't in a normal sense. In fact, he found many things within their spatial rings that were entirely extinct in Sacrum. It was more so that their best spiritual herbs and treasures were still of the earth grade at best. This made sense. After all, they were only Path Extinction Realm experts. How could Ryu expect more out of them? If he wanted some great watershed, he would either have to fight individuals far more talented than these two, or he would have to fight someone far more powerful, period. Ryu's brows shot up. He had only taken a casual sweep to begin with. However, the instant he took a deeper look, his expression shifted. His gaze became several folds more concentrated. This wasn't normal. Ryu wasn't wrong, the best treasures these two had were just of the earth grade. However, the quality was so far beyond anything he was used to that what might have still passed as the earth grade easily rivaled what was considered heaven grade to Ryu now. As though the two weren't observing him, Ryu took out a simple black grade sword stored at the back of one of Ariad's spatial rings, holding it up to his eyes. He carefully observed every fiber that made it up. In the end, he flicked it with his finger. Ding! The sword began to vibrate wildly, whipping back and forth in the air before slowly, but surely settling down. The truth was that this sword was actually weaker than Ryu's self-forged daggers. However, compared to normal black-grade weapons Ryu had become used to, they were leaps and bounds beyond. It had to be considered that Ryu's forging skills were built on the basis of heaven's will. He listened to the ores and forged them into their most perfect state. It could be said that his form of blacksmithing was the highest that there was in all of existence. Well, maybe it wasn't so exaggerated since according to these two, Ryu's Tao was on the border of dominion and hegemon. Regardless, at the very least, his techniques were beyond what the people of the Hidden Blade sect could match even with his limited experience. The fact that this sword even came close was a testament to how large the gap between the worlds was. Ryu immediately tested several other weapons and found the same exact thing. What was the most baffling about it all was that considering how casually Leolar and Ariad had treated these weapons, They were at best crude and at worst completely useless. They couldn't even bother to keep them organized at all. What about? Ryu acted on the thought instantly, finding strewn bottles of used pills. He brought one out, rolling it onto his palm and lightly sniffing the air. Black grade pill, it seems to have the function of compression chi, probably best used for the chi refinement realm. Its purity is at 82%, that already puts it in the top percentile of what top-tier alchemists can produce in this world. But its formula is far more potent than anything I've ever seen. Ryu took another sniff and closed his eyes. In an instant, a long list of spiritual herbs appeared in his mind and he sorted their images one by one. 3 of the main ingredients are instinct, no wonder. But clearly they're so ubiquitous in this martial world that they can so casually be thrown into such a pill that these two don't seem to care about at all, in fact. Ryu hadn't used pills on his cultivation journey thus far, at least not in any large way. Thanks to the incubator, he could just directly absorb the medicinal properties of spiritual herbs without having to worry about it. This method also saved him from having to deal with impurities as well. However, at some point, this would only come back with diminishing returns. There was a reason that the field of alchemy was created. If it was so much worse than just absorbing spiritual herbs directly, then there would instead be an industry where everyone created incubators. Not every incubator would have to be of the origin grade. You could easily imagine a world where common, black, earth and heaven grade incubators were in greater circulation, allowing you to easily absorb equivalently ranked spiritual herbs. But this wasn't the path the evolution of professions had chosen to take. There was a simple reason for this. Often, the combination of spiritual herbs concocted into a single pill would produce exponential results that stacked upon one another. When the effects of these were compared to spiritual herbs alone, it was akin to night and day. But this much was just the tip of the iceberg. The true reason for the creation of pills was to allow for results the heavens wouldn't allow for. Spiritual herbs are the creations of the heavens, and as such, their abilities are fine-tuned and repetitive across a similar race of herb. Pills, however, can combine individual abilities to form results one would never think of. Of course, pills weren't the only methods to accomplish this. Medicinal baths, potions, and other such liquid concoctions were less advanced methods of doing the same thing as well. All of this used the basis of heat and fire, the root of human innovation, to accomplish these tasks. The cost and return hadn't been worth it for Ryu when he was on Sacrum. But, from what he could see from just these middling pills of the martial world, the difference was like night and day. If he could get his hands on 100% pure pills, he would definitely not mind switching his approach to cultivation. Chapter 849 Accumulation. It was to the point where even the chi stones were on another level. Ryu was certain that his judgment was correct and that these were just immortal chi stones, but they shone brighter than any Ryu had ever seen before. In fact, some, rather than just being a crystal stone with a fog of white within, shimmered with rainbow colors. After cross-referencing the information Serial had left behind with these chi stones, Ryu learned that in the martial world, chi stones weren't counted by number, but rather by weight and purity. This system makes much more sense. Ryu nodded to himself. The number counting system of Sacrum was inherently flawed, but it was close enough so people just accepted it. The purer the chi stone, the heavier it was, and thus the more valuable it was as a result. The chi stones that shimmered with rainbow colors in the possession of these two were the heaviest and were about twice the weight of Ryu's current stash each. All things considered, this wasn't too bad. It just meant that his wealth was basically cut in half. But half of what he had was still an astronomical amount. It was just unfortunate that the hit he took when it came to weapons, pills, and other such things was likely much greater. In the martial world, they were likely worth only what they could be separated into scraps for. Still, Ryu would be far from poor when he stepped into that world, and he could be happy about that much. After Ryu went through this, he got to the part that he was most excited about: techniques. He was all too eager to see how what they had here differed from what he was accustomed to. If Serial's experience was anything to go by, it should feel almost magical. As expected, the first thing Ryu found left him silent. Chi Stone Accumulation Technique. It was a ragged and cracked white jade, the very lowest grade. It had likely been passed down through so many hands that no one remembered who it was that had originally inscribed it. And yet, this technique alone made Ryu speechless. You can make chi stones? What the hell is this? Ryu had truly prepared himself for the most shocking things possible. But this was already too much. The idea of printing your own money was absolutely baffling to him, and it was to the point he didn't even quite know what to say for a very long time. If it wasn't for the fact their life and death was in Ryu's hands, the instinct of the two disciple brothers would have definitely been disdain. To feel shock over such a simple technique, how much of a country bumpkin could you be? However, Ryu wasn't the type of person who cared about such things. The perspective of others was irrelevant. He only cared about his own thoughts and that of those that loved him, and this was a game changer. I see. So that's why it's so common. It's a ubiquitous technique, but it's tedious and it takes a long time. Though it's relatively easier to form lower-grade chi stones than your cultivation level, by the time you can form those chi stones easily, they would be useless to you. What use is a mortal chi stone to an immortal? Unless you had a clan and had to supplement your juniors, you wouldn't even waste your time. Plus, from what it looks like here, there are multiple forms of this technique. There's a version where you take action personally, and there's also a version you can lay down as a large-scale formation and allow it to accumulate chi from the surroundings for you. This second version is probably the most widely used. It's technically slower than doing it personally, but the scale is so much wider that it's still more efficient overall. Interesting. Ryu absent-mindedly stretched out a hand, grasping at air and causing a strong surge of chi to violently whip toward him. The two souls shuddered. They feared chaos chi enough while they had their full bodies, let alone now that they were nothing more than mere souls. There were two methods of using this technique. The first was to draw from your own chi, and the second was to draw from the atmosphere. The first method was easier and faster, but a normal person would only be able to make one or two before they were completely drained. This was the inherent inconvenience of the technique. The second method was more difficult, required more control, and took much longer. In addition, it was generally frowned upon to use in a public setting as it could disrupt the cultivation and moods of others. Many higher-class cities also had chi accumulation formations set up to heighten the concentration of chi and attract tourists. So, using atmospheric chi in that fashion was just a form of stealing that could get you in a lot of trouble with enforcement officers. Ariad and Leolar couldn't help but give Ryu weird looks. While they had disdained Ryu's lack of knowledge just moments before, this wasn't a technique you could just pick up because you wanted to, and it was especially so if you were using the most difficult form instantly. Unfortunately, they had hardly finished the thought when the chi stone began to take shape. The two froze, their eyes not quite believing what they were seeing, until the point a chi stone swirling with dark rainbow colors formed. That wasn't just a chi stone. That was a chaos chi stone. It was worth easily 100 to 1,000 times more than a chi stone of equivalent rank. And yet, it had only barely taken Ryu 15 minutes to form it, on his first try. Not bad, Ryu thought. My Meridians have direct access to the chaos plane. That means I can use the inner accumulation method without worrying about my stamina, and also at a much faster rate. Doesn't that mean I can make an endless supply of chaos chi stones so long as I'm willing to put in the time? It seemed that Ryu would most definitely not be poor on the martial world. In fact, he would be very, very, very rich. Ryu had already thrown this to the back of his mind, though. He was already focused on the next Jade technique, his excitement still bubbling. Chapter 850 Calm Heart Sutra. What Ryu noticed between Ariad and Leolar was that their daos were actually quite bare bones and simple. This made sense considering their low grades, but what was more interesting was how that correlated. As Ryu had said, Leolar's Dao had been formulated by observing a rock. Truthfully, Ryu didn't believe that Leolar had observed a real rock. It was more likely that he had observed some sort of simulation of it, or he had based his deductions on a technique that claimed to represent one. Because he was curious, Ryu had cross-referenced with Serial's notes, and he had learned that ancestral beasts were just as rare in the true martial world as they were on Sacrum, and their standing was just as high. For one, this meant that the blood running through Ryu's veins was actually quite valuable, and he had to be careful on that front. But, on the other hand, It meant that low-level individuals like Ariad and Leolar hadn't recognized his bloodlines, much like the weaker individuals of the mortal and pedestal plane hadn't. This meant that there was simply no way for Leolar to have truly based his Tao on a rock, and it made the value of unlocking his ancestors' memories all the more apparent to Ryu. This sort of knowledge, even in the true martial world, was invaluable and simply impossible to put a price tag on. Due to this, Leolar's Tao essentially boiled down to an advanced form of movement that gave him great speed. But, at the same time, it made him predictable. His Tao lacked variation and power behind it. It was just a cheap imitation brought about by a false understanding. As a movement technique alone, it actually wasn't bad and was actually better than anything Ryu had ever seen. But as a Tao? It was pathetic. By the same token, Ariad's Tao was also greatly lacking. From what Ryu understood at a glance, his Tao was rooted in concepts of imposing momentum. He built it off the back of blasting through all obstacles and never being stopped. This Tao was slightly better than Leolar's. It was just unfortunate that the person backing it didn't have the personality to properly match it. Ariad was constantly differing to Leolar as his senior brother, and he was quiet-spoken to begin with. However, that was only the start of his problems. Someone with such a Tao would never fight someone 2-on-1, and yet Ariad hadn't hesitated to do so. On top of this, he was actually part of the Hidden Blade sect and used poison in his battle. How could you be indomitable if this was the path you chose for your life? His Tao was more of a joke than anything else at this point. Tao wasn't just about comprehension. You could technically comprehend anything. But, without belief as a foundation, it was all meaningless. Choosing a Tao didn't just mean grasping at something you easily understood, but it also required it being compatible with the deepest fibers of your being. Calm Heart Sutra. One would think that this was a soul cultivation technique, or at least anything other than being related to close combat. But this wasn't the case at all. In fact, this was a fist technique split into 3 parts and built on the back of a special cultivation method. A martial technique requiring a specific cultivation technique to practice. Well, it isn't a requirement, but the true strength will be less than half of what your true potential could be. I've never heard of something like this. From Ryu's understanding, martial techniques could require special types of chi to be used effectively, but one requiring a specific cultivation technique wasn't something he had ever stumbled upon. In fact, if this was backtracked to its logical conclusion, it meant that there was a cultivation technique created with a matching set of martial techniques, and that was fascinating to Ryu. Steady feet, steady mind, calm heart. Interesting. The technique deviated in another way from Ryu's usual understanding of things as well. Usually, techniques leaned on meridian nodes first. You had to meet a minimum requirement of meridian nodes so that the circulation pattern could be completed. Then, comprehension would be based on how well you could maintain this circulation method. When Ryu had spoken of comprehending techniques in the past, it was all about the subtle nuances of how the flow of chi worked. 2 techniques might have the same circulation pattern, but they could have different ebbs and flows, different pauses and starts, different speeds and forcefulness. It was this subtle control that gave each technique its flair. However, this was ultimately surface level. Ryu was almost too good at comprehending the nuances of a technique, feeling its hidden depth, and using his supreme chi control to rein it all in. When he used lines of fate, it was even easier. But this felt entirely different. There was still a chi circulation method needed for this technique, yes. But, firstly, unlike the techniques Ryu had become used to, it was overly simple. It was simple to the point of almost being an insult to his intelligence. However, what was more fascinating was that comprehending this technique also felt a lot more like comprehending an inheritance. You weren't learning how to circulate your chi, or rather this was just a small portion of it. More importantly, you had to grasp the essence of the technique, much the same way you had to comprehend an element or a natural endowment. Ryu read through the technique over 3 times, the profound words laced within gripping at his soul. A calm heart belays the storm. Ryu slowly punched out, a subtle wave of chi rippling around his fist. Chapter 851 Soul Stirring. Ryu's fist was slow, but it seemed to be pushing at reality itself as though he alone remained immovable while everything else was forced to move beneath his will. He hardly put even the slightest strength behind his punch. In fact, even a toddler who hadn't cultivated a day in their lives could have done so faster and stronger. And yet, oops.
Bang!
The planet below Ryu splintered into two, the wind pressure of his fist separating the atmosphere and ripping apart the earth and soil until its core was revealed. The instant this happened, its structural integrity collapsed. A wild ripple of heated magma and explosive chi shot in all directions. However, Ryu reached out a hand, a strong barrier forming and forcing it all to rebound around him instead. When it all finally settled down, Ryu stared blankly into space for a moment before he shook his head. The difference was actually large. Such a simple circulation method, only using as many nodes as a black grade technique, could actually output so much power. Not only had Ryu not put any true strength behind that blow, only relying on his shallow comprehension of the technique, but he didn't even have the foundational cultivation method this technique relied on, and yet it was actually still so powerful.
Ka.
Calm heart. Ariad stuttered. Calm heart? No. At best, that was the tip of steady feet. Your comprehension is severely lacking. The fact you chose such a Tao is baffling to me. I don't even know whether I should feel impressed or not. Ariad sunk into silence, not responding at all. Ryu knew nothing about him. It was no wonder he would come to such a conclusion. The Ariad of old had, indeed, been worthy of his Tao. Well, maybe he would never be worthy in Ryu's eyes, but he was at least more worthy that he was right now back then. Unfortunately, the martial world had a way of swallowing up even the most robust of souls. Now he was just a piddling working disciple of the sect without a clear path toward improvement. He had thought that Ryu's Meridians would finally be his ticket, but he hadn't realized that just the fact he could have such a thought with his Tao meant that he had already lost the plot. It was only a matter of time before his Tao deteriorated completely, and he either ended up with a vicious heart demon he couldn't get rid of, or his cultivation stagnated forever, never to take even a single step forward. An interesting technique, better than any fist technique I've ever seen just by its sheer simplicity. If I use this principle, I can likely create my own techniques branching off from my Tao. But, in order to properly understand how to formulate them, I'll need to observe more techniques than just this, and definitely higher level ones as well. What these two have isn't enough. Ryu went through all of Ariad's techniques one by one and eventually switched over to Leeler's as well. As expected, they all followed the same pattern. But, truthfully, Calm Heart Sutra had been the best. Ryu's expectations had started high, but none of the other techniques he ran across were even close. However, a curious discovery he had made was that Calm Heart Sutra was also the only one of the techniques in their possession that was tied to a specific cultivation technique. I see, so that's likely the separation. Techniques that match to cultivation methods are a step above. Ryu was prepared to wrap this up when he stumbled onto the final technique. He went through it just as quickly as the other ones before his gaze sharpened. Rising Morning Rock. This, unlike Calm Heart Sutra, was a movement technique. However, much like Calm Heart Sutra, it too was tied to a cultivation method. Like he had done with Calm Heart Sutra, Ryu read it 3 times. Of course, Ryu had already memorized it all the first time thanks to his origin flame. Even without it, a small technique like this wouldn't pose a problem to many cultivators. However, it was a problem of words and their profundity. The techniques Ryu was used to only had superficial taglines and mostly just described the circulation method. However, these techniques had meaning infused into their words, carrying the secret behind the strength of the technique. The rock rises in the morning, its feet rooted to the earth and its proud neck piercing the skies. Ryu took a step and vanished, only for Leolar to be at a loss for words this time. There was something about Ryu movements that was immediately gorgeous without compare. A fluttering pair of golden wings seeming to follow in his wake. This movement technique felt different. It was as though the heavens were helping Ryu to move, much like how they had helped him to punch with Calm Heart Sutra. Ryu realized that in the true martial world, the value of his heavenly pupils wouldn't decrease. In fact, they had just increased exponentially. Now, his comprehension almost directly translated to strength. This technique isn't as fast as just using the Silver Star visualization, or just using Lightning Divine Mark, but its variations and transpositions feel endless. The flexibility it affords is unlike anything I've ever seen before. Ryu suddenly came to a grinding halt, his heart trembling. In one corner of his spiritual sea, locked away in a location he had been purposely ignoring, something stirred.
Elena.
Ryu's face flushed, his heart beating out of his control. There were only really good reasons or really bad reasons Elena would do this, and either way he would still react like this. Ryu forced himself to calm down, and he released the shackles he had placed on his soul's communication with Elena. But what he heard made him freeze. The seal of ice is crumbling. Chapter 852 Always. After being sealed for so long, his mother wouldn't be in any state to fight. In fact, she would likely be at her very weakest. All alone, she had been the sole reason why the martial gods hadn't been able to dredge up everything they could from the shrine plain. In fact, it could be said that his mother was the last line of defense. Ryu closed his eyes, his breathing coming almost to a dead halt. This wasn't how he would normally react to things. The emotional high of Elena speaking to him for the first time in so long had knocked him off his balance. It only made it worse that the news was about his mother, the woman he respected the most in this world. Ryu couldn't put the love he had for his parents into words. His mother had always been by his side during his first life, and his experiences in his second made him realize that this was more of a rare thing than he thought it was. Ryu's parents had had every reason to abandon him, to treat him as though he was worthless. And, even in the case they didn't go so far, no one would have blamed them for neglecting him. And yet, the love he had experienced from them was among maybe the only shining lights he had had. He could still remember how his mother would always insist on preparing his meals. She was the mistress of the Tatsuya clan, a once-in-a-generation genius. The kind of weight on her shoulders every day was still far beyond anything Ryu had ever experienced. But such a woman refused to allow anyone else to care for her son but her. And those had just been memories Ryu remembered before he gained his origin flame. Once he fused with this penultimate flame, allowing him to remember things as far back as when his consciousness just formed in the womb, the warmth he felt for his mother touched upon levels maybe no one else would ever be able to match. He could remember the soothing words she spoke while she was pregnant. He could remember how much care she took in bathing him while he was a child. Every morning she would wake him with the same soothing song, and every night she would lay him to rest with words just as soothing. Even when Ryu was found out to be a cripple, nothing had changed. The tears his mother shed that day weren't in lament for having such a useless son, but were rather for him. The weight of her empathy was heavier than any burden Ryu held. These emotions washed over Ryu, his expression becoming colder and colder with every passing second. "How long?" Ryu asked. "At most 3 days. Then in 3 days, I'll be cleansing the shrine plain with blood." Elena sat in silence, the words of Ryu reverberating through her mind. She had deliberated for a long time as to whether to tell Ryu about this or not. By most observable metrics, it would be nothing more than suicide for him to come here now. However, in the end of it all, she felt like if she didn't, Ryu would never speak to her again. It was an odd feeling. She had been certain that she wanted to slowly separate herself from Ryu. It wasn't because she hated him, but it was rather that she felt their time had passed. The things they wanted were too different. Or, at least the things she wanted had evolved so far beyond what they had been in the past that she couldn't see them aligning at all. But, the idea of Ryu never speaking to her again, she couldn't describe it in words. She knew that she would be protecting Ryu from himself, keeping his information from him. However, she also knew Ryu enough to know that keeping this from him would be the absolute worst kind of betrayal. He would never accept an apology for it. He would never forgive. He was that sort of stubborn individual. Faced with this crossroads, Elena made a choice. A selfish one. Choosing between Ryu's life and death, and his hatred of her. She actually chose to allow him to die instead. Elena had made the choice before she even knew what was happening, and by the time it sunk in, she felt such a strong feeling of disgust and hate toward herself that she couldn't move. Her hands trembled and her heart threatened to beat out of her chest. She had spent the last several months venting at air. She didn't even quite understand what she was so mad about. Even millions of years of introspection couldn't seem to snap her out of this state. Ryu had no idea the kind of reserves the martial gods had. If he really became a threat, the trump cards and ammo they had was far beyond what words could possibly describe. Cold shivers caused goosebumps to race across her body. She brought her knees to her chest, her lovely pink diamond hair seeming to dim somewhat as the natural light it gave off wavered. If she could so easily make such a selfish choice now, what others had she made? Was she wrong all this time? She didn't know how to bring herself together. She had to do something. She had to stop Ryu from coming. Even if he hated her for it, even if he never spoke to her again. Elena's nails dug into her thighs, her hands squeezing down hard. However, just as she had resolved herself, a voice echoed in her mind. I know that I've done more than enough to earn your hatred, but, for as long as I live, I'll be your husband. I wasn't able to do this in my first life, but in this one, I'll always stand in front of you. I have no intention of dying. Chapter 853L Look Forward. PA-N-D-A-N-0VL. C-O-M However. For this, the Armament Guild had suffered greatly. Half of their cities had fallen out of the sky. Of the half that remained somewhat, another half were completely unlivable. And finally, of the quarter that was left overall, fire still raged, corpses still lay strewn, and scent of death hung heavily in the air. Of those devastated, there were none more aggrieved than the Archer clans. Maybe by virtue of coincidence or Ryu's words, their cities and even their main clan headquarters had been razed to the ground. There was no doubt that many of them blamed Ryu for this outcome. But such a mantle was something that Ryu would gladly claim. To try and kill him and expect no consequences? Nothing in this world was so grand or good. This was the state Ryu returned to. He didn't care to hide his presence. And, truthfully, even if he tried, the frosty trail that followed him would still be all too obvious. Everywhere he passed by, the air would crack, the land would shatter, and even the rubble would splinter and crack like glass. Very few tried to stop Ryu at all, and many more others were occupied trying to deal with the landscape. Too few had actually seen Ryu's face, and the idea that he would actually return here was far too baffling for most to wrap their heads around. So many simply got out of the way, believing him to be a big shot they couldn't afford to offend. Ryu made it to Supreme Blacksmith Windhorn's living quarters without contest, his speed having seemed slow, and yet still managing to cross absurd distances in fractional times. Windhorn frowned, obviously sensing Ryu immediately. She had already been annoyed by this boy once before. The more she thought about it, the more annoying it made her. However, almost the instant she laid eyes on Ryu, it felt to her as though her heart had frozen over. Ryu's Tao was almost palpable, responding to his emotions like a living, breathing, tangible part of himself. And this Tao alone was enough to make Windhorn feel as though she had been suppressed to an extreme. She, a true sky god, felt wholly inferior. Any thought she had of reprimanding Ryu, or asking him why he hadn't even tried to escape, left her entirely. It somehow felt that Ryu was both far stronger and far weaker than a sky god at the very same time. It was the sort of feeling that a youth like this, only barely within the path extinction realm, had no business giving off. My blades. Are they ready? Ryu's voice seemed dredged up from an abyssal hell. Somehow, Windhorn felt as though even her mind was freezing over. She had no idea that Ryu had to do this. If he didn't drench himself in ice cold, then the blazing fires of his fury would have already begun to destroy everything around him. Thoughts of the martial gods and their goals ran through his mind again and again, only seeming to stoke these flames further. Windhorn didn't say a word in the end. Her fingers lightly tapped the air and 2 boxes radiating gorgeous rainbow lights appeared. Each was 3 feet wide and over 2 meters tall. Just their presence alone felt infinitesimally close to the origin grade. Thank you. Ryu nodded. Space trembled and his eyes dilated, causing a swirling black hole to appear and swallow up the boxes. With that, he turned to leave. I take it that this means our deal has fallen through? Windhorn asked. Ryu's steps paused and he didn't say anything for a long while. Windhorn and he were meant to stand on the same side opposing the martial gods. But, from what it seemed like now, Ryu had already decided to go off on his own. This was obviously not something that Windhorn could accept. Her armament guild had just suffered a devastating blow. She couldn't possibly send them to battle now. It would be irresponsible of her as a leader, especially since even if they were at full power, it would be like throwing eggs at a mountain face. "Do as you please," Ryu finally said, his figure flickering and vanishing. Windhorn fell into silence, her thoughts unreadable. How nice would it have been to meet such a young man in her youth when she was still open to such things. Thoughts of how Ryu gazed upon her figure and wide hips without regard for anything made her shake her head. She had never experienced such a thing before, and it left her feeling quite odd. Unfortunately, the spring of her youth had already vanished, poured into her clan, and this position she took up as their matriarch. But was it worth it? Ryu never wanted to be a leader, and with that kind of ideology came with it a sort of freedom that Windhorn didn't have. But, likewise, it was a shackle that weighed her down. Now, those same shackles were blocking off her path toward elevating her Tao to a level it had never seen before. Was it worth it? Windhorn sighed. She moved to close her eyes, but they suddenly sharpened as she looked into the skies. In the air, Ryu stood across from true sky god Arcus, their pair of handsome faces looking at each other without a single word. And then, true sky god Arcus suddenly smiled. "Ryu Tatsuya, I would have never thought you had such a background. It's no wonder that you're so arrogant, and maybe deservedly so. Today I won't kill you. I can already see it in your eyes, you're very much aware of what's happening. It seems that in all your bloviating, you've run out of time to strut around as you please. I look forward to seeing you squirm and struggle in your final moments 3 days from now." Chapter 854 Easy. The subtleties of Ryu's Tao, something Windhorn had easily picked up on, was slowly becoming more and more obvious. True sky god Arcus suddenly found that his smile was frozen in time, its candor and relaxed appearance becoming more awkward as the moments ticked by. Without a word, Ryu took a step forward, and true sky god Arcus found him subconsciously moving out of the way. Before he could realize what he was doing, Ryu had vanished into the distance. "Anyone who stands in my way will die." The words echoed over the whole of the Armament Guild. In fact, they infused into the very will of Sacrum's heavens, rocking the very foundation of all 4 planes. Elsa stared at Ryu deeply, not quite knowing what to say. She didn't even bother to try and say words to try and convince Ryu. With how well they knew one another, there was no way that she would waste her time trying to do something that she thought would be impossible. "I am coming with you." Ryu's expression immediately went from placid to furrowed, his mind racing in all sorts of directions. While he supported Elsa's want to battle, the raw truth was that she wasn't talented in it. She didn't have Ryu's battle sense nor feel for an opponent. She was very good at analyzing matters after the fact, but in the midst of battle she couldn't. Her way of using the Ice Queen had proved at least that much. While having Elsa by his side would make summoning far easier, when facing enemies on this level, staying within the ethereal realm was no longer a safe method. While Elsa had spent years by Ryu's side, safe on his shoulder, things wouldn't be able to continue to be like this indefinitely. "I am coming with you," Elsa said again, even more forcefully. Yana bit her lower lip, looking back and forth between Ryu and Elsa. She too wanted to say that she wanted to go. She had the same burning desire within her. However, compared to Elsa, she was even more useless. She had fallen very far behind Ryu, who seemed to advance leaps and bounds every hour, let alone day. She just didn't want to be Ryu's burden in that way. At the same time, she didn't believe that Elsa was being foolish either. Though her use in combat was limited, her ability to direct energy was unmatched. In the past, it had been Elsa who helped Ryu to control essence that tended to want to act as it pleased. This ability became less useful as now Ryu had chaotic chi, something he had perfect control over. There was no need for Elsa to interfere in this case because it would only hinder Ryu's personal growth. However, if she was there, the violence wrought by primordial chaos chi would definitely be far easier to bear. And, if primordial death chaos chi was combined with her summoning abilities as a naturally born Kabus fairy, the results would be devastating. Yana closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "Take me too." Ryu's brows furrowed even deeper. Elsa, Yana. No. If you're so confident that you won't die, then take me with you. I will be in the incubator, I will be silent, and I will be obedient. If you live, then good. I will live too, and I'll be completely unharmed. But if you dare die, well, I will have no escape, and I'll just have to die too. Ryu stood frozen in place, not quite knowing what to say. Yana's words were far more forceful than usual and far from obedient, like she said she'd be. But he knew well that when she said such words, it was only to display a stubbornness that he had no way of refuting. I will be there too. Elsa smiled. Ryu looked between the both of them, remaining silent for a long while. Unfortunately, his wives didn't seem to care, staring back at him with the same staunchness. Suddenly Ryu smiled. Then isn't it easy? Didn't I already say I wouldn't die? What are you two being so dramatic for? You can sit tight and watch your husband wet his blades with blood. The moment Ryu said these words, his wives pounced into his arms, squeezing him tight. Oof, you guys can't be like this right now. They say you're not supposed to drain your yang before a fight. Elsa and Yana, who had both still had faces of deep worry, suddenly burst into a fit of giggles. They could feel the confidence wafting off of Ryu, the kind of confidence that couldn't be twisted or faked, the kind that sunk as deep as bones would go. The trouble was that neither of them understood how he would do it. How could a Path Extinction Realm expert possibly fight so many top-class enemies? The number of Cosmic Seed Realm experts alone would be able to drown him with their gazes, let alone the number of World Sea Realm experts and beyond. To make matters worse, true Sky God Arcus' words seemed to confirm that everyone was ready for his appearance, lurking in the shadows for the bait to reel him in. It was undeniable that the martial gods would be ready for his appearance. However, neither of them asked this matter. They would leave it up to Ryu. Each claiming a half of Ryu's body, the two women buried their heads into his chest, finding solace in the solid and rhythmic beating of his heart. My realm heart, Ryu said. I think it's time we finally upgrade it to the immortal realms. Chapter 855 LT All makes sense. Ryu found himself sitting in meditation, shirtless. A complex jade-green formation was drawn around him, and Elsa sat to his back, her palm resting on his spine. A pulsing power began to emanate, surging across the moon world. An immortal-grade realm heart would only be a minor boost to his battle strength from Ryu's understanding of things. Its main function would only be allowing his cultivation speed through the immortal realms to skyrocket. But Ryu had no plans of improving his cultivation anytime soon. As such, it could be said that the only reason Ryu was wasting time doing this was so that he could maximize his chances in all aspects. However, what truly happened was far beyond Ryu's expectations in every way, shape, and fashion. The moment Ryu felt a crack in his heart, and his realm heart shattered its glass ceiling, evolving to an all-new level, it was as though the floodgates had been opened. Ryu's inheritances, which had all constantly progressed, only to regress back down to the ruler realm time and time again, suddenly surged upward. All of Ryu's accumulated understanding stacked and flourished, rising up so quickly and forcefully that the essence that fell for their comprehension almost overwhelmed the formation Elsa had laid to help the breakthrough in the first place. Ryu and Elsa alike sat in a daze, but that seemed to just be the start. At that moment, Ryu's northern heavenly wind also flourished, rising past the mortal grades and skyrocketing into the immortal grades before finally halting at its very peak. It swallowed up all the volatile essence as though it couldn't get enough. By the end of it all, Ryu found himself accidentally floating in the air, almost as though he had become as light as a feather that could be blown away at any time. When it all finally settled down, Ryu frowned. He had been trying to understand what was wrong with his inheritances all this time, only for them to suddenly step through the threshold they had no ability to cross before and reach the Dominion realms in a single step. If Ryu said he wasn't shocked, he would be lying. Was it really his realm heart that had been holding him back this entire time? No, that didn't make any sense. Realm hearts were supposed to be a booster, not a gatekeeper. So what the hell was going on? I think I finally understand. Elsa's soft voice immediately caught Ryu's attention. Think about what it took to reach this point. Sure, it was a series of coincidences, but they all stacked up due to a decision your intuition had made. Maybe from the very beginning, things were designed to be in this way. The only way for you to awaken to the true abilities of your chaotic silk meridians was by skipping the spiritual severing realm. However, that wasn't the only hurdle you had to climb. Remember, I advised you to not reconnect with your spiritual foundation too soon, or else the tempering your meridians were receiving from the chaos plane would weaken and you'd lose the special characteristics you had gained, thus making it all meaningless. You would have lost the benefits of the spiritual severing realm without gaining the massive boost that came with chaos chi. The moment Ailsa said these words, Ryu's eyes lit up with understanding, but he didn't interrupt her. When you think about it, there's no way for any normal person to meet those requirements. In order to strengthen your connection with the chaos plane, you had to cultivate. But, in order to allow that connection to happen, you couldn't have a spiritual foundation. Those two things can't possibly coincide with one another. Cultivation can't happen without a spiritual foundation. That's one of the most basic truths of the martial world. Unless you somehow stumble upon a realm heart. Ryu nodded slowly, the pieces slowly coming together. The realm heart was never just an accessory to your cultivation. It was a main cog in the wheel that made you so powerful. It's no wonder that your inheritances have been stagnant. Then, the rules that you're working within and the parameters of your cultivation is far different from anyone else. Tell me how you feel right now. Have the restrictions on your cultivation ban loosened somewhat? Ryu nodded. My intuition tells me that I've taken a strong step in the right direction, but it isn't quite yet time for me to start cultivating again. If I'm correct, this is likely a combination of two things. The first are the variables of your chaotic silk meridians. There are definitely other complex steps that you should be taking that aren't immediately obvious, steps your intuition might be trying to guide you through. The second variable is that of a cultivation method. From your run-in with the two hidden Blade Sect members, it seems that your meridians are highly sought after. That likely means that someone or some entity has already long since figured out how this works. In that case, there's a very high likelihood that there exists a completed cultivation method you'll have to find so that you won't have to continue relying on luck like this. It makes sense that everything has stalled at the Path Extinction realm, and that it's only now that your inheritances have recovered. The Path Extinction realm is inherently a realm reliant on comprehension and putting them through trials. If I'm correct, you likely won't be able to break past the Dominion realms until you manage to accumulate enough to evolve your realm heart into the cosmic grades. However, the benefits will be just as great as this. The continuous comprehension and recomprehension has helped you refine your inheritances to a level I've never seen or even read about before. Also, I believe that you should pay keen attention to your realm heart from now on. I have a feeling that it's meant to grow and evolve along with you. The changes to it might soon display itself to be different from usual realm hearts. I see. Ryu spoke slowly, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. After a light exhale, he stood. Let's go. We don't have time to waste. Where to? The Death Shrine. Ryu responded, his gaze turning cold before suddenly softening. But to enter the shrine plane now would be tricky. I'll have to go to the Rebirth Shrine first, and say goodbye to my grandma Tatsuya. Chapter 856 Empress. Rivers of gold flowed and waterfalls of bronze fell. The clouds danced with all sorts of rainbow colors, and the land was brimming with vitality. Every step Ryu took made him feel as though his very soul was being reinvigorated. Unlike the Fire Shrine, the Rebirth Shrine didn't have architecture. It sat at the middle of a golden lake that seemed to shift between ethereal and corporeal, dancing between fog and liquid. Standing at the edge of this lake, Ryu could see countless hidden formations buried within. To anyone else, they might have been completely undetectable. But to him, they were as bright as day, each more complex than the last. There was no doubt that the treasures of the Fire Phoenix clan were hidden beneath. Ryu closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. The shrine seemed to sing in his presence. Unlike with the Fire Shrine, he could feel the tangible soul of the Rebirth Shrine. It didn't just want to acknowledge his presence. It wanted him to take on its mantle. Something like this should have been impossible, but Ryu could only conclude that this was due to his Emperor Phoenix bloodline. Normally, without at least a minor godhood, a shrine wouldn't even acknowledge your existence, even for a talent like Ryu. But now, this one was tugging at him from all sides. However, even so, Ryu completely ignored it, his eyes tightly closed and his body as relaxed as he could force it to be. And it was then that he felt the gentlest touch to his cheek. When Ryu opened his eyes, he found a woman he knew all too well. Her beauty was still beyond words, even as the lines of age threatened to claw their grips into her. The maturity of her stature was unmatched, and the elegance of her presence was beyond what even Ryu's mother could match. "Grandma." Ryu spoke lightly, his voice even and controlled. However, the care and affection in his eyes were all too clear. His grandma Tatsuya was a fiery woman, the kind capable of reigning in even the likes of his grandpa Tatsuya. But right now she didn't seem to have any of that sort of edge. Her red hair was done up in an empress's bun, fitted by a crown. Her elaborate dress was worthy of her stature. And though her image was illusory, she still carried a presence no less than that of a living person. Marilla smiled, pinching Ryu's cheek slightly, her dress fluttering in the wind as a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. "I won't say much as I don't have much time remaining, little Ryu. I can already sense that your grandpa Tatsuya has left this world, and it's this empress' duty to be by his side." The lofty pride of his grandmother was fitting of the dragon race. But maybe that was only apropos considering the fact that the fire phoenixes were the rulers of the phoenix race much the same way fire dragons were the rulers of the dragon race. "I have already lived a long life, much longer than any mortal could possibly imagine. I've married a powerful and true man. I've raised an outstanding son. And I've lived long enough to see my grandchild also grow into the man he was always meant to be." Marilla smiled meaningfully. A gush of wind fluttered by. Ryu could see it with his eyes, the way the chi in the surroundings bowed down in reverence. "Remember, little Ryu, the fire dragon isn't the only royal blood that flows through your veins." Marilla raised her palm to the skies as though she wanted to caress the cheek of the sun above. Despite how bold and dauntless the action, it only seemed all the more appropriate, as though only such lofty and untouched sentiments were worthy of being associated with her. Delicate heavenly phoenix patterns began to spread out from her slender fingers. Each took the form of the graceful and subtle veins of a bird's feathers, quickly wrapping around one another and stacking until a small orb of golden light accelerated into the form of a sun that overshadowed even the one in the skies. The heavenly patterns flowed in and out of one another seamlessly, dancing with an enigmatic rhythm that caused the heart to thrum. "We weren't meant to study the mental realm or learn heavenly patterns, but this empress isn't very fond of following rules." Marilla laughed, the gentle bell-like tones of her voice soothing the soul. "My father-in-law wasn't a man I liked very much, so I never respected his rules. However, for the sake of my husband, I never revealed this to others. When it comes to control and understanding of heavenly patterns, there is no one in the past or future that has or will surpass me. To understand over the years. They say that Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns are the ultimate defense, Dark Phoenix heavenly patterns are the ultimate offense, and Fire Phoenix heavenly patterns are a jack of all trades. However, this couldn't be further from the truth. These words are nothing more than the most superficial understanding of what these heavenly patterns represent. Dark Phoenix heavenly patterns. Marilla's aura shifted, and the radiant sun of golden heavenly patterns in her palm began to become corrupted. A flow of black energy was injected into it. The markers of Dark Phoenix heavenly patterns began to form. If Fire Phoenix heavenly patterns were like delicately shaped golden feathers, Dark Phoenix heavenly patterns were swirling cyclones of darkness, forming countless sizes of circular patterns that seemed to want to swallow up everything. Aren't an ultimate offense. They embody exactly what their originators did. Death, decay, destruction. At the highest order, they represent the end of all things, the final stop, the finality of chaos. Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns. The corruption of black energies suddenly came to a grinding halt, clashing against a frosty blueness. While Dark Phoenix heavenly patterns were swirling of dark cyclones and Fire Phoenix heavenly patterns were fluttering golden feathers, Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns were boxy and sharp lines, traveling only directly up and down or left and right. Their organization was immaculate, and it gave off the presence of an impenetrable wall. Blackness and blueness met, clashing on both sides and each vying for supremacy. Aren't an ultimate defense. They embody everything opposing to that of death, decay, and destruction. They fuel life and preserve order. However, at that moment, the golden sun that had been being suffocated suddenly bloomed, growing an entire fold in size and causing spirals of darkness and shards of ice to shoot outward in all directions. The Emperor Phoenix's heavenly patterns are beyond this. Ice phoenixes are often mistaken to be much more powerful than they are because they are said to give life, but this is incorrect. As I've said, ice phoenix preserve life, they allow what already is to continue to be, they nurture what has already come into being. However, rebirth is beyond that. Rebirth gives form, gives structure. It sparks life. It is the bridge between order and chaos, not only because it is a balance between the two, but because it can turn order to chaos and chaos to order as it pleases. We create. This is what it means to be reborn. This is what it means to be an Emperor Phoenix. Bang! The sun exploded, countless motes of light spraying down in all directions as a cascade of beautiful scenery overwhelmed the senses. For a long time, Ryu couldn't see properly, and when his vision truly did clear, he found that his grandmother's form had already faded, a single lingering sentence drifting through the air. Little Ryu, I only want you to promise this Empress one thing. Ryu looked up into the skies, his eyes glistening and his fists clenched. I'll kill every last one of them, he said coldly. Marilla's laughter spread through the skies. Even after the last bits of her aura vanished, it lingered, causing the grasses to sway and the waters to ripple. Ryu stood in silence for a very long time, the lingering touch of his grandmother's palm still warming his cheek. His eyes closed once more, the gentle sway of nature embracing him as though his grandmother was still here. Chapter 857 Crown. When Ryu opened his eyes once more, he had greatly calmed. With a step, he sunk into the lake of gold, his body being washed with some of the purest energy he had ever felt. Soon, he sank all the way to the bottom, finding himself strolling amongst a host of treasures, each seemingly more fantastical than the last. Breathing didn't even seem to be a problem in this ethereal sort of water that sometimes acted far more like air than it did liquid. The main choice in weapon for the phoenixes were often whips and chains, mostly because being able to control fire into such forms was often considered to be the pinnacle of control and was often the marker that many young ones with phoenix blood aspired toward. However, Ryu wasn't well versed in these weapons, and he had also recently received his great sword staffs, so he had no intention of taking them for use. Instead, much like everything else, he simply stored them away for future use before his gaze finally landed on exactly what it was that he wanted. The treasure couldn't have looked simpler from the outside. It was a simple gold ring with a diameter of what seemed to be about 10 inches. There were no patterns or runes on its body, and its finish was absolutely smooth. In fact, in the midst of all of these golden waters, it almost had no presence whatsoever. Someone with lesser eyes could have easily missed it. But, the instant Ryu picked it up, red lines began to race across its body, intricate patterns and runes springing to life. With smooth motions, Ryu slid it onto his head, allowing it to snap into place on his forehead. In that moment, he felt alive and refreshed, his body pulsing with life and vitality. This simple adornment was known as the Rebirth Crown, and was the most powerful origin grade treasure of the Fire Phoenix clan. The Rebirth Crown was in existence near and dear to the hearts of Fire Phoenix clan, and during much of their reign, they were unfortunately not allowed to use it. This was because the Rebirth Crown was a treasure primarily designed for the soul, and with Ryu's indestructible soul, it was akin to pairing a tiger with wings. The base function of the Rebirth Crown would allow Ryu's soul to display strength a stage beyond its current level, transcending the soul birth realm and entering the soul refinement realm. When faced with the kind of enemies Ryu would soon be battling, this didn't sound like a huge deal. However, when it was considered that Ryu was already capable of displaying strength dwarfing that of the soul birth realm with his current soul, this would give him all the more strength. If Ryu was in the soul ascension realm, then maybe it would be difficult for this treasure to give him such a boost. But since he was only at the soul birth realm, his room to maneuver was much greater. This would also allow him to use the Zoo Ancestors visualization with much more ease. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg when it came to this crown. The true strength of the Rebirth Crown was found when paired with the Rebirth Flame. Its first ability was extending elemental invulnerability from just the fire element to all elements. It had to be remembered that the main ability of Ryu's Rebirth Flame was its emperorship over all flames. All flames at and below it in level would be rendered absolutely useless in the face of it. Ryu's flames were currently at the Dominion realm. This meant that all ancestral grade flames at the Dominion level and below were rendered useless before him. This also meant that all sovereign grade flames at a step above the Dominion realm were also no more than a spring breeze to him. And, likewise, all heaven grade flames at a step above that, the absolute highest deity level, were rendered meaningless. This meant that there was no flame beneath the sovereign grade that could harm Ryu, and only a sovereign grade flame wielded to the level of a sky god could even begin to cause damage to him. The Rebirth Crown now extended this to all elements, making fire reign supreme as it should. The second ability of the Rebirth Crown was designed to unlock a talent of the Emperor Phoenix. By swallowing flames, one could heal themselves just as if they had awakened the Emperor Flame talent. Although it wasn't as potent as the true Emperor Flame talent, which could absorb all elements to heal oneself, it still allowed one to do so with flames alone. For Ryu, who had yet to awaken the Emperor Flame talent, this was perfect. Matching this with his southern heavenly flame would give him both endless stamina and a healing factor that was nigh unmatchable. Of course, that didn't even mention his use of faith reversal as well. With these three, he would practically be untouchable. The third ability of the Rebirth Crown was elemental conversion, yet another talent of the Emperor Phoenix. This allowed Ryu to convert any element into the fire elemental. However, this ability would only work so long as his soul continued to support the fourth ability. The fourth ability, Rebirth Domain, was the equivalent of a minor godhood and allowed a great many things. One was the conversion of all elements into the fire element. The second was a deft control over all fire chi, even ones not cast by you. The third was an enormous amplification of heavenly patterns and their application. The fifth and final ability of the Rebirth Crown was most definitely its most powerful. Upon destruction of the body, it can preserve the soul and reform one's physical form, thus allowing a rebirth from the ashes, just like the phoenixes of legend. The 9 lives talent of the phoenixes was the most sought after and also the rarest. It was incredibly rare, and even Emperor Phoenixes weren't guaranteed a progression tree toward it. It was a talent that transcended blessed or sinful, sitting above in a category all to its own. This made sense, after all. This was because the 9 lives talent wasn't just a chance to cheat death. Every rebirth increased both one's strength and talent exponentially. The Rebirth Crown gave none of these benefits. In fact, the reconstructed body of the Rebirth Crown would only be able to sustain a certain power output for a small time before fatigue took over. In addition, this rebirth could only be used once as well, unlike the 9 lives talent, which gave you a minimum of 3. Ryu didn't usually like to rely on external treasures, even ignoring much of the treasures he still had from the Tatsuya family and the Ice Phoenix clan. But now he had no problem going all out. After putting everything away, Ryu rose out of the golden lake. He looked around the shrine, still feeling a strong tug pulling at him. However, he could only shake his head. The claiming of a shrine came with it a large phenomenon that couldn't be hidden. If Ryu claimed this rebirth shrine now, the result of that would not only be him being found out, but it would ruin his chances at preparing what he had left in store for these martial gods. Beyond this, the power of a shrine could only be used in its territory as far as Ryu knew. And, to gain benefits that extended outside of its territory, Ryu would need more time than he currently had on hand. Simply put, claiming this shrine now might be great for his ego, but in every other conceivable metric it would be a folly. Ryu's Grandma Kunin's words about the Death Shrine and the final chance it had given them intrigued him. It made Ryu feel a pull toward this shrine that he seemed to have so much faith with. If this trip ultimately amounted to nothing, that much was fine, he was already ready. But, in the small chance that it could elevate his odds further, he didn't mind taking it. The reason Ryu had come here first wasn't just because of the Rebirth Crown, But it was also because the Life Shrine, the Rebirth Shrine, and Death Shrine were in generally close proximity to one another. Ryu didn't have a teleportation pass to the Death Shrine like he did the Rebirth Shrine. He would have to make it to this one on foot. Luckily, he was confident in his ability to find it. As Ryu began his trek, stepping outside of the Rebirth Shrine and into the cold winds of the Shrine Plain, Sacrum's upheaval and news of the coming battle seemed to spread like wildfire, all while the young man it all circled about took steady steps forward, oblivious to it all. Chapter 858 Hall. Despite their nearly nude forms, whether it was male or female, each didn't lose even a hint of their majestic aura. Just their depictions alone caused the atmosphere to become suffocating, explaining precisely why it was that this region managed to remain warm. It wasn't because there was some formation set up, but it was rather because the presence of these statues alone and what their living counterparts once represented alone was able to block out everything. This young man had features that seemed almost too delicate to be found on a man. His frame was quite slight and his arms and legs were quite skinny. With his immaculate posture, he managed to just barely stand at 6 feet tall, but compared to many of his cultivating counterparts, this could be considered to be quite short. A deep boredom etched the forehead of this young man. It wasn't obvious at first glance, being confused for indifference. However, upon looking closely, everything from the way he lazily shifted his gaze, to the way his chin somewhat drooped despite his almost perfect posture, even down to the slope of his brows painted the image of an individual that had decided that there was nothing of interest left in this place. Even the golden robes he wore seemed duller than they truly should be. Of course, it was also possible to believe that he got away with such a bored appearance because he was so frighteningly handsome. Everything about him was so picture-perfect that it was difficult to believe that he had such a character flaw at all, so the brain made up all sorts of excuses for him instead. Maybe, though, of all those in Sacrum, he was one with the most right to act like this. He was none other than Dream, throne of the martial gods.
Bang!
Twin doors that stretched hundreds of meters tall slammed open under the touch of his palm, revealing a hall and a wall of noise. In one moment, the building had seemed completely silent. In the next, a cascade of noise capable of drowning out even a hurricane flourished like a tsunami. Even the banging of the doors couldn't seem to stop the heated discussion. It was maybe only after Dream was noticed that some paused. But the vast majority continued as though nothing had happened, even after the doors slammed closed. Dream yawned, not bothering to cover his mouth. He strolled through the center of the heated debate and took a seat at one of the numerous thrones at the head. In fact, he took his place at the very center of it all, his eyes half closing in sleep almost immediately. Why is there a need for such discussion? Don't you all feel embarrassed having such a meeting for one man? Are you trying to say that our ancestors are fools? Trillions of years of planning to thwart the birth of one baby boy and we somehow still failed. How do you think this is too much? Are you trying to suggest that there's actually a chance that something could come of this? Why don't you tell me how it is he survived? Why is it that millions of years have passed, but he still somehow remains 22 years old? You really call yourselves martial gods? How pathetic can you get? This is obviously an opportunity bestowed upon us by our ancestors. He hasn't had time to finish growing yet. He is finished so long as he steps foot onto this plane. Our preparations are not enough. We need to. Stop. What you're asking for is a ridiculous waste of resources. We've already invested so much into making certain that this world lands in our hands, and at least half of that investment went into chaining that spiritual foundation. Are you trying to tell me that it isn't worth it to invest more to ensure that all those years weren't wasted? This isn't the only problem we have to deal with to begin with. One issue at a fucking time. Our resources need to be focused toward them. What about he killed a false sky god with his bare hands, don't you understand? Since when did a false sky god of this world amount to anything? Why are you bloviating like the achievements of our ancestors are your achievements as well? Compared to a true false sky god, what the hell are you worth? I'm at least better than what this world has to offer. Bang! The doors viciously swung open once more. But, this time, the individual who walked in caused a hushed silence to almost immediately fall. She had an overbearing sort of beauty, donning rose gold armor that hugged her chest, hips and thighs. A deep line of cleavage was visible for all to see as a V-shape curling into a heart that cupped her breasts took up the center design of her plate armor. A short sword hung to her hip and pink diamonds dotted her armor, each radiating with a power that shook the air around her and even matched her short, ruffled hair. Every step she took forward was heavy and overbearing, the floors beneath her feet cracking and splintering as though she couldn't rein in her forcefulness. They've returned. This particular pink diamond-haired beauty wasn't the familiar Elena at all. Instead, she was a woman that Ryu hated to the very core of his being. Mistress Holy Wing had returned. And, not only had she regained her youth, she had broken through the world's sea realm to become a sky god. Chapter 859 Know Your Place. The Holy Wing clan couldn't be classified as a traitor to begin with. Move! Mistress Holy Wing looked down upon Dream, who sat in the center position. Dream lazily looked up, giving a slight smile before pushing himself up only to lazily recline in another chair. He didn't seem to care about anything. Even the disrespect he had just experienced rolled off his shoulders as though it had never happened. He was simply too lazy to do anything about it. Mistress Holy Wing sat in the throne and crossed her legs. She leaned onto one of the armrests, her lean threatening to cause her ample breasts to fall out of the V-gap in her armor. However, by some magic power, they showed just enough to entice, but not enough to trigger a scandal. Not that many here dared to look at all. After regaining her youth, as if it wasn't obvious before, Mistress Holy Wing was truly a beauty amongst beauties, indeed worthy of being the grandmother of one Elena Tatsuya. And something about her valiant air only made her all the more enticing. Her pink eyes scanned the room slowly, sweeping through them all one by one. But, as the time ticked by, her disdain only grew deeper and deeper. I wasted billions of years of my prime, staying in a world I didn't like, fucking men who were completely unworthy of me, and building the foundation for all of this. And for what, exactly? Everywhere I look I see nothing but pitiful weaklings. Mistress Holy Wing locked eyes with the martial god who spoke of investing more. You want my son-in-law to come here to clean up your mess? The martial god in question froze before he managed to get himself to take several deep breaths. Of course, this son-in-law Mistress Holy Wing referred to was none other than Elena's father, the very same one who had a child by Elena's equally as mysterious mother. It had to be remembered that Mistress Holy Wing once raped Ryu's grandpa Qilin with the help of an aphrodisiac. The result of their union was the matriarch of the Holy Wing clan during Ryu's first life. However, this woman was not Elena's mother, or else both Ryu and Elena would be related by blood, something that wasn't necessarily a big deal amongst cultivators who lived so long, but wasn't a widely accepted practice outside of most circles regardless. This mysterious mother of Elena's was another child of Mistress Holy Wing by another man, a man who was equally as unknown and mysterious. Could be said that the entirety of this family was shrouded in mystery. But what was not a mystery was how much they all feared Elena's father. I only meant that since our ancestors have invested so much in this matter that we should do our best to make sure that everything is concluded properly. It is indeed overkill to ask for the help of His Holiness for what amounts to a junior, but I still believe that what we have no might be inadequate. When the man finished speaking, he sunk into silence and relaxed somewhat. He felt that he had articulated himself well and didn't step on too many toes. But, bang! Mistress Holy Wing snapped her fingers, causing the man's head to implode. Those packed around him found themselves drenched in blood and gore. All that remained was the fluttering soul of the man, but he didn't dare to move a single inch, what remained of his white soul shivering from head to toe. It seems that all of you have forgotten. You really believe yourselves, in all your over-inflated sense of self, to be real martial gods. But maybe I can't blame you all too much. We've allowed you to think that. Unfortunately, that seems to have made some of you value yourselves too much and some of you not know where your place is. This so-called heavy investment you all keep bringing up is nothing but a single drop in the ocean. The so-called trillions of years you keep harping is not much different from a single second of time in the long stream of existence. To continuously use these metrics you clearly have no understanding of, to decide the aim and direction of a movement is the epitome of foolishness. Mistress Holy Wing swept her gaze over them all, her gaze frighteningly cold. Let me make one thing clear to you all. You are not martial gods. You are the martial apostle bloodlines of the deity race. The enemies you will soon face. Real enemies, not this singular jumping clown of a little boy, are nothing more than extended members of a group you're lucky to call family. Your duty is to do as you're told and fall in line. The silence in the hall only seemed all the heavier. Many of them couldn't quite wrap their heads around what was just said, and even those that couldn't quite accept it. These enemies that they had been preparing for all this time were just members of their own clan? So this war, it was an internal conflict? But for what purpose? And toward what ends? You all are nothing but pawns. Don't overextend yourselves, or you'll end up being crushed before you realize what has happened. When that other little grandson-in-law of mine deems it fit to appear before me, you will do as you're meant to do and kill him. If you cannot do even that, what is the use of you all? Do your job properly and you will be rewarded. Fail to do so and you'll be eliminated. It's that simple. Chapter 860 Greedy Little One. This was the very first time Ryu was truly walking through the shrine plain alone. He had always had at least Nuri by his side. And, though technically Nuri and Ailsa were with him now in the incubator, in practice he was alone. Any danger and any situation that had to be faced would be done by him and him alone. It was quite surreal. The shrine plain was among the most dangerous regions in Sacrum, and that didn't even begin to describe the individual environments. Due to the many spatial barriers, most of the shrine plain was wilderness and uncivilized. Only small pockets were controlled by cultivators while much of everything else was under the jurisdiction of nature and its beasts. While the ancestral beasts had been gone for a very long time, the shrine plain had the highest concentration of sovereign-grade beasts in the whole of Sacrum. And some of these sovereign beast species had begun to evolve in a way that in the future, certain bloodlines might even begin to rival that of ancestral beasts. This was the way of the world. Bringing a bloodline back to its former peak was very difficult. However, evolving a bloodline into something entirely new and just as powerful over many generations was much easier. Well, easy wasn't the appropriate term, but it had happened much more frequently than the reverse considering to the people of Sacrum, the reverse was impossible. Take Nemesis, for instance. He was an example of the Wrath Knight bloodline regressing to the point of becoming a mere black-grade bloodline. However, in just a single generation, an odd mutation allowed him to skyrocket past his immediate ancestors and become something that had the potential to step beyond. Of course, Nemesis wasn't the best comparison. This was because he was actually relying on one of the strongest talents of the Wrath Knight to begin with. However, it still painted the kind of picture Ryu was thinking of as he strolled through the thick trees. Ailsa seemed to have finally found a method of reverting a bloodline back to its pinnacle, and Ryu had experienced it personally. It was thanks to this that he could now hear the wisdom of his ancestors rushing through his veins. However, there was no doubting that this ultimately wasn't the way of the world. Humans and beasts wanted to do their best to preserve what it is they had, but the heavens always wanted to evolve, to improve, to seek out what was better and new. Ryu didn't know if this was intentional or if it was just the coincidence of nature. After all, not all improvements were better, and it even seemed smarter to keep what you had once you had stumbled onto something powerful. But maybe that was just him assigning his logic as a human onto the magnificence of heaven. Ever since Ryu had comprehended his Tao and had begun his balance, his hatred and appreciation, his awe of the heavens only seemed to grow. But it was also that made him all the more confident in his Tao. He was certain that there would be no Tao that could surpass his own, none greater and none more grandiose. And yet, according to those two men, his Tao was merely at the pinnacle of the Dominion realms and still a hair's breadth away from hegemony. That meant that there were an entire 3 grades of Taos that trampled above his head. This matter might have discouraged someone else, but for Ryu, it only fueled an insatiable desire. He really wanted to see and meet those Taos, to devour them and crush them beneath his feet. He wanted to see who was truly worthy of having Taos stronger than his own. Ryu's steps suddenly came to a grinding halt. The crunch of snow beneath his feet slowly faded into a soft and subtle echo. A dense pack of trees hung around him and everything felt quite eerily silent. The air smelt fresh and there was even a hint of sweetness to it, almost like newly formed paper or parchment. There wasn't anything wrong with the atmosphere, it was even quite beautiful. And yet Ryu didn't move. He slowly stretched out a finger and tapped at the air. Almost instantly, his finger was torn open, the wound even leaving a thin line on his body before he managed to rapidly retreat. Ryu's placid expression curled into a smile. The line was so thin that even he almost missed it. Just a single more step and his skull would have been split in two. Even that touch had almost severed his finger entirely. If he hadn't pulled back in time, he would have lost at least 20% the length of his pointer finger. To swordsmen, their fingers were greatly important, especially their pointer finger. Severing a swordsman's arm wasn't the only way to cripple them. Taking a finger or two was more than enough. Ryu looked at his finger and its healing was almost agonizingly slow. The fact that it had cut his body despite its current level with such ease was one thing, but the fact that it could even slow his healing factor down to such an extreme was another shock unto itself. Interesting. Ryu flicked a finger. In that moment, a light of sword chi whistled forward. Clang. The sword chi reflected outward, suddenly beginning to bounce and rebound across the forest before going off in a flashbang of light. In the next instant it was suddenly strikingly obvious that Ryu stood in the midst of a forest of threads, each capable of slicing him apart with just the slightest of touches. And it only seemed to be closing around him faster and faster. It seemed that he had fallen into a death trap, and yet his smile didn't fade. "You're quite greedy, little one. But you'll soon learn that you have to pay the consequences of your own actions. How about you come with me? If you survive this battle, I just might let you stay by my side." In a shocking move, Ryu suddenly punched out. Chapter 861 stirred. The creature was a small butterfly. Compared to a mortal butterfly, it was easily twice as large as it should be. However, compared to what one would expect from an 11th order beast, it was far too small, so small, in fact, that Ryu was almost certain it had the adept body sin talent much like Nemesis did. However, this actually wasn't the case. One way for a beast to maintain a small size as they rose through the orders was to have the adept body talent. But this wasn't the only way. One had to remember that the reason beasts grew so large was because their bodies were too powerful to keep in a small form factor. However, not every beast had a powerful body. The second method of having a small body as a beast was to not have a powerful body at all. Despite being an 11th order beast, this little butterfly was as fragile as a 10th or 9th order beast. These kinds of beasts didn't rely on the power of their bodies, but rather the strength of their talents. These talents often used special kinds of chis or effects, making these beasts like living, breathing techniques rather than living beasts. This little butterfly's talent obviously revolved around the thin lines of silk it could so rapidly spin. Before Ryu had stepped foot into that forest, there had been nothing around him. And yet, in the blink of an eye he was surrounded. That also went to show the second talent of this little butterfly was its speed. To be able to accomplish such a feat around Ryu, its speed definitely rivaled Sky God's, if not being beyond. On top of that, it was a gorgeous little creature. It had 4 delicate crystalline wings which radiated with sky-blue runic patterns. Its body itself glistened with sparkling motes of light as though it was constantly raining crystals around it as well. This was definitely one of the heaven's more beautiful creations. What was most shocking, though, was that this particular species wasn't one that Ryu had ever heard of despite its power. It seemed infinitesimally close to an ancestral grade bloodline, but it wasn't quite there yet. It would probably have to pick good mating partners and hope for a great talent in 2 or 3 more generations before it could break through that barrier. But it could just as easily fall to the wayside and never produce such a descendant. Creatures like this were highly intelligent, just as intelligent as humans, but the trouble was that their main focus was themselves. The little butterfly didn't care about setting up future generations because it only wanted to find a method for it to improve personally, for it to cross that final barrier. While logically it could do as Ryu thought, it likely wouldn't, and this little butterfly would end up becoming the closest in its line to approach that penultimate height. The creature probably knew how high the odds were stacked against it. That was why it took the risk to attack Ryu despite feeling such danger coming from him. Swallowing and refining highly talented humans was a crude but effective method of breaking down barriers, maybe even more so than finding natural treasures or seeking enlightenment. The little butterfly had chosen to gamble, and unfortunately, it lost, unable to do anything about its fate. To this little one, Ryu's ice phoenix blood was probably like the intoxicating call of a drug. It had to have it and wanted badly to have it. In fact, if Ryu was correct, maybe a reason it had even managed to reach this stage at all was due to the perpetual frost brought about by his mother's seal. If that was the case, it was no wonder that it would be attracted by his blood. Ryu did, in fact, have a large selection of concentrated ice phoenix blood he could give to this little one. But he wasn't in any rush to. As he had said, if this little butterfly survived the coming battle, then he would give it a chance. After all, he could just reward a beast that had tried to kill him just because. At best, this was just a slight convenience. The creature happened to be in his path, so he took it along. He didn't expect it to make any great impact on the coming battle. In fact, he was fully expectant that it would die. That was a fate Ryu had no intention of putting little rock, nemesis, or little gem through. So, this little one would just have to take the brunt of it. A while later, Ryu's footsteps came to a halt one more time. This time, there was no lurking danger in the surroundings and everything seemed normal. But it was most definitely far too normal. Ryu began to walk again, his steps becoming odd. All of the snow he stepped upon seemed to reform perfectly to his back and eventually, there was no change to them at all. He moved erratically and without pattern until suddenly, he vanished. When Ryu reappeared once more, he stood in a room shrouded by darkness. The caress of death touched his cheek, filling him with a kind of dread he was all too familiar with, the kind of dread that one could only experience once in a lifetime. However, in the face of this dread, Ryu smiled. I have already faced death once, and I sniveled and cried like a baby. Such a thing won't ever happen to me again. That I can promise you. Whoosh! A surge of wind whipped about before the call of a bird suddenly echoed for what felt like thousands of miles. In that moment, the white flame within Ryu stirred. Chapter 862 Deliberate. This white flame that went by a name even he could still not pronounce had always had a mind of its own. Regardless of what he did or tried, it never seemed to listen to him. But now, it suddenly had blossomed and gained a mind of its own. It wasn't lost on Ryu that this white flame had saved his life once before. And it also wasn't lost on him that its fires were likely what made the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation so unique and amazing. But if it didn't want to listen to his commands, there was very little he could do about it. Thinking back through it all, this white flame was even the reason why his soul had gained a fully elemental form, laying the foundation he needed to improve it to the indestructible soul realms. There were so many mysteries surrounding this flame, mysteries he hadn't even begun to tap into just yet. No amount of knowledge seemed to have prepared him for it, either. He had never read about such a flame and he hadn't heard any legends of white phoenixes either. It felt to him that this must have been a special Tao of the Phoenix Sky God, a creation formed through their journey that ultimately led to the formation of this unique flame that seemed to somehow rival even the origin flame. It was odd. The origin flame was meant to be the pinnacle of all flames, and yet even after taking a complete one as his own, the white flame still refused to listen to his commands. The only possible conclusion was that this white flame was either on the same level or even beyond. Ryu opened his eyes once more and began to walk. The death shrine looked like dark catacombs. Stones and skulls of various sizes lined the walls. Paths alternated between thin and narrow and opening up to reveal grand majestic halls, and a dense blackness pervaded it all. Ryu walked forward with confidence, his gaze seemingly able to see through everything. Unlike the previous shrines he had been to, there weren't any protectors of this one remaining, causing it to revert back to its original state. Or rather, the state it had always been in. Without a saint or saintess, a shrine was designed to protect itself and stop others from reaching its core. It required an extraordinarily skilled ruin master to slip by all of the tricks and make it to the center. This was something that would have been a worry for anyone else, but he was Ryu Tatsuya. Ryu had been able to do this with a much lesser version of his heavenly pupils. Now that it had reached the highest level possible, strolling through ruins almost felt like doing the same through his own backyard. There was practically no difference. Ryu saw through mazes, sidestepped traps, and picked the right path time and time again. In just a few hours he entered a grand hall, so grand, in fact, that he felt like a drop in the middle of a vast ocean. The floors were covered by an obsidian sort of marble, so shiny and polished that it felt like one was standing in the depths of space rather than solid ground. The walls were covered in elaborate designs of black, gold, and crimson, depicting the scenes of epic battles and, namely, tragic deaths of heroes long past. Ryu moved forward slowly, crossing the grand hall before suddenly coming to a stop. The region before him didn't seem any different, just the same vast, shiny blackness. But it was then that Ryu pursed his lips and blew. A strong breath left his lips, shooting out in a line and hitting the ground ahead, only for it to reveal itself to have never been ground to begin with. A wild ripple of water spread outward, the surface of the almost hidden lake separating into two. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Almost too quickly, the waters settled back down, proving themselves to be far too viscous to be real water. That blow of wind Ryu had just released was enough to split an ocean in two and even leave a deep gash down its bedrock. And yet, this black water had hardly moved. It was almost impossible to fathom just how dense and heavy it was. Blood. Ryu was certain. What had tipped him off to the existence of this lake hadn't been his eyes, but had rather been his senses. The vitality pumped within this blood was almost overwhelming. But what was odd was that Ryu's grandmother hadn't mentioned it. It's likely that they ended up in a different section of the death shrine altogether, likely a false core. Though Ryu had made it look easy, this was the most complex ruin he had ever been in. It was easy for another to get fooled. Many ruins had what were called false cores. These false cores were designed to look and even feel like the real core, and would even have great treasures to partake in. However, they would essentially be throwing off less skilled individuals from the true treasure. This is Dark Phoenix essence blood. But why? The other shrines didn't have blood essence in them when they were found. If they had, this would have been something Ryu was ready for. But that was obviously not the case. The shrines and the bloodlines that could make the best use of them were two separate entities entirely, neither tied to one another. The Ice Phoenixes, for example, happened to control the Life Shrine, but the Life Shrine didn't birth Ice Phoenixes. Ice Phoenixes just happened to be the best candidates to make use of the shrine. Same went for the Rebirth Shrine and the Fire Phoenixes. But now, this Death Shrine seemed to break all of these rules, and it felt deliberate. Something that went beyond a coincidence and felt all too planned. Ryu took a step forward, suddenly falling into an abyss of blood. Chapter 863 Perfect Black Buddy. His clothing was ripped to shreds and burnt to ashes, his skin beginning to glow a bright red. Ryu dove deeper and deeper, feeling that the blood around him was growing denser with each passing moment. Felt that hours had passed. Cutting through the heaviness was difficult, and speeding things up took a lot of effort on his part. If it wasn't for the heat searing his sweat away, Ryu would have been drenched in it, his body becoming heavier and heavier. And then it all suddenly vanished. Bang! Ryu fell heavily, suddenly crossing 100 meters of air to land on another marbled ground. When he looked up, he found a ceiling of viscous blood, of which not a single drop had followed him. The shrine! Ryu lowered his gaze, looking ahead to find the very shrine that should have been the true center of this place. However, what he found upon it left him stunned to the point of being without words. A soul sat in meditation, shimmering with a dense blackness. It was unlike anything Ryu had ever seen before. A white soul was normal. A golden soul represented the pinnacle. But what was a black soul exactly? What was going on here? But that was hardly the most shocking part. That body, that expression, those lines and features. Was that him? Ryu's heart skipped a beat. It was difficult to see the face of this person because its entire being was a dense blackness that blended into the surroundings all too well. On top of that, it seemed to swallow all light, not reflecting back anything for Ryu to see. It was a perfect black body without a doubt. This shocked Ryu greatly. A perfect black body was a concept in the cultivation world that many sought after but none could touch upon. Even Ryu, with all his talent, was unable to replicate the feat. A perfect black buddy swallowed everything like a black hole and released nothing back. It was the representation of perfect efficiency, the kind that couldn't be matched. A theoretical perfect black buddy set of meridians, for example, could absorb chi without any loss. As much chi as you swallowed was as much as it could take. Likewise, a perfect black buddy bloodline was practically an endless abyss of vital chi. With one you could probably eat an endless amount of food and swallow the nutrition from it all. A perfect black buddy soul. Well, it spoke for itself. If it wasn't for Ryu's special eyes, he would have seen nothing at all. It was only because he could see the flow of chi and an outline of a human absorbing it all that he saw that something was here at all. Anyone else, without his eyes, would find themselves looking at nothing more than empty space. Is it really me? Ryu slowly walked forward, his hand reaching out. However, the instant he touched against the barrier of the soul, his body jolted and his heart stopped beating entirely. Bang! The perfect black buddy soul shot into Ryu's brows, sending him flying. Before he could react, his body slammed into a wall of art. And maybe, just maybe by coincidence, his form seemed to slide perfectly into the depiction of a fallen hero. At that moment, the ceiling of blood surged, slamming against Ryu without giving him a chance to recover. His mind had already gone blank, but now it felt as though he couldn't move a single inch even if he wanted to. The blood formed countless little drills, piercing into Ryu's skin and down into his bone. If it wasn't for the fact that it had also forced itself into Ryu's mouth, he would have roared out in pain and agony. The white flame flickered and danced wildly. Within Ryu's spiritual sea, the looming canopy of the immortal Sakura, divine chaotic annihilation, and the rest of Ryu's visualizations all seemed to cower. The only one that seemed to remain unmoved was the silver star visualization, but even it seemed to pulse a brighter light, as though it was prepared to protect itself at any moment. The perfect black buddy soul shot forward like a beam of light, ramming into Ryu's indestructible soul. If anyone had been able to witness this, they would have been shocked to an extreme. That was because the supposed indestructible soul and existence, a mandate of the heavens protected, actually cracked and then shattered. The pieces of Ryu's golden soul scattered before a violent pull of gravity with the perfect black buddy soul, as the center suddenly caused them to whip back in the direction they came from. One after another, the pieces stuck to the perfect black buddy and sunk into it, vanishing into an endless darkness. The perfect black buddy began to glow with complex golden runes, but soon, even they vanished. Its head tilted upward, looking toward the construct of divine chaotic annihilation. Flora's visualization trembled in fear, but it was already too late. A violent pull caused it to shoot forward. The perfect black buddy soul seemed to open its mouth, swallowing it whole. Its stomach bulged for just a moment before it returned to normal. By the time all of this finished, the white flame had slowly floated up Ryu's golden spiritual sea. However, what was a beautiful and gorgeous lake of white gold was slowly becoming a sea of black. Soon, it was a perfect mirror image of the pool of blood outside, reflecting light and having a depth that was impossible to see through. The white flame rose up, shrinking again and again until it flickered just before the perfect black buddy soul's forehead. The two seemed to resonate, pulsing in unison. At that moment, an ice-blue flame flickered to life, followed by a red-gold flame, and then, following a low rumble, a dense black flame formed. The three flames began to encircle the white flame, forming a delicate balance. Just like this, all four flames formed a resonance, becoming a crown for the perfect black buddy soul. Chapter 864A Regression. He wheezed and gagged, but nothing seemed to come out. It was only after several moments and his heart finally calming that he managed to regain his composure, still breathing heavily on all fours. In that moment he had felt death again. He tried to fight back against it with all his might, but it didn't allow him to do so. It only made it worse that his body had been drilled down with an unimaginable pain, as though it was being ripped to shreds and put back together only to be ripped to shreds again. Ryu's eyes widened. What? The first thing he noticed was that his body realm had fallen completely out of the blood-tempering realm, returning to the pinnacle of the vessel-tempering realm. This wasn't a small fall by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, it was the equivalent of falling through for entire realms. Ryu's body had been the equivalent of the cosmic seed realm before, but it had fallen down through the Tao pedestal realm, past the path extinction realm, and returned back to the immortal ring realm equivalent. What the hell was going on? Ryu took a deep breath, closing his eyes. He wasn't the type of person to panic. It was only because this time he truly felt that he had died that he was acting like this. He didn't fear for himself, but he feared what would happen to his mother if he didn't show up. What would happen to Elsa and Yana, who were both within his inner world right this moment? And how would Elena feel without him? He had too many promises to fulfill, too many things he had to do. Even setting aside his dreams, he had people he absolutely refused to let down. When Ryu opened his eyes up again, he had calmed once more. He pulled himself up, crossing his legs and sitting in meditation. When he did so, what he found was even more difficult to understand. Despite the fact his body realm had fallen so far, his body actually hadn't gotten any weaker. In fact, it had gotten even stronger, something that he could wrap his head around. But then, Ryu suddenly remembered something very important. When I fought those two of the Hidden Blade sect, the both of them were just in the Path Extinction realm, and yet they could read and react to my attacks. Just by virtue of the fact my body was the equivalent of the Cosmic Seed realm, they shouldn't have been able to do such a thing at all unless their bodies too were just as powerful. The only explanation, then, is that my body was never as powerful as I thought it to be? If that's the case, then the problem here shouldn't be lack of talent. It's most definitely cultivation method. Ryu was certain. The gap could only be explained in that way. Compared to those two, his bloodlines were leagues beyond. There was no way that their body realm cultivation talent was beyond his own. The only possible disparity, then, was cultivation method. Ryu couldn't help but notice while looking through their spatial rings that there wasn't a single cultivation method within. Cross-referencing with Serial's information, cultivation techniques were highly protected commodities in the true martial world. Just to lay you hands on one, you had to not only join a clan or sect, you had to swear loyalty to them, and then you had to prove your worth. Of course, it was possible to become a throne as well, but the situation of thrones in the true martial world was a lot different. Because these clans and sects could balance their karma, they had far less qualms about killing off a throne that was taking too much from them. This realization made Ryu realize just how naive he had been to think of becoming a throne of the martial gods. They might have fallen in line for a small time to keep up the fa. Odd that they were one with this world, but as soon as they got the chance, they wouldn't hesitate to stab him in the back and snatch away his talent. As Ryu had learned before, being a rogue cultivator in the true martial world was a sort of taboo. Well, not so much a taboo as it was greatly looked down upon. Legacy was everything in the true martial world, so while a throne was highly respected in sacrum, at the center of existence, they were seen as annoyances. Of course, this didn't mean that thrones weren't powerful in the true martial world. If anything, they were several times more powerful than anything that could be found in sacrum simply by virtue of the kind of pressure they experienced from all sides. If you were a throne in the true martial world, then it meant that you were almost too confident in your abilities, or you were one of the few remaining members of a clan or sect that had been recently destroyed. Either way, since you had survived to this point, you were powerful. This aside, the gap was suddenly all too obvious to Ryu. Even a connecting heaven realm expert of sacrum wasn't enough to deal with working disciples in the path extinction realm. But that still left more questions than answers. Why was it that he had regressed? Was it because of all that new blood that had shot into his body? Theoretically, it made sense. Ryu had entered the blood-tempering realm and had suddenly gained all this new blood. It would make sense that he reverted back to a non-tempered state. But, even then, it shouldn't have been like this, especially with how powerful the vitality of that black blood had been. If anything, it had felt far more tempered than even Ryu's had. Blood? Ryu's pupils constricted. His bloodlines. Why could he only feel 3 of them? Chapter 865. He couldn't. Little did Ryu know that this wouldn't be his only shock in just as many seconds. Somehow, he could only feel his dragon and Qilin bloodlines. Both of his phoenix bloodlines were nowhere to be found. Ryu was left at an absolute loss for words. What the hell had happened to his body? Had that black blood expunged 2 of his bloodlines to replace them? But hadn't that blood just been Dark Phoenix blood essence? How the hell could a Dark Phoenix trump an Emperor Phoenix bloodline? It didn't make any sense. Ryu's brows tightened into a frown, suddenly realizing that the memories of his Phoenix bloodlines were very much still there. But he couldn't quite understand how that could be possible if he didn't feel them individually. One by one, Ryu went through his abilities. He tried using his heavenly Phoenix patterns, and they all seemed to work fine, even to the point they even felt several times more powerful now than they had in the past. A small part of that was because of his grandmother's lesson, but Ryu knew well enough that he hadn't reflected on the truth of her words enough to show this level of improvement. He went on to test his talents, and he found that his Rebirth Flame and Ice Flame were both still able to be controlled by him without the slightest issue. What is going on? Ha! Ryu's eyes furrowed before a flame of dense black suddenly erupted from his hand. He sat in silence for a very long while, staring at it and not quite knowing what to say. This flame, he was absolutely certain that it was the dark flame of the Dark Phoenixes. But how did he suddenly have control over it? Could it really be the Dark Phoenix blood essence? It had to be understood that though Ryu could use dark heavenly patterns, that was a product of the control his Emperor Phoenix bloodline gave him over the laws of all 3 Phoenix branches. This was the same reason why his grandmother could use both Dark and Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns. However, this control didn't give Ryu access to the Dark Phoenix bloodline. Ryu's eyes suddenly widened, his other palm opening up to reveal a dense white flame that looked far more like fluffy cotton than a raging fire. The white flame. It actually began to listen to his commands. One confusing matter after another seemed to be piling up on him. What exactly had happened to him? This felt like something he could only ask Ailsa about, but his wife wasn't an all-knowing being. Ryu knew that even if he asked her, there was almost no chance that she would understand either. Ryu's balled up a fist and released it. The white flames acted like a fine mist for a moment, squeezing through his fingers. It didn't act like a normal flame at all. What use do you have? Ryu had thought with how finicky this flame had always been, when he finally gained control of it, his abilities would skyrocket. But he had never expected the result to actually be so lackluster. Felt like this flame was harmless. He couldn't use it for offense, defense, it didn't even seem to have an auxiliary ability. The only difference Ryu could spot was that this flame was neither hot nor cold, a lot like his Rebirth Flame or Origin Flame. In addition, it seemed to have a stricter form. Although it felt cotton-like, that just went to show that it had a more rigid form than more flames did, even though the Origin Flame wasn't nearly as structured. If Ryu wanted to give a flame rigidity, he would need to use his heavenly patterns. But, in doing so, the flame would lose any sort of flexibility it had once had. It was completely unlike this white flame which seemed to have the best of both worlds. Then there was the dark flame. Or was it the death flame? It felt like it could rival Ryu's rage flame in heat, at least when Ryu was in a calm state like this. But it also had an extra kick to it, something that went beyond just heat and scorching things. It felt like death and decay would, like a ball of chaos ready to ruin the structural integrity of anything it touched. However, for now, whether it was the death flame or the white flame, both were just in their infancy stages. Ryu hadn't even begun to comprehend either one of them, so it was no wonder he couldn't bring out any of their real strengths. It likely wouldn't take Ryu much effort to begin comprehending, but he didn't have enough time to make either one useful. Ryu knew that the largest change was likely to his soul. But, at this point, when he couldn't even begin to understand the simpler of his changes, he had no hope in understanding this more complex change. How was a piece of his soul here? Who put it here? Why did it seem to be waiting for him? What did having a Black Buddy soul really mean? He really had no idea. However, Ryu knew that this wasn't good. He had spent months with Ailsa, just coming to an understanding about the limits of his abilities and where his strengths lay. But now it felt like everything had been turned on its head, and he was once again a stranger in his own body. With the battle of a lifetime on the horizon, this was the worst situation for him to be in. He would almost rather trade back down to his weaker self purely so that he could have a greater grasp of his strength. There were only 2 days left. If he entered one of his time dilation immortal abodes, he could stretch that time to years if need be, but it would require blowing through a huge reserve of his cosmic chi stones. Ryu shook his head. It didn't matter. He could make his own chi stones now. But as things were, he couldn't enter a battle like this. He wouldn't be able to comprehend inheritances or strengthen his Tao in this time dilation. But he would hopefully be able to understand just what changes had occurred to his soul. Chapter 866 Enemies of All Levels. But, in recent years, it had become quite empty, not due to the choices of the majority, but rather as a result of a seal that had claimed its lands for itself. The sight of the seal itself was grand beyond compare. As though the wings of an ice phoenix had enveloped everything. A beautiful crystalline structure stretched over hundreds of thousands of miles, and yet still managed to maintain every intricate detail. From its individual feathers, to its proud neck, down the woman with beauty beyond words that sat in silent meditation within its forehead. They say that a painting could capture 1,000 words in just a few strokes, but the visage of this gallant heroine seemed to speak many more. The staunch pride, the slight smile, the selfless fortitude, it spoke to the heart and pierced into the soul. This was the picture the seal brought about. If everything else was ignored, it was the most beautiful scene in maybe all of existence, the kind that one would never forget in a lifetime. However, things were never allowed to be so simple. All around this seal currently, individuals with no intention of admiring its grace and elegance could be found. Many weren't even present with ill intentions, simply here to witness a matter that would most definitely be written into the annals of history. Of course, whether or not the truth would be written was a different matter entirely. However, there was something to be said for being able to witness it with your own eyes. Even if you couldn't speak of what had truly happened, that sort of knowledge was power. Around the base of the seal, youths that were far too eager stood. Not many thought that it would be necessary for more than them to step forward. The idea that a youth of not even 30 years of age would be able to fight sky gods was asinine. They were already placing bets on just who it was that would claim his head. Many of the sky gods of the martial gods weren't even here. They were still fighting a war against the ancestral beasts on the Blossom Plain. The fact that Mistress Holy Wing was here at all was seen as a ridiculous amount of overkill by most everyone else. Even with this being the case, though, Ryu had still managed to gain himself enemies from all walks of life. At the lowest levels, there was the likes of Fedroha, an immortal ring apostle who Ryu couldn't even bother to lift a hand to kill. A step above, there were hordes of ice mine suitors, each believing themselves to be more worthy than the scion of a long-dead clan. They littered the Path Extinction and lower Tao pedestal realms. A step above that, there were the enraged individuals of the Hastam clan. Ramir. By his side, a familiar shadowy figure and a certain monk of the Temporal Buddha sect also stood, the latter wearing what seemed to be a sincere smile filled with pity upon his face. And yet, it only seemed to continue. A step past that, and there were the World Sea Realm and humiliated members of the ceremony. Some had lost their children, and some were like King Adonis, wanting nothing more than to see Ryu fall. A step beyond that, there was demigod Leosh. A true demigod, he stood amidst many of his peers, some beyond him in strength, and many more below him. The resonating power of a newly founded World Sea Realm expert pulsed about him. His gaze locked forward into seemingly empty space, as the snow continued to fall. As though this wasn't enough, the line-up of Elena's suitors followed this. Those with more class had long since pulled away. There was a difference between pursuing a woman who was a widow and a woman whose first husband was very much still alive. However, that still left the most shameless of them, Alit, the human beast true sky god. He was a man who didn't care for etiquette and what it entailed. All he knew was that he wanted Elena in his bed, and that was enough for him. He would see Ryu's death through on this day. Then there were sky gods whose pure hatred for Ryu went beyond just the pursuit of a woman. True sky god Gen Arcus, Supreme Blacksmith Arcus. Both had reasons to hate Ryu down to their bones, the latter's inaction having caused their Arcus clan to a devastating degree. However, there was an individual here that maybe Ryu wouldn't even expect to find. An old man, hunched and gray, his shoulders graced by a thick bare pelt, the head of which rested upon his own line a crown. He leaned on a long staff with a bulbous head, and the scent of death permeated around him. This old man was none other than head of the armored beast branch of the Necromancer Guild, the very man that had procured the bear god corpse in Ryu's possession and the very grandfather of the man Ryu had killed to save Yana. And he was not alone. Several other sky gods of the Necromancer Guild had stepped forward, each with a gripe of their own, very much likely related to the number of youths Ryu had killed during the martial gods trial, many of which had been their young geniuses. None of this number even began to touch the number of so-called neutral spectators, and it most definitely didn't touch upon the number of martial god powerhouses watching in silence or the now young woman who had placed a throne upon Ryu's mother's head, sitting up above everyone and looking down with an indifferent expression on her face. Who else would this be if not Mistress Holy Wing? If Ryu was smart, he definitely wouldn't appear. If he was smart, he would escape to the true martial world, change his appearance, and use his talent to join the best sect he could, riding their resources until he became unmatched in this world before he appeared once more as Ryu Tatsuya. However, those that knew him knew that this would never happen. That was why when a man wearing beaten and ragged cloth appeared on the horizon, his face obscured by a mess of white hair and his bare feet causing the snow to grind and crunch, only those who hadn't heard of his arrogance were shocked. After today, though, there wouldn't be a single soul in Sacrum who didn't know the weight of the name Ryu Tatsuya. At that moment, like a fluttering butterfly, wreathed in gorgeous wings of golden peak, a gorgeous woman with beauty beyond words descended from the skies, landing before this beaten and ragged man. Ryu looked to have spent the last year sleeping on the streets, the cold winds blowing to the point the torn holes in his clothing were visible for all to see. However, every single time they blew just enough to reveal his skin, a wall of rippling muscle would appear in the sights of all, pulsing with blood and vitality. The beauty landed, looking toward Ryu with a complicated expression. "Hubby, let me take you away, please." Chapter 867. Even me. It was clear that she had quite some confidence. As for where it came from, maybe only Mistress Holy Wing, who narrowed her eyes almost as soon as she appeared, knew aside from Elena herself. Many frowned, especially those who claimed themselves to be the enemies of Ryu. It felt like watching food being snatched right out of their mouths. Ryu rose his head, his gaze meeting Elena's. At that moment, being looked down upon by Ryu, Elena felt her heart almost leave her chest. There was such a dense oppression and rage within, the kind he seemed to have been curating for countless millennia. Each strand of darkness seemed to have been refined to an extreme. However, as soon as that image flashed by was seemingly as soon as it vanished. Ryu's bright silver eyes returned and his lips curled into a smile, the kind of intoxicating smile that was all too impossible to replicate. "You look very beautiful today, Elena. As always, I don't think I ever told you that enough. I'm sorry for being such a bad husband." Elena truly did look beautiful, very much like a goddess descended from the skies. Her skin seemed to radiate its own healthy glow, causing the snow around her to shine with a faint pink sheen. She really didn't seem like a living being at all. For a moment, Elena didn't know how to respond. Ryu's words weren't exactly true. Even at his coldest, he would still compliment and indulge her. Just because he had been cold, didn't mean he couldn't show his love. If he was unable to, his relationship with his parents and grandparents wouldn't have been nearly as close. Elena felt somewhat flustered. For those who knew the recently crowned queen, this was the sort of reaction they had never expected. None of them knew the real Elena. None of them had ever witnessed the lifelong prankster and jokester. Ryu could tell that his wife had become far more jaded in his absence, and he rightfully blamed himself. He had managed to regain his lost self after all this time, but in doing so, he had cost his wife hers. Elena's words froze when she felt a hand caress her cheek. Ryu's smile only seemed more radiant. His warmth seemed to envelop her in the cold, his presence blocking out everything. For a moment, there was only the two of them. "I've only ever really thought about myself," Ryu said lightly. "In my first life, I was selfish. And in this life, I've also been selfish. I've never really thought about your feelings or your wants. I always ask you to give, but I can never seem to give you back what you've lost. I've taken love from you. I've taken patience from you. I've taken even your time from you, robbing you of your youth. I cannot understand what made me the man who you wanted to marry, the man you wanted to spend the rest of your life with. You probably wanted a simple life, a simple man, a simple existence beyond the peaks and valleys of the martial world. But I have never been that for you. When I lacked power, I was an anchor and a pit of darkness in what was otherwise your brightness. When I finally gained it, my goals reached beyond the peace you wanted. I crave for battle, for war, for blood. I'm a stupid man who can't enjoy the simplicities of life and retire with a smile on my face. That much isn't fair to you. I can understand if you hate me. All I can promise is that when I reach that mountaintop, I'll obediently return to your side. Elena's tears soaked Ryu's palms. She knew it was naive of her. There was only so much running she could do. Even if Ryu agreed to stay by her side until the very end, she knew the time would come where their weakness would cost them their happy life. It had already cost them once before. Even if Ryu hadn't killed himself that night to seek power, the death of the Tatsuya clan was coming, and that wasn't something she could control. Ryu had every right to call her a fool, a useless idiot, a stupid woman who couldn't see the obvious truth right in front of her. There was no such thing as peace in the martial world, not unless you were the weakest of the weak. But even then, your life could be overturned by the whims of the next powerful brute you came across. And yet, Ryu hadn't called her any of these names. Those kind eyes looked down at her with all the doting and affection in the world, the very same kind of affection that had been completely absent in her life during that last nearly billion years. Ryu's smile spread into a grin and eventually evolved into laughter. His head tilted up into the skies, causing the shrine plane to quake as his chest rumbled. You are my Ryu Tatsuyas woman. You are allowed to be as willful, unforgiving, and unreasonable as you want. No one will dare say a single word, even me. Those that dare to have an opinion can taste my blade. Ryu wiped Elena's tears with his thumb, planting a soft kiss on her forehead. He took a step past Elena, his boisterous laughter seeming to cause the hearts of those that had taken it upon themselves to grace the front line to stop entirely. Watch well, Elena. Ryu's voice boomed. The me of the past has long since died. This husband of yours will become a man whose knees won't buckle beneath even the greatest of pressures, whose gaze won't falter in the face of the greatest of dangers, whose heart won't waver in the face of the worst of odds. Ryu's laughter vanished, a pillar of darkness rising from him and piercing into the skies. His hands reached out, causing two fearful youths' faces to shoot into his palms. With a squeeze of his fingers, their skulls shattered, their blood dripping to the ground. Martial gods! Ryu's voice caused the clouds above to split, arcs of blue lightning crashing down with fury and a tempestuous hell. I have come for your heads. Chapter 868. One by one by one. The moment his words fell, he wasted not a single moment. His blood-thirstiness pierced through the souls of those before him, his slow gait becoming the rhythm their hearts chose to beat at. His pace couldn't be wavered for the likes of those before him. He moved as he pleased, acted as he wanted, his every step being just as unfettered as the last. One youth after another fell to his hands, their cheery excitement from earlier vanishing into thin air. Screams of horror and pain should have followed, but many didn't even get the chance to do even that. Each fell to a single blow, their weakness being on full display. All of them were far beyond Ryu in age, many even beyond him in cultivation, and yet it didn't seem to matter in the slightest. The strongest of this generation, the man who stood above them all, was all too clear to see. It didn't matter how many hardships they had survived on the Blossom Plain, how confident they had become in their strengths after several series of victories, how boisterous they had been in the face of the illusion of Ryu Tatsuya. Wasn't he a fool? The mere scion of a long-since-fallen clan? The last dregs of a legacy that had already been wiped from all that was and all that mattered? It didn't seem so. Fedroha, who was here by nothing more than obligation, shivered in fear, not having moved a single step since Ryu's appearance. A youth flew out from her side, their chest being impaled by Ryu's arm. Ryu couldn't even bother to shake them off, squeezing his fist and flexing his forearm just a single time and causing the youth to explode from the inside out. She fell to her knees, color draining from her face and a stain of yellow coloring her pants once again. She passed out directly, hoping for the embrace of a painless death as she fell to the wayside. However, from beginning to end, Ryu never spared her a single glance. Blood seemed to glide off his body as though he was protected by the sheen of the heavens. He made no attempt to sidestep, no attempt to deflect, and yet it slid down his skin and hair, dripping to the ground and leaving him without the slightest blemish. The first line of so-called enemies fell before anyone could even react. A line of promising geniuses, future kings and queens, eventual pillars of sacrum, were all eradicated as though they were nothing more than the weeds of a garden, plucked and unceremoniously destroyed. A sigh rang out. From line of ranked youths, a familiar youth stepped forward, the very same awkward yet ingratiating smile resting on his lips. This person was none other than Tybalt, the very same odd youth man who had followed Auther, the Scarlet Sparrow clan member who had fought Ryu the first time he stepped foot onto the shrine plain. It was odd for him to be here to stand out like this. But Ryu's eyes were no longer the same as they were when he first met Tybalt. This time, when he looked at the young man, he found that there was an enigmatic air around him, an enigmatic air that he was all too familiar with. In order to become an origin-grade ruin master, Ryu had to, of course, pass several tests. Those tests were administered by what was likely the most mysterious organization of Sacrum. The profession of ruin master was highly gatekept. Not just anyone could step into it just because they wanted to. This organization was nameless, and their mark on history was also seemingly negligible. They were only loosely known as the Ruin Master Guild. However, Ryu was Ryu. He had noticed something about the top-ranking members that many others didn't. They all had the same bloodline, a bloodline that this young man, Tybalt, seemed to share. However, Tybalt's appearance wasn't nearly enough to sway Ryu. In fact, he might as well have not appeared at all because Ryu continued his rampage as though he wasn't there at all. It was then, though, that Tybalt appeared before him, his palm meeting Ryu's bloodied fist. He was pushed back half a dozen meters, but he managed to stop before the snow behind him piled up too much. Tybalt had only been in the Tao pedestal realm when Ryu had met him. But now he was in the connecting heaven realm and somehow managed to take a strike from Ryu while only sliding back a few paces. His hand formed a claw, drilling 5 holes into their face without suspense. In the next instant, they imploded, their bits and pieces raining toward Tybalt and the surroundings. Tybalt's expression changed. He hadn't expected Ryu to so blatantly ignore him. Disregard, contempt, disdain. Tybalt wasn't the kind of man who was quick to rage, and he was even usually quite easygoing. But he couldn't help but be irritated. Ryu's body flashed by him as though he was completely worthless, not even looking in his direction. What he didn't know was that Ryu had every intention of killing every single last soul here. He wouldn't allow even a single one go. Whether Tybalt died now or later didn't matter. The fact he had chosen to stand in his path was already enough. Bang! The blade of a spear heavily fell before Ryu, but he dodged it as though he had long since already seen it coming. His figure flickered, only to reappear atop the spear. The tips of his toes tapped forward, touching upon the pole arm of the spear with what felt like the most delicate of touches. And yet, it almost instantly froze before erupting into black flames that shattered it into pieces. Ramir of the Hastam clan, who had just tried to sneak attack Ryu, suddenly found himself holding nothing more than the butt of a spear. "You're weak. You should have never appeared before me." Bang! Ryu's fist collided with the latter's chest. Ramir flew out like a speeding bullet, crashing into a wave of youths that all burst into a rain of blood. Just when it seemed that he would land heavily on the ground, his expression changed, his body suddenly shattering into the air, his soul becoming nothing more but wisps of light dancing in the cold wind. The first Cosmic Seed Realm expert had fallen. All too easily, and it seemed to awaken everyone to reality that this battle wouldn't be as easy as logic seemed to make it out to be. "I've long since been sick of your face too." Ryu's figure flickered, appearing before the monk of the Temporal Buddha sect. "I will withdraw. I won't be accepting any withdrawals. Everyone who dares to stand tall here, Everyone who dares to blaspheme my mother, my Tatsuya clan, me, will die. You had better all fight for your lives. Fight as though this is your last day of breathing. It's the only chance you'll have to not have the remains of your flesh dripping down from the soles of my feet. Bang! Ryu's fist flew through the monk's skull. His speed so fast that the latter didn't even fly back. His body quaked and trembled. His hands reached up to lightly grab Ryu's forearm, with what small bit of remaining strength he had. But, before he could even get a good grip, his body went limp, his arms falling. Ryu's words seemed to resonate through them all. Brazen, arrogant, overconfident. There were many people who might have thought of retreating, feeling that risking themselves as cannon fodder wasn't worth it. The upper echelon of the martial gods weren't even moving. Why should they continue to risk themselves like this? But Ryu's words seemed to force their hand. Human nature was a disgusting thing, often. It was they who involved themselves in a matter that had nothing to do with them, but they still felt that Ryu should be grateful that they had wanted to withdraw. Now, they felt they were right to be enraged that he was being so arrogant. What their thoughts were, though, Ryu simply didn't care. The more enraged they were, the better. The more fury they had in their limbs and in their weapons, the better. The more eager they were to take his head, the better. He didn't want a single one of them to escape. He wanted them to forget fear, to charge forward with a naked abandon, to step up to be felled by him one by one by one. Chapter 869 Who are you all? A monk roared out from a long ways away, the blazing aura of several sky gods and world sea realm experts blazing. Ryu laughed into the skies, the blood falling around him seeming to sparkle. Those voices of despair, that rage and hatred in their voices, that fury. He loved it. He could feel it seeping in from all sides, the sort of unbridled, maleficent carnage and demonic will aimed right toward him. It fueled him. It made his blood rage, his heart beating like a rumbling earthquake. Where were these emotions of theirs when his Tatsuya clan was being slaughtered? When his grandfather's Qilin clan was being uprooted? When the places his grandmothers had called home all their lives were being razed to the ground? They were angry? Good. Feel more of it, experience just a fraction of that hatred and despair, that carnal sin of fury. A raging black-red flames erupted from Ryu's battle as he roared with laughter. The blood, corpses, and even some unfortunate living beings around him all burnt to ash, mixing in with the heavily falling snow and turning a land of white into one of gray and darkness. His flame had evolved to a level it had never touched upon before. Not only did it seem to feed off his own rage, but it took in the rage of those around him, growing hotter and hotter, more furious and more unforgiving. Ryu's dragon soul erupted, unable to be contained by him any longer. A coat of illusory crimson scales covered him from head to toe, his upper garments ripping apart to reveal a torso so ripped that it was possible to see every bead of sweat Ryu had put into it, every swing of his sword, every endless night of relentless training. He would ruin everything in his path, slaughter every last bastard that deemed to believe him and his family to be ready and waiting for them on the chopping block. At that moment, the demigods could no longer remain unmoving. Ryu's onslaught had seemingly already killed everything beneath the cosmic seed realms, his aura alone overwhelming them to the point they could only crumble and die. That day, he had shown a different side of the path extinction realm. It had suddenly become a meaningless realm, one without bounds and limitations. Or rather, it felt that anything that touched Ryu's palms would become like so. Demigod Lyosh landed like a mountain before Ryu, standing amidst the flames as his metal soul nature flourished, blocking everything and deflecting it. However, even after just a few seconds, his silvery armor had gained a pinkish hue, the heat making him sweat. Still, Lyosh's fury was beyond just this. The rage Ryu felt, he too felt. His woman had been snatched from him far too early, even her body's fate remaining unknown to him. He had already run away once before, causing a shadow to be cast over his heart. This time he wouldn't rest until the point he could rip Ryu limb from limb. Even before he had finished resolving himself, Ryu's fist had already appeared before him. He rose his shield to block, his feet digging into the tough ground. Much of the snow had been melted by Ryu's rampage, leaving what should have been easier land to anchor upon. However, Ryu seemed to have forgotten about everything, rage consuming him and his pupils slitting vertically. Bang! Leosh stumbled backward, his eyes widening. But before he could recover, Ryu had already attacked again. Then again. Ryu's body moved about as though he was a raging beast rather than a human. He flickered and vanished, appearing again and again while attacking in any way he deemed fit. Fists, legs, elbows, even his illusory tail viciously whipped at Leosh. Under the astonished gazes of all those around, a demigod world sea realm expert was being overwhelmed by sheer fury. Ryu seemed to take Leosh's expressions as a slight. He thought his rage could match up to his. He thought his resolve was so grand that it was comparable to his Ryu Tatsuyas. Did he believe that just the loss of a single woman was enough? Did he believe that a single event of darkness was enough to encompass the black abysses that Ryu had experienced? Did he believe that he could stand before Ryu, tall and proud, even beginning to understand his emotions and what lay in his heart? How dare you? Ryu's fist blasted through Leosh's shield as though it was nothing more than a thin sheet of aluminum. His voice boomed, his punches flying forward like streaking black-red meteors. Dragon Claw. Ryu's illusory arm expanded, resonating with his dragon soul. The earth trembled, mountains collapsing in the distance even as he struck downward. Leosh's expression changed. Was he really going to lose again, just like that? Was this the level of humiliation that he would experience? Space split into 6, the momentum of Ryu's dragon claw making it feel as though a furious red dragon was swiping down upon them all. It was aimed for Leosh, but the imagery was painted into their hearts. Just when Leosh was about to suffer the same fate, the remaining demigods shot forward. In fact, it wasn't just them, the kings and queens of the martial gods all charged. The death of the others was one matter, but the death of a demigod spoke volumes about something entirely different. They couldn't allow it. A demigod carried the highest prestige. They were the closest things the martial gods had to the pinnacle of what their race should be, their greatest prides and joy. For more demigods of the world sea realm shot forward, their attacks meeting Ryu's claw all at once. Bang! 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 Ryu's illusory claw shattered, a rebound forcing his hand back and exposing his chest. A fifth demigod brandished a bow, releasing several arrows in rapid succession, all of which appeared before Ryu's chest in the blink of an eye. Clang! Clang! Clang!
Betehau.
3 clanged off of Ryu's dragon soul, all of them drilling into the very same spot until the point the 4th pierced through, flashing through Ryu's chest and piercing into the ground behind him. Bang! The ground imploded, the strength enough to dig a trench that stretched an entire mile and reached a point of over 100 meters at its deepest point. The power of the arrow seemed to remind everyone just how powerful the enemies Ryu faced were if just a single one of them could cause so much damage to the shrine plane of all places. That kind of arrow touching your flesh should have been enough to force you to implode from the inside out. And yet, aside from stumbling backward for just a moment, Ryu didn't seem to react to the fact he had been injured at all. His aura flourished, the clouds still crackling with lightning above raging on. He roared in the skies, a beam of blue lightning over 20 meters thick crashing down from the thick clouds. The archers' expression changed, kicking their movement technique into high gear and dodging out of the way as fast as they could. Their body flickered and vanished. Boom! A pit of impossibly vast depth appeared in their place. But, when said archer appeared again, the entire left of their body had been scorched, their clothing falling apart and their skin alternating between flaking black and growing red blisters. Tribulation lightning. Fury lit the archers' eyes as they brandished their bow again, aiming as Leosh and the 4 other demigods surrounded Ryu all at once. Ryu arms flared out, the lightning in the skies heeding his call. The thick pillar that had fallen before reacted, zooming out of the ground and toward him with a speed that could hardly be tracked with the eye. In an instant, Ryu's claws were coated with radiant sapphire blue lightning. He condensed it all with his lightning god talent, concentrating the lightning so much that its fundamental runes became abundant enough to be seen with the naked eye. Ryu's 2 lightning gauntlets looked almost like solid blue metal, sparking with arcs of beautiful sapphire lightning from time to time while complex runes swam about their bodies. Ryu rose his claw into the air once again, activating Dragon Claw. His arrogance knew no bounds. He had countless techniques at his beck and call, countless talents at the tips of his fingers, but he still chose to use the very same talent that the demigods had only just dispersed. He wanted to show them that it didn't matter what they did. It didn't matter how much they prepared. It didn't matter how much fury or embarrassment they felt, how much rage boiled inside of them at the thoughts of his actions or his presence. He would not only slaughter every single last one of them, he would humiliate every single one of them. He was Ryu Tatsuya, the scion of the Tatsuya clan and, as far as he was concerned, the last Tatsuya on Sacrum. He would make the phoenixes sing his name in adoration, the dragons roar his name in praise, the martial gods whisper his name in fear. My breath can split the skies in 2. My claws can split the world in 6. Who are you all to stand in my way? Ryu's claw descended. Arcs of vicious lightning and sparks of raging flames followed its descent. His fury seemed to paint the world in his own visage. He would make sure they all felt his wrath on this day. Chapter 870 Slouch. The demigods found their hearts shaken, their feet rooted in place and their gazes stricken by fear. Ryu's rage flames seemed to have transcended again, not only taking fuel from the fury of others, but also directly attacking their psyche. Before it, they were rushed with feelings of inferiority, of weakness, the kind of emotions the likes of them hadn't experienced maybe in their entire lifetimes. Ryu's Tao leaked into his sparking blue lightning, the fuel of dividing tribulation piercing into their souls. It was just a subtle hint, something Ryu hadn't even done on purpose. Against these enemies, he didn't feel the need to use his Tao. It was a waste, a useless expenditure. Years were enough for Ryu's refinement in skill to reach an unprecedented level. It was the kind of improvement that others couldn't fathom making even given millions of years. However, it was this subtle hint that made the expressionless Mistress Holy Wing sit up in her chair. The same subtle hint that made Tybalt's expression change wildly. The very same subtle hint that made the godhoods of every sky god present tremble. A threat. A real threat. Boom! The battle was split by 5 unholy fissures, each impossible to see to the bottom of, and each radiating with sparking fires and arching remnants of lightning. The entire landscape was morphed, warped and changed by the hands of a single man. Violent surges of spatial chi danced about, the shrine plane fighting back against Ryu's attempts to change its very foundation of existence. However, Ryu didn't seem to feel this at all. His furious gaze locked onto the area before him. The demigods were in shambles. Their bodies were a bloody mess, their armors ripped to shreds. Many had lost limbs and yet many others had simply directly died. Is this it? Ryu spoke calmly, his voice rumbling. He took a step forward, his figure vanishing until he reappeared to pick Leosh up by his neck. The latter had completely lost his shield hand and his spear was warped beyond recognition. Despite Ryu's height, he was actually much taller. However, that only made the image all the more humiliating as his shin and feet dragged along the ground, being pulled up by Ryu. The sparking lightning of Ryu's gauntlets slowly burnt through his throat, the pain surging through his body bit by bit. However, in a final act of stubbornness, he clamped down on his jaw hard, entirely unwilling to make even the slightest of sounds. Is this all your rage is worth? Ryu's gaze seemed to pierce into Leosh's very soul. Tears of blood fell from the latter's eyes, his fury bubbling up within his chest. However, toward this sort of pitiful sight, Ryu's placid expression suddenly spread out into a grin. It was a demonic, twisted and dark sort of smile, the kind that took absolute pleasure in the suffering of the man in his hands right now, the kind that would only seem satisfied if Leosh's face twisted with more pain, with more heartache. At exactly that moment, Ryu suddenly felt a palm on his forearm. His pupils constricted. He hadn't noticed when this person approached. He hadn't felt a single threat. It had just appeared. Dream yawns, his expression still as lazy as usual. I think that's enough, don't you think? Why don't you just give us all a favor and take your wife's offer to get out of here? Is fighting this battle even worth it? Isn't the ending of it all obvious? King Adonis, who was among those heavily injured by Ryu's earlier strike, watched darkly as his younger brothers stepped forward. Just as usual, he was as lazy as could be, and yet effortlessly more powerful than all those around him. It filled him with an unbridled rage, but looking down at that gash on his chest, deep enough that his inner organs threatened to spill out, there was really nothing that he could say. Ryu's gaze turned toward Dream for a moment, looking him up and down, his expression still twisted into the very same twisted grin. It seemed to ask Dream what he would do about it. Ryu's palm squeezed down, prepared to crush Leosh's heart entirely. But that was when something he could have never expected happened. Just then, the forearm where Dream's hand rested deformed. Without even the slightest pressure or the slightest effort, Ryu's arm cracked, its bones splintering and bending at an odd angle. All the strength of his clampdown vanished, his ligaments having lost their anchor. The pain shot through Ryu's body. Ryu's bones had never been as sturdy as the rest of his body due to his bone structure. He didn't have his father's tyrannical bone structure, and rather inherited it from his mother. Unfortunately, even after they had mutated, this weakness hadn't vanished. Even so, Ryu's bones were still beyond what a normal attack could even dream of shattering. His body realm cultivation was too profound, too deep, and yet it didn't seem to take Dream any effort at all. Ryu's grip involuntarily loosened, causing Leosh to drop to the ground. Dream's finger tapped forward, seeming to be all too slow, and yet it shifted through space, landing on Ryu's chest before he could even react. Ryu's chest sank, his ribs snapping all at once and his body bending into a bow. He shot away like a speeding bullet, the last shred of his upper garments tearing to pieces as his dragon soul wavered. Elena gripped her fists tightly. From the beginning, she hadn't relaxed even once. Until Ryu left here unscathed, she wouldn't be able to. But she was also aware that she couldn't act personally. Not only did Ryu not want her to do such a thing, but there were complicated chains binding her, ones that couldn't be easily shattered. She knew well how dangerous Dream was. Of all those here, he was maybe the most dangerous in his own way. She hadn't expected him to act so soon, given his nature. But it seemed that the martial gods had every intention of going all out. Even the famous slouch would have to do his part.
Chapter 871 litres Forgo.
Dream lazily ruffled his hair, sighing. It seems that everything was still just as boring. Nothing had changed. Why put in effort when it all ended the same anyway? He never really understood it. People were always complaining about meaningless things, harping on meaningless things, prattling on about useless things. Martial gods things, apostles this, conquer this land that, blah, blah, blah. He strolled forward. He didn't even really want to fight, but everyone kept nagging him. It was just like that time they forced him to become their throne. But then that lady came around talking about how inferior they all were and how they were merely apostles. Dream couldn't really understand what her point was. If they were so unimportant, why did he still have to work so hard? Just let him lazily lounge a bit. Or, better yet, call out one of your real geniuses to finish the job. In fact, you didn't have to even do that. Just finish the job yourself with just a wave of the finger. If there was something Dream was the most annoyed about, it was how that lady had forced him to change chairs like that. However, it wasn't for the reasons one might expect. He had only sat in the center throne because it was the closest and easiest. Plus, he didn't have to sit near anyone, making it more convenient and allowing him to dodge useless small talk. But then she swooped in and made him move again. How annoying. Now she sat on a throne way up there. How much effort must it have taken to put that thing all the way up there? And all for the sake of what? Sitting on this man's mother's head? No wonder he was so mad. And that just made his job even harder. When people were mad, they were rarely rational. He could smell the scent of a phoenix on this man and the southern heavenly wind on top of that. His stamina must be off the charts. Even if he put effort into beating him up for several days and nights, he would probably still get up. Look at that, he was already standing up. He was pretty sure that last attack had shattered his heart. But there he was, standing up just as expected. In fact, now that Dream thought about it, The damage he had done didn't feel as final as he thought it should. That probably meant that there was something protecting this man's heart too. Phoenix blood, southern heavenly wind, and what must have been at least an origin grade treasure protecting his heart. Oh brother, what a hassle. He would be here forever. Dream tapped forward another finger. This one a bit more forceful as his annoyance shone through. Everyone was always making things so annoying. Such a hassle. She said that the martial gods were great and lofty existences, yet she also said she wasted billions of years of her prime here as well. It didn't make any sense were you lofty or not. Dream didn't think a lofty existence would have to do anything they didn't want to do. The attack landed on Ryu's chest once again. This time it was even more obvious. A hole the size of his heart being blasted right through where it had been. He spiraled backward, his blood spurting out in all directions. Dream shook his head again. That took way more effort. He even felt like he was getting a headache. He didn't like using his strength too much. It made that slumbering part of him feel like it could come out again, when in reality there was nothing here for it. Just more boredom. Ryu landed on his back, staring up at the skies, his expression difficult to read. It was safe to say that his fiendish grin had vanished, though he didn't seem to be perturbed. Instead, his mind was thinking about something else entirely as the hole in his chest slowly healed. The loss of his heart feeling no different from a small flesh wound at this point. He was sure before, but after that third attack he was. This dream person, the throne of the martial gods, he had been told that he was in the World Sea realm. But that was a lie, it wasn't true at all. One might expect, then, that he was in the sky god realm considering his current display of strength, but that much wasn't true either. In fact, he wasn't in the cosmic seed realm, or even the Tao pedestal realm. Dream was in the very same realm as himself. This throne dream was in the 9th stage of the path extinction realm. Ryu raised a hand to his face, using his palm to shield his eyes. He took a deep breath. His current state looked like one of abject defeat. In fact, he even looked like he was crying. It was quite a sad sight to those with sympathy. However, there were many more who sneered and even more who laughed, the delight in their hearts flooding forth. All that bloviating, all that arrogance, what was it worth? The moment the martial gods stopped playing around, what had happened? Wasn't this proof? Wasn't this exactly why they had all bent the knee? However, Dream's steps were the only ones that paused. I forgot, Ryu said lightly, his voice soft and hardly perceptible. I guess I should unseal these. Ryu had spent the last several years in a severe time dilation. Due to that, the Tao and inheritances around him were all distorted. For a normal person, all they had to do was ignore these distortions. But, for Ryu, who had eyes that could see through any and everything, just an inadvertent glance could send his Tao and comprehensions spiraling in the wrong direction. As such, Ryu had no choice but to ask Ailsa to help seal his heavenly pupils so that he could focus and not make a mistake he would regret for a lifetime. After he had stepped out, he was so eager to get here, his rage having been bubbling up for years, that he had completely forgotten to undo it. But the situation now seemed to warrant exactly that. The sound of glass shattering resounded, the skies above beginning to rumble once more. Chapter 872. Only when a tempest of wild winds surged in the surroundings. Blinding silvery light spilled out from between Ryu's fingers, slicing into the surroundings like blades of sword chi. They slowly faded as Ryu's body rose up from the ground. His broken arm snapped back into place, the hole in his chest just barely closing up as he rose to his full height. He exhaled a light breath as he took in the world. It had been a long time since he had seen it through this lens. All of these swirling colors, the fantastical images and flickering portraits that displayed the heavens, each individual stroke of genius. Everything slowed, walking by frame. The air around Ryu fogged. His palms flipped over to reveal two enormous boxes. Bang! Bang! He pierced them both into the ground, his actions slow and meticulous. It was as though he couldn't be bothered to care about anything going on around him, as though nothing other than his task at hand was worthy of his attention. Even this supposed throne wasn't worthy of his attention. The twin boxes split in two, revealing a resplendent array of rainbow lights. Crystals seemed to shimmer and fall around the oppressive aura of a pair of origin-grade weapons whipping into the surroundings. Ryu's hands grabbed for, his fingers wrapping around the two shimmering polearms, pulling them out. The simple action caused cyclones of wind to rage in the distance, two mountain-sized weapons that might have weighed as much as a planet suddenly becoming enveloped by Ryu's northern heavenly wind to the point where they were nothing more than two easily malleable feathers. Their crystalline polearms shimmered, their blades radiating blue light. A single slice through the air cut through the ground for several kilometers, making it feel as though neither would be satisfied unless the whole of the shrine plane was severed in two. Ryu gazed upon these two blades and then, in a baffling display, he put them back. I thought I might need them, but it seems I've overestimated you. If you can survive 10 moves, I'll let you taste my blade, Ryu said lightly. Dream blinked for a moment but didn't say much. Or maybe he was quite frankly too lazy to say much of anything at all. He pointed another finger, this one flexing another margin harder than the last, and he pressed it forward. Space split and an invisible beam of energy appeared before Ryu in the blink of an eye. Or, rather, it was invisible to most. To Ryu, though, it was as clear as day. Death Acupoint. Ryu's finger stretched out, a sharp claw swirling with dark phoenix heavenly patterns.
Bang!
Dream blinked again, his head tilting. Ryu didn't move a single inch backward. His figure didn't even so much as sway. An attack more powerful than the one that had just blasted through his chest was dealt with so easily. Ryu took a step forward, his figure vanishing. When he appeared once more, he was already standing right before Dream, his finger stretching out once again. Death Acupoint. Dream's pupils constricted, his figure retreating explosively. It felt like no matter what he did, Ryu's attack would land on a vulnerable spot and his life would be forfeit. The feeling was so overwhelming that he had retreated before his mind could even register what was happening.
Bang!
Dream's shoulder erupted into a rain of blood, a wound as deep as bone appearing. He seemed to lose control of his chi for a moment, his stomach and chest bulging wildly, but he quickly reined control back in. Even so, the looks of horror those watching felt was unlike anything they had ever experienced before. They all knew that Ryu wielded the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, and they most definitely knew what kind of power Death Acupoint wielded, but how had Ryu already awakened it? They could just barely accept that Ryu was only in his 20s and had somehow entered the path extinction realm, but how could they also accept this? Just a single poke at the air and a genius like Dream had almost undergone cultivation deviation. Anyone else would have truly died instantly. Oh! Ryu's brow raised. He seemed surprised that Dream had survived a single attack despite the fact he had said he would give the latter 10. The arrogance that dripped from him knew no bounds. It seems I missed a bit. Ryu snapped his fingers. His lightning gauntlets had already dispersed, but he was a son of the Qilin clan. Lightning was never something he would run out of. An arc of blue lightning fell from the skies. It was wild and unbridled, something that felt simply uncontrollable to the masses. And yet, it docilely fell into Ryu's palm, concentrating into the form of a needle. In those moments, Ryu seemed calm and serene. Compared to his previous rampage, he was like a completely different man. But this wasn't because his rage had simmered or faded. He should probably thank Dream. The latter had made him remember his grandfather's words. He had been so infuriated that he had forgotten himself, even to the point of making a mistake as stupid as not unsealing his own pupils. With his eyes sealed, he hadn't even had a normal cultivator's eyesight. He was practically going in blind. And, because he was used to using third perspective, as opposed to his spiritual sense, he hadn't even considered using the latter. All this time, he had been fighting with two hands and a leg tied behind his back. All because he had let the fury climb to his head. Not again. Let the world feel your fury, but only when you want them to. Death Acupoint. Ryu flicked a finger, causing the needle to whistle across the skies. Space didn't even seem to register that it had passed by until it was long gone, causing a delayed split that shook the air. It appeared before Dream in the blink of an eye, piercing through his collarbone. The world seemed to pause for a moment, and then the throne of the martial gods imploded. Chapter 873 You're lazy. A boisterous laughter shook the skies. Dream's inner organs splattered about the surroundings, his blood coating the ground in red. And yet, he still laughed, his body rising up as though a string was being pulled along his chest. His expression twisted, his tongue hanging out and a pair of black wings sprung out from his back. He looked every bit the part of a madman as he continued to laugh. His hands reached out, stuffing bits and pieces of organs back into his body. It may be the most ridiculous action one could take. It was either the desperate actions of a man trying to cling onto his life or Dream's injuries rapidly healed, his laughter shaking the skies. Before his skin could even heal over his newly formed ribcage, he shot forward like a ball out of cannon, his wings flapping once to increase his accelerate by more than twofold. His hands brandished themselves like claws, his tongue flapping wildly in the wind as he appeared before Ryu in an instant. His body pressed into a low crouch, ready to explode forward. But all he found was a placid and indifferent expression. Ryu remained as unmoving as a statue. But when he did choose to move, it was as though the world formed a tempest to follow along. His stance shifted slightly and his knee drove upward. Ryu's timing was simply immaculate, as though Dream had teleported his jaw the former's convenience. The sickening sound of bone shattering resounded as Dream suddenly found himself shooting into the skies like a speeding bullet. His tongue was sliced off by his teeth. Half of his handsome face collapsed beneath the pressure, and he found himself sprawled out once again. "That's 3, Ryu said lightly. His body flared up, his dragon soul appearing again as arcs of lightning fell from the skies. They fell around Ryu, following his gait and turning the land into a sea of sparking lightning. Bang! 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 Those who had been too stupid to retreat far from this battle found themselves charred to ash, their lives forfeit before they even understood what was happening. Good! 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 Dream's roar shook the skies as he reached the peak of his ascent. Lightning cracked around him but didn't seem to bother to target him personally. But Ryu continued without a care in the world, the sea of lightning around him becoming more violent with each passing moment. As Dream began to fall from the skies, he flapped his wings a single time, causing him to become like a meteor streaking down from the clouds above. A wreath of flames sparked around him, his blood and even some of his unhealed flesh peeling off of his body with each passing moment. However, when he appeared before Ryu again, he found his face greeted by the back of a hand. The other side of his skull deformed, blood flying as he was slapped away. Ryu didn't even spare him a single glance, his sea of lightning continuing to grow. Dream continued to attack like a wild and rabid animal, his howls coursing through the battlefield. However, every dull and careless counter-attack by Ryu felt like another slap to the faces of the martial gods. This was their champion, the greatest of their younger generation. The man they might have known was lazy, but a man they all respected nonetheless because none of them had the ability to defeat him at the same cultivation level or even beyond for more. And yet here he was, being treated like a rag doll, an insignificant fly to be swatted away at Ryu's leisure. Each attack cut into the hearts of the traitors, erasing the prestige of the martial gods piece by piece. Was this really the race of people they had bent a knee to, that they had obediently become lapdogs for? Bang! Ryu's steps paused, the sea of lightning around him becoming such a raging torrent that it almost looked like a real sea. Everything it touched burnt to ash, unable to rise up again. That's 9. Dream rose up in the distance. The grin on his face was still the same. The forcefulness of his voice, albeit gargled by blood and flesh, was also still the same. However, he looked no different from a walking corpse. His bones were visible from several areas. His face was practically unrecognizable. Blood coated him from head to toe and his movements were only becoming slower. Ryu reached a hand down, drawing it across his lake of lightning as though it was really water. Do you know why you'll never beat me despite that talent of yours? Despite the fact you've already grasped a Tao of your own? You could say that it's because in this state of yours, you can't even use your Tao properly. A Tao of concealment, of invisibility, of even forgetfulness, has the power to be quite powerful. But When you aren't being lazy and unassuming, it's difficult to use, right? Ryu's gaze locked onto Dream, who seemed to be preparing for another charge. However, being unable to use your Tao isn't the reason you'll never beat me. If that wasn't already obvious by the fact I've given you the grace of not using mine just yet. The reason you'll never beat me is because you're lazy. You've never worked hard a day in your life. You've never faced hardship for even a moment. Your techniques are filled with holes, your resolve is weak and would fall with a single poke, and your foundation is far weaker than what it should. Did you really believe that you could beat me by what? Getting angry? A spark of lightning arched between Ryu's fingers before forming a new needle that was barely 1/10 the size of the first one. This will be the 10th and final attack. I'll show you what just a single half of my Tao looks like. Death Acupoint. Dividing Karma. Ryu flicked his finger. A bolt of miniature lightning racing across the skies. Dream's body froze, all his madness seemingly rushing out of his body. He knew it immediately. This time he would die. On nothing more than instinct, his body turned and he began to run away. It was a sight not a single soul missed, a sight that would be engraved onto their very souls for a lifetime to come. The mighty throne of the martial gods was trying to run away. An enormous swing of faith shifted, the martial gods suddenly feeling as though they had lost a piece of themselves. Stop! Tybalt's voice roared out again. Chapter 874 How Deep? A barrier appeared before Dream's back, seeming to block Ryu's strike of lightning for just a moment. But, just as quickly as the needle of blue was stopped, it shattered the barrier. Tybalt's eyes widened. He knew well how strong that barrier was. It shouldn't have been possible for a Path Extinction Realm expert to shatter it like that. The needle continued onward like a bolt of lightning, piercing through Dream's shoulder blade. It was a simple wound, the kind that a cultivator should have been easily able to shrug off. And yet, Dream's body convulsed, the entire right side of his body imploding into a rain of blood and flesh. He crashed into the ground, his face skidding along the snow which quickly gained a pink then crimson hue. That's twice now, Ryu said lightly. That blow should have been enough to kill Dream outright, but Ryu only needed a glance to tell that he still had a breath left in his body. It was a faint breath, one that could be snuffed out with even a slight blow of the wind, but it was a breath nonetheless. Death Acupoint relied on perfect timing. It was an attack on a brief moment in history, the kind that would break a bone that was otherwise sturdy or cause deviation in meridians that otherwise had solid foundations. These peculiarities were exactly what the ability targeted. But these peculiarities were rare and only appeared for brief instances. Ryu's attack, even though it was only paused for a fraction of a second, only needed to suffer that small diversion to be veered off course. Ryu's head turned toward Tybalt. He had directly ignored this young man who had managed to survive his punch earlier. But now, he actually deemed to continue messing with the goals. It seems that you want to die. Ryu's hand stretched outward. A violent, swirling suction force seemed to form. It seemed as though it worked on principles of space and wind, combining the two into a wild force that couldn't be denied. It was like Ryu had coated his palms in the principles of a divine chaotic annihilation, and added his own comprehension to it. Toward such a thing, Tybalt found himself being forced to dig in his heel and lower his hips. Veins popped across Tybalt's face, his gaze flickering wildly as though he couldn't decide what to do from here. It was clear that Ryu couldn't be reasoned with. However, now that Ryu was serious, what chance did he stand? Tybalt was ripped from his horse stance, his body flying through the air and his clothing shredded almost to pieces as he shot through Ryu's lightning lake. His face twisted in pain, lightning whipping against his skin. But, all things considered, he actually managed to stay together quite well. Ryu could see that this wasn't only because his cultivation was deep, but he also had several protective formations on his body, each one of which could either protect him or save his life at a critical juncture. Though Ryu had never seen life-saving measures branded onto the skin like some sort of tattoo, it still only took his eyes and his Tao a moment to see through their purpose. Tybalt's throat nearly collapsed as it smashed into Ryu's palm, the result forcing him to cough and gasp for air. Ryu, you're not understanding. So you wanted to save him, right? Ryu asked lightly. Tybalt was confused by this line of questioning, not knowing how to answer immediately. He tried to squirm, but he found the sparks of lightning in the surroundings weren't only making his hair stand on end, but they were also doing the job of paralyzing him. He tried to push back with his chi, but his expression changed when he realized something. This wasn't normal lightning, it was tribulation lightning. It was not only dozens of times more powerful, but it inherently had a suppressive effect on the cultivation methods of humans. How badly do you want to save him? Would you be willing to suffer for it? Ryu continued to ask. There was something about a Ryu that had regained his calm that made the atmosphere especially heavy. The wind seemed colder, the air seemed thinner, even the gravity felt heavier. No one attacked recklessly, no one even wanted to move toward him. It was like his surroundings were blanketed in a sea of darkness. If they got too close, they'd be swallowed up with nothing to show for it but their own deaths.
Ryu.
You have to understand that this is just the way of the martial world. Even your great-grandfather was forced to understand. Learn when to take a step back. Ryu paused for a long while, and then he suddenly chuckled. He shook his head, looking blankly off into the distance. Take a step back? Ryu spoke softly, the baritone of his voice causing the world to vibrate. Tatsuyas, do not take a step back. That man simply lost everything he cared about and couldn't be bothered to squabble with you scurrying rats any longer. It's no wonder you overestimate yourselves so much. You actually think you've already forced us to kneel, so why not force us to do it again? Ryu's gaze shifted from the distance, landing on Tybalt once again. Something about his eyes seemed decidedly darker. You will never rule me. I'll be going to your little world soon enough, and I'll raze it to the ground just the same. For now, how about you show me just how deep your convictions run? Are you worthy of standing before me? Ryu's irises flashed. Fate reversal. Ryu's gaze seemed to hold the vast and endless starry skies, the chi in the surroundings seeming to vanish along with the color as gears of fate began to churn. Even before they could snap into place, a rain of blood poured down, Tybalt's heart-wrenching screech echoing through the battlefield. Chapter 875 Prosperity. In the distance, the collapsed body of Dream convulsed, his injuries reversing as though they had never happened. The hearts of those watching shook. Ryu had even awakened this ability. There were many abilities of the mysteries of heaven and earth heavenly pupils that people feared, but fate reversal was among the top 3 on any list. To be able to reverse one's injuries and even force them onto another person, it was the kind of power that could shake the soul. At this point, even the sky gods that were spectating found their jaws clenching, their eyes narrowing in seriousness. Was this really a battle they had to involve themselves in? What are you screaming for? Ryu asked, his soft voice feeling more like the call of the devil than ever now. Where's your resolve? Didn't you want to save him? This is your chance. Tybalt continued to roar into the skies. It wasn't just the pain of having his body destroyed. It was also the subtle realization that his fate was being ripped from his hands and toyed upon the palm of another. It was a tragic sort of irony that both slapped his face and tore at the layers of his heart. Release him. The voice was sudden and powerful. It appeared high in the skies, a robed gentleman wearing robes of warm brown and muted gold. He had graying hair, but he didn't feel old. He had glasses, but his eyes were sharp. His beard was meticulously trimmed and kept. Everything about him screamed perfect scholar. He had appeared without a word, without an effort, without even a peep. And yet, Ryu didn't seem to react to him at all. Hiding from his eyes? Was that even possible? Even if you were a true sky god, you would have to obediently be found. Ryu's disregard caused the man's brows to furrow. He had seen this young man before. Could be said that Ryu was actually quite well known in their circle. His feats were second to none his age and beyond many far older than him. There was no one in this world that had reached the origin grade faster, and he had done so without cultivation. There was no doubt that with the seals of his eyes undone, Ryu's skill as a ruin master was unlike anything they had been like before. He hadn't even needed to use a matrix to make his way through the death shrine. Granted, that was because the death shrine was also very inviting of him, but it was easy as breathing nonetheless. Such a talent was invaluable. It could be said that the only reason they didn't make efforts to recruit him for bigger, greater things was because he didn't have cultivation at the time, something that was clearly not the case now. But it was obvious that he was also far too set in his ways to understand the bigger picture. A talent that couldn't be molded was a useless talent, and there was no point in lamenting their loss. My name is Kagan. I know who you are. Stop wasting my time. Attack if you want to attack. If not, scram. Kagan's expression sank, but he still stretched down a finger. A strong pressure descended. Time seemed to pause. Everyone realized at that moment that the time had finally come. The true powerhouses were attacking. It was their existence that caused none to believe that Ryu could do it. It was their existence that made many so sure that there would only be one winner today. However, at that moment, Ryu stretched out a free hand. The two great sword staffs quaked, ripping out of the ground and flipping end over end through the air. Bang! One landed directly in Ryu's hand, the second flying over his head and landing right in the path of the beam released by Kagan. Bang! Ryu's great sword staff rebounded backward, coming right for him. Unfortunately for Tybalt, his head was in the way of Ryu's palm. The screaming finally came to an end, a polearm crushing what remained of his deformed skull, as though it wouldn't stop until it landed in Ryu's hand. Kagan's eyes widened as Ryu's chi surged, suddenly causing all the blood in his hand to spiral outward, leaving his great sword staff absolutely spotless. Tybalt's body fell into the lake of lightning, being incinerated to ash even before he could fall to the ground. Ryu's aura completely changed, a towering and invisible pillar shooting into the skies and causing the clouds to swirl like a hurricane formation. Its center positioned right about the head of the final Tatsuya. Let me guess. Ryu began to speak. Your organization has always been aware of the world outside of Sacrum. In fact, maybe some of your members are lingering or failed pathetic rats just like these martial gods, sent here because you couldn't stand shoulder to shoulder with your far more talented and capable counterparts. Yet, somehow, despite being worth little else but the dirt at the soles of their feet, you still attach yourselves to their glory, taking pride in their bloodlines, believing yourselves to be greater than you really are. Did I get that right? Ryu's gaze swept from Kagan to the other martial gods, the half-dead demigods, and even the pathetic traitors that chose to follow them. Kagan took deep and slow breaths, allowing the crimson and rage from his eyes to calm. Our organization's only goal is toward the prosperity of existence. The shrines of Sacrum are invaluable to the evolution of cultivation. The expense of a few families and lives is minimal compared to the bigger picture. Ryu held out his great sword staffs, his Tao suddenly flourishing at full strength. The godhoods of several sky gods quaked, bordering on the edge of collapse. The rebirth crown let out a sonorous call, the gorgeous canopy of an immortal sakura appearing in the skies, sparkling with radiant blue heavenly patterns. Ryu smiled. The prosperity of existence? Why should I give a fuck? His great sword staff rose, pointing right at Kagan. Come and taste my blade. Today, your organization will be buried alongside them. Important announcement below.
Chapter 876 No.
Everything in its path was wiped out. It was a sword chi of all sword chis, a violent ripping of space and being that tore at the hearts of those who observed it and sucked out the souls of those that stood in its path. Kagan's eyes widened, his hands clapping to reveal a pair of prayer beads that wrapped about his wrists and fingers. He roared, his aura blazing and his hair and robes fluttering about the air. He stretched out a palm, his movements slow as though he was pushing against a mountain. However, beneath his action, the skies shifted and the earth rumbled. Palm and sword light met, crackles of lightning and thunder sparking between the two. Space shattered and fragmented. The air and wind around it imploded like a rain of firecrackers and fireworks. A violent tempest kicked up, Kagan's brows growing more and more focused as he pressed downward. However, right at that moment, his expression changed, an overwhelming feeling of danger coming from his back. How did he move through such a volatile space? That's impossible. Ryu didn't seem to care or even take a moment to pause at Kagan's shock. His great swordstaff descended from the skies once again. His power was so forceful that his polearm bent, fragmented pieces of shattered space accumulating around his blade, becoming coated with gorgeous and dangerous silvery and shimmering black lights. Bang! Kagan sent his free hand backward, blocking attacks from two sides. But the result sent a wave straight through his shoulder and torso that nearly compressed his body into a flattened plane of flesh. What sounded like the howl of a wolf resounded to Ryu's back, a hulking and hairy man covered in beast skins appearing behind him. Ryu's body flickered, a bolt of lightning being left in his wake, as he dodged out of the way of the human-beast sky god's twin hammer fist. PCHU. A spurt of blood sprang from the human-beast sky god's side, Ryu cutting across his tough and sturdy skin as he passed by. Bang! 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 Kagan's palm faltered, Ryu's sword chi exploding onto his skin. His robes rebuffed a large amount of the attack. His godhood flourished as several shields formed around his body. By the end of it all, he came out the other side disheveled, the whites of his eyes pulsing with crimson veins. A Path Extinction Realm expert had actually put him in such a state. And yet, when his head snapped back, he found that the human-beast sky god was being toyed with like a puppet on a string. Ryu's movements were fast and erratic, his flickering body shifting through space, no matter how volatile, with the ease of breathing. It was clear that his attack speed, his agility, and even his straight-line speed were all slower by not just a small measure. But it didn't seem to matter in the slightest. When Ryu began an attack and the downward swing of his great swordstaffs began, he would easily shift dozens of times, his body flickering and vanishing as though space itself was dancing on the palm of his hands. In the process he would dodge countless powerful attacks, each greater and more grandiose than the last, only for him to suddenly appear to the human-beast sky god's side, the descent of his blade perfectly timed taking out another tier of flesh. Ryu's expression was an ice cold, but his dragon soul was as bright as a raging sun, sparks of lightning sparking around him again and again. Boom! 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 At that moment, the paw of a bear god easily 100 meters across descended toward Ryu's head. However, he only flickered and vanished again, appearing above the head of the corpse puppet, his silvery irises almost becoming a frozen blue. Death acupoint. Ryu's great swordstaff pierced downward, its sword chi making its 3-meter-long form feel as though it extended to over 100 meters. The resplendent light reflected amidst the darkness of the clouds above, standing out even amidst the bright arcs of blue lightning that continued to fall, plucking the strings of Ryu's fury. 3 sky gods, each seemingly more enraged than the last. So what? PCHU. Ryu's 100-meter-long sword chi pierced through the body of the bear god, a dense foggy blackness expelling from its body. The head of the armored beast branch of the Necromancy Guild felt a connection sever, his bear god falling down from the skies limply without his control. It was as though Ryu had ripped the power out of him. Using a corpse puppet before Ryu, after understanding he had already mastered death acupoint, was the most foolish thing the old man could have done. Ryu's eyes widened, a strong surge of space and a swirling black hole forming. It all instantly swallowed up the bear god, not giving the armored beast head even a chance to retrieve it. His body vanished once again, dodging out of the way of the human beast god's punch and appearing amidst the Necromancy Guild members. His aura was cold, his expression focused. It was like he wasn't aware how powerful these people were, how they could overturn the world with the flip of a palm and decide the fate of trillions with nothing more than a thought. To him, they were only enemies who overestimated themselves. He would use their blood to wash the gravestones of his grandparents. A blazing black flame erupted about Ryu's body, its presence suddenly making the necromancers feel as though they had completely lost control of their death inheritances. The result was so shocking that they didn't know how to react immediately, causing several of their number to lose their heads to but a single swing of Ryu's great swordstaff. At that moment, Ryu's third perspective picked up a blazing attack. It cut through the air with such momentum and speed that it was already almost too late to dodge by the time he picked it up. However, in that instant, several immortal sakura petals fell from the skies, lining up within its path. Ryu's foot kicked out, landing on the chest of the armored beast head. The path of the flying attack diverted only the slightest bit, but it was already enough.
No.
PCHU. The armored beast head's skull was pierced through by an arrow, his life fading before he even hit the ground. True sky god Arcus stood in the distance stunned, his bow still raised. Chapter 877-8. 1 sky god. 2. 3. More. It didn't matter. His great swordstaff pointed toward true sky god Arcus in the distance, even as his second swordstaff swung downward, levying another attack toward the human beast sky god. Today he would slaughter them all. Ryu roared into the skies, his gaze focused and silvery irises flickering back and forth between dull gray and radiant blue. His skin exploded forth with violet scales, twin horns that pierced toward the veil of heaven growing out from his forehead as his pupils slit and were invaded by a deep royal purple. At that moment, the lake of lightning he had formed shot upward as bat-like wings sprung from his back. It rose into the skies, fusing with Ryu's tempest of flames and forming a gate that rose into the skies. If one had sharp eyes, they would have nothing that Ryu used his lightning god talent as a foundation. Fusing his lightning with his flames extended the ability of his talent, allowing him to manipulate them with the same sort of ease and giving him the ability to warp their bodies into complex runes and formations. As for what these runes and formations were for, he thought it was about time he unleash hell on earth. Bang! Winds kicked up, flattening mountains in the distance as the doors of the gates swung open. An enormous skeletal foot appeared, pushing through the gates. As it manifested itself, it was coated by Ryu's violet lightning flame, giving itself a pseudo-skin and flesh as it crashed to the ground. It stood at over 100 meters tall, the bones that made it up reflecting an ash black while a tall crown of black bones rested on its head. The highest grade of the demon, the Skeleton King. However, as though that wasn't enough, another stepped out from the gate, gaining the same wreath of violet lightning flames. It was easily 10 times as tall as the Skeleton King, its skin a blazing red and rings of fire surrounding its ankles, wrists, neck, and even hanging in a halo above its head. The highest grade of demon, the Fire Giant. A hand as delicate as clouds and beautiful as a blooming white flower grabbed onto the side of the gate, pulling her body out. She was the shortest, and yet was still over 10 meters tall, her body wrapped in shards of ice. The highest grade of demon, the Ice Queen. Bang! 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 What looked like a dragon formed of bones crashed to the ground, but it lacked the horns, its snaking body winding about for tens of kilometers. A horse crashed down from the skies, its hooves rising into the skies, coated in blue flames. A shadowy figure, billowing with black fog, sat on its back, rattling chains falling from its body. Bang! Boom! A howl shook the darkened skies. A lizard creature stood to its hind legs, its spine dotted with bone spikes and 9 pairs of horns adorning its skull. Black scales covered it from head to toe, reflecting the violet lightning flames that now covered it. On the ground, a hidden blackness moved about, impossible to spot and deadly to the greatest extent. The gate quaked for a final time, an enormous tree pulling itself out slowly but surely. It rose into the skies, fusing with Ryu's immortal Sakura. Its black trunk became a dull dark gold, its roots and branches spreading out for hundreds of kilometers until it felt like Ryu had suddenly changed the battlefield into his own backyard. Bone Serpent, Wraith Knight, Horned Devil, Shadow, Ashtray. In just a few moments, Ryu had summoned 8 demon kings, each with an aura just as oppressive as the last. The skies overturned, the earth trembling. The Fire Giant beat its chest, the Ice Queen spread her arms, and the Horned Devil roared. A beam of red, a wave of blue, a tempest of black. 3 demon kings that would have never even considered working together in the past suddenly attacked simultaneously. Run! Spectators, martial gods, traitors, Ryu didn't care. They could all die. Fire clashed with ice. Darkness enveloped them all. The violence and carnage was simply on another level entirely. In the skies, the Ashtray Ant turned a purely defensive visualization into an offensive knight. Spurs of wood crashed down from the skies, turning the winter wonderland into a bloodied forest of dark gold trees and drained corpses. Ryu stood as the emperor of it all, his demonic horns sparking with an ever-growing lightning flame. The violet ball grew explosively in size, pulsing again and again. The surging ball of violet, arcing lightning and flickering flames doubled its size again, growing larger than even Ryu's body. Then it doubled again. The slaughter was devastating. The sky gods that had been battling Ryu couldn't even approach him any longer. How could they now that he was surrounded by 8 12th Order Demon Kings? They could only obediently sit there, watching as Ryu's rage grew. The ball of violet doubled in size once again. By this point, it looked no different from a raging sun, its oppressive might pulsing with strength that could level an entire plain. Ryu's head only tilted forward the slightest bit, and the sun of lightning flames shot forward, suddenly erupting with a speed that didn't match his effort in the slightest. The eyes of those that had yet to get out of range just yet widened, despair coloring their hearts. The star landed, rotating into the ground and suddenly concentrating into a tiny and infinitesimally small, leaving an enormous crater in its wake. And then, it exploded. The sound seemed to wipe all noise from the world. Everything went white, and then the wall of wind hit. Those that had been lucky enough to survive the initial explosion were immediately incinerated by the wall of heat, the flesh ripping from their bones and their bones eventually whittling to ash. In the midst of it all, a beauty wrapped in a diamond pink dress appeared. She was neither Elena, nor was she Mistress Holy Wing. Her armor made her look like a Valkyrie, a singular spear in her hand as she stood within the blast. And yet, all it seemed to do was whip her hair back a small measure. The Valkyrie raised her spear like a javelin. Taking a light step forward, she threw it. It shot through the skies, appearing before Ryu's horned devil in the blink of an eye. Bang! An entire half of its face imploded as the spear snaked back through the skies, snapping back into the Valkyrie's palm. By her side, a half-dozen more women dressed exactly like her appeared. Chapter 878 Balance. To strike down a horned devil in just a single attempt was more shocking than more would be able to put into words. Demon Kings were already the pinnacle of talent one could hope to have in Sacrum, or at the very least, close to it. Every single one of the demons Ryu had summoned today were high-ranking elders within their respective clans, if not for the strength of Ryu's dark flame, Ailsa's support, and the prowess of his primordial death chaos chi. Even communicating with them wouldn't be possible, let alone controlling them. And that didn't even mention the huge change to Ryu's soul and the support of the rebirth crown that sat upon his forehead. And yet, it had still taken just a single strike, just one blow, and a mighty demon had fallen, unable to ever rise again, its corpse becoming nutrients for the soil beneath it. There were only two possibilities. Either these Valkyrie had cultivation levels beyond anything Ryu had ever faced before, or they had foundations that fell beneath the same category. And, from what Ryu's eyes could tell, it was more definitely the latter. Ryu, don't meet their gazes. Elena's voice almost came out in a shriek. It was clear that even she hadn't expected these women to appear, and the moment they did, it was as though her heart had left her throat. The deity race was split into several branches. As Mistress Holy Wing had stated earlier, the 4 bloodlines that had been referring to themselves as martial gods all this time were really only known as the apostles or the demigods. The joke that Ryu had made of the demigod title when he first heard it hit closer to home than even he had realized. The regressive naming structure had been done on purpose. Even among the demigods of the deity race, those here were exceptionally weak, thanks in large part to the environment they had been born into, something that Ryu would learn a lot more about in the distant future. However, aside from the apostles, there were the Holy Wings. The Holy Wings were the arbiters of justice in the deity race, and they were often tasked with remaining neutral, though this neutrality was bared out in countless different ways. Regardless, these matters were muddied, weighed down in the complexities of time, interrelationships, and politics. What was important, and the only thing that Ryu needed to know now, was that the eyes of the Holy Wings carried the judgment of the deity race. The leader of the Holy Wings was known as the Goddess of Balance. She wielded a sword in one hand and a balance in the other. Legend has it that her eyes were blindfolded. Over the years, it came to be accepted that this blindness represented impartial judgment. However, those of the deity race knew different. The goddess of balance was always perfectly fair and infallible. She didn't need an aid like a blindfold to maintain her purity of decision. The real reason she wore a blindfold was because her gaze held within it the vastness of the world. It held true judgment, a judgment that, in of itself, rivaled the heavens, the true heavens, in perfection. These eyes of judgment were something all of the holy wings had, albeit to varying degrees. However, for these to appear here and now, it was already too late. Ryu's eyes stood on a level that was beyond most. He had noticed the appearance of these people long before Elena had, and he had locked gazes with their leader from the very beginning. The very moment he had, time dilated, a single second stretching to minutes, then months, then years. Eventually, a single second stretched past the point of millennia, freezing Ryu in space and taking his mind completely over, his life seemingly running through his mind step by step. Ryu felt trapped, his body smaller than it had been in a long time. His hands were that of a child's, his head finding it difficult to look at things without gazing all the way up. He sat in a vast hall, his upper body naked as he submerged in a golden liquid filled with precious herbs and accommodations. With their smell, he knew that he should probably recognize some of these herbs, but he hated to study. What was the fun of studying when he could go and swing his spear about? The library was such a boring place. He was a Tatsuya. One day he'd be proudly leading armies like his dad and his grandpa. He had heard stories about how his great-grandpa had conquered the Shrine Plain long ago, but he always wondered why stop there. Was this really all there was to conquer? He heard some people saying that the Armament Guild was stronger than his Tatsuya clan. How ridiculous! What could be stronger than a dragon? He would definitely go to the Armament Guild again in the future and teach them who was boss. It was unfortunate, though. He went to the Armament Guild with his dad before, but his dad didn't let him see what his results were. He was sure he did super well, he definitely did super well. How could he not? He was a genius, he was always better than everyone around him. There wasn't a single person his age who could meet his blade. In fact, even kids that had already awakened had been beat up by him already. It only made sense, he had dragon blood running through his veins. How could they possibly match up to him? It was an impossible task from the very beginning. Those poor souls could only watch his back. Once he finished awakening, he would leave them all even further behind. Why was everyone so quiet now? Where was the clapping and cheering? Why hadn't there been a huge phenomena like his grandpa Qilin said there'd be? Ryu fell into the roots of despair, the stares of adults much bigger than him bearing down on his soul. The sin of pride. The voice boomed, ripping out a piece of Ryu's heart. Chapter 879 Sins. His realm heart tore apart, a piece of it collapsing along with his heart and beginning to crumble. Blood dripped down Ryu's mouth, even his eyes beginning to streak with blood. Elena tried to rush forward from the skies, but she found herself strongly rebuffed, her arms snapping and her wings clipping like some sort of broken kite as she was flung back. The Tao of the Valkyrie was too great. She couldn't even get close, an invisible barrier surrounding Ryu without allowing him, or anyone else for that matter, to interfere with the process. Ryu's world went dark and he found himself sprawled on the ground. His jaw hurt a bit. He could even feel a bruise beginning to throb and grow. He spit out to the side, and one of his teeth actually shot out along with a projectile of blood. Who the hell had punched him? He looked up to find a fiery red-head boy standing over him. Oh, it was this bastard from the Deep Eruption sect. That was right, he ended up like this because he had said the bastard was a weakling who wouldn't even last a second on the Shrine Plain. How ridiculous! If it wasn't for the fact he couldn't cultivate, would he even be able to land a blow like that? Ryu kicked out, getting the bastard who had a worried expression on his face right in the shin. But it felt like he had kicked a hard rock wall. He almost snapped his Achilles sending out that kick. The bastard who had begun to worry since he had lost his temper and punched Patriarch Tatsuya's son suddenly had his fuse relit. This brat was still trying to piss him off? Well, fuck it, since he was already going to get into trouble anyway, why not throw another punch? Ryu protected his face, his silvery irises glaring up. Then, when he saw he had an opportunity, he swung his leg up again. But, This time he went right for the groin, driving his shin up with as much force as he could muster. The bastard yelped out in pain, rolling off to the side. Ryu scrambled up, reaching for a large potted plant off to the side. Instantly realizing he couldn't pick it up, his gaze flashed. His eyes calculated everything in an instant. He put his back up against the pot and drove with his legs, knocking it over and right onto the writhing bastard's face. Another yelp sounded out as glass and clay cracked and shattered. Ryu stumbled over, finding himself a heavy metal rod at the edge of the training grounds. He picked out the heaviest one he could swing and limped back over to the bleeding bastard. By now, the bastard had regained some of his bearings, but it was clear he had a heavy concussion. And, while Ryu didn't have any cultivation, he still had his eyes and years of spear training prior. He whacked the metal rod against the side of the bastard's head again, sending him reeling. "You little shit!" the bastard roared, stumbling around before suddenly exploding forward in a tackle. Ryu could see it, but he was unfortunately much too slow. The air was knocked out of him again, and he thought he heard a rib crack. The two boys, one concussed, and the other injured, rolled around with no winner in sight. However, Ryu only seemed to be getting more and more angry. He couldn't even beat this weakling. His body was so frail, and only seemed to be getting frailier by the day. All the strength he had had as a toddler was diminishing, and all he could do now was roll around with this bastard. If only he could cultivate. Even if he had to trade in all his talent, he would do it. Just give him common grade talent, and he would still be able to beat all these people. Why was this bastard so lucky? Why could he cultivate but I can't? Sin of envy. The voice boomed once again. Another hole appeared in Ryu's chest, black blood pouring out even faster as his face drained of all color. Ryu's world shifted once again. He found himself in a familiar bedroom, a familiar woman lying beneath him, her eyes filled with vulnerability and trust. "Hubby!" Elena awoke fully to a set of cold lips on hers. Yet, she felt a sense of warmth and comfort when she saw that set of silver eyes looking down at her. Ryu's eyes were slightly red, still lingering with remnants of his stored emotions. Still, they had an outpouring of tenderness and love that was rare for him. How long had Elena waited to see this very gaze? How many nights had she dreamt of being awoken by this very kiss that still tingled along her lips? So why did she feel her eyes watering? Why was her chest aching with this disgusting bittersweet feeling? "Elena!" Ryu's voice was barely a whisper, as though he feared a louder volume would betray its trembling. "Will you allow me to be selfish?" Ryu continued to look into her eyes, his heart pulling at him to make a different choice, to not use his wife like that, to not mark her as though she was some piece of property who wouldn't be able to make decisions for herself so long as he did this. But he went through it anyway. She was too beautiful, too gorgeous. He had held back for far too long. He had to have her. No one else could touch his woman. She was his and his alone. Only he could feel these soft curves, these delicate lips, to see her in such an open and vulnerable way. Sin of lust. Sin of greed. Ryu's chest burst again, a deep chasm opening up. His ribs split apart, revealing the shredded organs beneath. His realm heart teetered on the brink of absolute collapse, pulling at the last bits of his life. Chapter 880 Bloody X. Little Ryu, whenever you see your royal father in such a setting, you must bow, okay? It's okay to treat him as a normal father in private settings, but in public, he is a king. Ryu tilted his head to side, displaying his confusion. "But, I can't see, mother." First concubine Leilani did her best to remain calm and continued explaining with a smile. "This mother of yours only meant those words figuratively. Simply put, in the presence of your royal father, showing proper respect is important." Ryu's small head nodded. "Ah, sorry royal father, but I can't bow to you out of respect." Little Ryu. First concubine Leilani tried to teach her son once more, but this time, she was the one who was interrupted. And why is that? Surprisingly, it was actually the king who spoke. His voice was filled with majesty and the smallest hint of curiosity. He really did want to know what this son of his would say. "It's simple, really. Ryu explained, unperturbed by his father's presence. I'm blind. If I bowed, I have no way of knowing if I've done so in the proper direction. I could follow your voice, but if I miss by even a hair, and grace a prince's bow to the wrong person, wouldn't that be more catastrophic than not bowing at all? Isn't my not bowing the highest form of respect I could give you, royal father? Pa! The crisp sound of a slap not only made Ryu's ears ring. His face flushed red. Usually tender and white, it bulged, splitting beneath the strength of his mother's rings. Do you not understand the gravity of what you've done today? Leilani's shrill voice filled the mother and son's private courtyard. Do you believe that you were very clever? Did you think that even if you meant your words with the utmost sincerity that it would matter? Ryu relived all of these moments as though he was there again, the days, weeks, and months passing by just as slowly. Finally, it was his 7th birthday, again. The time for his awakening ceremony had come. However, he seemed to also be aware from the very beginning that no matter what he did, it didn't matter. He was too clever, too intelligent. How could he not realize how his family had been pressing him down ever since his birth? Even if he didn't understand why, he knew enough to understand that it didn't matter. There would be no changing things. So, when his awakening ceremony fizzled out, very clearly because his supposed father had tampered with the items necessary, he simply spoke the only words he had during the entire journey. To not even allow me a path to live. What a good father you are. Those words earned him yet another slap, one even more resounding than the one his mother had given him all those years ago, and it became an imprint his could still feel even years after. 4th brother. Tell me, is your big sister beautiful? 2nd Princess Isla spun in a mesmerizing yellow dress. Despite her childish demeanor, she was already a woman who had a child half as old as Ryu. That said, one would never assume so by her high-pitched whining. 2nd sister. How could I possibly answer that question? Ryu's lips slanted into a bitter smile. Your 2nd sister believes you have the best eyes on this entire plane. Is that not enough? Isla took a seat beside her little brother, ruffling his black-dyed hair. Look at you, you're so handsome. Don't you want big sister to find you a little wife? Ryu smiled lightly. And which little girl would you sentence to become a widow? The 2nd princess pouted, knocking Ryu on the head. Don't say such depressing things. Does this big sister of yours look like the type to allow you to die? Now be serious. The little girl of 2nd brother's Garrus clan is quite cute. She's only a year older than you, and this big sister's intuition tells her that she's taken a liking to you. There's also the Kunal clan's young miss. She's already 5 years older than you, but that's okay. When you two get older and she gets droopy, big sister gives you permission to take a young and ripe concubine. The memories Ryu had of his 2 sisters were quite good in the beginning. Isla and Dahlia, 2 names he hadn't thought of in a very long time. It was unfortunate that those good memories didn't last. Grandpa! 2 adorable 5-year-old children sprinted into the arms of King Tor, the little boy monopolizing his right arm while the little girl took over his left. A rare smile graced the king's face, the likes of which hadn't been seen in public for decades. Okay, you 2 little mushrooms. Go off to the garden and play. Grandpa has something to speak with your mothers about. How are Adorjin and Kato? King Tor asked absent-mindedly, taking a seat. Our husbands are doing well, father. First Princess Dahlia responded, a light smile on her face. At first, her and her younger sister hadn't been too excited to be married off into the sect, but their husbands were good men who treated them well. If you want to ask us how little Ryu thinks you should respond, then just be straightforward. 2nd Princess Isla responded. Her voice didn't have any odd fluctuations to it. In fact, it sounded just as light and playful as it usually did. But the weight of her words was fairly clear. King Tor shrugged. If he can predict the reason for its destruction without ever taking a step outside, then his insight really is frightening. That's why us monitoring him is useless. If we waste even a single word trying to lead the conversation, he will realize it. The Agnes clan has already forever earned his bad side. Even his foolish mother is no exception. I don't know how you could expect us to help you. The first princess interjected. That's where you're wrong. King Tor shook his head. No matter how intelligent the fourth prince is, he is still only a child. Every child is the most susceptible to manipulation at this age, and not a single one is indifferent to living a life without warmth. His IQ is irrelevant to the matter at hand. Those two weren't the only ones to betray his trust. Now were they? His supposed mother's father was a man who had no sense of propriety. What did I do to deserve this? A useless daughter, a useless grandson. My entire main bloodline is filled with useless fools. Do I really have to hand the clan to my younger brothers? What are you worth if not the hole between your legs? He turned his ire toward his daughter, swinging his palm toward Leilani with barely a regard for her life. A resounding slap sent the second concubine crashing into a bookcase that leaned against the wall. Books flew into the air, flying upward only to land of Leilani's frail body as she slumped to the floor. You summoned me? Ryu's cool voice directed a question toward his grandfather. You have one more opportunity to be useful to me. Patriarch Agnes responded coldly. For the next 3 days the Garrus clan will be here. Although they can reject my offer of marriage, they cannot toss away all decorum. They must allow us to play host. During this time the Garrus clan young miss, Yana, I believe her name was, will likely cling to you as she always does. You must. No. Ryu didn't allow his grandfather to finish. In fact, his face as twisted into a look of sheer and unbridled disdain. What did you say? The chest of the old man rose and fell at astonishing rates. His skin reddened and one could almost see billowing smoke coming from his now crimson ears. His grandfather's rage reached a fever pitch, causing him to punish Ryu by the strictest laws allowed by the clan texts. Ryu was stripped to his barest undergarments and dragged to the clan punishment grounds. With the sun burning high in the sky, the earth beneath his feet crunched with a coarse heat, burning the soles of his feet. His frail, ice-white skin took the brunt of the punishment, facing the beating streams of light without protection. Ironically, the only thing that protected him from a next day filled with red, painful blisters was the crimson blood that soon flowed from his wounds. The sound of a cracking whip violently tore through the ambience of the clan gathering. Ryu's small wrists were bound tightly by blood-soaked ropes and then attached to a short pole before him. His bare knees were scraped by the earth beneath them, having been forced to kneel by the position of his tied hands. By now, his frail and delicate back was nowhere to be seen. Instead, its view was replaced by what looked like a fresh carcass, torn apart by the teeth of ravenous wolves. His face was partially covered by his black-dyed hair, sticking to his face due to some sick sweat and blood mixture. In the end, the only thing that left him the slightest bit of dignity was the pair of loose, now reddened underwear that could hardly cling to his skinny waist. He could still feel the cracks of the whip, the tearing of his flesh, the blood that fell drip by drip to the ground below. Stop! Toss him into the dungeon. Ryu slowly stood. His legs wobbled beneath him, nearly collapsing more times than they cared to count. But in the end, he raised up to his full height. An ugly bruise of purples, greens and blacks covered his chest, making it obvious at a glance that several of his ribs were broken. His back was so mangled that pieces of whole flesh fell from his exertion, leaving a path of meat chunks behind him. Where do you think you're going? Patriarch Agnes roared. Ryu's steps paused. Pressing his thumb firmly against the side of his pointing finger, he caused his nail to protrude as far out as it would go. Without a hint of hesitation, he stabbed this thumb over his heart, drawing a cross upward before crossing back once more to form a bloody X. Chapter 881 Old Doula 1. The old doula was so excited when Ryu's eyes finally fluttered open that she almost threw a small party for the two of them. It was only under Ryu's insistence that she gave up on the idea. Still, Ryu felt a comforting warmth. Maybe others would be hurt by this reality, but, at least in the endless cold he faced, there was at least someone who was by his side. Imperial doula Miriam slowly helped Ryu sit up. Slowly, slowly. You've been asleep for so long that you're definitely suffering from more than a few bed sores. Also, your muscles have significantly weakened, It's okay to rely on this old lady. I might look frail, but I'm still a pulse-opening realm expert. Ryu coughed slightly under the strain, but still managed a small smile. Aren't there babies out there who need your help far more than me? I'm retired. This old lady can spend her time as she pleases. She spoke dismissively, raising a cup of water to Ryu's dry lips. She had tried to keep him hydrated during his coma, but it was extremely difficult. In the end, she had no choice but to sustain his life with her own energy. She felt gratified that she had given her life to the medical field. Taking Ryu's weak body into her arms, she carried him into the bathhouse, meticulously stripping away his dirted clothes. Ryu didn't seem too embarrassed by this prospect, as he had long since treated the old doula as his grandmother. Plus, if he didn't receive this help, he didn't believe that he could do it alone. A pained expression colored the old doula's face as she brought a warm, moist toilette to Ryu's back to begin wiping the accumulated dirt and grime from him. Although a sort of phantom pain overwhelming Ryu as he felt each bump of every one of his scars. He bit the inside of his lip to stop himself from crying out. Is it that bad? Ryu said through a pained chuckle. How could a mortal body not scar in the face of such torture? Ryu had already expected as much. It's bad. But it isn't the end of the world. A man with battle scars is the dream of any woman. Having learned that lying to her little Ryu would accomplish nothing, she used a different tactic. Maybe if the scars were earned on the battlefield, Ryu said softly. I'm not sure if there's a market for men who gained scars being beaten by their own grandfather and mother. Despite his cynical words, Ryu could still remember that warmth well. It was the only warmth he had received in that part of his life, the only kindness that resembled what his parents, his true and real parents, had given him in his first life. Her gentle touch, her delicate concern, the way she always stood by his side even when she didn't have to. He remembered it all. He sat for months after that, doing nothing much than staring into blank space. He wanted for nothing, sought after nothing, wanted to do nothing. He had no goals, no aspirations, no hope. Ryu thought he heard the words sin of sloth reverberate in his mind, but it lacked the forcefulness of the previous booming verdicts. He had completely immersed himself in these years, feeling everything again as though it was the very first time. Come little Ryu, you've spent too long sitting in one place. You must exercise your body. Imperial doula Miriam's once soft and lovable features suddenly became stern, surprising Ryu.
Pan no fal si
Something was wrong, Ryu could feel it. Miriam had never been so fierce with him before. Maybe by then, he could already sense what would happen. Look at you, you're even more frail than before. You've lost what little muscle mass you had before. We need to start slowly. Overdoing it will only harm you. How do you expect to bring me little babies to play with like this? Up you go. Her soft voice rang in his ears. He remembered well as she forced him to his feet, pushing him into a training regimen that he wanted no part of. She had been right, his body was too weak. But he didn't understand the point of it all. It felt like every step he took, he was another step closer to that bleak future looming over the horizon. Ryu's body shook violently in the real world. Veins of black raced across his skin, veins of red pulsing out the edges of his open, vacant eyes. The hole in his chest had only grown larger, black blood flooding from it like a streaming waterfall. Every drop that fell to the ground did so with boom, each singular teardrop being as heavy as a mountain. The earth rolled in waves, craters appearing within it one after another. You must understand, little Ryu. Growing stronger is just as much about rest as it is about work. A body can only grow with time. In the same vein, there needs to be a balance between all things. Strength is just as important as flexibility. There you go, reach down as far as you can. Your elastic and well-stretched muscles will thank you later. Always emphasize this balance. What is the use of big muscles you can't make proper use of? You can do it, little Ryu. Just get a small bit better every day, step by step. Are you ever going to tell me why you had me start training my body? You're very good at cornering this old lady. A breath escaped Miriam's wrinkled lips. She ruffled his hair, pinching at his cheeks. Her eyes were filled with a doting expression, almost as though she was looking at her own grandson, as she told him the story of the White Devils. Chapter 882 Old Doula 2. If only she had told him earlier. If only she had told him of her plans. If only he knew, if only... Little Ryu. Suddenly, a warm, aged hand shook Ryu awake, startling him. He knew that the old doula came to check on him sometimes, but she had never gone out of her way to awaken him. Quickly, get dressed. Today is the day we leave this place. Listen to me very carefully. Inside of this ring, there are provisions for exactly half a year. Granny Miriam spoke of everything in quick succession, not allowing Ryu to speak at all. I've spoken to your elder sisters. With their cultivation, they'll be able to take you out of the castle safely. After that, you'll be on your own. Wait, what? Little Ryu froze, his eyes icing over. I said I've spoken to your elder sisters. They're the only ones who've still shown care for you. A mournful croak escaped Ryu's lips. His voice almost sounded like that of a dying animal. Run. Run as far as you can. Now! Ryu was frantic, more frantic than he had ever been in his life. His eyes turned completely black, his falling blood beginning to sizzle with a dense fogginess. But then they sparked. A singular drop of blood fell from the skies like a meteor, a raging inferno of red-black suddenly enveloping it. Why do they look like a pair of lovers escaping into the night to elope? Don't tell me your little brother has such a perverted fetish, Brother Amory? Your jokes are as crude as ever, Brother Atticus. Whether my fourth brother is having an affair with this old whore is none of my concern. By now, the old doula had frozen completely. Her aged and trusting mind couldn't comprehend just how this had happened. She couldn't comprehend it. As an older sister herself, she would put her life on the line if it meant protecting her younger sibling. She could never imagine that for the sake of some feeble empire, Ryu's two sisters who had always seemed to dote on him would do such a thing. To make matters worse, they were cowards. They didn't dare to come here to face the despair of a little boy and an old woman themselves. They were pathetic, spineless, worthless shells of a human being.
No.
The rush of emotions Ryu felt were so fierce that he vomited on the spot. A horrible, gut-wrenching stench erupted from his lips, coating the dew-covered night grass with his hatred and animosity. He really must love her. What a sad sight. Such a handsome young man falling for an old hag. The old doula was ripped from Ryu's hands. He tried to stumble forward to grab her back, but he found himself flying through the air, having been slapped away by his father's death guard. Stop! Ryu roared, standing as swiftly as his concussed body would allow. Imperial doula Miriam's twin sister is an immortal cultivator. Killing her is a mistake. Prince Atticus' lewd laughter filled the night air once more. I was wondering how an old bat seduced such a young man. Did you woo him with your fanciful stories of grandeur? What a joke.
Pon, da en null vel se, om.
Ryu's body shook violently, the pain in his head doubling, then tripling as his veins pumped with rage. It was then that he thought of the spatial ring. Not only was it a rare treasure, the space within it was large enough to hold enough rations for years. From what he knew, this was impossible for a normal treasure. Shouldn't this be proof enough? Little Ryu, that's enough. Blood flowed from Miriam's scalp as clumps of her hair were pulled too far back. You were right to never call me Granny Miriam. It's not a title this old woman deserves. The old doula never got to finish her words. The sharp fall of a blade connecting with her neck, allowing her head to roll in a dense, bloody mess. Ryu sat and stared, not believing what he was seeing. Granny Miriam. Ryu had no more tears to shed. Whatever remained of him had dried, crusting over in a coarse salt. His heart was hollow, his mind blank. He sat there for weeks, unmoving, unable to do anything. Kill. A slumbering giant trembled in his soul. Kill. Sin of wrath was completely drowned out. Ryu couldn't hear it. It couldn't reach him no matter how hard it tried. His eyes were sunken, his chest wide open as his realm heart crumbled down to its last pieces. Ryu's voice echoed through the skies. should have slaughtered them all to their last. An infuriated roar shook the shrine place, traveling through the shrine world and almost collapsing the moral planes. The veins around Ryu's eyes turned completely black from red as a pitch-black soul emerged from his forehead, even turning the bright gold of the rebirth crown to the same dense darkness. Within the incubator, several black-veined spirit-seeking lilies were devoured and swallowed by Ryu one by one, his fury reaching the point where he cared about nothing else. In that moment, Ryu's silvery irises turned into a pair of black holes, trembling as the skies above split to reveal a looming heaven's gate. The Valkyrie in the distance trembled, coughing up a mouthful of black blood as her irises lost all their color. She fainted on the spot, dead, never to rise again. However, Ryu continued to howl to the skies, his very being becoming painted in darkness. His claws grew a size, rage flames billowing around him even as dark phoenix heavenly patterns covered his violet scales. His horns exploded forward, black arcs of lightning crackling between them. Kill, 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 kill. Chapter 883 Massive Fate. Black flames surged around Ryu's body as his black soul seemed to swallow up everything. Divine chaotic annihilation appeared in the skies above, but the size was unlike anything anyone had ever seen before. It was as though a sun as dark as night had appeared amidst the swirling skies, taking into it the falling dark gold flames with a naked abandon that cared for nothing and lusted for everything. The corpse of the horned devil was suddenly sucked into the looming black sun, dancing with sparks of dark gold. A flash of red bathed the ground below as the corpse was shredded to pieces. Its bones had once been as sturdy as the densest earth and its flesh was as hardy as the strongest metals. And yet, it was minced into pieces, a strong gravitational pull tearing it apart. Ryu's soul bulged a small measure before it compressed down again. It was hard to tell, but it almost seemed as though its body had become even a tinge blacker, something that should have rightfully been impossible. However, the swirling ball of darkness didn't seem satisfied in the slightest, its slow rotation suddenly giving a strong pull. The demon kings had been ripped from Ryu's control after his soul sunk into the pits of the Valkyrie's judgment. But, before they could even think of paying back Ryu for what he had done to them and laying waste to the whole of the shrine world, they suddenly found their bodies being pulled in, inch by inch. Bits and pieces of the Ash Traiant's enormous body was being torn inch by inch, flying into the ever-looming black sun. The other demon kings dug in their heels, fighting against the oppressive might that threatened to reap their lives. However, the first to collapse was the Wrath Knight. It and its horse flew upward, followed soon after by the Shadow, and then the Skeleton King. Bang! 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 The skies thundered as they rained down powerful strike after powerful strike, but it was to no avail. This time, their bodies were shredded before even coming within a kilometer of the swirling star of black. The bits and pieces of what were formerly part of the strongest bodies in all of Sacrum orbited 3 rounds before being sucked in. One after another, the demon kings, rulers of their realms, feared by all, were sucked in. Human! The fire giant's final roar could no longer even cause the skies to quake. In this world, Ryu was the arbiter of all that was. Ryu's soul pulsed once again, his body growing past 2 meters and shooting up to 3. His claws lengthened, his horns curled menacingly. His scales radiated a violet darkness that seemed far closer to black than it could ever be to blue, purple, or pink. His dragon soul was fueled by his fury, his eyes pulsing with the chi of the black-veined spirit, seeking lilies until it felt as though he could see through the whole of the world. He didn't step through Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate came to him, gracing him with its light and causing his power to surge, rising to levels it had never seen before. In that past, Ryu could peek a few hundred years into the future. However, back then, he hadn't even stepped into the cosmic grades, let alone having fully unsealed his pupils. So, the question was, how many years into the future could he step into now? Usually, when the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils were fully unsealed, the maximum number was 1 million. 1 million years. Or, more accurately, a single year shy of that number. However, Ryu seemed to want more. He seemed to dig deeper, a violet chaotic force digging through the depths of his bones, clawing into his marrow, severing and reforming his nerves, even increasing the number of folds in his brain itself, all to accommodate what his eyes needed, as though even the origin flame wasn't enough. 1 million wasn't enough. 10 million wasn't enough. 1 billion wasn't enough. Give me 1 trillion. Give me the power I will hold 1 trillion years from now. Give me back what you've taken from me and much more than that. Give me everything. Ryu's enraged roar had long since come to a stop. However, it continued to echo through the skies, pulsing throughout the veil of the heavens and howling toward the peak of existence itself. It announced his presence to all that was, all that had been, and all that would ever be. When the gates finally washed over Ryu, his cultivation seemed to become muddled. Mistress Holy Wing stood explosively to her feet, her throne shattering to pieces and her eyes opening wide. Without the slightest hesitation, her palm flipped, overshadowing a seal. The ground began to rumble, a not-so-distant piece of land beginning to split open as the hidden land of the martial gods opened up to the world. However, Ryu didn't even spare this change a single glance, looking down at his large, black-clawed hands.
Pan, da en null vel se, om.
He could feel the shift in his meridians, the change to his soul, the surging power of his body. He could even feel a shift in his eyes, a small but subtle transition that he couldn't quite understand. Even now, he had no way of comprehending his power. He had no frame of reference, no ability to wrap his head around the concepts of what he could and should be able to do. And, truthfully, his very own mysteries of heaven and earth pupils seemed to be confused as well. The future was a tangled mess. The further into it you went, the more exponential the change in variables became, and even the sheer number of variables themselves rose to a quantity that was impossible for even Ryu to comprehend. The complexity made even the Silver Star visualization nothing more than a joke. To try and extrapolate out so far was nigh impossible. There was a reason why Ryu's previous uses of Heaven's Gate could never account for the fortuitous encounters he would run into, or sudden waves of comprehension he could have. It could only give him a linear path ahead, a best-fit line for what might happen years from now. Ryu's gaze shifted through the land, taking his eyes away from the change to his hands. Reverse, he said softly. Reverse was a lesser form of fate reversal. While the latter manipulated reality, the former only observed it. Ryu wanted to see with his own eyes what had happened 900 million years ago. His mind reconstructed everything, taking into account every variable, every shift in the wind, every scratch left on the earth, and even the scratches left on the earth beneath it to reconstruct the image. Even as others scrambled to figure out how to deal with him, he only continued to watch. He watched as the allies of his people backstabbed them one after another. He watched as the home he had known for a lifetime was razed to the ground. He watched as his grandparents joined hands to put up a final stand, giving their lives to give his mother and what remained a final chance. He watched as his mother, now alone and without anyone to support the weight on her shoulders, roared into the skies, using the last of her strength to connect with the ice shrine and freeze everything over, ready and waiting for the day her husband and her son would return. Ryu didn't really need to watch these things. His grandmother had already explained them all to him. However, he still wanted to see it all with his own eyes. Ryu seemed to have been thrown over the peak. His rage had reached a point where he didn't even know how to express it any longer, leaving a gaze that was dull, an expression that was placid, and a body that didn't move an inch, let alone tremble. His gaze shifted, landing on Elena, who stood dozens of kilometers away. Seeing her broken limbs and bleeding body, it was hard to tell if his expression changed at all. However, his hand reached out. Fate reversal. He grabbed at the air, calling a mass of darkness and blood to form in his palm. The sky gods that had begun to surge out of martial gods, hidden world, all froze, their expressions warping. Reversing fate was one matter. It was hard to wrap your head around, but so long as you had another target, it was a simple shift, like pouring a cup of water from one into the other. But what Ryu had done was the equivalent of a mortal forcing water to hover in the palm of their hands. He suspended fate itself above his palm as though it was a plaything. But That was only something a perfect sky god could do. Suddenly, the ball of mass in his hand doubled in size. Fate didn't like being attached to nothing. The more time it spent in such a state, the more twisted and violent it became, and the more difficult it was to control. The ball of fate doubled in size again. From a fate of broken arms and internal bleeding, it had become something much darker. Ryu's gaze slowly shifted from the floating ball in his hand to the sky gods that practically blotted out the skies with their sheer number. He had the hand out, his horns sparking with black lightning as his forearm pulsed. The mass of fate shot forward at a speed that couldn't be tracked with the eye, appearing amidst the martial gods in an instant. Chapter 884 LT didn't matter. Everywhere the ball of fate passed, agitated beyond imagining, it ripped through everything it could find. Like a pent-up ball of mass destruction, it shredded everything in its path, mincing sky gods to pieces as though their lives were worthless. Ryu took a step through the air, appearing before the human beast sky god. The man that had once loomed tall and large over him could now only look at him eye to eye. And yet, he still seemed to be a large measure smaller, his aura being completely snuffed out and grinded to nothingness before Ryu. In truth, Ryu didn't really understand why it was that this man was here. Nothing particularly made sense. Most sky gods that Ryu had seen here were lurking in the surroundings, not wanting to get involved and only caring enough to come here to spectate. Of course, these sort of fence-sitters were still traitors in Ryu's eyes. They saw invaders coming here, taking their land, their resources, and all they did was sit on the sidelines. They had no backbone and none of the fortitude a true sky god should have. Ah, I see. Ryu looked at the human beast sky god as though he could see right through him, the abyss of his eyes freezing the latter in place. Your brows are marked with lust. Your yang has long since overpowered any semblance of yin within your body. You can't proceed unless you have powerful women to bring into your bed, and what? You thought that my wife was a viable candidate? It seems you truly know how to overvalue yourself. Ryu's voice seemed calm, but the coldness of his words sent shivers down the spines of all those who heard it. From beginning to end, the human beast sky god couldn't take his eyes off of the dark shadow that hovered before Ryu's forehead. It felt as though it held the mass of the world, warping everything in its direction, even attention and senses themselves. Ryu reached a finger forward, his actions causing the human beast sky god to struggle and fight back harder. But, even those muscles of his, capable of flattening worlds, destroying planets and ripping holes through the sky, couldn't do a single thing. Ryu's finger paused, struggling, his head tilted to the side, observing the human beast sky god as though looking toward a rat stuck in a cage. Are you wondering why it is you can't move? As a sky god, you can't even see the lines of fate? How could you even call yourself a sky god? Then, Ryu's eyes might have been black, but what he could see was far beyond just this. The world around him was drawn into colorful lines and probabilities. However, unlike in the past where he could only observe these lines, when he commanded these strings of fate to move, they complied. When he commanded them to stay still, they complied. When he commanded them to kill, they complied.
Pan, da en null vel se, om.
Ryu's finger tapped forward, a thin line of black flames ripping a tiny hole through the human beast sky god's throat. The thin line was like a laser tearing through the world, splitting space in two, ripping a cut through the shrine plane that tore into even the blossom plane beneath it, wreathing both planes in fire and destruction. The line of the flames suddenly expanded into a wide blast as it exited the human beast sky god's throat, a blast that would have wiped out everything had Ryu not retracted his hand. The human beast sky god stood in place, his eyes opened wide. His muscles stopped spasming, his feet rooted in place. And then, he began to collapse. A gentle gust of wind crumpled his body into floating pieces of ash, leaving behind nothing more than a godhood that vanished soon after. Ryu retracted his finger, taking another step through the air and appearing before the retreating Acris clan sky gods. The words of true sky god Arcus still rang in his ears, and yet it felt like an entire lifetime ago. A rain of arrows instantly bombarded Ryu, the supreme blacksmith and true sky god, releasing everything they had. Their faces were filled with a frantic light as they unleashed all the trump cards they had. And yet, Ryu simply strolled forward. He didn't block, he didn't raise his guard, he didn't even levy an attack. However, in shocking fashion, as though the two sky gods had never shot an arrow in their lives before, every single one missed. Ryu didn't shift his direction, he didn't even speed up his pace, only walking in a straight line from start to end. One would think that fear had gotten the best of them, that their hands couldn't stay steady enough to aim properly. But this couldn't have been further from the truth. Between the both of them, they had knocked and released an uncountable number of arrows in their lifetimes. Even if fear had taken root in their very souls, their muscle memory and training would have taken over. And yet, none of it seemed to work at all. True sky god Arcus suddenly released a sad laugh, lowering his bow. For the first time in his life, his bow slipped from his fingers. A beautiful origin-grade treasure crashing down from the skies and destroying a mountain before with its sheer weight alone. He realized that the skill between him and Ryu was far too great. Even if Ryu didn't move an inch and he stood here shooting all day, not a single one would connect. He was certain. Despair colored his heart black. He realized that his trillions of years of work and effort would end here today, all because he wasn't smart enough to side with the scion of a ruined clan. The irony wasn't lost on him in the slightest. He didn't even notice when his head was severed from his body, spinning through the air with the same worthless weight just as everyone else's was. In those final moments, his title of true sky god didn't matter in the slightest. Chapter 885 The Slightest Comfort. Supreme Blacksmith Arcus could have never thought that the brat he refused to forge a bow for would be standing here before him with his life in the palm of his hand. Ryu didn't speak a word to him. Pressing two fingers together, he drew a curved arch from high above his head down toward his feet, a line of chi following his actions. Then, he drew a straight line from the center of this curved line backward. In that moment, a bow and arrow of chi formed, pulsing and radiating with power. Supreme Blacksmith Arcus didn't get to say anything as Ryu released, the blazing arrow of black striking his chest true. The Supreme Blacksmith looked down at where his heart had been. The message seemed to ring loud and clear in his ears. His blacksmithing wasn't needed. He crumbled to ash, his godhood being all that remained. Ryu took a step forward, vanishing. He took a stroll through the demigods, his hands clasped behind his back. Without even an effort, everyone he passed by exploded into a rain of blood and gore. It was as though Ryu's glance alone was too much for them to handle, their bodies convulsing and speeding toward death in sacrifice for the blessing they had received. Ryu's steps paused, standing before King Adonis. The latter was still heavily injured, and hardly able to move from Ryu's previous Dragon Claw attack. But now, he shivered much like the coward he was, facing Ryu without any of his previous bloviating arrogance. Ryu simply flicked a finger, tearing a hole with his skull and leaving his body to warp into ashes. Ryu continued to walk, a relentless slaughter taking place. Those that tried to run in the distance thought they had done so successfully, until they ran into a wall of space none of them could pass through no matter how hard they tried. It was then they realized that they were trapped. Ryu meant every word he had spoken. He had no intention of letting any one of them off. He would slaughter them down to their very last man. Ryu's steps paused, his gaze locking onto a particular woman. He recognized this queen of the martial gods. She was Icemine's mother. His palm stretched out, causing the voluptuous and usually sensual woman to shoot into his hand. His fingers gripped her jaw with his fingers and thumb, looking into her eyes. The first ounce of hesitation appeared in Ryu's actions. He really wasn't sure. Should he kill her? Why wouldn't he? She had the same level of culpability as every other high-level martial god here. Why should he spare her? Queen Athelina's gaze trembled with fear, but she kept her lips sealed tightly. Ryu had already killed both of her men and the fathers of Icemine and her half-sister Xenovi. She had no reason to think that Ryu would spare her. His rage for the martial gods clearly surpassed any connection he had to Icemine. And yet, Ryu's fingers released, allowing her dangling feet to crash to the ground. He walked by her without a single word, continuing his killing spree until he stood before the Valkyries. The women who had thrust him into that illusion surrounded their fallen sister, their mournful cries piercing the skies as they each clutched a portion of her body. Tears streamed down their faces, their reactions as heart-rending as anyone else's would have been. They had lost a sister they had grown up with. How could they not react like this? But Ryu could only seem to look upon this sort of reaction with disgust. If they had stepped over her corpse and charged for him, as cold and callous as they were to everyone else, then he might still be enraged, but he would at least respect them. Clearly, though, they didn't have such backbone. Noticing Ryu's sudden appearance, the Valkyries all lunged for him, their spears being brandished with strength that made the sky gods Ryu had killed until this point feel like nothing more than cannon fodder. But he only stretched out a single finger. Clang, 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 clang. Ryu's finger seemed to move about slowly, and yet it always appeared in the path of every lethal spear strike. They were relentless, pouring in all their rage, all their anger, everything they had into their power. The earth shattered, the skies whipping with the winds of their weapons, and space split with every pierce. And yet none of it seemed to matter at all. Even as their shrieks rose like tempests into the skies and they burned all the reserves of strength they had, it was completely useless. This looks a lot like the sin of wrath to me, don't you think? Ryu's voice pierced through it all, shaking their hearts as though their shrieks and the cacophony of their strikes wasn't enough to drown out his will. His finger flicked forward. A Valkyrie's spear spun to the side, her two hands trying to hold on tightly. But Ryu's strike was too powerful for her. She had no ability to stop her momentum before her blade sliced through the throat of her fellow sister.
No.
The shout was filled with horror and pain, and yet Ryu's finger only flicked forward again, and then again. He slaughtered them one by one. The last of them fell to the ground in a pool of her own tears. Even as blood gurgled from her throat, she cried out, reaching for her sisters, crawling toward them. Ryu walked by, kicking the hand she was reaching for. Why should she be allowed even the slightest comfort in death? The Valkyrie collapsed, unable to reach what remained of the warmth of her sister's hand. As for Ryu, he finally stepped onto the body of the Ice Phoenix, climbing up its body slowly but surely. He didn't seem to be in a rush at all. Up ahead, the martial god Sky Gods still fought against the very same ball of fate as Mistress Holy Wing remained standing on her feet. Ryu walked up the Phoenix's proud neck, his 3-meter-tall frame and towering Qilin horns still sparking with black lightning. "You should have died a long time ago," Ryu said lightly, his gaze meeting Mistress Holy Wing's for the very first time since he had stepped foot onto this battlefield. Chapter 886 Go Back. He was No one was much of a threat to him when he had the behemoth of the Tatsuya clan to his back. He could joke around as he pleased, poking his finger at the noses of World Sea Realm experts like they weren't worth much as a mere mortal. It didn't help Ryu take Mistress Holy Wing seriously when the tandem of his parents, even while not being in the World Sea Realm themselves, could take her on with ease, let alone what his grandfathers could do to her. However, it was this very woman that he never took seriously that had become the disgusting underbelly of the betrayal of his family. She orchestrated everything, pulling at the strings of his life as though it was her puppet to puppeteer, and while all his grandparents were dead, while the fate of his parents were still yet unknown, it was she who stood here completely fine and healthy. She had every right to laugh at him, to sneer at him, to look down upon him and turn up her nose. She had done what Ryu could never do. She lowered her head for billions of years, enduring humiliation she would never normally have to, all for the sake of her goals. And now she stood here today as the victor, facing Ryu while standing before a throne she had proudly placed atop his mother's head. Ryu's blood was like a flowing sea of black oil. Dark fire raced across its surface, pumping through his veins and the valves of his heart. His fury had reached a level where he couldn't even properly put it into words, a point where his expressions could no longer convey what it was he was feeling on the inside. However, the abyss of his eyes could. They swirled like two black holes, lacking even an event horizon. There wasn't the slightest hint of light. Staring into them felt like staring at the end of all that was the final destination of existence itself. Ryu reached out a hand, causing his great sword staff, stuck in the ground tens of kilometers away, to rip out from the earth. The rock and land around it fractured in one instant, then collapsed entirely in the next, leaving an abyss that burrowed right through to the Blossom Plain. Ryu reached out his other hand, causing the same devastation to be wrought. He didn't seem to care if the entirety of the shrine world collapsed. This woman would die here today. Bang! Ryu's great sword staff collided with his palm, the reverberating impact of the wind causing a tempest of violent air to spin out in all directions, whipping Mistress Holywing's hair back. At that moment, Mistress Holywing's expression curled into a sinister smile, her gaze roaming over Ryu. Dual-wielding polearms? You lost your family and suddenly don't even know how to properly train anymore? How pathetic. Ryu stepped forward, the neck of ice beneath him quaking as he launched himself forward, his great sword staff swinging down with the momentum of the world. Valeska Sanctus, today is your death day. Bang! Mistress Holywing unsheathed her sword with a deathly speed, her pink diamond eyes flashing. The pause of their blows only lasted a single instant before space imploded, their subsequent strikes being unleashed like a furious avalanche. Mistress Holywing's singular sword wasn't even a single meter long, and yet she wielded it like a war hammer, a battle lust flooding forth from her eyes as a mad grin spread across her face. Ryu was completely expressionless, his blades wreathed in flames, his strikes only steady, becoming more and more powerful. He bore down on Valeska, his momentum undeniable, his will impossible to be infringed upon. He faced her mad dance with the calmness of a suppressed inferno, the breath of oxygen fueling his foundation to greater and greater heights with every passing moment. His twin great swordstaffs rose into the air, their pole arms bending wildly as he struck downward with both at once. Valeska stepped to the side, raising the flat of her sword to block. Bang! Bang! Her throne shattered, her body being sent flying off of the proud head of the Ice Phoenix. Ryu's blade raised into the skies, a bolt of pitch-black lightning striking down to his command and concentrating into a single line. He slashed outward, and yet this blade of condensed lightning wasn't aimed for Mistress Holywing at all. In the distance, a shrill roar sounded as Kagan was split in two. He had been stuck at the barrier of space Ryu had put up, trying to push his way through. However, with just a thought, Ryu had reaped his life. Or so it seemed. Fate reversal. Kagan's body suddenly fused back together, another ball of fate appearing before Ryu, balancing on the tip of his blade. The tangle of ripping violence pulsed wildly, doubling in size, then doubling again, and then again. With a single whip of his wrist, Ryu sent the ball of fate flying into the surging tide of martial god sky gods, causing them to be thrown into even further chaos. By the time he was finished, Valeska had crawled out of the ground, her pinkish aura flourishing as she roared, bursting through the earth and charging back up. Go back, Ryu said coldly. He blinked and vanished, his body appearing before her flying finger in an instant. The sole of his feet connected flush with her face, his downward momentum accelerating until they crashed into the earth again. Boom! The ground rose like a tide around them, blocking out all the light. Valeska tried to brandish her sword, stabbing toward Ryu's crotch like the sinister viper she was. However, Ryu's great sword staff flickered, clanging against her blade and sending it almost flying from her hand. Bang! Chapter 887 New announce below plus mass release / rewards to make it up to you all. A powerful force sent Ryu flying backward, a flash of pink appearing before his chest in the blink of an eye. In quick succession, Valeska released a flurry of strikes, leaving Ryu's torso a mangled mess of flesh and blood, as though his blackened scales were nothing more than a spread of butter. The fierce glow in Valeska's eyes was unlike anything it had been before. Her distorted nose snapped back into place, her crushed jaw and cheeks regaining their volume as her speed seemed to explode. However, Ryu's expression remained as unmoved as always. Fate reversal. Valeska's relentless attack stuttered, a mouthful of blood flying from her mouth as her own chest erupted into a mangled mess. Ryu's great sword staff swung forward in the small gap, taking advantage of what was ultimately a split of a split second as though it was as easy as breathing. His blade ascended from below, tearing through the ground and warping its pole arm to the point when it collided with Valeska. The entire edge was pressed flush against her body. Valeska should have been cut directly in half, but a spark of blinding golden pink erupted and she was sent flying once again. Ryu raised his blade again, causing yet another bolt of black lightning to descend. He repeated his same actions as though he hadn't skipped a single beat, Kagan's body splitting in two all to provide yet another ball of fate for him. Valexa's cry bellowed into the skies. Pink diamond wings burst from her backs and hips. A single flap tore through the fabric of reality. In that moment, Ryu could see all four planes with his eyes, a single step capable of leading him to any single one just that easily. And yet, that singular flap also brought Valeska right to his face, her blade piercing forward with a blinding momentum. Ryu rose his great sword staff, the flat of its blade meeting the piercing blade, rotating just the slightest bit toward his outer hip the instant the met. Just the small change sent Valeska glancing off to the side, her impetus threatening to send her flying by him. All of Mistress Holy Wing's momentum reversed in an instant. She sped out like a bolt, a speeding cannonball released from a cannon. Her body burst into flames, her wings being forcefully wrapped around her body, as the wind pressure was far too much for her to fight back against and unfurl them. Ryu calmly raised his blade again, repeating the same actions with the same level of monotony. His wrist flickered, another ball of fate entering the fray of martial god sky gods. By this point, their number had been cut down by more than half, Ryu's slaughter causing the corpses of old monsters that had experienced tens of trillions of years of life into nothing more than piles of flesh and bone. Kagan was practically losing his mind. Being forced to the brink of death only to be reeled back at the final moment again was having a severe effect on his psyche. He realized that Ryu was doing it on purpose. He had never intended to spare him, nor did he fear the organization behind him. In fact, he wanted him to suffer so much that he wouldn't even want to live any longer. He was being reared and used like livestock. Just the same way these people had seen Ryu's Tatsuya family as a convenient key to getting what they wanted, he made them feel used and abused. This was his family's. And yet they wanted to take away the things that had been grown on their land for their benefit? Not while he was here. Not while he could make them suffer. A blaze of pink diamond light shot by Ryu. His body tilted to the side, but not far enough, his arm being severed from his shoulder and spinning into the air. Valeska rose into the skies in the distance, her expression livid. Pink diamond runes crawled up her cheeks and encroached the side of her eyes, looking a lot like heavenly ice phoenix patterns with their straight lines and sharp corners. The whites of her eyes had vanished, replaced by an entire gem of pink, her wings looking less like soft, pillowy constructs and becoming more like precious metals carved into gorgeous constructs. Valeska stomped on the ground, her body barreling forth. "I don't care how powerful you've become. I'll enjoy killing you." Valeska's sword hand reached out, her body practically becoming one with her sword chi as she soared forward. In the blink of an eye, she was already within a meter of Ryu, her blade prepared to pierce right through his heart. However, even having lost an arm, Ryu's expression couldn't have been more placid. He didn't even raise his second great sword staff, his lips slightly parting. Fate reversal. Valeska's eyes widened, a sharp pain suddenly ripping her sword arm out of its socket and sending it spiraling into the air. Ryu's arm snapped back into his shoulder, his grip still holding onto his great sword staff tightly. As though it had never left his body, he swung downward, matching Valeska's momentum with his own. A light of fear lit in Mistress Holy Wing's eyes, but it was already too late to retreat. The wounds Ryu's last fate reversal had caused her had yet to even heal despite her healing factor. There was no time to even think of reattaching her arm. Bang! Crack! The spark of pink that had protected her before shattered like fine glass, her valiant armor going with it. When it seemed she would be sent flying into the distance again, Ryu's left great sword staff rose light lightning, smashing downward and shifting all her backward momentum into the ground. The flat of Ryu's blade smashed half her body into minced meat. Her bones turned to mush, her flesh becoming a mangle heap of blood. The ground beneath them collapsed, but Ryu's chi surged outward, stabilizing it. He wanted her to feel the full brunt of smashing into the earth. Bang! The pain was unbearable to the extent Valeska didn't dare even to scream out. Ryu didn't wait, he didn't even hesitate. He didn't speak any final words, nor did he get any final digs in. He had had his fill of humiliating this woman with words long ago. Now he only wanted to sever her life with his blade. However, just as he was about to swing down and end it, a hand appeared on his forearm. It was strong, stronger than anything Ryu had ever experienced. And it was large, not to the point of being giant, and yet it still felt far larger than what a human should wield. This was completely unlike when Tybalt had snuck up on Ryu. The difference was worse than night and day. Ryu's senses had not only been heightened to an extreme, they had progressed forward through 1 trillion years of improvement. In the distance, Elena's eyes widened. Ryu, run. Please. Is this the son-in-law I've heard so much about? The voice was almost too soothing to come from a man, and yet it was as deep as a vast ocean, penetrating through the 4 planes with an ease that shouldn't have been possible. It was as though when this man spoke, the world was forced to listen. Chapter 888 Salvador. Ryu didn't know anything about Elena's father. She had never spoken about him with him. But that didn't say very much, as Elena didn't ever usually talk about her family. In truth, Ryu had always assumed that Elena simply didn't know who her father was. It made sense considering the practices of the Holy Wing clan. Since Elena was a woman, she would have been taken away from her father at birth and would have never met him. But now that Ryu knew some more truths about the Holy Wing clan, and had also come to understand that they were just as much a part of the martial gods as these supposed apostles were, then that would mean that it was potentially true that the Holy Wing clan's rules were more like a temporary fixture. If Ryu was correct, that was probably just the Holy Wing clan's method of keeping themselves separate from the rest of Sacrum. Though, Ryu couldn't really understand the purpose of such a thing. Regardless, the martial gods had already proved that they were quite promiscuous. Whether it was men or women, neither was looked down upon for how many partners they had, so long as those partners were powerful, that is. It was a huge change from the usual ways of the martial world. Even setting aside just how progressive their views were, just the fact that such a monstrous clan of people not only didn't harp on bloodline purity, but even welcomed impurity, was completely unheard of. However, it was also clear that the martial gods were correct in their approach. Merging with other powerful bloodlines, even if they were lesser than that of the martial gods themselves, left potential for all sorts of mutations and talent variations down the line. Ryu wouldn't be surprised if these policies were a large part of the strength of the martial gods. This realization, though, only fueled the fury within Ryu all the more. Was this why they hadn't really cared who Elena married? Did they think they could just replace him and swap him out whenever they wanted? It was both a rational and irrational conclusion to jump to. It was rational in that this truly seemed to be the case due to how willing they were to enrage Ryu and even kill him. However, it was irrational in the fact that Mistress Holy Wing and Elena's father had never really given him any indication that they had such thoughts. Ryu knew well that his current state was simply jaded against the world. But he also had every right to be. If this man wanted to stop him from killing Mistress Holy Wing, then he would be his enemy, whether he was Elena's father or not. Take your hands off of me. Ryu's gaze slowly turned to look toward the man standing to his side. For Elena's sake, I will give you one chance and one chance only. Get out of my way. Salvador was a man of unfathomable presence. Even with the light smile on his face, most couldn't even stand before him, let alone speak such words. He was handsome beyond description, with slicked back black hair and charming brown eyes. His beard had some grays within it, but it looked much more like an aesthetic choice than anything else, as it gave him a mature air to match his youthful features. His robes were perfectly tidy and his gaze was unfathomable. Despite being a full meter shorter than Ryu in his current state, he still somehow felt much larger. It was the kind of feeling Ryu had only ever felt from his own father and grandfather. Ho ho! Salvador chuckled. Truth be told, this is just a matter of face for me. Whether she lives or dies. Well, who likes their mother-in-law? The woman is naggy and annoying. Unfortunately, since I chose to fuck her daughter also happens to be my woman now, and I would never hear the end of it if I let her mother die. I'm sure you know how women can be. So, for those reasons, I'm going to have to decline your request. It's unfortunate that we couldn't get off on the right foot. Salvador spoke with the same smile on his face, never truly wavering once. It was really that simple for him. He wasn't making fun of Ryu. He wasn't even trying to be condescending. He was only speaking the truth. He couldn't let Mistress Holy Wing die because his face was more important to him than Ryu's rage. And so what about it? He was strong so he could do as he pleased. Since when did he need to consider the fury of others when he acted? He only moved as he pleased, and he wouldn't mind stopping those around him from acting if they crossed his bottom line. Ryu suddenly began to laugh. His smoldering hatred bubbled over once again, simmering past a cold indifference and crossing over into a near-manic laughter once again. His layers of hatred had pulled him down so deep that laughing was all he could do, at least in the beginning. Ryu's laughter was suddenly accented by a furious gaze. The black holes of his eyes black as black flames licked against his brows and lashes. His free hand swung his great sword staff down with a force that could collapse worlds. Salvador blinked, his forearm squeezing slightly and causing all the bones in Ryu's forearm to be crushed into paste. And yet, Ryu didn't seem to notice at all. His grip didn't falter and his swing downward remained furious. TSK. Salvador sighed. His finger reached out, clashing against the blade edge of Ryu's great sword staff and stopping it in its tracks. The ground around Ryu cracked and splintered, a raging tempest of wind spiraling outward in all directions. Chapter 889 Annoying. Kid. The difference between us isn't something you can close with Heaven's Gate. I would advise you to save yourself some pain. Heaven's Gate might be useful if the gap between you and another is only a small measure, but it won't help you cross a vast ocean. Ryu reacted like he hadn't heard a single thing. He pulled his injured arm back as he continued to press down with the first. His arm was torn at the forearm, but he activated Fate Reversal almost instantly. However, just when Ryu was ready for his arm to reattach and for him to swing down with a second blade, his eyes suddenly pulsed with pain, his Fate Reversal failing and a continuous rain of blood falling like a flood from his scaled arm. Salvador raised an eyebrow. I don't have the patience of a saint, brat. I would advise you not to try to play around with my fate again. Anyone wouldn't like a person toying around with their fate. It felt like forcefully attaching your body to a collection of strings and allowing someone to pull you along. The more powerful you were, the more you would abhor such methods. It was just the cold and hard truth. If it was anyone else who had tried to do something like this to him, Salvador would have already struck to kill. But he seemed to have more patience with this brat before him for some reason. That said, he still had no intention of letting Ryu do as he pleased. Blood fell from Ryu's eyes, but he didn't seem to notice at all. In fact, even the shock of his Fate Reversal failing shrugged off his shoulders, his intent blazing to life. Fate Reversal. Rather than targeting Salvador again, Ryu used his technique on himself, causing an enormous ball of fate to appear between the two of them. In the blink of an eye, it doubled in size. And then it doubled again. Salvador's finger flicked to the side. Taking a step, he retreated as his eyes narrowed. Ryu didn't linger on why his ball of fate was so much larger than others despite his injuries having arguably been much less than Elena or the Ruin Master Guild heads. All he cared about was the fact this arrogant man before him had retreated. Ah! Ryu stabbed his great sword staff into the ground, slamming out a palm. The sphere of fate had grown into a violent swirl of madness. Arcs of black and violet lightning, shattering shards of space, deep lines of twisted fate lines and chaos chi swirled about, its density so great that it almost formed its own event horizon. Ryu grabbed his great sword staff out of the ground before the sphere even made it halfway toward its destination, his gaze turning toward the half-dead body of Mistress Holy Wing. In retreating, Salvador had left an opening and Ryu simply didn't care about anything other than killing this bitch. His twin blades stabbed downward, backed by all his fiery momentum. The wind crackled and popped before he even gathered up his full momentum, his pole arms bending into perfect crescent arcs, eking out every ounce of power that could be found within his bones. Ryu's fury caused the flames in his eyes to rage, some of Mistress Holy Wing's bones and flesh being crushed just beneath the wind pressure alone. However, before Ryu's blades could fully descend, an arcing kick appeared from seemingly nowhere, a shin of steel blocking them in one instant before sending Ryu flying in the next. Ryu was certain that he had never felt such strength in his life. His arms broke once again, his blades reeling back so far that they cut into him as his arms were bent into awkward angles. Fate reversal! Ryu's arms snapped back into place as he flew through the air like a bullet. His mouth opened wide, his canines glistening as he roared. A beam of dragon's breath collided with the newly formed ball of fate, sending it flying outward with an even greater speed than the last one. Ryu oriented his body in the air, slamming a foot down toward the ground to change his backward momentum into an impetus forward. The cartilage in his knees ripped around, his Achilles tendon snapped, and his quads and hamstrings ripped off the bone. And yet, he propelled himself toward Salvador, roaring fate reversal once again. Salvador's brow furrowed. Fate wasn't something to be toyed with so easily. That erratic energy that formed whenever Ryu ripped fate out of someone and left it untethered was a backlash of the universe's laws itself. It was still manageable to deal with this here since the backlash of the laws were related to Sacrum, a medium-sized world. But, if this was a large-sized world, or even in the true martial world itself, an explosion of fate like this would be enough to severely harm if not kill him. Even now, he had to be more careful. It seemed that he had underestimated Heaven's Gate a bit. Salvador was certain that Ryu wouldn't be able to pull fate into an untethered state if not for his current boost in strength. But that was the other odd part. As far as Salvador knew, even Heaven's Gate shouldn't be able to do this. There was something else odd going on. Ryu was breaking too many rules that shouldn't be breakable in the first place, not unless you had stepped into the chaotic sky god realm. Only then could you start pulling apart and reforming the laws of the universe as you saw fit. The issue with that conclusion was that there was no way Heaven's Gate could bring Ryu to that level. Salvador squinted, the blinding light of the charging sphere of fate obstructing even his vision somewhat. In the end, Salvador snorted. Fine. He would get a small bit serious. Despite his status, he had a bit of a soft spot for the women in his life. None of his sons got the same leeway his only daughter did, and no one else could talk to him the way his wives and concubines could. As such, he had given Ryu a much longer leash than he usually would only because he had heard Elena's scream. However, if Ryu mistook that for him being soft, he would be very sorely mistaken. If he had to choose between his daughter's happiness and his own pride, he would choose the latter 10 out 10 times without the slightest hesitation. He was Salvador Sanctus. His arrogance had no bounds and his dignity would not be trampled upon. Since he had decided upon something, he would follow it through to the very end. And when he entered such a state, no one could make him change his mind. Not his wives, not his mother, not even his own daughter. Since you want to die, come die. Salvador's finger stretched out once again. But, this time, the momentum behind it was akin to a lofty sky. Ryu couldn't see him clearly behind the curtain of volatile light the sphere of fate had caused. However, he could feel it as bright as day. It was a Tao so powerful and without limit that he could even begin to see where it began, let alone where it ended. Split! Salvador commanded coolly, his finger pressing forward. It seemed to move slowly, but the speed was unlike anything Ryu had ever experienced. The sphere of fate was severed in two, its ties completely eradicated. However, the pulse of the finger continued to spiral forth, piercing through Ryu's hovering and soul, and then between his brows before he could even react. Ryu's head snapped backward, his spine severing, and his flesh almost being torn from his shoulders. His mind entered a daze, forgetting everything. His rage, his fury, his purpose, he couldn't seem to remember any of it. All he could hear was a ringing in his ears and a scream that rocked the skies. It was a scream of pain and agony he had never heard before, but he would recognize that voice anywhere. It was his wife. Within the incubator, he could hear muffled sobs. He recognized them too. They had promised themselves to remain quiet, to not distract Ryu while he fought the battle of a lifetime. And until now, they had kept that promise. In fact, even right this moment, Ryu could only barely hear them at all, and only because everything else seemed to have gone blank. The second ball of fate that had formed from Ryu's broken leg exploded without his control keeping it under wraps, his body being enveloped in an explosion with a magnitude that shook the foundations of Sacrum. Salvador clicked his tongue, picking at his ears. God damn it. Now I have to listen to all this ridiculous screeching and sobbing. He didn't even want to look in his daughter's direction as he cringed. Ah, whatever. He shook his head, picking Mistress Holy Wing up by her ankles and swinging her half-dead body over his shoulder without a care for her pain. Chapter 899 Cycles. By now, of the hundreds of martial god sky gods there were already less than a dozen. As for those that had been trapped in the barrier, almost none survived. The destruction of Ryu's battle with Mistress Holy Wing alone had been far more than what even a normal sky god could handle, let alone those below that stage. Elena shot through the skies like a blazing meteor, nearly crashing by Ryu's side in less than the blink of an eye. If not for her being worried that she would harm Ryu more, she really wouldn't have let up until the final moments. She cupped Ryu's face with her hands, frantically looking for signs of life. Damn it! Work! Do what you're meant to do. Elena's fingers grasped at the rebirth crown. She knew what it could do and what was meant to happen. But it was also because of this that she knew her actions were futile. The rebirth crown mimicked the talent of the phoenixes, but to do so, it relied on the soul of the owner. Elena had seen her father's finger technique shatter Ryu's soul. So how could it possibly remain intact enough to power trigger the rebirth crown's rebirth ability? In fact, that attack alone had blasted a hole through the crown, leaving it barely holding onto Ryu's forehead with a thin line of precious metals. Even if Ryu's soul was somehow intact, it wouldn't be able to work even if he poured everything he had into it. The black scales on Ryu's body slowly receded, his body shrinking back down from 3 meters to 2 meters. His clothes were beaten and ragged. His body was covered in bruises, and his neck hung limply from his shoulders. It was clear that his spine had long since snapped. The flesh around his neck already flushed with a deep purple, a harsh contrast from his almost ice-like skin. The internal bleeding only grew with each passing second, dyeing him in darkness. It suddenly hit Elena all at once that there was nothing she could do. Why, you should have just listened to me. Elena collapsed onto Ryu's chest, nearly 1 billion years of emotion spilling out of her all at once. All those days she had met the world with a placid expression and a dull gaze were suddenly shaken, shattering like shards of glass and sprinkling down like hail that pierced at her delicate skin. Her heart tore into pieces, her blood becoming like hot alcohol drenching her internal wounds. Her sobs became cries, which soon became wails. Her throat ripped apart as though the vicious claws of grief and agony were tearing into it. However, even as blood leaked from her lips and her coughs and wheezing sputtered with crimson droplets, she didn't seem to notice. The pain was the only sort of release she could find. The last time Ryu died, she didn't grieve. Somewhere deep inside, she felt that he would come back, that he could come back, that there was a doorway, a pathway out there for them to take that could bring them back together once more. But now it felt as though she was facing the weight of 2 deaths at once. The walls collapsed in around her, a dense darkness tinging the tips of her pink diamond hair black. A darkness surrounded him from all sides. Ryu could feel that his life was slipping away, but there was nothing he could do about it. Everything just felt so far. With what small thoughts he could form, he realized that the only reason he could even think at all was because of the strength of his soul. Even after being shattered, he still had a soul even beyond the indestructible soul level. It was just too bad that such a soul only netted him this sort of small victory. In the martial world, there was no such thing as absolute perfection. Even something titled indestructible had its limits, and he had far surpassed them today. Elena's father was a monster. What was 1 trillion years of progress in the face of a genius who had lived even longer than that? From the very beginning, The gap was too large for Heaven's Gate to close, even after being boosted by black-veined spirit-seeking lilies. It was almost funny. The man didn't even have a grudge against him. He wasn't even mad about how Ryu had slaughtered the martial gods down to practically their last legs. He hadn't even planned on killing Ryu until the latter insisted on getting revenge. It was so petty, so insignificant to him, no different from stepping on a bug. Ryu couldn't help but remember his last interaction with Serial in his final moments. She ended up being right. The powerful could do anything they want. Sometimes you had to know when to lower your head or you would end up dying for no reason at all. A beautiful woman like Serial probably experienced that 100-fold compared to Ryu. She probably got harassed just for existing, but then there was someone like him who sought out death even when it didn't come looking for him first. What was this feeling? Regret? The last of Ryu's fleeting thoughts growled. Ryu Tatsuya, would never feel regret. The person who could force him to feel such an emotion had already been born, and she was his wife. There was no other existence in this world who could accomplish the same feat. He wouldn't cower even in death. It's not bravery if it comes from a place of ignorance. And it's not heroism if it saves nothing but your own ego. The words roared in his mind. Elena, Elsa, Yuri, Mother, what would they do with him gone? He was supposed to hold the weight of the world on his shoulders for their sakes. Crack. The ice seal, after 9 cycles of 100 million years, finally shattered. Chapter 891. My son. In the blink of an eye, a beauty, gorgeous beyond words, and wreathed in sparkling fine strands of ice appeared by Ryu's side. Himari appeared completely unlike anything Ryu had expected. He had thought his mother would be weak and frail, needing his protection when she finally stepped out of her seal. But the woman who stood by her son's corpse right this moment couldn't have been more perfect even if she had been painted. Himari had been conscious of everything from start to finish, witnessing it all from her place in the seal. Though she couldn't move or communicate, the ice became her eyes, covering the whole of the shrine plain. From the moment her son had appeared on the shrine plain, she had sensed him. Back then, her heart had overflowed with warmth and happiness. In fact, it was because of Ryu's appearance that the first flaw in her seal had appeared. If she had continued to meditate in silence, unmoved and unhurried, she could have held the seal for 9 cycles of 100 billion years without an issue. The martial gods had simply been to think that a seal powered by a shrine would be so easy to break. Still, Himari hadn't regretted it. In fact, she had hoped that the seal would break sooner, so that she could finally see her son again. However, if she had known something like this would happen, she would have been more patient. She would have let her son grow for longer. She felt that this matter was her fault. If only her heart had been stronger. A single tear fell from Himari's eyes, but it froze the moment it fell from her cheek. It dropped onto Ryu's arms, almost instantly encasing him in a coffin of ice that pushed Elena away.
No. Elena shrieked.
He can still live. He can live. Please. Himari placed a hand on Elena's shoulder and pulled her back. Of course he will live, he's my son, she said softly. Her face had gone from rosy to a deathly pale, making it obvious that that single tear had taken more out of her than it seemed initially. But that only made sense. This coffin of ice couldn't save Ryu, nor could it give him life again. But what it could do was freeze time itself while leaving Ryu untouched. It was either Ryu figured out a way to save himself, or he would spend all of eternity in that coffin until the day it inevitably ran out of strength. It took Himari exchanging over half the cultivation she had gained in the last 900 million years to accomplish it, but she didn't regret it even for a single moment. This was her son. Even if it was her life she had to give, she would not hesitate. Her aura regressed, falling from the perfect sky god realm down to the true sky god realm. If Ryu had been awake to see this, he would have been shocked to an extreme. This wasn't the normal sky god realms he was used to. This was a sky god realm that could only be found in the true martial world. If he put this together, he would finally realize why the shrines were so valuable. The weakness of Sacrum stemmed from how incomplete their laws and Daos were, something that was rooted in the weakness of their heavens. Simply put, the heavens of Sacrum couldn't compare to the heavens of the true martial world. However, somehow, and for an unknown reason, Sacrum had manifested shrines with perfect laws and Taos. Over the past 900 million years, Ryu's mother had been meditating on the ice laws that superseded even the ice laws of the true martial world in perfection. It was no wonder her cultivation had improved. Not only had she been able to go back and resolidify her foundations, she was even able to progress to the perfect sky god realm in such a short time. Salvador, who had been planning on leaving, being quite aware enough to know that his daughter didn't want to see him right now, turned back and raised an eyebrow. Just now, he had felt a threatening aura that could have killed him. But, just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished, being replaced by an aura he was fairly confident he could kill in a few moves now. Feeling curious, he turned around and took a step. When he reappeared on the shrine plane, his eyes lit up. He didn't seem to realize or care about what was going on with Ryu as he appeared before Himari. "You!" Salvador looked Himari up and down, his eyes glowing fiercer and fiercer with every pass. He didn't seem to notice his daughter still crying on the ground, nor did he care that he had just killed her son. His mind was on other things entirely. "You are worthy to be my 16th wife. I don't care what men you've had before, virgins are boring regardless. But from now on, you aren't allowed to even touch another man aside from me. Do you understand?" Himari, whose gaze was still focused on her son's face even after Salvador had appeared, only now looked up. The piercing cold of her eyes covered Salvador in a thin sheet of ice. Salvador retreated explosively, but in his hurry, he neglected his mother-in-law. When he finally stopped, his expression warped. Over his shoulder, Mistress Holy Wing had become nothing more than an ice statue. He knew instinctively that it didn't matter what he did. She was finished. Mistress Holy Wing was dead. This world is sacrum. It is the territory of my Tatsuya family, ruled by my husband Titus Tatsuya and prepared for my son, Ryu Tatsuya, to inherit. This isn't a place, scum, like you can act as they please. The only reason I let you live is because it is my son that will be taking your life in the future. But if you insist on speaking such foul words in my presence, it'll be my husband that first cuts off your tongue. Scram now before I make you scram. Chapter 892 Through the Cracks. He could tell that Himari's aura had become far weaker than his own. However, what he had neglected was the fact that she still had access to the shrine. And, unlike in the past where she had only fumbled around, managing to make a final breakthrough in the last moments, the current Himari was at a level where she was more than capable of using the shrine to slaughter the likes of him. Unlike the true powerhouses of the deity race descended, it seemed that they would have flushed the last few trillion years down the drain. Salvador didn't really care much about this as he was never very much invested in it to begin with. The situation involving the deity race was quite long and winding. But the main point was that they had split down the middle in how they wanted their clan to progress. Well, even that was a bit simplistic as there were far more than just two factions. With so many individuals pulling in so many different directions, something like this was bound to happen. Pan, to N0VE1, see ultimately, these matters had only happened like this because one of his wives, Elena's mother in specific, overstepped her bounds. Despite having so many wives, there was a very good reason why Salvador had so many sons but just a single daughter, and that was because whenever his wives learned that they were pregnant with a girl, they would terminate the pregnancy without hesitation. It was almost ironic in that way. The Holy Wing clan Ryu was familiar with the exact opposite, throwing away boys as though they were worthless and only keeping the women. But who would have thought that such a practice originated from a culture that fueled the exact opposite? Salvador knew that such things were happening, but there wasn't much he could do to stop it. He would never learn that his wives were pregnant before they would, that was impossible. And he could do even less to stop their ambitions. Obviously by this point, it was quite obvious that Salvador's position was quite unique for his wives to go so far. The only person who had dared to take a different path was Elena's mother. But as a result of this, a whole host of far more complex matters unfolded. How was it that a woman that was only technically one of 15 could take the reins on a project of this sort of magnitude? Well, the simple answer was that she wasn't supposed to. Elena's mother was an anomaly. Among the holy wing branch of the deity race, Valeska had always been pathetic, so much so that she unanimously claimed the bottom rung. Valeska, being born with far less talent than her counterparts, found her own method of pulling herself out, sleeping with countless men in hopes of birthing a child who could surpass everyone else. As untalented as she was, she still had holy wing blood coursing through her veins. So long as she stumbled into the right combination of genes, she would eventually birth that genius she was looking for. Ultimately, she was correct, and one day Elena's mother was born. Unfortunately, being born into such a weak faction, the hardship Elena's mother had to face was more than most could imagine. Realizing this, Valeska sacrificed even more. The truth was that aside from doing something she shouldn't have been doing, the reason Valeska and the others could lay claim to sacrum was ultimately because only Valeska was willing to lower herself to the point of coming here. Not only did she shed most of her cultivation, she also willingly laid at the feet of the Tatsuya clan for billions of years, taking all the humiliation she suffered on the chin, all for the sake of her daughter's rise. Valeska might have been a terrible person from Ryu's perspective, but from the perspective of her daughter and Elena's mother, she was a parent willing to sacrifice any and everything for her child, even her very dignity. In fact, the only reason someone as powerful as Salvador could even set foot on sacrum was because of the doorway Valeska had opened by weakening the heavens of sacrum and their protector, the Shrine Mountain. Unfortunately, just when Valeska was finally gaining some traction and Elena's mother would be able to descend on sacrum, she caught the eye of Salvador. Without much of a choice, Elena's mother had to make her own sacrifices. Sealing her lips and bearing with it, she married and consummated her marriage with Salvador. But she never had the intention of relying on a child with Salvador to lay claim to the power his faction held. So, she didn't terminate her pregnancy with Elena, instead carrying her daughter to term and giving birth. She hoped that this action would make her stance clear and stop Salvador's more powerful wives from seeing her as a threat. But, in an irony of all ironies, Salvador adored Elena even before she was born, to the point he doted on her far more than any of his sons. The result put Elena's mother right back in the spotlight. Dealing with all the schemes and assaults of Salvador's 14 other wives, Elena's mother could only take an even larger step back, giving birth to Elena on sacrum and out of the eyes of the public. The result was Elena remaining to aid her grandmother on sacrum. Yet this matter once again backfired. Salvador, wanting to see his daughter, descended. The result was the timeline Elena's mother had meticulously planned speeding up. The good news was that with Salvador's help, the destruction of the Tatsuya clan was almost too easy. The bad news was that they didn't get all their ducks in the row first, causing several things to fall through the cracks. Ryu's father disappeared. His mother managed to seal off the plane and access to more of Shrine Mountain with her ice, and Ryu managed to slip away and reincarnate. Chapter 893. Be obedient. Now, individuals as powerful as the perfect sky god realm could descend. And, because the ties of fate had been completely unwound by Ryu, it wouldn't be long before transcended sky gods could descend. By that point, even Himari wouldn't be able to do much about it. With things being the way they were, the faction Elena's mother was currently heading was in no small bit of trouble. Soon, they would have to contend with the true powerhouses of the clan for sacrum. And that was just the deity race. There were plenty of others who already had their gazes trained on sacrum. As for whether it was just greed or something more important than that, Kagan seemed to imply that it was more the latter. But who knew whether the words of someone trying to claim the home of another was trustworthy or not? Ironically, Kagan was among the only one who had survived, gasping for breath on the ground as he tried not to catch the attention of the powerhouses around him. But, when he sensed the ice creeping up his legs, he could only smile bitterly as he faced his death. How could Himari let him go so that he could inform the others about her son? In the end, Salvador chuckled. He did as he pleased, moved as he pleased. What was the point of holding power if you didn't exercise it? The only thing that mattered to him was his own pleasure. Why else would he spend billions of years of seclusion at a time? It was purely to hold onto this power that he had. N0v1 this was what it meant to cultivate. There was no joy in power if you couldn't use it, and he wouldn't let anyone stand in his way. All right, beauty. You can have your way this time. Salvador shrugged a shoulder, letting his mother-in-law's corpse crash to the ground and splinter into countless ice shards. A deathly frost spread out, but Salvador just shook his leg, shaking off the ice that threatened to freeze his leg. You'll beg me for this chance in the future. Salvador laughed, rising up into the skies. Not just anyone can become my wife, and not just any woman can gain my help. Salvador stepped through the skies and vanished over the horizon as Himari's gaze flashed with killing intent. She really did want to kill Salvador, but aside from wanting to leave his head for Ryu, using the shrine again like this would hinder the rest of her plans. Himari's eyes sharpened, feeling a rumble beneath her feet. Though slowly, much of the damage to the plane was being healed. This could only mean one thing. Shrine Mountain was awakening from its slumber. Himari's seal had taken with it much of Shrine Mountain as well, but she had done this on purpose. The protector spirit was very important to their world. She couldn't allow the martial gods to weaken it any further. But now it seemed that things were returning to normal. Suddenly, Ryu's coffin trembled. Crack! Himari's eyes widened as a vicious crack appeared down its center like a bolt of lightning in the shape of carved ice. Before she could do anything, an enormous beam of light descended from the skies, crashing into Ryu's coffin and flooding it with essence thicker than anything Himari had ever experienced. However, despite the situation, Himari didn't show any sort of happiness. No! Her voice trembled. This wasn't a good thing, not at all. Just now, Ryu had comprehended a natural enlightenment. However, it was so powerful that even Himari's seal broke under its presence. What Himari didn't know was that Ryu had comprehended this natural enlightenment long ago. Every time he touched on the border of a natural enlightenment and grasped it, only for it to reel back and escape his grasp, it was precisely because Shrine Mountain was sealed. A natural enlightenment was formed based on a phenomenon of nature, and Ryu had comprehended the mountainous nature of Shrine Mountain not just once, but at least a half-dozen separate times and in completely different ways. All of those comprehensions were stuck behind a dam that finally broke the moment Shrine Mountain awakened once more. They fused into one, becoming a monstrosity capable of shattering even a perfect sky god's seal. But now, the perfect seal around Ryu was shattered. Let alone an eternity. Ryu didn't even have a few hours left to save himself. If he couldn't do so, natural enlightenment or not, he would find himself walking down the road of death. And this time, there wouldn't be reincarnation waiting on the other side. Himari's small fists tightened. Though she didn't know exactly what was happening, she felt that it was her fault once again. It definitely wasn't a coincidence that this had happened the moment Shrine Mountain stirred. This meant that her seal had once again affected her son. She had already given up half of her cultivation to form the coffin in the first place. She wouldn't be able to form it again without giving up her life. Himari's gaze flashed with determination, ready to form another tear. Her energy accumulated. Though her hair was already white, the natural light it gave off rapidly dimmed, growing more and more dull with each passing second. It's not bravery if it comes from a place of ignorance. And it's not heroism if it saves nothing but your own ego. The words roared in Ryu's mind again, oppressing his heart all the more. He couldn't even feel the essence flooding into him, his own body feeling a world away. An abyssal darkness clawed at him from all sides, his bloodlines rushing away in retreat. But it was then that this abyssal darkness touched upon the darkness in Ryu's heart, poking and prodding at a rage he had buried deep. Ryu unleashed a roar from the depths of his heart. It didn't come from his shattered soul, nor his crippled mouth, but rather from something buried deep within him. He needed to live. He needed to defy death. But according to Serial, wasn't death a powerhouse he should lower his head to? It was so much more powerful than him, so shouldn't he just accept its will since it had come for him? What was he supposed to do? Obediently accept his death? He refused. Chapter 894 Fury. Even if he could understand Serial's perspective, he refused to accept it. It sounded logical. And, if he was honest with himself, it was logical. It only made sense to lower your head in the face of the strong, to reign in your arrogance when you had yet to accomplish as much as the person across from you, to humble yourself before insurmountable odds. He understood it all, he had always understood it. He understood that truth as a child in his second life facing the monstrous behemoth of the Tor clan. He understood it when he was nearly killed by Fedroha during his first encounter with the martial apostles. He understood it when he met City Lord Loom and he was almost forced to kneel before thousands of people. He understood it when he faced the geniuses of the core region with his spiritual foundation ripped out from him. He understood it when he was hunted down by the clans of the Inner Ring. He understood it when he faced the wrath of Patriarch Ember. He understood it when Zulfikar tore a hole through his heart with a single strike. He understood it when he faced a banquet of martial god geniuses. He understood it when a knight of heaven stared down from a meter taller than his own gaze, threatening to reap his life with a single fist. He had always understood it. He just didn't give a damn. He would rather die than lower his head. As he had said to Patriarch Ember before reaping his life in exchange for his arrogance so many years ago, if he had the latter's pitiful talent, he would have died long ago. No one would force him to lower his head. No one. As for his wives, his mother, his father, for their sake, he wouldn't lower his head even to death itself. Ryu's will blaze to life like a fiery golden flame, his fury piercing through the veil of reality. To take him away from his family before he could slay all of their enemies was something he would never allow. If he died on his path to the pinnacle, he would do so with a smile. But, if he died before he could secure the future for his family, that he would never accept. Ryu's mind roared, an intangible sort of will squeezing the broken pieces of his soul and stopping them from dissipating any more than they already had. If others could see this scene, they would realize that this so-called intangible will was the strings of fate itself. Ryu bent and warped them. Using the last dregs of power his Heaven's Gate transformation had given him to twist fate just one more time. While it wasn't enough to save Ryu's life, it was enough to halt his death process. Ryu's body was always something that could be reconstructed, so long as his soul was intact. Not to mention the fact considering how robust his body was, even with such a heavy injury, he wouldn't have to worry about needing to reconstruct it for countless millions of years regardless. Ryu's consciousness slowly gained a small bit of clarity, his connection with his body reforming akin to a thin line of chi that seemed like it might snap at any moment. But Ryu hardly cared for this. If it snapped, he would reform it. If it snapped again, he would reform it again. He wouldn't allow anything to stop him. His fury reached another level when he realized that his bloodlines had gone dormant once again. Just like they had in the face of the heavens, they retreated in the face of death. You pathetic dregs! Awaken! Ryu's rage lit his fire dragon bloodline like a spark. With a thought, he pushed it toward the odd phoenix fusion bloodline that now ran through his veins, poking at it and provoking it until it too awakened from its slumber. At the same time, his Lightning Qilin bloodline also shot awake, provoked by the awakening of Ryu's fire dragon bloodline. Ryu threw his dragon and Qilin bloodlines to the side, shooting his mind into his phoenix bloodline. He dug through it like a madman, swatting awakened memories to the side one after another. The lines of fate followed his every movement, his mind roaring louder and louder with every passing moment. In the real world, the roar suddenly pierced the veil, causing Himari to freeze even as her face began to form faint wrinkles. She had already gathered most of vitality, fully prepared to give it all to her son. But, when she heard this roar, even though it caused her own ears to leak with blood, she couldn't help but be happier than she had maybe ever been. The clouds above split. Like a reversed waterfall, the dark cumulonimbus clouds rushed upward as though gravity had reversed. Within Ryu's body, his lines of fate trembled, threatening to snap again. But his mind released another roar, snapping them back into place. There it was. There it was, hidden in the deepest foundations of his fused phoenix bloodline. Its aura was far different from what it had originally been, but Ryu still recognized it. It had definitely undergone some sort of mutation after his two phoenix bloodlines fused with what must have been dark phoenix blood essence. But he still recognized it. Rebirth. Give it to me now. Ryu poured his lines of fate forward, whipping them at the shackles that threatened to keep his rebirth talent under lock and key. His assault was relentless and furious, his aura growing into a taller and taller towering pillar with every passing moment. Open! The whips of fate shattered the last piece and the world seemed to release a sigh of defeat. In that moment, a swirling tower of white flames shattered Ryu's coffin, swallowing up his death flame, ice flame and his rebirth flame. It flashed with black, blue and red, even tinges of gold and violet, but it eventually assimilated it all, swallowing it whole. Ryu's body shot into the skies being wreathed in these flames until his flesh, bones and even soul were all burnt to ash. Chapter 895 Best Colors. It broke the laws of space and time, transcending it all and standing upon a plane all to itself. The tower of flames spun faster and faster until it began to condense in on itself, rapidly forming into a small ball that concentrated it all into the smallest of dots that could hardly be seen even if you stood right before it. Himari's expression flickered. She grabbed Elena's shoulder and explosively retreated. Her speed was so fast that she passed through 3 layers of spatial barriers before an explosion that took place not even a second after she moved made its presence known to the world. A nebula of white gold filled the skies. Slowly but surely it began to compress. The process took several months, and those months eventually became years, which eventually approached centuries. That day, on the 999th year, the nebula finally formed into the body of a young man purer than even the snow that fell from the skies itself. Ryu rolled himself into a tight ball, his knees tucked and his arms wrapped around them tightly. However, when his eyes snapped open, it was as though the entire world was basked in his glory. His silver eyes flickered with a blue light, making it even more difficult to tell if it was a pale blue or a silver than it already had been in the past. His skin looked so delicate to the eye that a single touch might leave him covered in bruises. Even his hair radiated its own light, making it seem more like a concentrated mass of photons than physical filaments. Ryu's body unfurled itself as he looked down at his palm. But, after doing this, he could only release a sigh. It seems that I'm blind again. The unfocused nature of Ryu's eyes became obvious at that moment. Even though he was trying to look down at his hands, it felt more like he was looking out to space. He couldn't even see blurred images, his sight leaving him completely in the dark. Ryu had somewhat expected this to happen, but he didn't expect things to be this exaggerated. He had pushed his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils too far, and had even used those cursed spirit-seeking lilies. He wouldn't have minded paying such a price in exchange for the eradication of the people that had harmed his family. But because of this, Ailsa and Yana were both trapped. Not just them, but so were Little Gem, Little Rock, and Nemesis. If Ryu had had the opportunity to expel them, he would have. But, by the time he was forced to go so far, the enemies around him were far too powerful. Sending them out would have only led to their deaths. Ryu began to worry. If even rebirth couldn't heal his eyes completely, then how long would it be until he could undo these shackles and release them? The black-veined spirit-seeking lilies were something Ryu had been avoiding the use of for a long time. After he realized he would need to evolve his heavenly pupils to break free of their shackles, he always realized that he would inevitably have to take this route. But he didn't expect that he would need to do things this way. Unfortunately, the Valkyries and Mistress Holy Wing had been far too powerful. 1,000,000 years of cultivation wouldn't have been enough to defeat them. Ryu had needed to go this far. The black-veined spirit-seeking lilies were a cursed spiritual herb. They were perfect for forcing mutations and evolutions, especially with matters related to fate. This was why they were very good at forcing the hand of heavenly pupils. The trouble was that the backlash for using them wasn't small. If Ryu hadn't undergone rebirth, once the medicinal effect was finally absorbed, let alone just being blind, he would have been in perpetual pain. Luckily, he didn't have to go through that. Unluckily, he was now pretty much out of options now. If rebirth wasn't enough to wipe away the lingering effects, what would be necessary? In the best-case scenario, rebirth had already done more of the work and he just needed a small push over the edge. And in the worst case, well, he didn't want to think about it. The only good news was that while the incubator was out of his reach now, it should still be able to benefit from the outside world. As for how helpful this would be, he would need to run some tests. Little Ryu? Ryu trembled when he heard the voice, his head snapping in its direction. Mom? What's wrong? Why do you sound so weak? Ryu was almost instantly agitated. He could see with his eyes, and he was so used to using third perspective as a replacement for spiritual sense that he was now completely in the dark. It was only after he released his spiritual sense that he could see his mom's form. Seeing the wrinkles on his mom's face, Ryu almost broke down. Mom, what happened to you? Himari smiled, cupping Ryu's cheeks. My little baby boy. Why are you showing your mom such a sight? Shouldn't you put your clothes on? Ryu flushed with embarrassment. A sight a very rare number of people could ever hope to see. His mother's giggles followed his panic to find his spatial rings, only for him to notice that they had all been destroyed. It was a good thing that he kept all of his most valuable things in his inner world, but unfortunately he couldn't access them now. Himari laughed harder. She had already known her son didn't have any clothes to put on. Just when Ryu remembered that he could use his master's visualization to form clothes, his mother's hand opened and a beautiful butterfly appeared. Ryu recognized it almost immediately. He had snatched that little beast after it almost killed him in a forest. But he never ended up using it in battle as things hadn't progressed the way he expected them to. It had actually survived. Its aura seemed far more powerful than Ryu remembered too. Had his mom done something? The butterfly creature fluttered, spinning around Ryu in a streaking of blue light that formed a small tornado. When it was done, Ryu was covered in a fine icy silk that felt cool to his skin and radiated a noble air. See? Mom always said your best colors were white and blue. Don't wear black anymore. Okay? Himari smiled brilliantly, fixing her son's collar. Chapter 896 His Elena. He couldn't see nearly as far and the image wasn't nearly as sharp. It even took him several seconds to be able to conclude that his mother's vitality had been harmed. She wasn't like this naturally. He knew that he hadn't left his mother long enough for her to age like this, but there was no telling what sort of time warps she had experienced. Plus, he wasn't exactly sure how many years it had taken his body to reform itself either. Everything had been a blur during that time and his mind was in limbo. It was difficult to even think straight, let alone grasp any concept of time. The luck of it was that he was supposed to bask in the feeling of rebirth. Ryu had felt that the awakening of this talent was a bit odd, though. It didn't feel how it was supposed to. He couldn't sense a process toward another rebirth at all. It was as though this was the only one he would get. Considering the fact this wasn't exactly unheard of, Ryu could accept it. But there was a nagging feeling that he was missing something. When the 9 lives talent was awakened, one could gain 3, 6 or 9 lives. Ryu could barely accept that he only gained one because he was human and this was a talent that transcended beyond normal talents. But that nagging feeling didn't disappear. That was when Ryu thought of another problem. 999 years wasn't too long in the grand scheme of things, but the activation of the 9 lives talent shouldn't have taken so long. Although it wasn't an instantaneous process, it also wasn't so long either. Mother, what happened? Himari's smile didn't falter. It's only a small price to pay. Why are you worried about such things? Do you not trust your mother's talent? I'll just break through again. Ryu's brows furrowed. Breaking through while your vitality was depleted was hundreds of times more difficult than initially. And his mother's words seemed to imply that her cultivation had fallen. That was an even worse fate, though not as difficult as recomprehending something. It was still a tall mountain to climb. It was only at that moment that Ryu realized that his cultivation had fallen as well. What the hell? Ryu's gaze flickered. His cultivation hadn't fallen far. He had gone from the Path Extinction realm back down to the pinnacle of the Immortal Ring realm. He hadn't even noticed because his aura was far stronger than it had been in the past. But the result of this happening was his comprehensions once again falling back to the ruler realm. How often would he have to go through this? It was already such a ridiculous mountain to climb before. But now, while Ryu was a bit frustrated by the change to his comprehensions, he suddenly realized that his odd fist comprehension had actually evolved. With a thought, he seemed to become a towering, unmovable mountain. His and his mother's hair fluttered. If it wasn't for Himari's strength, she would have been sent flying, completely unable to stop herself until she had traveled at least several hundred miles. This Shrine Mountain. Ryu's brows shot up. Himari's smile deepened. Come, let's go see your grandpa. Himari's gaze flickered with a hint of sadness. But Ryu's senses were no longer sharp enough to catch it. Still, he didn't need to see it to know how his mother must be feeling. He wanted to ask where Elena had gone, but he refrained from doing so. With a step, the pair had vanished. Elena left after she was certain that you would wake up, Himari said lightly. She knew her son too well to not be able to read his expressions like a book. Grown man or not, he was still her baby. It was all too easy for her to do this. Ryu's expression flickered. What did she say? She said that it's because she neglected her strength that this happened. Though the words were simple, to Ryu they were endlessly profound. He knew his wife well. At a moment like this, she was feeling embarrassed. Even if she wouldn't say it in so many words because she knew that Ryu would reprimand her like he usually would. This was the truth. Because of her family, Ryu had suffered again and again. And in the end, he had almost died, while much of his family really had crossed over that line of no return. She had purposely remained ignorant to many things so that she didn't have to deal with them. And, because her supposed father doted on her so much, she had been allowed to do it. She never put much effort into her cultivation and she neglected her bloodline. She did practically everything to distance herself, even to the point of trying to drag down Ryu to wallow in her own mediocrity along with her. By her age, in the deity race, she should have long since become a sky god. But she had only recently entered the world sea realm, and even that was because she didn't have much of a choice. Her cultivation increased just by her eating and sleeping. She didn't even try to comprehend anything, but their truths just popped up in her mind. She didn't want to face Ryu right now. Maybe if she had wielded more power, more influence, she could have stopped these things from ever happening. If she used her talent properly, maybe her mother and grandmother could have relied on her instead of going so far to harm a world that wasn't their own. Ultimately, she realized that Ryu was correct. Ryu snapped out of his thoughts as his mother handed him a spatial ring. He swept his senses into it, and when he saw what was inside, his lip couldn't help but twitch. The spatial ring was small, only about 5 by 5 by 5 meters. Floating motes of low gold light fluttered around like butterflies, and in the very center there was an enormous bed covered in rose petals. It looked like a luxury hotel for vacationing couples on their honeymoon. This alone would have been enough for Ryu to get the message, but Elena wasn't one to complete these by half measures. There was a pair of pink lace panties on the edge of the bed. Though it was neatly arranged, Ryu could instantly tell it was worn because the natural state of a spatial ring was to preserve. Food wouldn't go bad and water wouldn't evaporate. And, in this case, the pair of panties had a faint moistness still clear for Ryu to see. Elena had definitely worn them before. If Ryu didn't get the message before, he would definitely get it by now. But, apparently to Elena, this was still a half measure. On the rest of the large bed, dozens of crystal jades lay. Ryu swept his gaze over one of them only to be assaulted by hundreds of nudes. He quickly pulled his mind back before his bloodlines started acting up with his mother right by his side. But it was still too late to stop him from flushing red. Were those videos in there too? Himari raised an eyebrow but eventually smiled and shook her head. Kids. Ryu cleared his throat, shaking his head before glancing into the ring again. He eventually found a letter that began with a very large number. The number was written in bold font right at the header as though Elena wanted to make sure he saw it. Right below it was another enormous number. And then another. Then, there were his wife's words. The first number is the number of times I thought of you. The second number is the number of times I thought of our first night together. The third number is the number of times those thoughts led to the situations you can browse through in those memory jades. Don't make a noble lady like me spell it out for you, hubby. I'm already embarrassed just writing this. Ryu's lip twitched. This was you embarrassed? What did you look like when you were being shameless, exactly? She had really so boldly handed such a thing to his mother. What if she had looked? You had better enjoy them all thoroughly. I put it all together for you. I need you prepared and ready for when we meet again. But this young wife here has waited long enough. I want to. A long string of obscenities Ryu had to pull his mind back from reading again ensued. Ryu couldn't help but burst into an uproarious laughter. This was his Elena. Chapter 897 Far simpler. Soon, the pair had made it to the shrine. But, to Ryu's surprise, it was the Lightning Shrine, but was rather the Tribulation Shrine. Ryu's expression couldn't help but flicker, sighing internally. Due to Mistress Holy Wing, his grandfather had never been able to succeed in the test of the Tribulation Shrine, something that was a great humiliation to him. His grandpa Qilin was a jokester, but he was pure of heart and righteous in purpose. In fact, among all his grandparents, his grandpa Qilin was likely the only one who could truly be considered a good person. Ryu wasn't a fool, and he had the ability to be objective about how he viewed the world. Nothing would ever stop him from loving his grandparents, but as cultivators, he was certain they had all done terrible things in their pasts to reach the level of power they had now. All except his grandpa Qilin. That was why what Mistress Holy Wing had done was so infuriating to him and his extended family. It was a sort of mark they all knew would never leave St. Qilin for a lifetime. Not only did Mistress Holy Wing's action make a man like him forsake his wife to lay with another woman, but it also gave him a child that he wasn't allowed to see or raise. St. Qilin doted on Himari with everything he had, but often Ryu's mother could feel that he was going above and beyond. Normally, a child would be thrilled by this, but when Himari matured enough to learn of the matters of the past, it almost put a stain on all of her memories with her father. As much of a grudge as Ryu had with Mistress Holy Wing, his mother and his grandfather, not to mention his grandma Qilin, all had far more of a right to reap her life than he did. "Ha ha! Is that my grandson?" Before Ryu could react, a robust man brimming with vitality appeared before him, lifting him up by his armpits as though he was still a child. St. Qilin was nothing more than a spirit, but judging by how much life he was brimming with, it was almost impossible to tell. He looked solid and real. If it wasn't because his touch was so cold, Ryu, without his heavenly pupils, would have been completely fooled. Ryu could do nothing as his grandpa lifted him over his right shoulder, forcing him to sit on it as though he was still a toddler. Even with how robust his grandfather's figure was, one of Ryu's thighs still angled off the side, being held up by his grandfather's bicep. Toward such a scene, even Himari could only be speechless. But her silence soon gave way to bell-like laughter. This was just like her father. Even in his final moments, he refused to allow anyone to see him go with a frown on their faces. "Ah, my baby girl is here too. This old man happens to have another shoulder. Don't look down on me." Himari found herself hoisted up as well, the mother-son pair smiling through tears that threatened to fall. St. Qilin proudly turned, carrying them into the shrine. Their weight on his back made him feel like he was a young man again, a young man with still the strength to protect his family. The Tribulation Shrine was unlike what one would expect. Above, rainbow colors clouds fluttered, a sun of pinks, violets and blues radiating its light for the world to see. Lush greenery painted the ground like a canvas, taking root as all sorts of fanciful herbs, plants and trees. Unlike the other shrines, the Tribulation Shrine was especially special. That was because it reflected the heart of its owner. When unclaimed, it was nothing but a barren wasteland. When controlled by a tyrant, it would be dark and sinister. When controlled by someone who was in love, the air would be filled with a heavy fragrance, and even standing here might make one feel as though they were in a minefield of aphrodisiacs. However, if controlled by a man with a pure heart, it would look just like this. You see this, little Ryu, little Himari? This is the product of this old man's hard work. Even after this old man died, I didn't give up, and I finally got this damnable shrine to accept me. When this old man is finally gone, don't remember me for my mighty bow or my sure arrow. Remember me as the man who didn't give up even after hundreds of billions of years. St. Qilin's voice boomed, the skies above radiating with an even more blinding light as though to respond to his words. Ryu's heart trembled to the cadence of his grandfather's words. He remembered it well. Even during the short span of his first life, he lost count of the number of times his grandfather had challenged this shrine, trying again and again to overcome the demon in his heart. A lesser man, a man who was fleeting with his love and uncaring with his seed, would have gotten over what Mistress Holy Wing had done long ago. But It was this kind-hearted grandfather of his that allowed it to sink so deep into his soul and fester for such a long time. It was often the kindest people that suffered the most heartache, the more pure of souls that faced the worst tribulations. Ryu wasn't a good person, nor was he a kind person. If he had faced the situation his grandfather had faced, he would have slaughtered his way through the Holy Wing clan and killed the mother of his child to take back his seed regardless of how this child would feel. By then, whatever heart demons he had would vanish with the wind. But his grandfather had taken a different path, a much harder path. Ryu placed his two grandfathers on the same level of talent and power, but the truth was that this was his conclusion after taking into consideration his grandpa Qilin's heart demon. If he had never faced such a thing, Ryu had no idea the kind of monster his grandpa would have become. Maybe then, the rulers of Sacrum wouldn't be the Tatsuya clan, but rather, the Qilin clan. Saint Qilin's vitality burned bright, but it faded just as quickly. Ryu knew he had done this on purpose. If his grandpa wanted, he could have extended their final moments to several hours. But, just like his grandma Tatsuya, they both wanted to go out in a blaze of glory. His grandma's final feat was to display her majesty to her grandson, to stamp her final bit of pride on the world. But his grandpa's last action was far more simple. He just wanted to carry his grandson and daughter on his shoulders one last time. Chapter 898 Eager. The final moments of each of his grandparents were all profound in their own way. Each one left a scar on his heart, the kind he would carry for a lifetime. He would never allow anyone to trample on their memories. And, for the clan that dared to push them to their deaths, he wasn't finished with them just yet. Ryu closed his eyes, his palm grasping the warmth of his mother's hands. He took deep breaths, calming the simmering rage that threatened to bubble up within him again. Shrine Mountain. Ryu remembered back to his time in the core region. Back then, he had stumbled on the prayer mat, a treasure he still couldn't make heads or tails of, and one that he could now no longer access due to his pupils being sealed away in an odd sort of deep slumber. When sitting on the prayer mat, Ryu ended up getting a vision of everything occurring in Sacrum all at once, from the final breath of the old to the first breath of the young. It was then he understood that Shrine Mountain was the center of power that oversaw Sacrum, but it was also then he had come to understand that without Shrine Mountain, the path to reincarnation for everyone would be cut off. Shrine Mountain had been greatly weakened by the actions of the martial gods, and it was only saved by his mother's action. However, now, it needed time to recuperate or else it would very easily fall back to an even worse state than previously. Ryu could tell what the martial gods wanted to do. So long as their protector spirit was weakened, or better yet, killed, the heavens would also suffer a major blow. Once that happened, it would be far easier for them to descend to Sacrum. According to the notes Serial left behind, there were certain barriers and restrictions put up for those foreign powers to a world. But those protections were, unfortunately, not perfect. The fact that Elena's father could descend now was also proof that these already imperfect measures were only further weakening. With Shrine Mountain being unsealed, there was a chance these imperfect measures could strengthen themselves once more. But it would take time, a much longer span of time than Ryu could fathom. The best choice, then, was to find treasures that could speed it along. In truth, this would also help Ryu. With the foundation of his very first natural enlightenment being Shrine Mountain itself, the stronger Shrine Mountain became as a reference to his understanding, the stronger he would, in turn, become as well. Ryu had already made up his mind to do this, and it only took a moment to reach this conclusion. Come, little Ryu. Himari, who had gathered herself, pulled Ryu along, entering the shrine and beginning to navigate the treasures of the Qilin clan. The Qilin clan was only considered to be a small measure weaker than the Tatsuya clan, so their treasures were fairly comparable. Mother, I have the stores of the Ice Phoenix clan with me. There's probably something within that can help you. It had taken Ryu some time, but he believed he understood what happened to his mother. She had pooled her vitality together, likely in an attempt to help him live, but she didn't end up deploying it. Unfortunately, vitality wasn't just some on and off switch you could gather and release as you please. Those that could had exceptionally high attainments in life Daos. But, unfortunately, Himari had spent her time sealed with the Ice Shrine, not the Life Shrine. Though Himari managed to reclaim some of her pooled together vitality, Much of the rest was left in an unusable form, lingering in a limbo-like state within her body. In fact, much of her strength was currently being gathered to suppress this vitality in limbo so that it didn't dissipate. It was still possible for her to reclaim it, but she would need to better her comprehension of life to the same levels as her comprehension of ice. Such a thing would take millions of years. And, by then, the small sliver of vitality she had remaining might run out. Hearing her son's words, though, Himari only smiled. "You really have so little faith in your mother. Do you know why it took me so long to reach my current attainments in ice?" Ryu's lips twitched. Less than 1 billion years to reach the perfect sky god realm was so long? If others heard this, they might try to crucify his family for having too many boasters. "The main reason is because I had to dismantle all of my foundations first. That took at least 90% of the time because I didn't have an easy method of doing it. Also, do you know how difficult it is to dissipate and gather energy within a seal? Your mother is quite the superstar, you know?" Ryu laughed, his mother's teasing words making his worry fly away. "Stop worrying about me. I will be just fine. When I break through again, I will become even stronger. After all, I have to keep up with your father or else he'll never let me hear the end of it." "Is Dad all right?" "He should be just fine," Himari replied. If Titus had died, she would have felt it. However, all she could feel was his soul growing stronger and stronger. She definitely had to keep up. "That's enough about this, you need to worry about yourself. We older people can take care of ourselves. It isn't time yet for you to have to worry about carrying such things on your shoulders. Maybe the day you can take a palm from me we can revisit this. If you can ever take a sword, I'll finally let you do as you please." Ryu smiled but didn't say much in return. "I will be leaving for the life shrine now. But this here is what your grandfather has left for you." Himari picked up a bottle crackling with lightning. "As for how much you gain from this, it will be up to you." After saying these words, Himari vanished, leaving the bottle in Ryu's hands. It was clear that she was far more eager to become stronger than maybe even Ryu was. Chapter 899 Trinkets. Usually, even after awakening one's spirit body, it was impossible for a lost body part to continue exhibiting the same characteristics. If Ryu's blood spilt, it would remain as blood. It wouldn't remain in its lightning form. But this blood seemed to flicker back and forth between corporeal and ethereal. It was almost impossible to see its truest form. Could this be? Every ancestral beast had many talents, but there were usually 1 or 2 that stood about all the rest. In fact, this was the same for practically any beast with a talent. This talent would present the pinnacle of their evolution. For the fire phoenixes, this talent was obvious. It was the 9 lives talent which allowed them not only rebirth from death, but also allowed an exponential increase in their power. Not only would each reincarnation allow one to bask in the true meaning of rebirth for an extended period of time, it would also refine and burn away impurities in one's foundation. It was likely because of this that Ryu's cultivation had regressed, and yet he felt so much stronger. The fact that he only fell by a single realm, though, went to show just how strong and firm Ryu's foundation originally was. For the Lightning Qilin, though, it was the ability to cultivate one's own lightning. This was the ultimate of a trifecta of abilities. The first was the Storm talent, the second was the Lightning God talent, and the final was the Heavenly Tribulation talent, the greatest of the 3. The first Storm talent allowed one to call down tribulation lightning from the heavens. The Lightning God talent allowed one to take this tribulation lightning and manipulate it to any form you wanted. However, the Heavenly Tribulation talent allowed you to store and refine this lightning. While the Fire Dragon had the Rage Flame, the Phoenixes had the Ice, Dark, and Rebirth Flames, the Lightning Qilin didn't have any of its own, or so it seemed. As the harbingers of tribulation, it was the task of the Lightning Qilin to pass judgment. As a creature tasked with such a thing, how could it rely on lightning formed by the elements? Ryu's Storm and Lightning God talents were both entirely reliant on the environment around him and the strength of the heavens. His Storm talent was practically useless against the sky gods of the martial gods in this world because Sacrum was simply too weak. It couldn't form lightning that could smite characters of this level on a whim. However, if Ryu could gather lightning, refine it, feed it precious treasures and continue to nurture it, the strength of his heavenly tribulation lightning would reach an unprecedented level. Rather than waiting for lightning strikes to accumulate and then forming them into a single attack like he had when he formed the pool of lightning, he could instead have already long since prepared a refined bolt of lightning that carried the strength of countless bolts of lightning. This bottle in Ryu's had represented his grandfather's life's work, a lightning refined by a man who had conquered both the lightning shrine and the tribulation shrine. If it wasn't for the fact that his grandfather had subdued it and forced it to calm, Ryu was certain that even at his current strength, he would have no business even holding this bottle in his hand. Ryu reached forward, grasping onto a bough that leaned against the shelving. His grandfather had always been so casual with his favorite weapon, but it was a weapon he would rather die than part with just the same. His mother hadn't touched it nor even looked its way, but Ryu knew that this wasn't because his mother didn't care or didn't recognize it. It was because she had seen the weapons Ryu wielded and didn't want to place added pressure on his shoulders. It wasn't as easy for Ryu to read his mother as she could read him, but he still understood her. The two of them were the last blood the Qilin clan had. Yet, one of them dual-wielded swords and the other dual-wielded great sword staffs. It felt like the legacy of the Qilin clan would die out here, but neither of them had a choice. His mother had traveled too far down her road of cultivation to turn back now. His mother's half-sister had long since been snatched away and Ryu had only ever laid eyes on her once or twice before. And then there was Ryu who only carried a quarter of the Qilin bloodline. The bough trembled in Ryu's hands. Ryu could feel its sorrow as it wept. It could clearly feel that Saint Qilin was no longer of this world. The bough couldn't have looked simpler. It was carved of a sleek gray wood, polished to the finest detail. Its handle curved around the palm of a large man quite perfectly, the beast skin pelt of a sea lion wrapping around it and feeling smooth to the touch. It was 3.5 meters tall and small little trinkets dangled off of its bottom end. One of the trinkets was a lock of white hair. Ryu knew that it was from his very first haircut. His grandfather had insisted on preserving it and even tied it to his precious bough. The second trinket was a bracelet of shells. Ryu's grandfather had told him that this was the very first present Himari had made for him when she was little. Even after so many battles, the shell bracelet had not a single scratch on it. The third trinket was a locket sealed tight. Ryu had seen what was in it once before and he didn't need to open it. It was the only picture his grandfather had of his mother's half-sister before Mistress Holy Wing took her away. Ryu grasped the bough tightly in one hand, downing the bottle of lightning with the other. Chapter 900 heavier. They didn't need goodbyes. They knew exactly what their task now was, and that was to become as strong as possible to protect their home. Ryu's white and sky-blue robes fluttered. Dancing strands of ice followed his wake. His grandfather's bough was strapped to his back and a small crystalline butterfly sat on his shoulder, ripping outward with star-like motes of light. As his hair danced in the wind, he looked like a deity descended to the world of mortals. His closed eyes only added to the air of mystery, making him seem even more mysterious. The battle between the martial gods and the ancestral beasts had long since come to an end. But, from what Ryu could tell, likely due to his mother's actions, the ancestral beasts had obediently remained on the Blossom Plane and hadn't touched the Shrine Plane. Serial's seal over the pedestal plane was still in place, as was Ryu's seal over the moon world. However, his mother didn't make a move to deal with either of them. It seemed that she believed that in the future, they would come to be of great help. Either way, Ryu didn't believe that the ancestral beasts remained here. Their number was too few. If Ryu was correct, many of them should have long gone to the true martial world. According to Serial's notes, so long as a lower world had enough talent, traveling to the true martial world actually wasn't all that rare of a thing. High and top-level worlds did so all the time. It was the only way they could scrounge up enough strength to repel attacks from clans and sects of the true martial world. Of course, they only managed to do this because the true powerhouses of the true martial world couldn't be bothered with lower-level worlds. Their focuses were entirely on their battles on the main playing field. Ryu thought about going to the ethereal plane to explain things to Ailsa's father. But, in the end, he snorted and turned his head away. That man hadn't even appeared during such an important battle. He had not a single care in the world for them. If he ever wanted a relationship with Ryu, he would have to appear himself. When Ryu stepped into the chaos plane, a familiar feeling filled his body to the brim. However, he eventually sighed. Without my eyes, I can't sense what intuition wants me to do anymore. There are only two ways I can proceed. I either need to take a shot in the dark, or I need to find the true cultivation method for my Meridians. Ryu kept his options open. He no longer had the luxury of taking his time now that he knew what kind of looming threat was overhead. If he found a great cultivation technique, even if it didn't mesh well with his Meridians, he would take it. Even if this meant giving up on the perfect path for his chaotic silk Meridians, he would do it. He was confident that he could become a powerhouse one way or another. But the one thing he lacked was time. He could expect to continuously stumble into lucky chances. He had to make the assumption that he would have to take every step of cultivation from now on all on his own. In that case, he didn't have the time to waste. Ryu no longer had access to Serial's Jade, since he had absorbed it into his inner world. But he had already memorized all of it thanks to the Origin Flame. From what he remembered, there was only one exit from Sacrum, but before it there were countless doors to choose from. Unfortunately, these doors were wreathed in chaos, so they weren't necessarily easy to pick out either. In addition, because Sacrum was a middle-level world, the distance from it to the true martial world was quite large. If Ryu didn't have Serial's maps, it was practically impossible for him to not get lost. The good news was that unlike others, the streams of chaos couldn't affect Ryu. But if he wanted to be smart about things, he would have to at least pretend. In truth, Ryu abhorred the idea of doing this. It left a disgusting sort of taste in his mouth. He felt like he was already lowering his head before he even stepped foot into the true martial world. He had already defied death once. He would do it again if he had to. At least that was what he wanted to do. But Ryu was trying to learn to compromise just a small measure. If the moment he stepped onto the true martial world he was being chased for his Meridians, he would never get anything done. He would have to find a different way to flaunt his arrogance. Ryu grumbled internally a bit, but eventually used the vain stage of his master's visualization to form fake armor around him. He was also sure to make it crack as though it was on the verge of collapse before he continued moving forward. When Ryu made it to the gates of Sacrum, he noticed that there was a large battle going on. But he just took the simple path, strolling through the battlefield. The Knights of Heaven didn't stop him, nor did they look in his direction. But Ryu could have sworn that he felt some of them nod for a brief moment. In fact, they fought even harder as well, not letting any of the invaders get even close to him. Ryu paused at the gates, a difficult sort of emotion welling up in his heart. The last time he felt like this, he stood at the top of the steps of Heaven's Path, having just survived Headmaster Leopold's chase. But this time the weight on his shoulders felt heavier. He had lost his grandparents already. He refused to lose any more. Without a sound, he slipped into the gates. Chapter 901 Opportunity. Astral winds were devastating harbingers of death. There were a fusion of not only wind itself, but also highly charged particles from stars expelling waste, volatile concentrations of chi, especially chaos chi, and also dust particles. While of this list dust particles seemed to be the most innocent, at the high velocities they sped by at, they were no less lethal than any of the others on the list. In fact, it was these dust particles that caused Ryu to suffer the most. At these speeds, a small rock could cause a World Sea Realm expert's head to burst like a watermelon. These dust particles were no less devastating, pelting against Ryu's chi skin shield with every intention of riddling him with holes. Getting annoyed, Ryu decided to deploy Immortal Sakura on a small scale. The immortal tree hung above his head, petals of beautiful violet covered in radiant blue heavenly patterns fluttering all around him. Ryu sighed in relief, the pressure on him falling several folds. It's troublesome. My spiritual sense can't spread very far in this kind of environment, so it feels like I'm walking around blind. According to Serial's notes, these streams of astral wind was separated into greater and lesser waves. I need to find the Red Dune greater wave and follow its trajectory until... Ryu went over in his mind what he would have to do. Riding a greater wave was a dangerous endeavor. As a result, one would have to rely on astral ships to get the job done. There were several moon and asteroid systems that provided such a service, and Serial had suggested for Ryu to buy a ticket to the best one he could afford. Riding greater waves had a very high lethality rate, so it was better to not cheap out and risk your life for a few extra chi stones. You wouldn't have the chance to use those chi stones anyway if you were dead. Ryu took this advice quite seriously. He was rich anyway, so there truly wasn't a point. Existence called this region between worlds astral space. Usually, one could access astral space through either the chaos plane of one's world, or the abyssal plane which existed between order and chaos. Ryu wasn't unfamiliar with the abyssal plane. After all, the so-called abyss was the location he had gotten his mortal, now immortal, realm heart from. It was unfortunate that Ryu's method of destroying the martial god sky gods had also destroyed their godhoods, or else he might have had enough to upgrade his realm heart to the cosmic grade. Ryu's thoughts wandered as he strolled through the skies. Soon, he could feel several gravitational pulls subtly tugging at him from different directions. Without his eyes and without wanting to risk stretching his spiritual sense out too far in this volatile environment, Ryu could only prime his other senses to the max. When he felt these tugs, he realized that he was very close to a moon system. That direction should be right. He nodded to himself. In the distance, a group of 3 strolled through the skies much like Ryu. This wasn't rare in this region of astral space. As it was near several middle-level worlds, the space was relatively safer, so there were many experts at and around the Path Extinction realm level that came here to temper themselves. Ryu didn't notice these people as they were too far away, but they most definitely noticed him. "Senior brother, that's—" "Hush, don't alert him. I can see." The eyes of the 3 sharpened, but their expressions remained placid as they observed Ryu from afar. But, outside of their senior brother's expectations, Ryu didn't seem to notice them. "Senior brother, he seems to be blind?" The eyes of the 3 glowed. Blind people among cultivators were quite rare, but it wasn't like none existed. Such blind people tended to have extraordinarily keen senses though, so it was difficult to take advantage of them most of the time. However, in astral space it was a different situation altogether. With the danger of the surroundings and especially the dense chaos chi, no one dared to casually spread their spiritual sense until they were fond of riddling their souls with holes and collapsing dead. Of course, shattering one's spiritual sense wasn't that devastating and one could usually slowly recover over time, but being injured in astral space was like asking to die. "I never thought we'd stumble into such an opportunity. He must be from the same sect as that bitch, their defensive visualizations are identical. If we get to him, we can probably find where she is and get revenge." The senior brother of the 3 spoke these words out through gritted teeth. He had been holding on to this grudge for over 100 years already, but no matter where he looked, he couldn't find the woman who made him suffer such a loss, and he couldn't find information about her world or sect either. He had only been able to conclude that she had come from a smaller world and was one of their rising geniuses. But there were simply too many worlds to go through and check. He couldn't possibly know all of them, that was ridiculous. But after over 100 years, he finally found a clue. Soon, Dob forced himself to calm down. They had already entered the Imia moon system. His status wasn't high enough to just casually offend the overseers of this region. Luckily, it seemed that Ryu hadn't noticed them, but he still restrained his killing intent further. Blind cultivators were simply far too sensitive for him to slip up now. "Come, we'll board his astral ship and wait for an opportunity." Chapter 902 VIP. In truth, though Ryu was a bit cautious of the astral winds, the true reason he didn't release his spiritual sense was deeper than that. For one, it was greatly taboo in the cultivation world to scan others with your spiritual sense. Even if he had used it to see, the moment he swept through the wrong cultivator it would cause an unnecessary clash. No one would care that he was blind, that was just the way of the martial world. Secondly, releasing his spiritual sense would reveal his inherent resistance to chaos chi, something that would bring him endless trouble. Of course, the charged star particles and solar winds could still injure Ryu's spiritual sense, that much was true. But, with his soul having transcended beyond even the indestructible soul levels, this was most definitely something that he could bear for quite some time if he had to. Ryu paid the fee to enter the Imia moon system and learned that the highest class astral ship to the true martial world would leave in a day. The price, though, was enough to make his lip twitch. With just the purchase of a single ticket, Ryu had dried up 1,000th of his wealth. Though that didn't sound like a lot when one considered how long cultivators lived for, not to mention how long it had taken his clans to accumulate this level of wealth, it was ridiculous. Ryu's feelings that he was quite rich vanished into thin air. But the receptionist he bought his ticket from couldn't help but send him several flirtatious glances. Ryu was not only astoundingly handsome, his temperament felt otherworldly, and he was even rich. Why wouldn't she at least try? On top of that, Ryu's cultivation was actually only at the pinnacle of the immortal ring realm, yet he could travel through astral space alone. He was clearly a genius. Ryu was a bit surprised that someone had seen through his cultivation so easily. The young woman didn't let him go, and she eventually started singing his praises in a vain attempt, thus resulting in her speaking of his cultivation level. But soon Ryu came to understand. Reading someone's cultivation wasn't an exact science and required experience. The people on Sacrum often had a hard time telling his cultivation level, even when he was going all out in battle, because their frame of reference for how strong and dense an immortal ring cultivator's strength should be was a far cry from Ryu's real level. Ryu could even battle Dao pedestal realm experts of Sacrum in his base form. How could they reconcile that with the references they had in their minds? However, to people here more familiar to top-level geniuses, Ryu was an astounding immortal ring realm expert, but it was still within their acceptable range. The young woman pouted when Ryu finally extricated himself, leaning back in her chair in a somewhat grumpy mood. She was a young beauty herself. It was just unfortunate that she wasn't nearly enough to catch Ryu's attention considering the level of his wives. Ryu was feeling a bit pent-up due to Elena's more than forward actions. But he wasn't desperate to the point of falling into any woman's bed. A few minutes after Ryu left, a young man wreathed in silver strolled in. The air around him was magnificent, and it was difficult to get a clear view of his face with all the light around him. However, this didn't stop the young pouting woman from sitting straight up. Her bosom wasn't bountiful, but it still heaved with her hardly concealed excitement. Clear a spot in the Violet VIP region for me. I'll be returning. Yes, young master. There are 2 places left. Oh, someone bought a ticket? That's rare. Ah, yes. The young woman wanted to say more, but she deflated once again as the young man turned to leave. The Imia moon system had several astral ship companies, but none were more prestigious than the one run by the Twin Phase Merchant Group. The young man who just left was none other than the holy son of the Twin Phase Merchant Group, Gaelmar Uni. Of course, he wouldn't have to pay. He only needed to announce his presence, and that would be enough. By now, the young woman was doubly grumpy. First, the handsome catch had run away from her like she was some sort of over-the-hill cougar, and then her idol couldn't be bothered to exchange a word with her. It was like she had been talking at air. Soon, another group walked in. Sensing the shadow over her, the grumpy young woman didn't even look up. We'd like a ticket to board the same ship as young Master Solari. We're his servants, but he's a bit difficult for us to handle, you understand. Young Master Solari? Who's that? The young woman grumbled. Ah, our young master is tall, quite handsome as well. He has white hair and... The person leaned over with a whisper as though he was speaking of something taboo. And he's blind. Oh, so that's his name. The young woman blinked, remembering Ryu's figure quite well. Their merchant group didn't ask for names and identity confirmation. For one, it was almost impossible to register everyone that passed through here as they all had such vastly differing origins. And secondly, they had a fairly strict privacy policy. Of course, Ryu never bet on another's ethics. He only relied on himself and his blade. Yes, that should be him, the person said with a smile. He sent us off on errands, but he didn't wait for us to purchase his tickets, so now we have no idea which flight plan he chose and when departure time is. Can you please help us out? The young woman felt sympathy for this group of servants. Thinking back to how she had been ignored twice in a row, she felt indignance down to her soul. Damned young masters and their pretty faces and big wallets and... probably big. The young woman furiously shook her head, snapping out of her delusions. I'm not supposed to do this, but as a fellow servant in solidarity. Dob and his two junior brothers walked out with dark smirks on their faces. They couldn't believe that Ryu was actually rich enough to afford such a ticket. It seemed that this would be the boon of a lifetime. In their hands, they clutched 3 low-class tickets. Chapter 903: A Hidden Cruelty. He knew his comprehension would likely be slower without his eyes, but Ryu was still confident in himself. This also provided him a great opportunity as well. In the future, he would need to find a way to break away from the reliance he had on his heavenly pupils and evolve it. So, this felt like a trial run of something he would already need to do anyway. Regardless, Ryu didn't believe that he would suddenly become a fool. It would just take him a more normal time frame to comprehend techniques. But, if he had to bet, he would still think that he would be faster than most. Ryu was interested in some bow techniques. He was feeling quite nostalgic about his grandfather and wanted to give the archery more of a fair shake than he had in the past. It was also a convenient path to take considering he had just learned his wealth wasn't as boundless as he had once thought it was. Ryu's great sword staffs had been destroyed in battle. A shame for a great weapon he had only gotten the chance to use once. If he asked for a new pair to be forged, he had a feeling that the price would make his heart ache as well. However, Ryu already had his grandfather's bow, and with the glove of order, he didn't need to worry about spending on arrows. Ryu had never particularly cared about money or its usage, but watching his family's wealth vanish like this felt much deeper than wasting his own money. It felt like he was watching the legacy of his clans vanish, and that was something he had a hard time accepting. Reaching this point in his thoughts, Ryu swore to himself that he wouldn't use his family's wealth unless he absolutely had to. After leaping over this hurdle, he would make his own money. Unfortunately, finding what he wanted proved difficult. Ryu might be blind, but his senses, especially in and around himself, were still sharp. In addition, he also still had full access to his Tao, which was practically designed to see through the truth of matters. There were quite a few shops that sold techniques, but none were better than the techniques Ryu could just pluck from the Qilin clan. In fact, it felt that most of these techniques were from lower-level worlds and just repackaged to try and entice travelers who didn't know better. Just by touching the preview Jades, Ryu could see whether the technique was worth much of anything or not. If things were like this, he might as well just pick from the Qilin clan's depository of techniques. There was a whole host he had to choose from, to the common to the ancestral grade. There wasn't any use in wasting money. Originally, Ryu wanted to become more familiar with the more refined techniques of the true martial world, which was why he decided to take this route instead. After understanding what separated those techniques from those of his own, then he could take the path of improving them or fusing them to make up whatever they were lacking. But now, Ryu's steps paused, feeling a strong aura. His spiritual sense stretched out, careful to touch people before a large building came into view. Compared to the other buildings he had gone to, this one was on a completely different level. Twin Phase Merchant Group? That should be the company I bought an astral ship ticket from. Serial's notes said that they are among the largest merchant groups in this region and even have quite some influence on the true martial world, at least in the first heaven. The true martial world was separated into heavens, of which there were 9. These heavens could be imagined like the planes of the shrine world, but in reality, they were more all-encompassing than this. Not only were they much larger, their fundamental laws were vastly different as well. Serial's information didn't give him much of anything beyond the first heaven. It was either that it was simply too much, or she was fairly in the dark about it all as well. Either way, it didn't matter much to Ryu. If he couldn't make do with this much, he might as well give up cultivating right here and now. Ryu walked to the entrance of the store, only to be stopped by their guards. They both wore shimmering silver robes. Their lapels had twin moons dancing about one another as fleeting clouds surrounded them. Only those at the World Sea Realm and above can enter for free. Ryu raised a brow. The rules were quite strict for this region. But it seemed that they kept a universal standard no matter where they were. Even if I have this? Ryu asked, raising up his violet VIP card. Please go right ahead. The attitudes of the guards changed and they stepped apart to let Ryu through. Ryu was inwardly relieved as this meant he wouldn't have to waste more money. This made things easier. The moment he stepped in, a fluttering silver light appeared before him, and a middle-aged man bowed respectfully. Ryu couldn't help but be a bit stunned because the middle-aged man was definitely a sky god. No matter what the status of a junior, a sky god wouldn't ever bow to them, at least not in Sacrum. In fact, higher-level cultivators almost never lowered their heads to juniors unless they had the strength to defeat them. Something like a sky god bowing to him, presumably just because he had a bit of wealth, was baffling to Ryu. It was quite the culture shock. At the same time, Ryu realized how cruel the true martial world was just from this interaction alone. Likely scared of what background he had, even a sky god was forced to lower their heads. He couldn't fathom what kind of trials he would have ahead. Chapter 9043, Ryu spoke maybe more politely than he had in his life. Though his voice was still tinged with the usual cold he had for strangers, its edges had softened somewhat. This wasn't because he felt scared of the middle-aged man before him, but rather because he was understanding of the latter's plight. And he was also feeling somewhat grateful that he had gained such a reminder so easily. This was no longer Sacrum. Things would be far more difficult here. The middle-aged man stood with a smile. Young master can just call me Old Man Balin. I am one of the 3 deacons of this small shop. I'll take you to what you need right away. Those on the ground floor of the merchant shop couldn't help but look toward Ryu. It obviously wasn't normal for a deacon to receive just anyone. It was clear that this young man had an astounding background. A silvery light enveloped the middle-aged man and Ryu. The two soon appeared in a private, but spacious room. There was nowhere to sit, nor were there the displays there had been on the first floor. Instead, it was just a vast empty space, as though they were standing in the middle of the depths of space. With a thought from Deacon Balin, that changed quickly. Rows of displays began to appear, each neatly arranged. Young master, these are our current catalog of archery techniques appropriate for your level. Ryu swept out his spiritual sense. There were quite a number here, easily approaching 1,000 or so. Ryu stepped forward and picked up a jade. But he soon shook his head and picked up another. He went through this process several times before Balin finally said something. Young master, are these techniques not to your liking? They're missing something, Ryu replied honestly. He didn't expect these techniques to be on the same level as the 2 best techniques he had taken from those 2 hidden blade sect individuals. After all, those techniques had cultivation techniques to be paired with. But he still expected something better than this. Show me your absolute best, Ryu continued. As the young master wishes. Balin's gaze became heavy as he controlled the formations to rearrange everything once more. This time, only a dozen or so techniques remained. The moment Ryu picked up the first, the feeling that flooded him was entirely different. As he went through the techniques, each one gave him a vastly different feel, but it was a good one. He took a breath, his aura relaxing as he began to think. What was the difference between these techniques and the ones he carried with him from his Qilin clan? Well, there were a few things. The first was that these techniques had an air of mystery that was hard to describe, a certain charm. The second was that the circulation patterns required to execute these techniques were extraordinarily simple, even simpler than some lower-level techniques that Ryu had learned before. The third was that they all relied on a conception and touched the faintest hint of a Tao. It was this third factor that likely gave the techniques the charm Ryu felt from them. I will take these 2 techniques, 13 Soaring Azures, and Roaring Sky Serpent. With those 2 purchases, another 1,000th of Ryu's wealth had vanished. It was hard to believe that 2 middle heaven grade techniques were actually so expensive. But it was clear that even in the true martial world, techniques of this caliber were quite rare. After sifting through his memories again, Ryu found that these techniques were known as techniques with Tao charm. Similar to crown herbs, they could display the prowess of techniques beyond their level due to how powerful they were. However, they were likewise very difficult to learn and were usually reserved for the use of extremely high-level geniuses. There were many people who could use Tao charm techniques at lower grades, but found themselves unable to do so as their cultivation progressed. Those like Ryu could continue to do so into the heaven grade were already quite rare to begin with. Deacon Balin watched Ryu leave with a grave expression. 2 individuals appeared to his left and right, both of whom were deacons as well. 3 Dao charm techniques? Is he overestimating himself? One of the deacons couldn't help but question this. Usually, even for geniuses, one would only have a single Dao charm technique practiced to mastery. This was especially so at lower levels. The simple fact was that increasing one's cultivation was more important. No one had the time to master so many Dao charm techniques when most couldn't master even a single one. Yet, not only had Ryu taken 2 Dao charm techniques, he had even taken the movement Dao charm technique. Whispering Petals. Did you find any information on him? Deacon Balin didn't answer. We haven't been able to find anything about blind boy with white hair. It's either he's from a higher heaven, or he's carrying the wealth of an entire smaller world on him. Regardless, it has nothing to do with us anymore. Just inform the young master of what we've found out to sate his curiosity and wipe our hands of this matter. The following day, Ryu boarded the astral ship and was escorted to his Violet VIP living quarters. It would take 3 months to make it to the true martial world from here. It was time to see just how far his comprehension speed had fallen. The living conditions of Violet VIPs were nothing short of spectacular. Ryu didn't need to worry about food, accommodations, and he was even offered high-class women to serve him. He could only shake his head when he realized that these women were actually in the World Sea realm, with the head servant actually being in the Sky God realm herself. Ryu ended up refusing these tempting services and entered the training room that was also a part of his accommodations. He found that even if he set a full-powered punch at the walls, he couldn't even force the formations to ripple. This much was good that meant he could go all out. Taking a seat at the center of the training room and turning the privacy settings on, Ryu began to meditate on 13 Soaring Azures. Chapter 905 Crack 1. Still, there was a sort of elegance in its simplicity. Ryu had already accepted that more complex didn't mean better. In fact, maybe some of the most powerful things in all of existence were fundamental runes, the foundation of all that was. Even without his eyes, Ryu still had the origin flame. Something like memorizing a circulation pattern was as easy as looking at it. It was the actual circulation that might take some practice. But, due to the simplicity of it all, even that came with a ridiculous amount of ease. Ryu casually tested out the circulation patterns so that he could get a reference for how much more powerful it would grow into the future. 13 Soaring Azures was a Dao charm technique that used a beast firebird beast known as the Azure for inspiration. They were an inferior firebird compared to phoenixes, of course, but they had a certain charm to themselves, and they were especially known for their unique blue flames and their beauty. The Azure bird came in 13 stages of maturity, alternating between cold and hot. Upon birth, an Azure bird would be wreathed in heat, only to evolve and become cold. After 6 cycles of this, they would reach the 13th form, a perfect fusion of hot and cold that would feel warm to the touch. This 13th stage seemed to be the most docile and non-lethal, but it was exactly the opposite. It was this perfect control over hot and cold that made the Azure bird so fearsome. On the first circulation, Ryu felt a scorching heat in his meridians. But upon immediately following it up, he felt a bone-biting cold. He paused, not continuing to the third. Lifting up his robes, his eyes narrowed when he actually saw a thin layer of ice coat his skin. Even with the robustness of his body, this technique actually left such injuries on him. If it wasn't for the fact he had a fire spirit body, the heat would have actually also left burn marks on him. Ryu's expression flickered. He had thought that his body was already far beyond the realms of the immortal ring realm, so how was it that an heaven-grade technique could actually harm him like this? Felt impossible. Ryu lowered his robes and eventually decided to shrug them off. The butterfly obediently took Ryu's robes and fluttered off to the side, its small body shivering as well. It had felt that the chilling cold Ryu had released just now, and even given its inclination toward the Een, it felt like it would lose its life. Ryu's robust body rippled and the ice eventually slowly melted, also releasing its clutches on his internal organs. After a few moments of sweeping his spiritual sense through his body, Ryu understood a few things. His meridians were completely unaffected by the hot and cold. This only made sense, after all, it was the 3rd strongest material in all of existence. Ryu was fairly certain that this truth continued to be true even in the true martial world, as it seemed that rarity didn't really change between worlds. For example, the two disciples of the Hidden Blade sect had still wanted his Meridians. And, when they found out his had heavenly pupils afterward, their shock was just the same. In fact, the most damning evidence was that they hadn't immediately recognized his bloodlines, likely meaning that his ancestral grade bloodlines weren't easy to find in their world either. The unfortunate part, though, was the organs and skin that surrounded his Meridians. Just a casual circulation of the first and second forms, without even using the full brunt of chi he could have, had actually caused so much damage. If Ryu had gone all out, he realized that he would probably harm himself. Ryu wanted to see just how deep this matter went, so he turned his thoughts to Roaring Sky Serpent. The Sky Serpent was also a powerful beast much like the Azure Bird. While the latter was a much weaker form of the Phoenix, the former was a much weaker form of the Winged Serpent, which was actually a beast of legend as well. Roaring Sky Serpent had fewer forms than 13 Soaring Azures, with just 3 instead of the enormous sum of 13. The forms were separated into echoes. The first produced 1 resonance, the second formed 3 resonances, and the final formed 9, fully manifesting the form of the Roaring Sky Serpent. To Ryu, 13 Soaring Azures could be used more continuously and lay a foundation for his archery. Roaring Sky Serpent, however, was more like a single strike kill technique. If he released it, it should be sure to claim a life. Learning his lesson the first time, Ryu circulated with even less chi. If before he used 10%, now he didn't even use a single percent of what he could have. Boom! Ryu's stomach expanded violently, his body suddenly being sent flying backward as a resounding roar echoed in his mind. The sound was so devastating that Ryu's ears began to bleed, the backlash making him cough up a mouthful of blood. Ryu wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze cold. As though he was a masochist, unwilling to stop until he had forced his body to collapse, he circulated the movement technique, whispering petals. Next. Crack. Ryu's face paled, his body falling. He laid on his back, breathing harshly as beads of sweat fell down his body. He swept his spiritual sense forward, focusing on his leg and shaking his head. He had broken his leg taking just a single step, and now he had an extra joint he shouldn't have had. Chapter 906 Crack. 2. Rather than continuing immediately, Ryu began to think. Obviously, there was something different about these Dao charm techniques. Serial didn't mention anything about them, since it was probably more detailed than she felt Ryu needed. But the techniques themselves did a good enough job in explaining with their various introductions. In Sacrum, mastery of techniques were separated into small success, large success, great success, and circle of perfection. Ryu had long since started to ignore these rankings because he comprehended techniques so fast that he blazed through to great circle of perfection and stepped beyond it far too quickly. There was no point in keeping track of such worthless titles. With the standards he held himself up to, even if he couldn't see through a technique to the point of using it with just the same flair and beauty its creator did, he could add his own flair to it. The techniques he had mastered from Sacrum couldn't even be said to be in the great circle of perfection. They were beyond it. In the true martial world, though, especially when Dao charm techniques were taken into consideration, the ranking system was the same, but it had 2 extra steps. Before small success, there was initial success. And, before the great circle of perfection, there was complete success. This left the ranking system at initial success, small success, large success, great success, complete success, and finally, great circle of perfection. Initial success allowed you to use 1% of your chi to fuel the techniques, small success allowed 10%, large success allowed 20%, great success allowed 50%, complete success allowed 100%, while great circle of perfection allowed you to go beyond what your chi alone could produce, using the Dao charm of the technique to push you beyond the realms of the technique. Right now, Ryu would be in initial success of a non-Dao charm technique. However, just grasping a circulation pattern wasn't enough to touch initial success of a Dao charm technique. This was the reason why he had suffered such harsh backlash. Without stepping into initial success, it wasn't even possible to circulate the chi method without harming yourself. Interesting. Ryu's lip curled. Despite his blindness, his eyes burned with a heated passion. He hadn't felt this sort of excitement in a long time. Such a simple circulation pattern actually carried such a punch to it. And, just now, when his leg broke, it was because, Whispering Petals had wanted him to display a speed beyond his body's capability. It was even more shocking because he had only circulated a small portion of the chi he could, yet the result was so exaggerated. Ryu put away Whispering Petals and Roaring Sky Serpent. Logically, it was probably smarter to learn a movement technique first, but he wasn't worried as he had time. No matter how far his comprehension had fallen, he didn't believe that it would take him more than 3 months to reach at least small success in all 3 techniques. Soon, though, Ryu would realize that it wasn't his comprehension that would be the problem, but rather the inherent difficulty of Dao charm techniques. Even if his eyes hadn't gone blind, Dao charm techniques were something even the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils could take as a casual joke. The reason for this was in their name. Dao charm techniques could only be created by those who had reached an unprecedented level of mastery in their Daos. Only upon reaching such a high attainment could one then simplify their Dao to allow others to partake in its strength. This essentially meant that Dao charm techniques and comprehending them was akin to taking a step into someone else's shoes and grasping their Dao. It was one thing if your Dao was comparable and similar to another's, but if your Dao was incompatible, you would have a very tall mountain to climb. This was another reason why even absolute geniuses only focused on one Dao charm technique at once. Even those who stood at the pinnacle of the world, looking down on all others, might only dabble in 2 or 3. If you spent too much time mastering the Dao charm of others, it could influence and even collapse your own resolve, thus weakening your Dao. In the worst case, you might even end up crippling your Dao entirely. Ryu, though, blissfully began to comprehend. He had been ready to settle in for several months, only awakening when it was time for him to truly step into this new world. However, after just a few minutes, his expression changed. His mind hurriedly retreated as a resounding crack echoed in his ears. Ryu's face paled, a line of blood falling slowly down the corner of his lips. Just now, he had started to comprehend, meditating on the images of the azure bird he could find in its memory jade. Immersed, he felt enamored. He wasn't used to comprehending things without the use of his eyes, so he planned on just letting his instincts take over for a time and see how things went. His instincts hadn't let him down. In fact, things were beyond his expectations. His soul made him feel like the world was his to absorb, and he could practically imprint the images into his spiritual sea itself. But then, he realized that when he started to do this, that his inactive Dao stirred. It was then Ryu had a thought. His Dao was designed to grasp the secrets of the heavens. That was why he had named it Dividing Heaven. So, if he relied on his Dao, wouldn't comprehending Dao charm techniques be as easy as breathing? He didn't believe there was any Dao stronger than his own. There was nothing out of his reach with it by his side. But just now, a crack had appeared in his Dao foundation. Chapter 907 Crack 3. He understood why this had happened. His Dao was infinitely close to a hegemony-grade Dao that was already far better than the foundation of the Daos used to create these Dao charm techniques. If he was correct, these were true or lineal Dao charm techniques at best. Only would have to enter the Sky God realm to even think of trying to use stronger Dao charm techniques. The reason for this was quite simple. Not only was it rare for higher-level Daos to be dumbed down to the point of a heaven-grade technique, but the stress on a cultivator was even greater. This was all to say that the problem here wasn't the grade of Ryu's Dao. What Ryu lacked was depth. The moment Ryu had stepped out of Sacrum, he had had an odd feeling, but it was only now he understood exactly what that feeling was. The Daos, or rather, the heavens of Sacrum, were far too weak compared to everywhere else. This was also the very same reasoning for why Ryu's Dao wasn't as powerful as he thought it would be. The heavens he was dividing were weak heavens. Unless he could reform his Dao in the true martial world while facing its heavens, it would remain as a dominion-ranked Dao. Ryu also had a feeling that he would need to do this for each one of the true martial world's 9 heavens. Only by standing on the 9th heaven and daring to divide it would he be able to complete his Dao and enter the realms of a founding Dao. What Ryu had no idea about was the fact that forming hegemony, ancient and founding Daos wasn't so simple. In a certain folktale Ryu had read before, there were only 3,000 great Daos. This was a legend passed down to most. What Ryu didn't know was that there was truth to this. Not the number itself, but rather the fact that there were only a limited number that could exist. That limit had long since been reached, and the birth of a new one meant destroying an old one. This wasn't an easy process by any stretch. Just touching the realms of hegemony would be shocking enough, but the formation of a new founding Tao, well, such a thing hadn't happened in countless eras. Ryu's gaze flashed. If this 13 soaring azures thought that this was enough to make him back down, it was sorely mistaken. Go ahead. Crack my Tao. Shatter it, in fact. Destroy it if you can. The crack in Ryu's Tao was forcefully closed beneath his will, his fighting intent blazing. If others had seen this sort of scene, they would have been shocked beyond belief. The reformation of an injured Tao wasn't as simple as thinking it. Such a crack represented a shake in one's belief, a blow to their will. The idea of someone rebounding back so fast didn't make any sense. Ryu's practically blind confidence in himself would be enough to make a sky god slap their foreheads. But it was precisely this blind sort of arrogance that allowed him to recover as though nothing had happened at all. As far as Ryu was concerned, the only thing holding him back was the fact he had yet to lay eyes on the 9 heavens just yet. Once he did, it would only be a matter of time before he could divide them just the same. But, for now, he would focus on these techniques before him. Every time his Tao cracked, he would repair it with a new understanding, allowing it to get stronger and stronger. Ryu knew that surpassing his current level to enter hegemony wasn't the only way to strengthen his Tao. There were 2 dividing lines of Taos. One was its grade and the other was its strength. The grades were common Taos, true Taos, lineal Taos, dynastic Taos, sovereign Taos,
Dominion Dosh,
hegemonic Taos, ancient Taos, and finally founding Taos. Of course, Ryu was nearing the very limit of the Dominion Tao. This could be considered to be the foundation of a Tao. However, then there was the strength of a Tao. Nurturing phase, fragmented Taos, false Taos, true Taos, perfect Taos, transcended Taos, omniscient Taos, ordered Taos, chaotic Taos, and finally origin Taos. Ryu was currently in the nurturing phase, which was separated into 6 mortal Tao levels, 3 immortal Tao levels, and 2 cosmic Tao levels. Specifically, he was at the first immortal Tao level. For Ryu, who was only in the first of the immortal realms, this was excellent. No, it was more than excellent. Even if he had only had a common grade Tao, it would have been excellent. This was because Taos tended to trail cultivation level. However, due to their power and the sheer importance of Tao, they could make up the difference with their presence alone. Someone in the immortal ring realm like Ryu would be considered a genius for just having a 5th or 6th level mortal Tao. Yet, Ryu was currently trying to strengthen his immortal Tao even further. Since the problem wasn't the grade of his Tao, Ryu knew what he was lacking in was the strength of his Tao. He also understood that this wouldn't normally happen if he wasn't trying to use his Tao to comprehend this technique. If he had used his soul instead, his Tao would have never cracked in the first place. However, Ryu was nothing if not stubborn. He had stumbled into a masochistic technique only he would dare to use to strengthen his Tao. There were several complicated factors working at once here, that much Ryu was certain of. The first issue was that a true or lineal grade Tao shouldn't have been able to crack his Tao, at least not when it was dumbed down to the immortal Tao levels like it was for his heaven grade technique. This meant that compared to other Dominion grade Taos, Ryu's was far more fragile. This should be because there were glaring flaws left behind by forming his Tao in Sacrum. The second issue was that while the Tao had been dumbed down to form a heaven-grade technique, about the equivalent of an immortal-level Tao, whoever had reached a high enough attainment in their Tao to create the technique was definitely well into the sky god realms. This meant that compared to normal immortal-level Taos, this technique was far more robust. And, as though these factors weren't complex enough, it was Ryu who was trying to forcefully use his Tao to comprehend it, something that could be considered a sort of taboo. However, it was also because of all of these factors that Ryu was improving so rapidly. Over time, the frequency of the cracks went way down. Ryu was absolutely relentless, his pursuit of perfection vast and boundless. As the cracks became less frequent, Ryu's comprehension of 13 soaring azures also rapidly improved. And then, on one fateful day, he crossed into initial success. And then, small success. When Ryu looked up, blood had dried from his nose, eyes, and down his ears. His expression was pale, but the fierceness of his aura had never wavered. I was V. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Without how boundless his Tao was, training just this one Tao charm technique wasn't nearly enough to improve it. His Tao encompassed the heavens, but this technique only touched upon Taos of hot and cold. It was like Ryu's Tao was a house in need of renovations, and 13 soaring azures had only helped him tile a single corner of a single room. If Ryu wanted his Tao to improve as a whole, he would probably need to practice hundreds of Tao charm techniques of this level. Or, he would need to risk his life to train far stronger Tao charm techniques which touched upon far more profound concepts. However, even Ryu wasn't foolish enough to do that. A Tao was the representation of a piece of heaven being sealed within you. Even with his will, it took Ryu time to fix the cracks that appeared. In addition to this time, the backlash of the cracks wasn't small either. Every time there was a crack, a rampage of heavenly energies would wreak havoc within his body. If the cracks were any bigger than they were, he would only die. How long has it been? 2 weeks? A bit slow. Ryu's brow furrowed. If others knew he was unsatisfied with reaching the small success stage of a Tao charm technique in just 2 weeks, he would be unlikely to make it out of the mob safely. However, Ryu didn't care about the thoughts of others. He only cared about his own standards for himself, nothing else. With a thought, he switched over to Roaring Sky Serpent. Almost immediately, a crack resounded in his mind and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ryu's gaze flashed. This technique was much stronger. There were no labels, but Ryu was slowly building his own understanding of the divide between Tao charm techniques. Soon, he would be able to naturally guess at the strength of a Tao charm technique much like he could with a target's cultivation. Ryu slowly repaired his Tao only to jump right back in. For the sake of power and strength, he didn't mind being a masochist. He wouldn't allow anything to block his path. Chapter 908 Heaven Grade. Because he actually had to move to comprehend the profundities of this Tao charm technique, he had lost count of the number of times his legs had broken. Truthfully, he didn't have to move. It was just that, after the first crack, he felt that there was something beautiful about it that compelled him to move. Luckily, after reaching initial success, the leg breaking didn't happen unless Ryu wanted it to. And, of course, he only wanted it when he pushed past the current 1% circulation he could use with the technique. If others saw his training method, they could only conclude that he was a masochist. But his masochistic tendencies had definitely worked. Ryu had reached small success in both 13 Soaring Azures and Roaring Sky Serpent, and he had reached initial success in Whispering Petals. Now they would at least be usable in battle. Ryu flipped himself upward, finding his way to the wall and pressing a button. Soon, a sky god beauty appeared with a polite smile on her face and her hands clasped before her womb. She looked like a modern-day saint, but the change in her eyes when she saw Ryu's state was anything but saint-like. "Yes, young master. Is there anything you need?" This was the first time Ryu had called for service in the almost 3 months he had spent here. Yet, she had responded without the slightest pause. It was clear that these servants were very professional, albeit a little too promiscuous. Then again, the sky god beauty could hardly be blamed. After all, anyone who could join Violet VIP was someone more than worth such effort. Who knew, maybe if she was lucky, she just might get pregnant. Even though carrying a bastard child wasn't glamorous, it was all a matter of perspective. From her current lowly position, she would instantly rise to an all-new height. Any man who could afford such a trip was worth her investment. "How much longer until we land?" Ryu asked, ignoring the woman's forward attitude. Steam practically rolled off of his body, his bare torso pumping with vitality. "Just about a little over a day from now, young sir." "In that case, bring me the entire food quota I've missed these last 3 months." The sky god beauty's expression changed. Are you sure?" Ryu nodded. The sky god beauty had been trained to never ask the same question twice, as that could easily annoy high-profile clients, so she immediately scampered off to do as she was told. By now, Ryu had gotten used to the idea of sky gods doing such menial tasks. If he was correct, there was likely a difference between this sky god beauty, those deacons, and the sky gods of the true martial world. Though the sky god beauty gave Ryu more pressure than the sky gods of Sacrum did, It wasn't by a large enough margin to constitute the difference between sacrum and the true martial world. Instead, it was a sort of in-between state. In all likelihood, it was either this sky god beauty had come from a middle-level world like Ryu and then benefited from staying in this environment for an extended period of time, or she had come from a higher-level world and was thus stronger as a result. Either way, Ryu was certain that it wasn't the norm for sky gods to be servants on the true martial world. Or, more accurately, it wasn't the norm for sky gods of the caliber of true martial world standards to be servants. This was likely only a role weaker sky gods were placed into, and it was a fate that Ryu would have shared had he not stepped into this world early enough. Seeing these scenes around him, he was even more determined to not allow such a thing to happen to him. Soon, the sky god beauty returned with several spatial rings. With a speed appropriate for her cultivation, she quickly cleaned Ryu's living quarters and began to set up his meal. Then, she stood to the side silently, not disturbing him as he sat. The table was long, but it was far too short to fit everything. So the sky god beauty had no choice but to wait to the side like this, ready to swap things as needed. In truth, this was also her method of saving Ryu some face. This amount of food was designed to stuff even someone at a higher cultivation in a single day. But Ryu had made her bring over food for 90 days. Even for a talent like Ryu, eating so much food was too tall of a task. So, the woman planned on pretending like this was all the food there was after Ryu couldn't eat anymore. Like that, she would be able to help Ryu. But when Ryu really started to eat, her eyes couldn't help but widen. Her first thought was that she had never seen anyone eat so quickly and elegantly at the same time. His skills were so refined that there was no doubt in her mind that he came from a very noble origin. But, more importantly, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. These were all individuals of a heaven grade. Not the heaven grade of sacrum, but rather the heaven grade the true martial world. The two couldn't even be remotely compared. Even she would have trouble biting into and chewing just the meat alone, but Ryu practically swallowed it all whole. More shockingly, even if he could chew it, it would have left a heavy pit in his stomach. But, when the sky god beauty glanced at Ryu's rippling torso, she didn't see even the slightest bulge. It was as though he had a black hole in his gut. As the sky god beauty watched, her eyes lit up brighter and brighter. Digestion was a huge component of a cultivator's strength, and it was one of the easiest ways to differentiate talents from the untalented. The stronger your digestion, the more robust your chi circulation, and, most important, the stronger your bloodlines. To be able to swallow heaven-grade food so quickly, and without even the slightest frown on his face, the only explanation was that Ryu had at least a heaven-grade bloodline. When the sky god beauty thought to this point, her heart rolled in waves. A heaven-grade bloodline. A real heaven-grade bloodline. She practically shivered in excitement. If she had a son with a heaven-grade bloodline, she could lead her clan out of her world and finally establish a foothold in the true martial world. If Ryu knew the thoughts of the woman, he would only look at her weirdly. Let alone heaven-grade, he had 4 ancestral-grade bloodlines. Well, 2. As for the third, he really wasn't sure what it was. It had potentially evolved into an origin-grade bloodline. He still had to learn more about it. Still, Ryu didn't have the patience to focus on the woman at all. Every bite he took made him feel as though his shackles were being shrugged off his body. He didn't quite know how to explain it, but this felt like the first time he was truly eating heaven-grade food. It was like the true benefits had been sealed from him previously and were only making their presences known now. Every bite he took made his bloodlines awaken just a little bit more. He even felt like if he continued, he might begin to awaken a flood of bloodline talents. What Ryu didn't know was that, in the true martial world, they didn't experience bloodline talent awakenings, at least not in the same way. Aside from a few exceptionally rare talents, when someone was born with a bloodline, all of its talents were awoken all at once. Something like awakening talents one by one only happened in smaller worlds. However, those from smaller worlds also had to be very cautious with bringing over their bloodlines to the true martial world because much like Ryu would have gotten his Meridians snatched if he was any weaker, one could imagine what would happen if others learned of his bloodlines as well. Luckily, Ryu had a plan for this. Or, more accurately, Serial had a plan she had shared with him. I see. So the gap is actually so large. Right now, my bloodlines are like engines without the proper fuel. So long as I eat enough heaven-grade foods, I should be able to unshackle my bloodlines to the heaven grade. But, right now, they're probably only about as strong as high-level common-grade bloodlines in the true martial world. It's no wonder my body cultivation was so weak against those hidden Blade sect members. Ryu remembered being confused when he fought those two. His cultivation had been in the Path Extinction realm, just like them. But, his body cultivation had been the equivalent of a Cosmic Seed realm expert, so how was it that he hadn't crushed them far easier than he had? Now, he had his answer. His body was being shackled by weakness. He would have to shrug all of these chains off before he finally took another step in his body cultivation. It seems I need more food. Soon, over the horizon, the outline of the true martial world entered view. Chapter 909 Little Silk. The fragrance clung to Ryu, but was quickly overwhelmed by his own potent, intoxicated aroma. The strength of his ice jade crystal body had multiplied after its mutation due to the fusion of his lightning and fire spirit bodies. But, after his rebirth, it seemed to have grown even beyond that. After eating 3 months' worth of food, many of the shackles on Ryu's talents had been undone. In fact, he was to think that it was only his bloodlines that were affected. The truth was that it was practically the entirety of his body. Outside of his spiritual foundation, Meridians and heavenly Pupils, Ryu realized that practically all of his other talents were shackled. His bone structure, his bloodlines, even his chi seemed to be lacking. Ryu had always used neutral chi, so he never thought of it being anything special. But, after 3 months in this place, he realized that there was even a difference in quality between their neutral chis. The good news was that this never really mattered much for Ryu, considering he could produce chaos chi, or so he thought. After some experimentation, Ryu realized that even the chaos chi he was used to was sorely lacking. It seemed that as he moved, the chaos plane his meridians were connected to also changed. While he was in Sacrum, he was connected to their chaos plane. But now, as he approached the true martial world, he was slowly being connected to their chaos plane. Ryu wondered just how much stronger he would be using the true martial world's chaos chi. But, as soon as he had this thought, he exhaled a breath and checked himself. If he wanted to use chaos chi, he had to make sure that it stayed within his body. That meant that he could only use it for techniques that didn't emit chi outside of himself. This included most attacks and defensive techniques. The only times he could use chaos chi was with a movement technique or similarly body-intensive techniques. And, even then, he would have to make sure that no one too powerful was around to see through him. The only other exception was if he could ensure that he could kill his target. If he was too lax with his chaos chi, almost anyone would be able to see through his chaotic silk meridians. In Sacrum, his meridians were only known for their sturdiness. But, it was clear that in this place things were very different. In fact, that sky god Beauty had let it slip that she thought he had a heaven-grade bloodline, and that alone was enough for her to fall over herself trying to get into his bed. If a heaven-grade bloodline had such an exaggerated effect, what about the real grade of his bloodlines? Ryu didn't like it, not even a small bit. It wasn't like him at all to have to hold back and hide himself, but he also knew that it would be far too foolish to do things as he normally did. He would have to find a way to keep his heart firm while somehow following his original intentions less. It left him wanting to roar into the skies. Fine. I'll give you all a handicap, you'll need it. Ryu's gaze flashed with a cold killing intent toward the whole of the true martial world. He would get his revenge back for this in spades when he stood at the top of the world. If others knew that Ryu was pissed off at an entire world that had yet to truly offend him, who knew how they would react? But, this was unfortunately how deep Ryu's pride ran. Even this small matter left him in a foul mood. His flames flared, dancing across his marble-like skin and evaporating all of the water that touched him. The little butterfly flew into action, spinning around Ryu and leaving him in delicate robes of white and sky blue. Ryu strapped his grandfather's bow to his back and tightened the glove of order around his fingers. He still felt that this glove of order had secrets he had yet to see through. Somehow, this seemingly simple treasure from a mortal plane sect had survived a battle of sky gods without a scratch. He would have to see what it could do in the future. When Ryu stepped out, his temperament shifted. Since my mother left you to me, I'll take care of you well. From now on, your name is Little Silk. The little butterfly, or rather Little Silk now, flapped her wings, allowing the sound of chimes to tickle Ryu's ears. The sound helped Ryu's heart calm, his previously foul mood easing something. I'm close to allowing my bloodlines to break through the peak common grade and enter the lower black grade. Just an extra little push and there should be a qualitative change to my body's strength. Ryu could only shake his head that 3 months' worth of heaven-grade food hadn't been enough. It was likely that he would need more than just food. He would probably need to see what alchemic recipes he could find that targeted improving the body. Of course, these pills would have to be refined by himself through his Tao. He refused to allow any impurities to accumulate in his body. It would only slow his process in the future. Now that he didn't have access to the incubator any longer, this was the best approach. Young Master Ryu. The Sky God Beauty had realized by now that Ryu wouldn't fall for her advances. But she was still endlessly polite and settled for forming a good relationship. By now, Ryu knew that her name was Skaya. Just as Skaya greeted Ryu, though, another one of the only 3 doors on the Violet VIP floor opened. The Holy Son of the Twin Phase Merchant Group walking out. Chapter 9-10 Fly. Even now, Gaelmar was enveloped in a silvery light that made it difficult even to see his face. If Ryu had his eyes, seeing through this light wouldn't have been a problem at all. However, as things stood now, Ryu didn't even send his spiritual sense in that direction, so it was hard to tell whether he would be able to see through it or not. Ryu could feel the sudden pressure coming from his side. Even without probing Gaelmar, he could tell that there was a half-step Tao pedestal realm waiting from his side. The presence of Gaelmar was so far beyond the 2 hidden Blade Sect members that it made them look no different from ants. To the Ryu of Sacrum, even a half-step Sky God would be a joke. But the dynamics here were very much different. Ryu didn't trust anyone here, so the moment he felt such a threat, despite the fact his body remained relaxed, he was already prepared to explode with strength. Without his Chaos Chi, beating Gaelmar would likely be impossible. But if he had to choose between his life and exposing himself, the choice was obvious. In fact, even if he had to choose between just humiliation and exposing himself, he would choose the latter 10 out of 10 times. He would rather be chased for the rest of his life than bow his head. Sensing Ryu's relaxed state, Gaelmar raised an internal eyebrow. For someone an entire cultivation realm beneath him to be so calm, it was most definitely a first. He could also sense a slight threat from Ryu, something that shocked him even further. In truth, his curiosity toward Ryu was only as far as wanting to know who could afford this ticket, as it was rare for even those who could afford it to use their means. It was even rarer that such a person would board from so far away from the true martial world. However, now, his curiosity was even deeper than that. He wondered where Ryu came from. Gaelmar was prideful, but he wasn't standoffish. Feeling curious, he didn't mind walking over. "Hello. My name is Gaelmar Uni. Might I ask for your name?" The politeness of their holy son caught the 2 Sky God beauties off guard, but they knew better than to show it. They respectfully stood off to the side, keeping their lips sealed and their expression unreadable. Ryu Tatsuya. Ryu didn't bother to hide his name as his mind worked quickly. This Gaelmar definitely had a strong background, but when he said his name, nothing happened. So, Ryu bet that his name wouldn't cause a commotion either. As expected, he was correct. The usual trembling earth and rumbling thunder didn't manifest. It was much harder for a name to cause a place like the true martial world to quake. In truth, even the names of founding families had difficulty causing large scenes. Only the strongest of founding clans could cause equivalent phenomena to what Ryu was used to in Sacrum. This just went to show the kind of monstrous world Ryu was facing now. Tatsuya, an interesting name. Are you from a smaller world? I am. As expected, it is rare for someone to take the name dragon in the true martial world. It might offend the wrong people. This would also explain your strong presence. It's rare for someone to have your momentum without being from a higher heaven here. Ryu was offended by Gaelmar's words. His words were just as matter-of-fact as Ryu's own. It was clear that Gaelmar had seen through some things, but even if he had, there was no way that he would guess that Ryu was. If you need a sect to join, You can consider my radiant star sect. I plan to first travel and explore before I make a decision. Gaelmar nodded and bid his farewells. Outside of this small greeting, he didn't say much else and simply went on his way. Ryu let him leave, his expression not giving much away at all. Gaelmar left a fairly alright impression on him, but he still couldn't help but feel that Gaelmar just wanted to keep an eye on him. It was possible that he was just being overly cautious. But the fact that Ryu was from a smaller world might present a heavy temptation to some. Ironically, the more talented you were in your home world, the more difficult the transition to the true martial world would be. Even if you had latent talent comparable to higher heavens, it was all too easy for lower heavens to squash you like a bug. There might not even be clans with heaven-grade bloodlines on the first or second heaven. They'd likely only begin to appear on the third heaven, and even then they'd probably still be rare. That didn't even mention the other talent pillars. It was possible that Ryu had already exposed himself a bit by eating all of that food. However, Ryu only smiled internally. This sort of pressure, it had been a long time since he felt it. Things had become far too easy. This true martial world. He hoped it wouldn't disappoint him. Ryu strolled to the exit platform of the Violet VIP region. Here only he, Gaelmar, and their attendants stood. The astral ship slowly touched down, a vast world opening up ahead. The moment Ryu took a breath, he felt his body thrum to life. He restrained his ice jade crystal body from absorbing the chi through his skin, but the feeling was still intoxicating. When his foot set down, a roar resonated with his mind. Oh! It seems that was the little push I needed. Ryu's bloodlines entered the lower black grade. A smile tugged at Ryu's lips, but he soon frowned. He realized that he couldn't fly in this world at all. That was when he remembered something from Serial's notes. In the true martial world, only sky gods could fly. In fact, only fragmented sky gods and above could fly on the first heaven, only false sky gods could fly in the second heaven, so on and so forth. If he wanted to fly in the ninth heaven, he would need to become the highest existence among all there was. The Origin Sky God. Chapter 9:11 Humbling. He could likely use his wings to try and circumvent these rules. But, whenever there were restrictions to flight, there were heavy restrictions to altitude. If Ryu was correct, even with his wings, he could probably fly only about 10 meters above the ground. Plus, using his wings would also mean exposing his bloodlines. He wasn't sure if someone would be able to recognize them or not. Until he found a method to conceal them better, he couldn't be so casual. He took another breath, ready to shoot forward. But Gaelmar threw over a badge that whipped to the back of Ryu's head with quite some speed. Ryu's neck tilted the side, his hand shooting upward and catching the badge without turning around. He looked at it for a moment before realizing he had no choice but to use his spiritual sense to sweep his senses over it. After a moment, he realized that this was some sort of identification badge. In 3 years from now, there will be a competition to enter the second heaven. You'll have to have the strength of the Tao pedestal realm by then if you want to have a chance. Ryu rolled the badge between his fingers, the heft not seeming to impede his dexterity in the slightest. Eventually, Ryu tossed the badge back. I don't like owing favors. Without another word, Ryu leapt off the astral ship, causing an astonished gasp from Skaya. They were at least 10 kilometers in the air despite the fact they had docked. Even she couldn't fly in this place as she wasn't classified as a real sky god. She rushed to the edge beside herself, only to find that Ryu had already vanished beneath the clouds. Her heart beat wildly. She had heard that Ryu was from a smaller world. Could it be that he would fall to his death just like this? Gaelmar's expression also flickered. Ryu's method of descending made him almost impossible to track, and he also wasn't foolish enough to believe that Ryu would die like this. Even if he didn't realize before that he couldn't fly, the moment he jumped he should have. For a genius like him, turning back and holding onto the astral ship before falling to his death should have been a simple matter. The fact he didn't meant that he was confident he wouldn't die. Though flying was impossible, if one had a profound enough attainment in movement technique, gliding for a moment and even stepping onto the air for a brief instant wasn't impossible. But, for that to be possible, Gaelmar's eyes narrowed, looking down at the badge he had given Ryu. It was unfortunate that he hadn't taken it, Could it be that he saw through its true purpose? It was impossible to see Gaelmar's expression through the curtain of light, but he simply remained silent, waiting for the drawbridge of the astral ship to lower. He walked down the path silently, tossing the badge in his hands. Gaelmar's conclusion was correct. Ryu did have a profound movement technique, but it wasn't his greatest reliance. After taking on the treasures of his Qilin clan, he found many wind-related treasures. There was no better coupling for lightning than wind, and the Qilin clan took this quite seriously. In fact, it could even be said that wind was a secondary element that the Qilin clan had very much mastered. Thanks to these treasures, Ryu had been able to turn his northern heavenly wind embryo into its mature form. One might wonder, then, why Ryu had spent so much effort on a movement technique then? The simple answer was that much like his bloodlines, many of his treasures were severely weakened in the face of the true martial world, something that was true even for his origin flame. Ultimately, these treasures had been born under the heavens of Sacrum. They were lacking as a result. This was the bad news. But the good news was, just like Ryu's bloodlines, he could also bring his natural treasures up to standard with some effort. Still, a complete northern heavenly wind, even one just born from a middle-level world, when fused with a profound technique, was more than enough to allow Ryu to slow his downward descent to a certain point. Soon, Ryu could see the lines of greenery below, and he exhaled a breath, focusing. The moment he jumped off, he realized he had still underestimated the true martial world. Even with his trump cards, this would be difficult. Ryu struck a powerful palm out at the air. He forced the air around him to solidify under the control of his northern heavenly wind. Pain twisted Ryu's expression as he could feel his bones creaking and fracturing. However, he hung on. He didn't trust that Gaelmar character as far as he could throw him, a distance that wouldn't be very far considering their disparity in strength currently. Ryu wouldn't feel at ease unless he could start this journey without someone breathing over his neck. The first heavens was vast. Ryu didn't believe Gaelmar could track him as he pleased, or else he wouldn't have tried to give him that badge. Ryu struck the air again as the ground rapidly approached. This time he followed it up with a strong kick, beginning to circulate whispering petals, and tapping into his chaos chi to form primordial wind chaotic chi. He infused it with northern heavenly wind and quickly used his southern heavenly wind to support his stamina and healing. When the first tree came into range, Ryu struck outward, hardly chipping its bark. But he had expected this. If the trees weren't at least this sturdy, he would die instead. He danced through the air, striking out palms and sliding from tree to tree. He transferred his downward momentum in horizontal momentum, slowing down further with every branch he shattered. Bang! Ryu landed heavily on the ground, a jolt of pain running through his body as he felt his legs fracture lengthwise. He collapsed, his legs trembling beneath the pain. But his gaze was blazing. His first experience in the true martial world was actually so humbling. Chapter 9:12 Enough. Half of his injuries were actually due to this wild chi, but he had been forced to endure it because it was the only reason his heavenly winds had become strong enough to descend his downward trajectory. Certain primordial chaotic chis were more docile than others. Ryu had always thought that primordial wind chaotic chi was among those that he could control with greater ease. But it seemed that the true martial world wouldn't allow him anything easy. I've made a large commotion and I'm not even entirely sure of where I am. Who knows what kind of beasts are in this region? I need to be careful. Ryu looked at his legs and frowned. A fracture down the length of your bones was probably the most horrible bone break you could experience. It wasn't the first time Ryu had lamented being born with his mother's bone structure and not his father's. But this time it would have probably happened regardless. The good news was that his ice jade crystal bone was highly adept at healing itself. But it would still probably take some time. At that moment, little Silk fluttered down from the skies and landed on Ryu's shoulder, worriedly looking left to right. The little guy was so frail and light, and it could probably not even deploy its wings and still flutter to the ground safely. But its worry was likely because of the region they were in. Though Ryu's ice jade crystal bone also made him a friend to beasts, he didn't dare to try it out in this place. Here, he would probably find himself easily oppressed by beasts. Beasts had always tended to be more powerful than humans of an equivalent level. However, Ryu's talent had always been so far ahead of anyone he faced that he never even thought or worried about it. In this place, though, he would have no choice but to treat beasts with their proper respect. Ryu restrained his aura and sat in absolute silence, willing his legs to heal faster. But it seemed that the moment he had stepped onto the true martial world, even this had slowed down. At that moment, the ground quaked, causing Ryu to sigh. No longer restraining himself, he sent out his spiritual sense, completely enveloping a looming monstrosity. Well, monstrosity was a bit hard. It was just a bear which seemed to be covered in shards of gray stone, adding a bit of brightness to its dense black fur. The shards surrounded its eyes like goggles, covered its limbs like gloves, and went down the length of its spine. Just a single step of its caused the very ground to quake. Ryu didn't recognize this creature, but that hardly mattered. All he knew was that it was a higher seventh-order beast, sitting at the equivalent of the immortal ring realm, and thus being a large problem for him. The only decent news was that this stone bear only seemed to have a common grade bloodline. But even that hardly put Ryu at ease. In Sacrum, a common grade bloodline would hardly even let you reach the spiritual severing realm, but now there was one here at the seventh order. Plus, Ryu's bloodlines had only just recovered to the black grade and now his maneuverability was hampered. However, after sighing, a spark lit in Ryu's heart. "I would suggest you scram. I'm not in a good mood right now," Ryu said coldly. In response, the stone bear roared, the power of its bellow making Ryu's hair whip backward, his face deforming beneath the pressure. The stone bear charged, its stone-gloved paw swinging with a might that made Ryu feel that he would be crushed before it even landed. The fury in Ryu's gaze lit. He had already been forced to this state, all to avoid the scrutiny of a young man he had no choice but to admit was stronger than him. Now, a piece of trash of the common grade actually thought to take his life. He had been forced to take one step back after another ever since he came to this world. He was already over it. Ryu's palm slammed into the ground. Ignoring the pain of the lingering fractures, he launched himself into the air. He flipped, remaining upside down as he soared over the stone bear's side. The beast showed a level of agility it shouldn't have had, turning back quickly and swiping out. This time, the ground responded, causing a wave of stone to pierce out from it and appear at Ryu's landing spot. Ryu's expression flashed coldly. He solidified the air again, striking downward just before the wave of sharp stone could reach him. His torso flexed, his hips torquing as he began to spin in the air. Taking advantage of the surge of wind, he pushed himself further up and out of the range of the surging earth. When he reached a height of 3 meters, he realized he couldn't go up any further. But this was all the distance he needed. Still upside down, he pulled out his grandfather's bow from his back, drawing an arrow and pouring his comprehension into the glove of order. When Ryu saw the pitifully skinny and weak arrow that formed, his fury seemed to reach a tipping point. 13 soaring azures. Singe. The weak arrow blazed to life, the faint call of a bird echoing as the twang of a bowstring released. The arrow shot through the charging bear's brows, tearing through its skull, down its spine, and out its back. Bang! The arrow burrowed into the ground, the faint call of a bird still echoing. Ryu landed on a palm, his bow still being held in his other hand. In the next moment, the stone bear combusted, falling into a pile of ash. Even seeing such a scene, Ryu didn't seem to be satisfied, but the beast was already dead. There was nothing else he could do to it even if he wanted to. Chapter 9:13 Dao Runes. Although he was annoyed, he had to say that it was an interesting and new sort of experience. But, aside from that, it didn't do much else to help his mood. Ryu flipped through the air, landing on his feet. Before him, scattered a few meters apart, there were 3 stone bears and a stone viper. Well, there were 4 piles of ash, more accurately. It seemed that Ryu had likely stumbled into the territory of the stone bears in all likelihood. He would have to leave soon before things got any more troublesome. However, this experience has taught Ryu many interesting things. For one, these beasts were actually quite small. Even the largest of them was barely over 3 meters tall. It was as though they all had Nemesis adept body talent. In Sacrum, beasts in the Immortal Ring level realms should have already been dozens of meters in size, or at least in the tens. But this didn't seem to be true for the true martial world. Ryu wondered if that made Nemesis adept body talent useless, or if that just meant that beasts in this world took longer to grow larger. He was leaning more toward the second, but he wasn't willing to make a conclusion just yet. Not until he understood more about this world. Ryu dug through the piles of ash and pulled out what looked like 4 crystal balls filled with fog. He had purposely controlled his 13 soaring azures to avoid burning these to ash as well, as they were yet another difference between Sacrum and this world. In the true martial world, the spiritual root of beasts underwent a special sort of change where their blood could crystallize into beast cores. These beast cores were concentrations of a beast's talent and was also part of the reason beasts here were so much more powerful than beasts on Sacrum. By cultivating these beast cores, beasts of the true martial world had the ability to purify their blood and elevate beyond their current levels, thus giving them an easier path toward higher grades. Of course, easier was subjective. It was easier than it would be on Sacrum, but not easy per se. It was still an arduous process.
No dao runes.
I was probably expecting too much from a bunch of common grade beasts. If they had Dao runes, they would be far more difficult to kill than they ended up being. Beast cores allowed beasts to also form Dao runes. These Dao runes would manifest in their beast cores and could speed up the process of cleansing their bloodlines and returning to their origins. But it really was expecting too much for common grade beasts to form a Dao rune. Much like Dao charm techniques, Dao runes were rare and also placed beasts who had them in a class all to their own. A beast with a Dao rune could display prowess beyond realms of understanding of both their bloodlines and their realm of cultivation. Likewise, Dao runes also had added benefits for human cultivators. While in Sacrum, Ryu used to soak in blood he gathered from the spiritual roots of beasts to strengthen his body. Dao rune beast cores took it even a step further. If you found one, you could use it to gain the bloodline of the beast in question. It was a far easier method than anything Ryu had ever seen. In addition to this, if you already had a compatible bloodline, you could use the Dao rune beast core to either strengthen your bloodline, or there was a small likelihood that you could fuse and mutate both bloodlines into something entirely new. Due to this, Ryu was quite certain that he would probably run into all sorts of bloodlines and talents he had never even heard of on Sacrum. Ryu wasn't very interested in evolving or strengthening his bloodlines as he didn't even understand what he had now to the fullest extent. However, beast cores were a shortcut to undoing the shackles that Sacrum had placed on him, for sure, especially if they were used in pill concoction. Ryu stored the 4 beast cores, only to realize that the space in his spatial rings had severely shrunk, forcing everything into a cramped space. His spatial rings had once had dozens of kilometers of space, but now it could only be counted in hundreds of meters. It was a good thing that there had been so much empty space, otherwise Ryu had no way of telling how many things would have been destroyed. Ryu shook his head, orienting himself. He might have been lost, but he was an origin-grade ruin master. If he wanted to find civilization, it wasn't difficult for him in the slightest. Ryu shot forward, gliding through the foliage. His body flickered as he became a streak of lightning, buzzing through the forest like a bolt. A day later, Ryu appeared at the edge of the forest, beaten and ragged, not to mention drenched in sweat. However, with a thought, little Silk had formed him new clothing and his sweat had vanished. Remembering his experience of the last day, he could only shake his head. Up ahead, a small city stood. It felt a bit inappropriate to call it small since its walls were dozens of meters tall. But considering the scale and reference of Serial's notes, this was, indeed, a small city. Ryu went up to the gate and paid the entrance fee, this time using beast cores. The twin-phase merchant group had an easy conversion between middle-world chi stones and their exchange, but Ryu doubted this city did. So he chose the easier option and entered. After this, he would have to take his time to allow his chi stones to perfect their fundamental runes before he could use them freely again. But first, Ryu needed to orient himself properly, then figure out his next plans. Chapter 9:14 The Tiger's Den. This place was known as Cloudy City, surprisingly not named after the environment, but rather the cloudy beast cores they were known to have an excess of. It seemed that those stone-like beasts tended to have beast cores that looked like that as beast core reflected their affinities. It was actually a cloud that made the beast cores of this region act like this, though. It was rather a plume of dust. Regardless, this place was still known as Cloudy City, and it was located within the Stone Prefecture, headed by the Stone Edge sect and within the southern region. First Heaven was divided into 12 regions, each of which had dozens of prefectures. There were 8 regions in the outer ring and 4 that split the central pie. The southern region was actually one of the 4 central pies. Realizing this, Ryu realized that he had gotten very lucky. Cloudy City was near the very edge of the southern region, and was near the no man's land between the southern region and the 2 outer regions that were attached to it. The fact that Ryu had only landed a day away from Cloudy City was exactly the reason why he hadn't run into beasts too much more powerful than he could handle. If he was even an extra half-day further away, he might not have made it here without being torn to pieces. Even with this luck, Ryu had run into a 9th-order beast he had to rush for his life from. He kicked himself for having stored the cloak within his inner world, or else it wouldn't have been nearly as difficult for him to cross that distance. Though he had no way of being sure if the cloak would be just as effective in this place. Luckily, Ryu had managed to keep his life and make it all the way here. While he didn't allow himself to freely use his chaos chi, when it came to stamina, no one could match him. He could simply pull in chi from an entire plane of existence whenever he wanted. He had that to thank for his survival, not to mention his ability to avoid danger before it came. Once Ryu had oriented himself, he realized that he had a lot of options before him. He had a few goals. The first was to unshackle his bloodlines completely, and the second was to fix the imperfections in his Tao. In order to do both things, he needed resources and time. The best choice was to join a sect. The Stone Edge sect didn't seem to be in line with Ryu's needs, so he would probably have to travel to another prefecture after finding a list of suitable sects. Then, he would need to test them to see if they were worthy of his time. Ryu wasn't exactly eager to join a sect. If it was up to him, he would just do things on his own like he usually did. But he knew that he would be making a mistake if he didn't take this route. The reality was that Ryu wasn't sure he could become a throne in this place without showing off talent he knew he should keep under wraps. And, even if he could, it wouldn't be smart to take that route unless he didn't have another choice. Thrones didn't receive the same reception in the true martial world that they did in Sacrum. Not unless you had the backing of an already powerful existence, something Ryu obviously didn't have. In this place, no one hesitated to kill thrones. Ryu also thought about just using skill as a ruin master, but there were multiple problems with this. For one, he no longer had his eyes. He had never tried to clear a ruin without the help of his eyes. Though he was willing to try, he didn't have a suitable matrix, something he would need if he didn't have his eyes to complete the necessary calculations. Though he had gained a 10th-order matrix during his adventure on the pedestal plane, it had quickly become useless. Plus, that matrix was 10th order to the standards of Sacrum. Who knew if it would even be useful here? And lastly, even if Ryu could fix these issues, he didn't have the understanding of true martial world history that he did of Sacrum's history. Without such a foundation, let alone safely clearing ruins, he wouldn't even be able to find them. If he wanted to fix that, he would need to join a ruin guild. But he still had a bad taste in his mouth from what he had learned about the ruin guild from his home world, and if he was correct, that ruin guild had ties to this world. Ryu had to be cautious going anywhere near ruin guilds in this place. Then, if he wanted to learn about true martial world history and clear ruins, he would need a different method entirely. In that case, Ryu quickly found information about the prefectures of the southern region. There were a total of 64, each controlled by either a powerful sect or family, all of which had at least one sky god. The rating system of sects and clans in the true martial world only started once you had a sky god. Everything beneath that realm was disregarded. 1-star clans and sects had at least one fragmented sky god, 2-star had at least one false sky god, so on and so forth. Within these, there was a further division of true 1-star clans and sects had not only at least one fragmented sky god, but they either had a second or at least 10 half-step fragmented sky gods. In the first heaven, there were only 2 2-star clans. Well, there was one sect and the other was a clan. The clan was the Uni-clan and the sect, well, it was the Hidden Blade sect. Ryu shook his head at his bad luck. He refused to join a cowardly sect like the Hidden Blade sect, and he also had no intention of going to Gaelmar's Uni-clan. It doesn't seem like that man's Radiant Star sect is listed here. Could it be that the Radiant Star sect is a second heaven sect? Ryu's gaze narrowed. For Gaelmar to offer for him to join a second heaven sect, it seemed that he was more interested than Ryu had originally thought he was. Wait! Ryu's expression became weird. The Radiant Star sect wasn't a second heaven sect, it was in the first heaven. It was just that Ryu had gone straight from checking the southern region sects and clans to looking at the only two two-star powers. However, he hadn't checked the other regions. It turned out that the Radiant Star sect was a true one-star sect of the western region. It was odd. Gaelmar was from a two-star clan, but he joined a one-star power? Though it was a true one-star sect, it was still a bit odd. Ryu's Ruin mastermind felt that there was an oddity here that should be explored. The Uni-clan should have had everything that Gaelmar needed. It didn't make sense for him to join another sect. Suddenly, Ryu wanted to go there. Alright, let's go play in this Radiant Star sect. Ryu's lip curled. He had just gone through so much trouble to get away from Gaelmar, but now he was going back into the tiger's den. Maybe he really was a madman. However, once Ryu made a decision, he wouldn't change it. He bought himself another ticket, this one to the western region. Chapter 9, 15 week. Joining a one-star sect wasn't easy, let alone a true one-star sect. It only made it worse that Ryu was trying to enter a sect headed by a person he had just gone through so much trouble to avoid. In truth, Ryu had likely made this decision because he was already tired of taking the approach that caused the least number of waves. He had already done that, and in return, it netted him a day in the depths of the forest where he was harassed by beasts he wouldn't have even deemed worthy of eating in the past. Ryu didn't want to lose his sharpness, and he felt like this world was already starting to dull his blade. If he allowed his edge to vanish, then what was the point of coming to this world in the first place? The journey to the western region took a month. Unfortunately, travel wasn't as fast as it had been on astral ships. So, though the distance was a mere fraction, it still took a third the time it took to travel from the moon system to the true martial world. In that time, Ryu finally broke through again, pushing Whispering Petals to the small success realm. Ryu had already learned that he was around the appropriate age to join a sect. In the true martial world, one would usually join an unranked sect at the mortal realms. Then, upon entering the immortal realms before your path was fully carved out, you would join a one-star sect if you had the necessary talent. Usually, this happened when you were around your late teens. Reaching the Immortal Ring realm when you were around 15 or 16 wasn't rare in the Immortal Ring realm and could be considered a barely above average standard. Cultivation was fast and the divisions between lower levels were hardly paid attention to. The main goal of most was to reach the Tao Pedestal realm by 30 years of age, the World Sea realm by 50, and the Sky God realm by 100. If you met those standards, then you had a good chance of carving a path for yourself into the second heaven. If not, you'd just have to obediently cultivate your life away in the first heaven. Right now, Ryu was 23 years old, his aging process having been halted during his rebirth. However, this was actually a bit old. He was running about 2 or 3 years behind schedule for an absolute genius since he was in the peak Immortal Ring realm. Of course, Ryu wasn't very worried about this. If he started worrying about the standards of the first heaven, he would even have time to faint at what the standards of the ninth heaven must be. When Ryu first heard of these ages, though, he was a bit stunned. Reason being, they were only a fraction of the time spent alive. Could it be that these geniuses reached the Sky God realm at 100 years old, then spent the remaining trillions of years of their lives striving through the Sky God realms? The simple answer was yes. The more complex answer was not quite. Lifespans in the true martial world were very different. When you reached the Sky God realm in Sacrum, your lifespan wasn't dictated by a normal measure of time, but rather how long your Tao could persist before collapsing. The longer you lived, the more doubts you would experience, and the closer you would come to an eventual death. The World Sea realm was the last realm with a theoretical cap in lifespan. In the true martial world, there were so many more things to force you to doubt your own path. That lifespan in the true martial world, at least in the first 3 heavens, was even shorter than it would be on Sacrum. These matters got very complex very quickly. But from what Ryu had come to understand, this was just a fate those born here had to accept. On the one hand, they were born with perfect and complete heavens, allowing their strength to be far beyond what anyone would expect on a lower-level world. But, on the other hand, they were cursed in their own way, their vitality being sucked away much faster. Cultivation was ultimately about stealing from the heavens, whether that was power or time. Unfortunately, the heavens of the true martial world were so powerful that stealing from them was just that much more difficult. When Ryu reached the western region, it took him about another half-month to reach the territory of the Radiant Star sect, upon which he learned that the sect held entrance exams once every year, the next one being in exactly a week. Ryu nodded. He got lucky with the timing. If he had to try when he was 24, things would become more troublesome. It would be one thing if he could cultivate, but even without access to his intuition, he wouldn't easily choose a new cultivation technique. Such an approach would likely cause him some issues in the Radiant Star sect, but he didn't care so long as he joined. If others wanted to test his patience, he would have a blade for them. A week later, Ryu entered the range of the Radiant Star sect only to find that the region was packed. He was probably the only person that had come alone. Airships of all shapes and sizes hung in the air, each with their own logos. Of course, these airships respectfully stayed outside of the Radiant Star sect's airspace, showing due deference. On the ground, there were a flood of disciples, a number that was easily into the tens of thousands. They all stood at the foot of a mountain, waiting for the sect's formation to weaken. And then, seemingly empty space flickered before a dome of blue slowly broke apart. Standing on a platform in the skies, 3 figures wearing disciple robes appeared. Chapter 9, 16 feet. The level of a disciple wasn't decided by their cultivation level, but rather their skill. There was a large mix of cultivation realms amongst similarly leveled disciples. However, each disciple rank did have its own cutoff. This was decided based on talent, age, cultivation realm, and how long you had been in the sect. Ultimately, whether you were allowed to stay, demoted, or kicked out, was all decided by the elders and deacons of your rank. These were things that Ryu would likely learn about later, but for now he had to endure being looked down upon from above. He really hated that feeling, but he couldn't even fly in this world, so he couldn't change it even if he wanted to. Little Silk, sensing Ryu's annoyance, sent a spark of ice down his head to cool him down. Something Ryu had to admit felt quite good. The head of the 3, an inner disciple be the name of Linus, took a step forward. The rules will be just the same as they are every year. First, you will step through the gate where your talent will be gauged. Those who manage to meet the bare minimum requirement will be allowed a chance at ascending the mountain. If you can make it to the first mountain peak within 3 days, you will be allowed to proceed to the next test, where you will be given a test of will and a test of comprehension. Finally, so long as your Tao has been formed, you will be allowed to become an outer disciple. First group forward, 10 at a time. Don't push and shove or else I will not hesitate to kill you. The disciples didn't dare to make a fuss after this. The talent test was quite simple. It took into account age and the 4 pillars of cultivation to produce a phenomenon. So long as the light above your head broke 9 feet and entered the 10 feet range and above, you would pass the minimum requirements. According to Serial's notes, the talent tests of the first heaven were very easy to fool because of this. The main reason they were so easy to fake, though, was because no one expected anyone to try and suppress your talent. The function of the test required the effort and willingness of the participant. It was very easy to choose to hold back. In higher heavens, though, Serial warned that it was almost impossible to do this as their methods were more sophisticated. You would need a treasure to help you in such a case. However, Ryu wouldn't need to worry about such a thing until at least the 4th heaven. The first batch of disciple hopefuls all failed. In fact, so did the 2nd and the 3rd. Even the best performer among at least the first 20 or so groups only reached 7 feet. Linus and the disciples looking down from above couldn't help but shake their heads. This happens every year. The standards had been known for so long, yet so many idiots came to waste their time. They really took the Radiant Star sect as some sort of charity. According to the standard of the Radiant Star sect, your 4 pillars had to at least average out at the higher common grade. Meaning, if you assign the number 1 to a lower common grade talent, 2 to middle grade, so on and so forth, after taking the average, the number had to be 3.00 or higher. That would earn you a height of 10 feet. If you averaged 4.00, you would earn a height of 20 feet. Black grade was a completely different animal. A single lower black grade talent would give you 12.00. So, even if you scored 0 in everything else, something that wasn't possible, you'd still gain a passing grade. Beyond this, age and cultivation became a multiplier. For every year you were younger than the target age for your cultivation realm, you would earn an additional 10%. For every year you were over, you would lose 10%. Ryu understood how this worked, and right now he was about 3 years too old, so his grade would gain itself a 30% hit. So, the minimum grade he needed was around 4.2 to 4.3. It wasn't until the 37th group that someone finally hit 9 feet, close to a passing grade, and not until the 49th that someone finally reached 10 feet. With a bright smile on her face, the disciple crossed the barrier and waited patiently for the next phase to begin. Soon, more and more people began to appear, all hovering around 10 to 12 feet. Those that understood how the system worked realized that there wasn't much of a difference between these disciples at all. But that didn't stop those with better results from sticking their chests out just that bit further. As time passed, more and more talents began to appear. It was clear that they had all been biding their time, waiting to shine later. After all, what kind of hero doesn't have a grand entrance? Within the 121st group, a young man with a valiant aura and a silver spear on his back stepped forward. The light above his head rushed up, shattering the 20-foot barrier and only stopping at 23 feet. The eyes of the inner disciples and Linus finally showed some life. The 30-foot mark was completely unlike the 20-foot mark. The 20-foot mark represented an average of 4.00, but the 30-foot mark represented an average of 12.00. To reach the 23-foot mark meant that this young man had at least 1 black grade talent. Those who recognized the young man came to understand. He was the young master of the Rotris clan, Rolfin Rotris, an existence known for his powerful spear. He was just 20 years old today, but he had already prepared to enter the Path Extinction realm. He was truly a genius of their first heaven. Not long later, agitated by the appearance of Rolfin Rotris, another 23-foot light appeared, this one by a young man with a heavy saber on his back. His gaze met Rolfin across the air. Terran of the Gilvaris clan had made his appearance known as well. Chapter 9:17 Look again. The groups continued and the commotion seemed to die down. After Rolfin and Terran butted heads, there wasn't much to raise an uproar about and things fell into a lull. Many more managed to pass, increasing the number of hopefuls from a few to dozens, and soon the number even crossed 100. But, considering the number that had failed, this number was much too small. Suddenly, another pillar of light soared into the skies, tearing past the 23-foot mark and not stopping until it crossed 25 before it slowed down. The young woman who stood beneath the light didn't even pause her steps. While others had feared they might fail and had waited outside for fear of embarrassment, she directly continued through, the light above her head only barely flickering away after she took her place. She looked like a queen of ice, her demeanor frosty and unapproachable. But, even from his spot, Ryu could feel the oppressive fire affinity wafting from her. It was an odd combination that made one narrow their eyes, only to be lost in her beauty a moment after. However, this woman's nose could practically pierce the veil of the heavens. The arrogance exuding from her made it so that no one even dared to approach her. Rolfin and Terran only gave her a glance before looking away, worried she might get the wrong idea if they stared for too long. This woman was Silva Ziltries, yet another well-known talent. Not long after her, several more who broke the 20-foot mark appeared, each dripping with their own level of arrogance. Though none surpassed Silva, they had their own reasons for seeming so arrogant. When compared to their counterparts, many were indeed worthy of carrying such haughtiness. But Ryu could only shake his head. He couldn't see the light, so he was just everyone by the reaction of his bloodlines. While his bloodlines couldn't exactly be suppressed by the likes of these people, They could make it stir since he had yet to fully unshackle himself. Ryu judged them by how much his bloodlines stirred. Still, despite the fact his bloodlines were technically only at the lower black grade currently, there was hardly any stirring at all. Even if his bloodlines were suppressed, how could they not be far beyond other bloodlines of equivalent level? In Ryu's estimation, his current bloodlines were probably about as powerful as a middle or higher black grade bloodline in this world, at the very least. As for what it would take to make it stir, it would take at least an earth grade bloodline. The people continued and the numbers began to dwindle. Ryu rose up, thinking that he should probably go soon. The only reason he hadn't gone before was because he hadn't felt like jostling with the crowd when he would still have to stand up for hours regardless. But, since things had cleared up, it was about time. What Ryu didn't seem to realize was that all the big wigs had also waited for this moment. Well, it wasn't exactly accurate to say that he hadn't realized. It was more accurate to say that he didn't care enough to realize. These people were like dancing clowns to him, puffing their chests out and peacocking because they had black grade talents. If he had been in the mood to do so, he would have probably been laughing. However, Ryu didn't laugh. Instead, he drilled into his mind again and again that this was the kind of ant-like existence he was now. Until he could hold real power, what right did he have to laugh at these people? Wasn't he more laughable since he couldn't even display the kind of power he should be able to with his talent? Ryu clasped his hands to his back, slowly walking forward. His mind wandered as he calculated something. The best talent of a true one-star sect like this one should probably be a quasi-earth grade or barely earth grade talent. In that case, get the fuck out of my way, blind boy. A rush of wind passed by Ryu's side. Whoever had spoken had likely expected for Ryu to be knocked over by the wind. In fact, they hadn't even physically touched Ryu at all. However, aside from his robes rustling, Ryu only continued to walk forward as though nothing had happened. His northern heavenly wind might not be able to protect him from a 10-kilometer fall, but this much wasn't nearly enough to force it into a difficult situation. The hulking beast of a man who had rushed by, wanting to slide into one of the final 2 slots of this batch, couldn't help but look back, his brow arching up. Oh! Seeing that Ryu was completely unaffected by him, the hulking man didn't bother to turn back. He hadn't been picking on Ryu, he just didn't feel like changing his direction mid-sprint. But, it seemed that he had found an interesting character. Ryu didn't say a word as he crossed the threshold, taking the final slot. Niche, what are you rushing for? Stones for brains. If you're scared of losing to me, just say so. You're such an annoying flea. You even left your Stone Edge sect just to follow me all the way here. Don't you know you'll never defeat me? Watch me. There's no genius in the first heaven better at body refinement than me. Niche was none other than the hulking man who had rushed by Ryu. The one who spoke to him, though, was known as Tobril. These two weren't the only ones who were bickering back and forth, but as they were fighting, their pillars of light had already broken 30 feet, their talent shimmering with a blinding light. Ah! I beat you by an inch. Look again, you. The two seemed to realize that the atmosphere was oddly quiet at this moment. When they looked over, their eyes couldn't help but widen. Chapter 9:18 Starlight. The young man standing beneath it had skin as dark as night and eyes as clear as stars. His irises looked as though a blue and golden nebula had crashed into one another before they could finally form his eyes. It was impossible to describe just how gorgeous the sight was. The young man was neatly dressed and every hem of his clothing was perfect. He was handsome beyond words and had a magical air about him that made others feel like they could trust him with their lives. This young man was completely unknown and was the first reason to cause the inner disciples in the skies to open their eyes in shock. However, the second reason was right next to him. There wasn't just a single pillar of light that surpassed the 90-foot mark, but there were two. In fact, this second one crossed the 100-foot mark. This young man was just as if not faintly more handsome than the dark-skinned young man. White hair flowed down his shoulders and back, a gorgeous butterfly fluttering on his shoulder. However, as soon as this young man's pillar reached 100 feet, it was cut down by a third, falling to around 70 feet before stopping. Those that saw this scene couldn't help but watch with wide-open eyes. They knew exactly what this meant. This young man was 3 years older than he should be for his cultivation level. But, after seeing his talent, they easily ignored this, their eyes blazing. Still, this didn't mean they didn't have questions. How was it that Ryu had such talent but his cultivation was so slow? The best explanation was that his talent was concentrated in pillars that didn't necessarily accelerate cultivation speed, like spiritual foundation and bone structure. After all, not every bone structure was like Ryu's ice jade crystal body, which allowed him to absorb chi through his skin. In fact, depending on what your talent specialized in, it was possible that none of the 4 pillars would help you. The only exception was the spiritual foundation would always help with cultivation speed after reaching a certain level. Of course, there was another explanation, and that was that Ryu was from a smaller world. Considering the fact no one recognized him, this felt the most likely. Linus cleared his throat after regaining his composure. Yes, right. The next stage will begin immediately. Those that V passed, you may continue up the mountain. You have 3 days to make it up the peak. Several eyes were still focused on Ryu. Though it was only for a brief moment, his talent had definitely surpassed that of the dark-skinned young man. Even the latter looked over curiously, an enigmatic smile spreading across his lips. Ryu, however, had already begun to walk forward, entering the forest without a word. With a flex of his ankle, he floated up to a tree branch and shot forward, his steps light and quick. His speed alone made the pupils of many constrict. Was this the kind of speed an immortal Ring Realm expert should have? Ryu's actions were like a bang that sounded off in their minds, causing everyone to surge forward. Hey, what's your name? Nitch came over to the dark-skinned man and asked a question. Me? The young man chuckled. You can call me Starlight. Starlight tapped his foot and shot forward as well.
Nich blinked.
What a weird name. Ryu's steps came to a stop, his brow furrowing lightly. He had just realized that there was an odd maze formation here. The moment he entered, his orientation had been completely shifted. It was probably used to spread everyone out evenly to make it more difficult to work together. He could only shake his head. He would have usually noticed such a thing before he even took a step into it, but it had actually taken him several seconds to even notice. After understanding what was nagging at him, Ryu shot forward once again, his spiritual sense flourishing. He restrained it to about 10 meters before stopping, focusing on absolute clarity. The range of Ryu's spiritual sense was also greatly restrained in this world. Right now he was at the peak of the Soul Birth Realm, yet he only had a full range of about 1 kilometer. It was more than a little annoying, but Ryu could only accept it. This was the new state of his being. If others knew that he had such a powerful soul, though, they would be shocked. In the true martial world, it was rare to have a kilometer-wide range until you reached the Soul Ascension Realm, the first level of which was the Cosmic Seed Realm equivalent. Ryu suddenly brandished his grandfather's bow, drawing its string and allowing the glove of order to thrum to life. This time, he was ready and didn't lose his composure over the scrawniness of the arrow. He just took it on the chin and released. The glove of order worked by using his comprehension and drawing on the heavens to form an arrow. Clearly, Ryu's comprehensions were both lacking, and it was more difficult to take things from these heavens than it had been on Sacrum. What Ryu didn't know was the fact that the glove of order could snatch things from the true martial world at all was a shocking feat in addition. The fact he could form an arrow at all was something he had to thank his Meridians for. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been forced to recomprehend the ruler realm and beyond so many times, his comprehensions would have been nothing short of pathetic here, not nearly enough for the glove of order to do anything. A common grade beast was pierced right through the skull in the distance, allowing Ryu to shoot by without the slightest effort. Chapter 919 Hegemonic. His grandfather had always said that the most important thing to an archer was their eyes. Suddenly finding himself without a pair, Ryu felt a subtle difference that he hadn't been able to grasp before. Even after several months, that feeling was still subtle, but bit by bit, he seemed to be getting closer and closer to exactly what that enigmatic feeling was. Ryu didn't chase after this elusive feeling, though. Instead, he focused on other things, realizing that this wasn't something you chased after. The more effort he put into trying to understand it, the further out of his grasp it would grow. So, he turned his attention to the subtleties of pulling on the Daos of the true martial world. With his annoyance at the weakness of his arrows put to the side, he was able to see through some of the issues he was facing in his use of the Glove of Order. Thanks to his own Tao, he was far more sensitive to these things, building a subtle sort of understanding. If Ryu was correct, there was a clear connection between inheritances and Daos. This much should have been obvious from the very beginning. Both were a type of comprehension, it just seemed that the latter was far more profound than the former. However, exactly what those differences were wasn't something that Ryu ever really thought about. If he were to put his initial assumptions into words, he would say that a Tao was a culmination of inheritances. A Tao was an inheritance that dug deeper and built higher. But, the more Ryu thought about it, he felt that it was more involved than just this. For one, there was the name inheritance in the first place. One could hand it down through generations, allowing many people to grasp it at once and through the years. This was something that was widely accepted and known. However, with a Tao, this wasn't the case at all. You couldn't pass down a Tao, and even an attempt to do so could crush a person. Not everyone could reform their Tao without worry as Ryu could. Many would end up being permanently crippled taking such an approach. A Tao had to be comprehended by a person themselves. Outside influence in the process would often become a detriment. The more Ryu thought, though, he realized that even this was a superficial explanation and could still be considered to be surface level. When he thought of what he felt was the true reason, his heart couldn't help but beat out of his chest. What was the ultimate difference? Inheritances connected with the heavens in a mutual sort of respect. The heavens curated, saved and praised inheritances. It bestowed birth phenomena, it bound them with ties of fate allowing them to be passed down through generations, and you were even rewarded with essence when you grasped them. But, were Daos the same? Absolutely not. Daos were the foundation of godhoods, the root of breaking free from the heavens and forming your own path. Not only were they not rewarded, but when Ryu comprehended the second half of his Tao, he was even struck by lightning. Of course, it wasn't a perfect boundary. Ryu still had a birth phenomenon he had yet to use, and when he was cobbling together the bits and pieces of his Tao in the Armament Guild, he was blessed with essence several times. Clearly, there was a sort of lingering connection between the two, and after stepping past a certain barrier, there was a qualitative evolution resulting in the formation of the Tao. Why was this so important to Ryu now? It was because he realized now that his inheritances were weak and needed supplementation. But, he wanted to understand what approach he should take. There were two paths as Ryu saw it. The first was continuing along his current path. As his bloodlines broke free of their shackles, his inheritances would naturally strengthen as well. After all, many of Ryu's inheritances came right from his bloodlines with very rare exceptions. His fire inheritance was built off the back of his rage flame and rebirth flame. His ice inheritance was built off the back of his ice flame. His lightning inheritance found its roots in his Lightning Qilin bloodline. This was simply the way things worked for him. Unfortunately, Ryu's bloodlines had left him disappointed far too many times. They cowered in the face of the heavens and they cowered when he fought the Valkyries of the deity race. He was thoroughly pissed off with them. Even after the first time, he was already finished with them. But the second time was a stride too far. He wouldn't wait for a strike 3. Ultimately, Ryu's bloodlines were still one of his strongest trump cards. As their shackles were undone, he would be able to blaze through the heavens and display his might. Maybe even those of the 5th and 6th heaven would still pale in comparison to his talent. But what of the 7th? The 8th? The 9th? In truth, Ryu wasn't entirely sure. When it came to talent, he was fairly unmatched. He had never even heard of another person with great ancestral circle realm talent, and he was a person well versed in history. Then, you had to consider the fact that Ryu's talent was actually beyond that. He had his heavenly pupils, his bone structure had evolved, his meridians seemed to have always been beyond the ancestral grade, and now his phoenix bloodlines had fused into one. By now, calling Ryu a great ancestral circle talent was actually doing him a disservice. He was far beyond that. However, even if it was the case that Ryu's talent could match up to the greatest geniuses of the highest heavens, he didn't care. When he made decisions, He didn't do so for the sake of others unless he loved them. He was dissatisfied with the performance of his bloodlines and didn't believe that he should rely on them in the future. In that case, there was a second path, and that was to evolve his inheritances until they formed the puzzle pieces of his Tao. As Ryu drew his bow and released, skewering another beast to death, the thrumming of his heart only grew. Maybe he had been too naive to believe that he had formed the perfect Tao in the past. What if the existence of inheritances was a clue? A crack of thunder rocked Ryu's mind. What was his Tao? It was a cycle of yin and yang, a balance between the heavens and its cultivators. He divided tribulation, comprehending the heavens to pass judgment. He divided karma, comprehending the cultivators to pass judgment. However, he only looked at it through the lens of a Tao. Wasn't this too foolish? The Tao was inherently fueled by the defiance of the heavens. So, where was the sincerity of his comprehension? What Ryu needed was a fusion of Tao and inheritance, a balance that could be elevated above all others. He would form the inheritance of a world by himself. Then, he would form the heavens that lorded over it. Forming the 10th heaven. What did it entail to form an inheritance that would replace dividing tribulation? Ryu didn't even need to think. What were the foundational elements of the heavens? What formed all things? Wind, water, mountain, earth, thunder, fire, life, heaven. Heaven formed the skies. Earth formed the ground. Mountain formed the foundation. Wind, water, thunder and fire connected heaven and earth, giving mountain purpose. And then they breathed and formed life. These were ancient words Ryu had read long ago, words he had never cared to think about, let alone recall. They were about the basics of formation theory, and toddlers with even a small bit of talent would learn this earth-pronged formation. It sounded profound, but it was endlessly simple. Without any practice, Ryu could form such a formation right this moment. He had more than enough talent. However, what was beautiful about this supposedly simple formation was that it was the only origin-grade formation Ryu knew of. It could be used by anyone, but it could also become infinitely more powerful depending on the comprehension and effort of the person. The trouble was that who could possibly spend the time to learn in 8 different directions? And even if you wanted to, who dared to say that they could do so? Wind, water, thunder and fire were still all right, but just how profound was mountain? What about heaven? And then there was earth with mountain rested upon and heavens covered? And none of that even touched upon life. However, Ryu didn't care. Once again, he had already made his decision. The glove of order trembled on his palms, the arrow he had formed flickering and vanishing. Wind? He had the heavenly wind. Water? He was a majestic ice phoenix. Thunder? He was a mighty Qilin. Fire? He was an almighty dragon. Life? He had fused life, death, and rebirth. Mountain? He had the natural enlightenment of Shrine Mountain. Earth? He tread upon it as he pleased. Heavens? He would form his own. A veil cracked. Ryu's Tao shifted and charged through the barrier of Dominion Taos and entered the realms of hegemonic Taos. He felt freer than he ever had before, his power rising to the point the air stilled around him and a light smile pulled at his handsome features. But, just as soon as this happened, a crack of lightning descended from the skies. Bang! At that moment, the veil of the 7th heaven trembled, striking down upon Ryu's Tao and shattering it. Ryu didn't have the strength to fight back against such a thing. His chest was struck through, a bloody hole appearing where his heart should have been, and his body became charred black to the point that a single push could turn him to ash. Ryu collapsed, the rumbling of the 7th heaven forcing the other lower heavens to cower before it finally calmed and withdrew. Ryu's Tao crumbled, falling out of the realms of hegemonic Tao. Chapter 9:20 A bit too rash. In the next instant, the wave of pain slammed him, threatening to send him falling to his knees. But who was Ryu? Wasn't he a man who had dealt with the backlash of the Phoenix Sky God all those years ago? Not only did he endure it, but he even used it to strengthen his body and then made use of it to kill a false Sky God without even having stepped foot into the Path Extinction realm. Pain wasn't something that he was afraid of, nor did he cower in the face of it. Ryu raised a hand to his chest. A hole had been blown through it, But this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. So long as his realm heart was intact, he would be just fine with some time. The trouble was more so the lightning that had charred his body through. Ryu had never felt such powerful lightning before. Felt like it had encompassed the world. But Ryu knew the truth. It was nothing more than a fraction of a finger width, and yet it threatened to rip his life from him. After a few moments, Ryu understood why he managed to survive. The lightning he had begun cultivating thanks to his grandfather, a lightning he named Qilin Lightning in respect for his maternal clan, had absorbed the more dangerous strands. By now, it was easily hundreds of times more powerful than it had been in the past, carrying with it a danger that made Ryu's brows furrow. However, without Ryu consciously awake to refine it, there was only so much his Qilin Lightning could do. If its core wasn't formed of the greatest talent of an ancient beast, it wouldn't have been in a position to absorb tribulation lightning of this level at all. Could be said that Ryu was very lucky in this regard. If his grandfather hadn't left such a kernel to him, there was no way he would have survived. What a funny joke this was. He had a lightning spirit body, yet it was lightning that had put him in such a situation. Unfortunately, Ryu didn't find this very funny at all. What the hell happened? Suddenly, he heard a chuckle, causing his head to snap in that direction. He realized he couldn't see, so he could only send his spiritual sense forward without worry about offending a person. And yet he ended up clutching at nothing, his spiritual sense crashing against a wall without finding anyone. Despite this, Ryu took an enormous leap backward, his pupils constricting. Spiritual sense wasn't like his third perspective that could see through anything and anyone regardless of gap in cultivation. Spiritual sense was tied to the strength of his soul and also the strength of its target. If someone far more powerful than Ryu didn't want to be seen by his spiritual sense, then they wouldn't be seen. It was just that simple. Not only would Ryu not be able to see them, but he wouldn't even be able to sense their cultivation either. All he would know is that the gap between them was enormous. Right this moment, Ryu was in an immortal cave of sorts. To someone else, it might have looked like a normal shabby cave with gray walls and dull lights, but Ryu was far more sensitive as a ruin master. The walls were too clean, the cuts too smooth, and the chi too thick. There were a whole host of oddities that shouldn't appear in a normal cave that was all too obvious here. In addition, the altitude was way too high. Ryu didn't know a lot about this world, but he had already fallen from 10 kilometers up once before. It was enough to know that the oxygen in this place was even scarcer than it had been there. That much was fine since the density of chi more than offset it. But it was something he noted nonetheless. This meant that 1. Ryu was no longer in the same place he had been when he was struck. 2. He was brought here by this person he could hear but not see. And 3. This person was obscenely powerful to the current Ryu. There was no doubt in Ryu's mind that this individual could kill him with a finger and on a whim. To make matters worse, the fact that he had survived such a strike to begin with had likely made a few of his secrets more obvious. If this person wanted to extract his talent, there was very little he could do. However, that didn't change the coldness in Ryu's gaze one bit. He stared forward at the location he had heard the voice, his ears primed for the slightest shift and sound. At the same time, he cut off all his other senses and focused on the wind and the wind alone, building up a domain around him with it. It didn't matter if this expert could hide from his spiritual sense. Could he also hide from the wind? In fact, an absence of wind movement would be just as great an indicator of location as a blockage of wind would be. With his northern heavenly wind, his sensitivity to such things was beyond what most could hope to match. So on guard, how amusing. You would think that someone who dared to challenge the seventh heaven as a mere little pup would be braver than this. The voice sounded like an odd mix of old and young. No, it was more like they sounded quite young, but their tone, cadence, and choice of words were quite old. There were only 2 real options. Either this was a cultivator who had lived for a long time but still managed to maintain their youth, or it was an old cultivator trying too hard to remain young. It was unlikely to be the latter, though, since anyone like that would be more focused on making their tone sound as modern as possible, and this person clearly didn't care about that at all. Ryu, though, was focused on something entirely different. Challenge the 7th heaven? Ryu frowned. He was in the 1st heaven right now, no? He hadn't even stepped foot in the 2nd heaven. When would he have time to offend the seventh heaven? Even he hadn't set his gaze up so high just yet. Ah, you probably don't understand, huh? I can tell by your talent shackles that you aren't from this world. Not bad. Not bad. A talent from a smaller world forming a hegemonic Tao. Those big clan geniuses would be rolling in their graves if they heard of this. Well, maybe that's inappropriate to say considering how young they are. Ho ho ho. Ryu's expression turned colder when he heard this person mention talent shackles. If there was any doubt before, it was all too obvious now. Don't blame me. The voice laughed. Blame yourself. Who so casually comprehends their Tao out in the open? Normal people go into seclusion, prepare a stick of incense, and at least make sure that their yang is not spiraling wildly out of control like yours is. The voice seemed to laugh harder now, as though his jokes were the funniest things in the world. He didn't seem to care at all that Ryu wasn't amused. Ryu's expression darkened, but he knew that the voice was correct. He had gotten used to casually comprehending his Tao in normal day-to-day life. It was easy to him. This sex selection was far too boring to him, so how could he not use other things to occupy his mind? He just didn't expect to be struck down by lightning for his efforts. Still, the truth of that matter was that if he was in seclusion, he would have been done in just the same. There was no way his immortal caves could have stopped that strike. And, judging by the words of the voice, nothing could have stopped it. In that case, these were just useless, meaningless words. What do you mean by offending the seventh heaven? Ryu finally asked. Ah, so you speak. I thought you were blind and a mute for a moment. Since you don't understand, this old man will tell you. It's a relatively simple matter to improve your Tao through the common, true, lineage, dynastic, sovereign, and even dominion stages. Most will never achieve such levels, but it isn't impossible for them to do so. At the very least, there are no obvious barriers. However, forming a hegemonic Tao is a different matter entirely. Even in hegemonic clans, they will only also 3 to appear per generation, these generations being counted in time spans most lower heavens cannot fathom. The heavens will only tolerate a certain number at any given time, and the formation of one necessitates the collapse of another. I'm sorry to say, but this mistake will likely be one of your last. With your Tao shattered by the tribulation of a heaven, your lifespan is likely only a fraction of what it once was, and even if by some miracle you could reform your Tao, you'll just get struck down again. You've been a bit too rash, young one. Even those dominion clans with aspirations of becoming hegemonic clans would first plan for trillions of years before they made the attempt you just did. Ryu looked down at his body as a form of habit. My Tao shattered? Ryu mumbled. So what? In fact, I just so happen to need a stronger comprehension of heaven. I'd like to see who'll stop me. Ryu didn't trust this person one bit. What was the best way to deal with this situation, then? Make it so that no one dared to approach him. Reform. Though Ryu couldn't see it, the expression of the old young man who had spoken to him glowed, a wild grin spreading across his face as the skies suddenly went dark once more. Chapter 9:21 Limitations. Ryu had never heard a concept of limited Taos before, but the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. There were only so many powerful titles to claim, only so many paths to follow, and only so much energy to claim. In Sacrum, the world could be considered quite large, but just how much of it was nothing more than empty space. There were vast swaths of blackness, and large gaps between stars, plants, and worlds, and even some of the most powerful organizations had territories Ryu could easily cross in a few hours. But then compare that to the true martial world. In this place, the region was nothing but land, filled to the brim with clans, sex, and nature. There wasn't a hint of empty space anywhere. Just a single prefecture probably had a larger population than the entirety of Sacrum. To make matters worse, none of this even mentioned the fact that there were countless smaller worlds, all with aspirations of stepping foot onto this place and making a name for themselves. The competition was fierce and constant to the point that someone like Ryu wasn't even an oddity here. There were several individuals who could easily guess that he had come from another world. Yet, despite the small scale of Sacrum, wasn't it still the case that sky gods ran out of energy to cultivate their godhoods? A large reason it took so much time was precisely because of just how scarce energy was. There wasn't enough to go around. But, That didn't even consider the fact that the sky gods of Sacrum were at best as strong as the path extinction realm experts of the true martial world. The energy the sky gods of this world needed was on an entirely different level. This was all to say that the true martial world was constantly being squeezed dry by its cultivators. As a world, it too had to protect itself. Without balance and limitations, how could it continue to exist? If there were no barriers, then wouldn't this world die out after a few more generations? Ryu being struck down like this was just an introduction to the various limits the true martial world had placed on others. The seventh heaven just happened to be the arbiter of hegemonic Daos. Meanwhile, the eighth heaven oversaw ancient Daos. And, finally, the ninth heaven oversaw founding Daos. However, Ryu also had a benefit others did not have. As the old young man grinned, he too seemed to understand something. If Ryu cowered and chose to wait to break through, he would only be harming himself. The reality was that it wasn't just the seventh heaven that could react like this. The first heaven oversaw common Daos, the second heaven, true Daos, the third heaven, lineal Daos, the fourth, dynastic Daos, the fifth, sovereign Daos, the sixth, dominion Daos, so on and so forth. However, because Ryu had formed his dominion Dao in Sacrum, he hadn't received such punishment as it had occurred under the jurisdiction of Sacrum. When the old young man had said that forming other Daos was simple, he had purposely lied to Ryu. As for why he would do such a thing, he wanted to give Ryu the illusion of simplicity, to goad Ryu into thinking that this was just a simple step to take. What the old young man hadn't realized was that Ryu simply didn't care. Whether it was a single step or 10, it was all the same to him. He had formed his Dao, but others wanted to take it away from him. Did he really seem like a person who was easy to take advantage of? Did he look like someone who took things lying down? Did the so-called seventh heaven believe him to be an easy target to bully? The old young man had done this because he knew that this was Ryu's best chance. Forming a powerful Dao in a lower heaven had its benefits. Because the tribulation had to travel through so many heavens to reach this place, it was severely weakened. However, this was just one reason. One might wonder why others wouldn't just travel to lower heavens to break through. Then, wouldn't that make things easier? However, the reason this wouldn't work was connected to the second reason, and that was the residual markers of a higher heaven. Why was it that Ryu's bloodlines were so weak currently? It was because they had only been nurtured by Sacrum, a world severely lacking in fundamental runes and high-level energies. If he traveled to higher heavens, just by virtue of his appearance in such a world, he would begin to slowly strengthen. Even now, being in the first heaven, such a thing was happening, albeit very slowly. When someone was attached to such markers, it was easier for the will of a heaven to lock onto you. While it was the seventh heaven that initially launched the attack against Ryu, it was the first heaven that facilitated the attack. If things didn't work this way, then wouldn't a hole be torn from the seventh down to the first heaven? Such a thing wouldn't just punish Ryu, it would punch everyone. At worst, the skies of the seventh and below heavens would just turn dark for a moment. If someone from the second heaven descended down to the first heaven to endure a tribulation of forming a hegemonic Dao, the lightning would pass down through the sixth to third heavens. When it reached the second, it would help lock on and re-amplify the judgment. Then, when it got to the first heaven where you were, it would amplify again. The sum would make the tribulation far more powerful than it would have been if you had just stayed in the second heaven. Chapter 9:22 Dividing. Of course, the worst part was that these amplifications were not all created equally. There was a division amongst heavens for a reason. If someone in a third heaven descended to the second to endure a tribulation, the resulting strength would be far greater than someone originally from a second heaven descending to the first. These rules and regulations kept a certain balance in the true martial world, and it also made many not dare to attempt to find a way to circumvent the rules. Ryu, then, had several advantages. First, he was from a smaller world. Second, he hadn't been in the first heaven for long. And third, the judgment of the seventh heaven had to go through 6 layers of heavens to reach him. The scent of Sacrum was still by far the heaviest on him, and the first heaven wasn't familiar with him. This added to the fact that he had never interacted with a higher heaven meant that the reduction would be to an absolute extreme. Even if this wasn't the case, Ryu would be willing to face death again and again to cross this road. But, this being the case, if he had known this to be the case, he would also know that he, Ryu Tatsuya, would not need a third attempt. Ryu's blind eyes flashed. In their depths, a radiant jade-green formation took root, spinning like an 8-pronged trigram. The shattering of his Tao wasn't a bad thing in his eyes at all. In fact, it gave him a chance to rebuild it exactly as he wanted. He had made a mistake from the beginning, not building the perfect foundation. But, since these heavens wanted to play, he would take their sentencing him to death as a gift from above. Wind, water, mountain, earth, thunder, fire, life, heaven. For wind, he would give his heavenly winds. For now, he only had 2. But, if there was an opportunity to perfect them and receive the western and eastern heavenly winds, he would take them. However, this also wasn't strictly necessary. Technically speaking, the perfect embodiment of wind was the northern heavenly wind and the northern heavenly wind alone. The rest were nothing but embellishments. Still, Ryu was nothing if not ambitious. So what if the northern heavenly wind alone was already perfect? Ryu's hair began to flutter, the mountain of the cave they were within trembling to its very base. For water, he would give the kernel of what remained of his Ice Phoenix bloodline. Much like the Lightning Qilin, the strongest ability of the Ice Phoenix was to nurture its own extreme in water. However, there was a small difference. The Lightning Qilin's cultivated lightning gained the judgment characteristic. This meant that when Ryu swallowed lightning treasures, his bloodline would gift it with the prowess of the heavens and evolve it into tribulation lightning. For the Ice Phoenix, however, this didn't happen. Instead, the Ice Phoenix balances the extreme in water by supplementing it with life. This meant that so long as Ryu found more and more powerful extreme in items and swallowed them, he would also gain greater and greater vitality and healing factors along with it. This extreme in water could then be used alongside the ice flame to display the true prowess of the Ice Phoenix. The rumbling of the mountain surged and cracks began to appear along the walls. The old young man couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, though he continued to remain seated as though this had nothing to do with him. For thunder, he would give his Qilin lightning. Ryu's hair flickered with radiant blue strands, the cracks in the mountain becoming more prominent as the winds forced it to sway side to side, as though it was nothing more than a man-made skyscraper rather than a true powerhouse of Mother Nature. For fire, he would give his the most powerful of his flames. The rage flame, the white flame that could not be named, the origin flame. The top of the mountain shattered, a spark of lightning falling from the skies. It wasn't even tribulation lightning, and yet it was so powerful. It was almost as though the first heaven was warning Ryu on behalf of the seventh, exposing him for the skies to see. However, Ryu raised his head arrogantly, even as the harsh winds whipped against him, and even though he couldn't see the vastness above him with his eyes alone, a wild grin spread across his face. When the old young man saw this, he slapped less leg, his laughing booming along with the thunderous skies. For earth, he would give his dividing karma. Boom! For heaven, he would give his dividing tribulation. Boom! The skies rattled and quaked, the entirety of the first heaven being thrown into upheaval. This was how Ryu wanted it. He didn't want to just roll into the true martial world like a pebble along the roadside. He was Ryu Tatsuya. His name didn't make the heavens and earthquake just yet. But very soon, it would. For life, he would no longer rely on his Phoenix bloodline. He realized in just this short meditation that his previous comprehension had been too shallow. Life didn't just represent what the life shrine could give him if he turned back now. In the context of this formation, it was countless times deeper. Life was what filled the space between the heavens and earth. Life was none other than himself. Bang! The skies split open, a streak of lightning snaking down toward Ryu like a roaring flood dragon. Ryu's Tao foundation reformed, soaring into the dominion grade in the blink of an eye. Ryu faced the lightning as it came down, his battle intent blazing. His chest lit up, a lightning seed pushing out and crackling above. He pressed 2 fingers together, a wild surge of chi beginning to rotate about it. He didn't fear the heavens. He was a man who could split the skies as he pleased. They had caught him off guard before, but now that he was ready, weren't they too arrogant to think they could deal with him? Ryu's fingers pierced forward, the roaring lightning splitting in 2 before even coming into contact with him. He stood arrogantly on the raging winds, clasping his hand to his back and daring the lightning to descend again. The formation in his eyes rotated, the heaven character glowing brightly beneath the darkened skies. Dividing Tribulation. Chapter 9:23 Daring. Another bolt struck down from the skies, but just as easily, Ryu's 2 fingers pierced forward. Like sparking spiderwebs, the bits and pieces of yellow lightning spread out in all directions without aim or target. However, at that moment the Qilin lightning seed hovering before Ryu's flashed, rotating and sucking up everything in its past. Of course, what the seed could absorb while Ryu was unconscious paled in comparison to what it could do when he was actively controlling it. It swallowed up the yellow lightning, grinding it to dust and refining it. As time passed, Ryu's Qilin lightning seed began to slowly pulse, its radiant blue color growing brighter as vague runes began to form on its surface before flickering out of existence. The entirety of the first heaven quaked, countless pairs of eyes focused on the bolts of lightning streaking down from the skies. However, no one dared to approach for fear of their own lives. How pitiful would their deaths be if they were taken as enemies by the tribulation lightning. In such a case, not only would the tribulation multiply in strength, but it would also begin to target you as well. Ryu unleashed his fury with every pierce of his fingers. Without fail, every time he split a bolt of lightning, his comprehension of dividing tribulation would increase manifold, the weaknesses of his Tao quickly being fixed and dealt with. His improvement was faster than the tribulation could seem to keep up with. Within Ryu's spiritual sea, his soul pulsed about, residual sparks of lightning dancing around its depth of darkness before being swallowed up whole. Every time this happened, Ryu's comprehension would take another enormous leap forward, his fingers seemingly gaining the ability to tear through the veil of the sky itself. At that moment, Ryu had learned the true strength of his perfect Black Buddy soul. It wasn't just about the cultivation speed of the soul, nor was it just about reaching a new level of invulnerability. The true strength of the perfect Black Buddy soul was its ability to absorb even comprehension itself. Ryu approached the clouds above from 2 angles, his blind eyes blazing with a fiery heat. From one side, he used his Tao, using its fracturing and reformation as a strengthening technique. On another side, he allowed residual streaks of lighting to pierce into his spiritual sea, swallowing them up with his soul. As his soul ate the tribulation lightning, his comprehension of it soared, and his understanding of dividing tribulation likewise grew deeper. The unexpected boon didn't make Ryu falter in the slightest. He treated the roaring skies like a toy to play with. If he didn't want it to occur, even the heavens themselves could not touch the hem of his robes. The black clouds began to spin, forming the eye of an enormous hurricane in the skies. The rushing winds grew harsher, leaving whip-like marks across Ryu's clothing and even blowing little silk away. At that moment, Ryu's right hand flared outward, the glove of order beginning to tremble with a dark gold light. The glove looked just as simple as it always had, covering just Ryu's thumb, 4 and middle fingers while leaving his pinky and ring finger to the elements. It extended past his wrist in a sleek black, looking inconspicuous to all those who laid eyes on it, until it released itself from its shell. The glove of order roared to life, a black gauntlet sprouting like the scales of a black dragon onto Ryu's hand and up his forearm. The 8-pronged formation in Ryu's eyes shook, the heaven character pulsing with a brighter and brighter light as the residual lightning in the surroundings all surged forward. Ryu pulled his grandfather's bow from his back, a rage flickering in his eyes as he saw the damage it had suffered from him being blown back. He allowed the wind to carefully caress the bow, wiping it clean of the dirt and debris that had marred its beautiful and simple frame. The trinkets tied to the end of the bow whipped about wildly in the wind, dancing from side to side as though they could be torn off at any moment. However, even after several attempts, they all remained perfectly intact, raising up with the movement of Ryu's arm and the flex of his back. As Ryu drew his bow, the blinding light the glove of order released seemed to increase. At that moment, the old young man's eyes widened. His laughter had long since stopped to be replaced by shock and wide eyes. He was ecstatic that Ryu dared to fight, but he had been ready for him to put his life and death on the line. Whether Ryu would succeed or fail, The old young man really hadn't known. Just finding someone who dared was hard enough. No, finding someone who even had the talent necessary to be given the option of daring to or not daring was an almost impossible mountain to climb. However, to find someone with not only the talent but the daring, and then for them to also survive, it could be said that the goal of the old young man was almost impossible. Yet this Ryu, not only did he have the talent and the daring, and it even seemed like he really would come out with his life, this son of a bitch actually aimed a bow at the heavens. Ryu unleashed a bestial roar, the arrow of dividing tribulation suddenly doubling in size as it was released. It was a streak of dark gold seen across the first heaven. It tore through the descending bolts like a streaking meteor. Everything in its path was shredded to pieces until it met the roaring clouds. Boom! Ryu fell from the skies. Chapter 9:24 A tag? The clouds above cracked like glass, the energy keeping them together splintering like a porcelain doll. Ryu crashed into the ground below, suddenly finding it impossible to continue standing on the raging winds. However, even as he coughed up a mouthful of blood and nearly crashed to his knees, he still glared upward. It seemed that he had been correct. There was a core of energy up there, likely sent down by the seventh heaven to the first heaven, which then targeted Ryu. Under normal circumstances, Ryu would have to wait for the energy to run out, and then he could be considered to have passed. However, did Ryu seem like a person who would just obediently be a punching bag? So he just decided to destroy it using its own power against it. The best part was now that Ryu's Dao could be considered a Dao inheritance combo. The Glove of Order responded to it, allowing him to form arrows that were much larger than before. Unfortunately, it seemed to be quite draining on his focus chi. Before, he had the prayer mat to supplement his focus chi, so he hadn't worried about it in years. But now that his inner world was sealed off from him, he lost its support as well, leaving him with only himself to rely on. Ryu wiped the rest of the blood from his lip, his eyes narrowing as he looked off to the side. He hadn't been able to feel this person before, but he could definitely feel him now. This old young man actually hadn't run away when his tribulation started? Just as Ryu was thinking about this, a searing heat suddenly erupted upon his forehead, causing him to feel a pain that made even him roar out. As Ryu was hesitating about his meeting with his mysterious man, seven heavens underwent a state of upheaval. Just weeks ago, some fool had attempted to form a hegemonic Dao, alerting the individuals of the higher heavens. Lower heavens might be ignorant, but those sixth heaven clans and sects close to forming hegemonies, and of course the seventh heaven clans and sects were all in the know. They all wanted an understanding of just who this person was, even if it was obvious they had failed. Someone with a peak dominion Dao was definitely not to be taken lightly, even by the families of the seventh heaven. There were only a limited number of people who could have hegemonic Daos to begin with, and much of that number was claimed by individuals of the eighth and ninth heavens. That meant most powerhouses of the seventh heaven also only had dominion-grade Daos. However, even for such people, forming a lower dominion Dao was already top tier. Someone who had a peak dominion Dao was definitely at the very top of the seventh heaven. Unfortunately, it was quickly learned that this individual wasn't from the sixth heaven but rather from a much lower heaven, making it especially difficult to track their karma. Many believed that this was an individual either from the seventh or sixth heaven who knew they would be slaughtered for overstepping their limits and thus chose to endure a stronger tribulation and descend the heavens. How else would someone capable of forming a peak dominion Dao die so quickly to a tribulation? It served them right. The monopoly the powerful families had over the pinnacle level Daos wasn't a joke. If you didn't have the backing of a sect or clan near the top of the dominion grade, you'd be seeking death forming such a high-level Dao. However, what no one expected was for another to form a hegemonic Dao just weeks later. And it was once again someone from the lower heavens. It was impossible for everyone to agree that they were the same person. But it didn't matter, just the fact that it happened again was shocking enough. Everyone scrambled to find the location of this individual, the tribulation persisting for a much longer span of time. However, after checking the sixth heaven, they found out that this person wasn't there. After checking the fifth, they were once again found to not be there. Just when they wanted to check the fourth heaven, the tribulation actually ended and all traces vanished. The uproar shook the seven heavens. At that moment, everyone below the 8th heaven with a hegemonic Tao was branded. Ryu's hand became like a block of ice, trying to stop the searing heat on his forehead from spreading any further. The water character in eyes shone brightly, but it was to no avail. Took half a day just for the pain to subside, and the result left him shocked. On his forehead, an elaborate seal spread like a crown of thorns. It was seared in like a permanent tattoo, still pulsing with a blackish crimson light. "What the hell is this?" The old young man chuckled. "That, young one, is a tag." "A tag?" "Yes. Whenever heavens below the 7th exceed the number of allocated hegemonic Taos, those seals will appear on all owners of a hegemonic Tao, and they won't disappear until one of you dies." Ryu frowned. "The heavens do this?" "Of course not. Truthfully, I lied to you again. The only Tao level with limitations are the founding Taos. There are only allowed to be 3 peak founding Taos, 33 higher founding Taos, 333 middle founding Taos, and 33 lower founding Taos. Of course, these numbers are ridiculous. There are less than a dozen people with founding Taos in the whole of the true martial world. If a single generation produced that many talents, who knows what the world would look like now. The other Tao level limitations are fabrications, formed by the 8th and 9th heavens. The fury that spilled forth from Ryu's eyes caused the old young man to halt his words. Clearly, he didn't need to say anything more. Ryu already understood. A tag? This might as well have been a slave mark. Chapter 9:25 then? It took a long while for the rage in Ryu's eyes to subside. He had actually been branded like he was some sort of cow to be herded obediently into its pen. Even compared to kneeling, this sort of humiliation was on another level. It was completely intolerable. The old young man watched silently. Most would feel uncomfortable upon this realization. However, this sort of fury that Ryu was displaying was unique. It wasn't as though Ryu was being publicly scrutinized. The only ones who knew of the mark were himself and Ryu. And, clearly, he wasn't making any attempt to lambast or humiliate Ryu. Under normal circumstances, in such a situation, the person in question would feel a little discomfort, maybe a little unhappiness, but without anyone else to witness their humiliation, they would be able to, more or less, deal with it. It wouldn't take them long to calm down at all. However, the old young man could tell that Ryu's pride was bone deep. It didn't matter whether others were here to witness his humiliation or not. The standards he had for himself were far beyond what others could possibly expect of him. In such a situation, did he need to words of others to feel humiliated? This debt, he was already planning on paying it back 100-fold. So long as he had the opportunity, he wouldn't hesitate to make them pay. This sort of arrogance couldn't be taught. On the one hand, it would get you into all sorts of trouble others would never have to deal with. But, on the other hand, wasn't it exactly this kind of mentality one needed to reach the pinnacle? If you didn't have confidence in yourself bordering on and surpassing obnoxiousness, was it even possible for you to even lay eyes on that peak? Let alone stand on it? The old young Ma threw something over that Ryu subconsciously caught. Ryu, who was still feeling infuriated, didn't know how to react when he felt the soft cloth in his hands. Despite the fact it was in his palm, it still felt fleeting, and though it felt soft, he could subconsciously tell that no matter how hard he pulled, he wouldn't be able to cause even the slightest tear. Wrap that around your forehead. It will hide the aura of the tag. If you're lucky, those hegemonic clans will fight amongst themselves and kill one of their own before they can find you. But I wouldn't hold out hope. Those people, even while being branded like cattle, all have noses higher than the skies above their head, but tails tucked firmly between their legs. Rather than risking fighting so many powerful enemies at once, they would probably rather pour all their resources into finding you instead. Ryu's roaring blood slowed to a crawl, his rage being buried deep within his heart. There was no point in continuing to feel such emotions. They would only distract him. His grandpa Tatsuya's words still stuck with him. He just wasn't very good at following through on them yet. "Who are you?" Ryu asked without immediately accepting the gift. He knew he didn't have anything as good as this. The treasures of his sacrum world weren't up to standard. Even his grandfather's bow, which was originally classified as half-step origin grade, didn't even garner any attention as he walked around with it. Clearly, it wasn't something that people of this world thought very highly of. Well, this was also partially because his Grandpa Qilin's bow was a bit unique. It didn't originally have such a great, but rather rose to this level after experiencing so many tribulation shrine trials by his grandpa's side. Originally, it was just an earth-grade bow and didn't look very special. Interestingly enough, by the standards of Sacrum, it was still earth-grade now. This aside, Ryu didn't like accepting gifts and favors from others, even if he needed them. He couldn't very well walk around with such a mark on his head and didn't know if he had the means to hide it away. Me? The old young man laughed. My friends call me Old One, so you can too. That isn't what I mean. Ho ho, Old One chuckled. I'm just an old man. How could I understand the slang of the youth? Ryu was speechless. What did he say that could be considered slang? Ryu was a language specialist. He had already mastered hundreds of languages. After just a few months in the true martial world, he had already grasped their mannerisms, cadences, and dialects. He sounded no different from someone born in this prefecture when he spoke. Old One chuckled, realizing that Ryu didn't seem to be the jokester type. Well, it wasn't that Ryu couldn't be a jokester, it was more accurate to say that he didn't spare this part of himself for people he didn't know. And, even those he did know only received this piece of him sparingly. He clearly didn't trust this Old One enough. Strictly speaking, the patriarch of the Radiant Star sect is my little brother. So, as an older brother, I have to take advantage of my position whenever I can. It's a shame, though, that the immortal cave that little brat gave me has been destroyed by you. Ryu remained silent. So this person was related to the Radiant Star sect. Then it wasn't a coincidence that he was saved. However, you're too powerful to be related to the Radiant Star sect, he said bluntly. Ho ho, Old One chuckled again. I'm flattered. Really? This old bag of bones is only so. Ryu frowned. Even though he couldn't see Old One, he knew for a fact that if he could, he would see a young man who looked no older than 30 years old at worst. He might even look like a teenager on the more exaggerated side. Realizing that he wasn't going to answer straightforwardly, Ryu asked another question. Why did you save me, then? Chapter 926 Selhira. However, strictly speaking, he was saved. If his half-dead corpse was left in that location, then he would have ended up being ravaged by the next beast that came across him. There was definitely something to be said about that. There was only so much protection Little Silk could have given him. He still wasn't even very familiar with the Little One's abilities. The little butterfly was basically a glorified seamstress. Though now that Ryu thought about it, Little Silk would make an elite spiritual seamstress. Or, at the very least, a very sought-after familiar for someone in the profession. Ryu didn't know what changes his mother had made to Little Silk, but since Himari had gone out of her way to give the little one back to Ryu, it definitely couldn't be simple. Why did I save you? Ho ho. Isn't it because you'd be useful to me? Ryu's gaze narrowed. That was always the reason. No one would do something for no reason or the mere kindness of their heart, especially not in the cultivation world. There were many cultivators who didn't even care about their own families after enough generations had passed. Ryu had experienced such a thing personally with his great-grandfather. Ryu opened his mouth to speak again, but this time, Old One cut him off. I am a man who loves to take advantage of my juniors, and you will be no different. Don't ask questions, just do as I say. If you want to know a little bit more, go become an inheritor disciple first, then maybe I can let know a little bit more. Ryu's hand snatched something out of the air again, catching a badge. His frown deepened as he sent his spiritual sense forward. Inner disciple badge? Even seeing this, he wasn't happy. If he passed the disciple selection, he would have been an outer disciple and he would have to work his way up, passing from outer to inner to core and then inheritor. The fact that this badge said inner disciple right from the very beginning was akin to putting a huge target on his back. Ryu didn't care at all if he was the one who personally chose to place himself in the spotlight. He didn't care for the thoughts and opinions of others and did as he pleased. However, being thrust into the spotlight by someone else left a bad taste in his mouth. What would the disciples do when they realized that a newbie like him, not even in the path extinction realm, had suddenly become an inner disciple? He would almost instantly become public enemy number one. Did Ryu care about the ire of others? Of course not. What he cared about was the fact this old one had clearly done this on purpose. Not only did he want to test Ryu, he wanted to make sure the difficulty was as sky-high as possible. Ryu already abhorred being tested by others, and this left him even more disgusted. None of that. Old One laughed. You owe me for saving your life, right? And you also owe me another favor for giving you that headband. That's 2 favors. Now, be obedient. Old Wan's laughter rumbled. He seemed to be having a great time. He understood people as arrogant as Ryu very well. Since he had been seeking out a person with exactly this sort of disposition, how could he not be ready to deal with them? Ryu's expression became several shades colder. But without a word, he wrapped the headband across his forehead. Selhira! Old Wan's voice boomed. It took several moments, but a large bird appeared on the horizon. It was a gorgeous snow owl with only the slightest flecks of black around its crown of feathers. Even from a distance, its coat looked like a bed of soft clouds. On its back a woman stood. A veil fluttered, covering her face, leaving only a pair of gentle and large blue eyes for others to see. Her hair was as black as night and done up in a simple but elegant bun. Despite the harsh winds whistling around her, her domain around her was actually still unmoved, her dress only slightly fluttering from time to time, barely capable of showing off her figure. She was extremely tall for a woman. If she and Ryu stood face to face, she would only be an inch or 2 shorter. And yet, her graceful bearing was no different from a petite housewife. The snow owl's wings gently flapped as it slowed. Senior, Selhira respectfully called out. Hearing such a voice, Ryu felt that all his pent-up rage suddenly vanished. It was so gentle, too gentle even. It reminded one of the floating clouds and the soft current of a spring. Oh, Selhira, dear. Didn't I already tell you to stop calling me that? Selhira smiled lightly. I must give Senior his due respect. Never mind, never mind. This is... Old One suddenly realized he didn't know Ryu's name. But Ryu ignored him, having no intention of saying a word to this shameless old man. Seeing such a thing, Old One coughed awkwardly. Youths these days were truly too willful. Anyway, this a new inner disciple of our Radiant Star sect. Please take him around and help him get acquainted. Then you can leave him to his own devices. No need to bother so much. Yes, Senior. Despite being given such a task, Selhira didn't seem dissatisfied at all. Please come along. Selhira turned a gentle gaze toward Ryu before realizing that he was blind. Oh, I am sorry. Please don't mind. You can feel free to release your spiritual sense around me if it helps you feel more comfortable. Ryu nodded lightly, but he didn't intrude on Selhira as she suggested. He simply stepped forward and fluttered onto the snow owl's back. Selhira had been prepared to appease her steed, but to her surprise, her partner didn't seem enraged by the new passenger at all. She couldn't help but give Ryu another glance. Don't you dare bully that gentle little girl, brat. Old Wan's voice shouted as the snow owl began to soar into the skies once more. Ryu ignored the old man again, his mind on other things as though he was oblivious to the beauty right by his side. Since this old man wanted to piss him off, he'd be sure to flip this sect upside down. Rules? Why would he follow them? In fact, he wouldn't mind breaking every single one so long as he got the chance. Testing him didn't come without its consequences.